Do you truly intend to drive us, the three women of this family, to despair? Reborn in the 1970s, Chen Hao opened his eyes to find a woman standing before him, vociferously accusing him. The woman was strikingly beautiful, accompanied by two young girls. In the past, I was in the wrong. I will support you, support this family. Tears streamed down his face as he knelt and wept. Chapter 1. Be gentle, the bed is collapsing. Be gentle, the bed is collapsing. Chen Hao heard the woman's voice. Upon opening his eyes, he saw a woman before him, facing forward, while he placed one hand on her back. He was momentarily stunned. Looking around, he realized he was in a mud brick house, devoid of any decent furniture, permeated by an air of antiquity. The uneven wooden door was adorned with a calendar nailed to the back. September 1975. Lying in a palliative care room reserved for the affluent, burdened by profound guilt, he drew his last breath, never anticipating that he would be reborn. His throat tightened as he gazed at the woman before him. Familiar memories surged forth. Trembling, he uttered, "Wife, are you all right?" The woman standing before him was his spouse, Tong Qian. Tall and slender, with lustrous black hair and a figure to be envied. She was the beauty of the countryside. A sent-down youth from the 1960s, many young men flocked around her when she was assigned to the village, none daring to approach her directly. He helped with her work, occasionally showing concern, and thus won her heart. Young girls are the easiest to court. On their wedding night, she stunned him once more with her rare fair complexion, truly skinned like fine jade, her beauty akin to blooming flowers. She was radiant all over. "You actually care about me." Tong Qian turned her head, regarding him coldly. She could not believe that his concern was genuine. He was a beast, dragging her into the house during the day with ulterior motives. Such incidents had occurred more than once, and each recollection filled her with shame and anger. She was a human being, not a beast. Only a beast would desire at any time and place. Resistance would only invite punishment, and she had long since lost hope in this man. Each encounter lasted at least half an hour, yet this time, he inexplicably stopped. Adjusting her clothes, Tong Qian opened the door and beckoned outside, where the two little girls ran into the room. The elder was 6 years old, while the younger was merely 3. "Nini, Xiaoduo, come to daddy, let daddy hold you." Upon seeing the two girls, Chen Hao could no longer contain himself, tears streaming down his cheeks. These were his two daughters. The elder was named Chen Nir, and the younger Chen Xiaoduo. The joy of encountering two vibrant lives once more overwhelmed Chen Hao with emotion. In his previous life, it was during this winter month, on a day blanketed in snow, that Tong Qian had taken their daughters to the river to end their lives, with the elder on her back and the younger in her arms. The three of them were bound by ropes, tied in a knot. When retrieved, they were curled up together, their heads nestled against one another. In death, the mother and daughters remained together. "I have taken away your two daughters. After all, you never cared for their well-being. Having a father like you is their misfortune. If there's a next life, I shall not wish to know you again. If you possess even a shred of conscience, bury us three together. It is cold, and please place more straw in the grave, for I fear they will freeze." After the departure of the mother and daughters, Chen Hao discovered a letter at home. Tong Qian detailed the arrangements for a funeral, but made no mention of him, refusing to refer to him as her husband, nor would she even utter his name. At that moment, it felt as though 1,000 arrows pierced his heart, filled with regret. It was all too easy to take for granted what one possessed. Only in loss does one recognize its value. He knelt before the graves of the mother and daughters, striking his own face in anguish. Yet the dead cannot return to life. He had suffered for decades. At last, the heavens heard his cries and granted him a second chance. "Nini, Xiaoduo, it's daddy. I miss you so much." Chen Hao gazed at his two daughters, calling softly. However, both daughters ran to Tong Qian, clutching her trousers tightly, their eyes devoid of joy, only filled with fear. "Chen Hao, what wicked scheme are you plotting now?" Tong Qian shielded her daughters, her voice laced with anger. "Do you intend to send Nini and Xiaoduo away again? Are you even human? They are both your daughters. Even beasts know to protect their young. You are even less than a beast." Tong Qian glared at Chen Hao with hatred, trembling with anger, her teeth grinding audibly. What more must she do to make Chen Hao care for this family? "Do you truly aim to drive us three to our deaths?" She bit her lip until it bled, her voice hoarse. Having offered herself to him for a mere 5 yuan and 2 pounds of brown sugar as a bride, what had become of her? Just because she bore 2 daughters and could not provide a son, he resorted to abuse and insults. He neglected to earn work points, ignored the household, and indulged in idleness, squandering any money that came his way. When funds ran low, he resorted to borrowing, even casting covetous eyes upon their 2 daughters, claiming he would send them away. Was he not merely intending to sell them? A beast. You speak the truth. I am indeed less than a beast. Chen Hao nodded. I was wrong. I have wronged you, and also Nini and Xiaoduo. I will change. I will ensure a good life for you three. Tong Qian looked at Chen Hao in disbelief. This beast was actually admitting his faults and claiming he would provide a good life for her and their daughters. A dog cannot change its nature. She was skeptical. Too much disappointment had accumulated. Year after year, she had consoled herself, only to end up exhausted both physically and mentally. A dog may not change, but I can, Chen Hao replied. In the past, I was at fault for not cherishing such a beautiful wife and for neglecting our lovely daughters. I will become the pillar of this family, supporting you and holding this household together. He reiterated his promise, his tone earnest. Being called a dog did not anger him. Instead, he continued to express his intentions to uphold the family. Tong Qian gazed at Chen Hao, wondering if he truly intended to change, finally understanding the need to cherish her and their daughters. Mom, I want to see the sun. Chen Nier suddenly dashed outside. Moments later, she rushed back in. Mom, the sun is in the west. He must not be lying, right? This girl had even gone to check from where the sun rose. Chen Hao's unusual behavior had not gone unnoticed by her. It is afternoon. Of course, the sun is in the west. It rises in the east in the morning. Chen Hao explained, do not worry. Daddy will take good care of you from now on. He reached out, wishing to stroke Nini's head, but she flinched back, retreating slightly. His paternal affection had been too absent and had come too abruptly. She felt afraid. Chen Hao cast another glance at his youngest daughter. Yet before he could utter a word, Chen Xiaoduo had already retracted her head and solemnly declared, I too wish to behold the sun. At the tender age of 3, her understanding was largely rooted in imitation. I shall prepare the meal, Chen Hao replied. He recognized that haste would yield little, and having the opportunity for atonement was already a source of considerable contentment. How many souls have experienced regret, yet found no chance for redemption? Fate has indeed shown him favor. The kitchen lay adjacent, a mere stone's throw from their sleeping quarters, cluttered with firewood, a humble earthen stove, and 2 coarse earthenware jars, one for water and the other for rice. The rice jar was nearly emptied. The sole vegetable available was cabbage, and the seasonings comprised little more than oil and salt, with scant remnants of each. This household was truly impoverished to the core. He kindled the fire to cook. In the adjoining room, his third daughter was murmuring, he is truly preparing a meal for us. How remarkable! He can even start a fire to cook. The eldest daughter, Nini, whispered conspiratorially to Tong Qian. Chapter 2. Let him cook from now on. Listening to the sounds emanating from the kitchen, Tong Qian's battered heart felt as though it had been soothed with a balm, offering her a glimmer of solace. It seemed her husband truly understood her suffering. Ever since the birth of their eldest daughter, he had not once ignited the fire to prepare a meal, yet today he had taken the initiative to cook. Embracing her 2 daughters, she began to harbor hopes for the future. In merely half an hour, Chen Hao served a modest meal on their little wooden table, a solitary cabbage and 4 bowls of rice. The aroma was enticing. Wow, rice. We haven't had rice in such a long time. It has only been thin porridge, which hardly satisfies hunger. The 2 children were elated. However, upon seeing the rice and the glistening cabbage, Tong Qian's expression turned pale with terror. She hurried to the kitchen, only to find the rice bin completely empty and the oil depleted as well. You used all the oil and all the rice. She questioned Chen Hao, her voice tinged with a sob. Despite the undeniable evidence before her, disbelief clung to her thoughts. You used up nearly all the oil. Cabbage needs to be fried in lard to be flavorful. Next time, we need to procure some lard. Chen Hao placed a large bowl of rice before Tong Qian. Eat more rice. It will stave off hunger. In the 1970s, conditions were harsh, with scant supplementary foods and insufficient oil. A laboring man could consume nearly a pound of rice in a single meal, and those engaged in strenuous work sometimes devoured 2 pounds. Indeed, watery porridge could not quell hunger. Am I not aware that porridge does not satisfy hunger? Tong Qian lamented, heartbroken. Why must life be so arduous? We have so little grain left, and you've cooked all the rice. The oil is gone too, and I thought we could stretch it out for a few more days. Tears streamed down her face. You used it all today. What will we do tomorrow? Will the entire family have to survive on nothing but the cold wind? This life offers no glimmer of hope. Chen Hao reassured her, do not fret. I have a plan. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will surely straighten out. Can a living person really be suffocated by urine? He encouraged her to eat heartily, promising that they would not only have rice, but also dumplings in the future. Upon hearing the mention of dumplings, the eyes of the 2 girls widened with delight. Dumplings were a rare treat, typically reserved for the new year. While it was common for them to go months without indulging in meat, you do not manage the household. How can you speak so freely? Tong Qian replied. Even the captain's family does not often enjoy dumplings. She found it difficult to believe, for their living conditions were dire, let alone dumplings. Simply having dry rice every day was already a luxury. Do not worry about the food. I will find a way, Chen Hao insisted as he handed her the chopsticks. Seeing his earnestness, Tong Qian felt a flicker of hope, though she remained skeptical about the dumplings. Eat more vegetables. Chen Hao urged as he served her and the girls some cabbage, pouring the oily cabbage broth over their rice, making it all the more appetizing. Delicious. Mommy, let him cook from now on, exclaimed the youngest daughter, Chen Hao, her face smeared with rice. At just 3 years old, she could already use chopsticks to eat rice. A simple cabbage dish, slightly enhanced with oil, was enough to satisfy her. After the meal, Chen Hao washed the dishes and tidied up the kitchen. He even ventured outside to chop some firewood from the stacked logs. Mommy, will the sun rise from the west tomorrow? Chen and I asked. I'm scared that when I wake up, he will turn back into that bad daddy. Tong Qian did not answer her daughter's question, for she too was uncertain if Chen Hao would revert to his former self. The children longed for a responsible father, and, as a wife, she yearned for a steadfast man who could support her and uphold their family. Their household was in disarray, owing debts to the production team, and she could only hope to repay those debts soon, wishing her husband would focus on the family and earn his work points diligently. Their home lacked electricity, and they were reluctant to light the kerosene lamp. As night fell, the family completed their simple evening routines and climbed into bed. They had fashioned a bed with bricks at both ends, 2 wooden planks on top, and no cotton padding, merely a layer of neatly arranged straw and an old cloth mat. The blanket was exceedingly thin. The 4 of them squeezed onto this makeshift bed, with the 2 children nestled against the earthen wall, Tong Qian in the middle, and Chen Hao on the outermost side. Make sure to rise early tomorrow and work hard to earn your points, Tong Qian whispered once the children had drifted off to sleep. You are a strong laborer with a base score of 10 points, yet you fail to work diligently, only earning 3 or 4 points a day. By the end of the year, that amounts to barely 1,000 points. If you put in the effort, you could earn more points and our lives would improve. It was precisely because her husband shirked his responsibilities and borrowed money from the team that they had fallen into such dire straits, running out of food by September and being unable to muster even a single penny. 1 work point is worth 5 cents, Chen Hao replied. Even if I earned 3 or 4,000 points, that would only amount to around 150 yuan. How could that suffice? The production team had no supplementary industries, leading to scant cash flow and devalued work points. Now that we are in debt, you still complain about 150 yuan a year being insufficient, Tong Qian retorted. And I can also earn some more points. Her voice carried a hint of desperation as she pleaded, please, work hard, and we can improve our lives, all right? You focus on the household. I'll find ways to earn money, Chen Hao assured her. Rest assured, I will definitely secure funds, and we will live well. You will have meat at every meal, and we will even buy a television. Meat at every meal and a television? Tong Qian was incredulous. With the rice bin nearly empty and the oil depleted, they had no electricity and not a single penny saved. How could they possibly buy a television? Lying in bed, Chen Hao remained awake, contemplating how to acquire money and navigate the path ahead. After much thought, a plan began to form in his mind, but as fatigue overcame him, he rose, fetched 2 scoops of water, drank deeply, and returned to bed. He pulled the blanket over Tong Qian and their daughters, turned on his side, and fell asleep. Before dawn, while the roosters had yet to crow, Chen Hao was awakened by the urge to relieve himself. Stealthily, he got up, dressed, and went outside. He then picked up a urinal bag and quietly stepped out into the night. Behind the village lay a stretch of forest where, on occasion, the production team would gather wood for sale, and sometimes they would catch wild chickens, rabbits, or even wild boars to improve the team's meals. However, the forest also held other treasures. It was September, and wild mushrooms were flourishing. While others failed to recognize their value, Chen Hao understood their worth. Cabbage sold for just 2 cents a pound, pork for 7 dimes, but a pound of mushrooms could fetch 8 yuan. Chen Hao calculated in his mind. That was still the planned price. If sold privately, they could go for 10 yuan a pound. This was a mountain delicacy, highly sought after by city dwellers. Upon entering the forest, it was not long before he discovered a wooden stump surrounded by mushrooms, fresh and tender. Chapter 3. Let us go home and make dumplings. By the light of the moon, Chen Hao gathered them all, estimating he had around half a pound, worth 5 yuan. The mushrooms on the outside were so fresh, but the ones deeper in were even more enticing. Chen Hao delved deeper, continually collecting. In the end, he had amassed nearly 10 pounds of fresh mushrooms before turning to exit the forest. Instead of returning to the village, he took a small path that led directly to the county town. The town had many affluent individuals, and more importantly, there were no acquaintances there, making it easier to sell the mushrooms. The individual business operators are prohibited, yet they persist clandestinely, with many engaging in borderline enterprises across various locales. Generally, as long as they remain discreet, they are unlikely to face repercussions. As dawn gently broke, Tong Qian and her 2 daughters stirred from their slumber. Where is everyone? Chen Yet inquired. She scanned her room and rushed outside, but found no sign of Chen Hao. Her small face was etched with panic and confusion. Mom, Didn't he cook for us yesterday? Why is he gone now? Chen-er's expression fell, and she cried. Is it because I didn't call him Dad yesterday? Has he become angry and abandoned us? Before Tong Qian could respond, she dashed out, calling loudly, Daddy, please don't be angry. And I calls you Dad. Let me pat your head. She believed this to be the reason for Chen Hao's absence, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt, running aimlessly like a headless chicken. Father must have gone to work. Let us check the rice drying field, Tong Qian reassured her. The rice drying field was a clearing in the village center where grains were laid out to dry during the busy season. Typically, workers gathered there for assignments led by the team leader. However, it was unusual for her husband to go early without the customary drum call for work. A sense of uncertainty nagged at her. As the family made their way to the rice drying field, Tong Qian lamented, such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Yet her husband is utterly useless. It's a pity for the two little ones. Being attractive yet blind to her circumstances, she had fallen for Chen Hao. Upon arrival, a few people were already present, and they whispered amongst themselves upon seeing Tong Qian and her daughters. Scanning the crowd, she failed to spot Chen Hao, and her heart sank, though she clung to a flicker of hope, asking if anyone had seen her husband. Chen Hao is missing again? He always dawdles when it's time to work. Why is he so fond of lingering? A woman remarked. Others nodded in agreement, fully aware of Chen Hao's unreliability. He must have gone to borrow money from another production team. One man confidently suggested. This man, Chen Dagong, looked at Tong Qian and said, your family is struggling. A woman with 2 daughters alone is a tough situation, especially with a husband like Chen Hao. Why not divorce him and marry me? I wouldn't mind, but you'd have to bear me a son. He had long harbored desires for Tong Qian, resenting the fact that Chen Hao, a mere slacker, had secured such a stunning wife while he remained single. Tong Qian was not one to be trifled with. If you truly want a wife, I can help you find one from the pig pen in the team, she retorted. Her husband was indeed a disappointment, but were these men any better? They merely coveted her body. Why are you so rude when I'm trying to help? Chen Dagong snapped. If Chen Hao can't borrow money from the team, he'll go outside to borrow it, and when he can't repay, he might sell you 3. My father wouldn't sell me. He said he would make dumplings for me. He must have gone to buy dumplings. Chen Hao shouted defiantly, you're a bad man. Hit the bad man. Chen Xiaoduo picked up a stick from the ground and waved it threateningly, stomping her little feet. Tong Qian's expression darkened. Had her husband really gone to borrow money from another production team? With debts still unpaid, how could they survive if he was seeking further loans? Her eyes reddened with sorrow. All she wished was to fill their bellies and provide for her daughters. Why was it so difficult? If her husband had indeed borrowed more money, how would they repay it? Come with me. At least you won't go hungry. I will treat you well. Chen Dagong continued to persuade. In the entire commune, no one was more beautiful than Tong Qian. What a pleasure it would be to hold such a woman close at night. Just then, a voice emerged from the crowd. Chen Hao's back. He appeared, carrying a bag of urea, looking somewhat disheveled. Approaching Tong Qian, he asserted possessively, this is my wife. She is mine to cherish for a lifetime. Anyone who dares to pry her away will face dire consequences. With that, he wrapped an arm around Tong Qian, his demeanor both crude and imbued with a raw masculinity. His gaze locked onto Chen Dagong, who fell silent, unable to match Chen Hao's fortitude. Where have you been? Tong Qian asked. Despite being embraced by her husband in front of so many, she felt a tinge of shyness, yet her heart swelled with satisfaction. All she wanted was a man who could protect her and take care of their family. I went to buy dumplings, Chen Hao replied, glancing at their 2 daughters. And I, Xiao Duo, let us go home and make dumplings. Dumplings? I'm so hungry. Chen Niedek Silema. I told you Dad went to buy dumplings. The 2 girls swirled around Chen Hao as the family made their way home. Meanwhile, many bystanders at the rice drying field were left bewildered. What has happened to Chen Hao? He is actually defending his wife, one woman remarked. I could hardly believe my ears. He spoke like a real man. Several newlywed women swayed in response to Chen Hao's declarations, feeling a thrill that their own husbands could not match. Did Chen Hao really go to buy dumplings? Someone questioned. Do you believe that? Chen Dagong scoffed. His family is in debt. How could he afford dumplings? Even if he had money, pork and flour require ration tickets. He has none. During the new year, the production team would slaughter a pig, and team members could purchase it without tickets. But getting pork outside of that season was exceedingly difficult. Not to mention, making dumplings required even more pork. Often, the meat available during the new year was barely enough for stir-frying. The others shared his skepticism. At that moment, Chen Hao's family had already returned home. Why are you back so soon? It's almost time to work, Tong Qian asked. Where did you run off to this morning? And I woke up and didn't see you. She was quite anxious. Didn't I say? I went to buy dumplings, Chen Hao replied, lifting the urea bag to show her. Chapter 4. The one I owe the most to. Chen Hao set the urea bag down. Chen and I quickly opened it, her eyes widening in surprise. Meat. It's meat. Daddy bought meat. She exclaimed. Meat. I want to eat meat. Chen Hao rushed over, reaching for the meat, eager to stuff it in her mouth. The child was starved and craving food. Inside the urea bag, in addition to meat, there was flour and chives, everything needed to make dumplings. And I look at Xiao Duo. Tong Qian gasped, rushing to close the door. She looked at Chen Hao in disbelief. Where did you get all this? Did you really borrow money from another production team? What is happening? She had considered every scenario, but never imagined that Chen Hao had actually procured meat, flour, and chives to prepare dumplings. There was quite a bit of meat, approximately 3 pounds. The flour was packed in a cloth bag, weighing around 5 kilograms. Even during the new year, they had never enjoyed such luxury. Being able to purchase a pound of meat was already considered fortunate. Yet here was her husband bringing home 3 pounds of meat before the holiday. With the inability to secure a loan from one's own production team, it seemed improbable that other teams would extend their financial assistance. Chen Hao suggested, let us prepare some dumplings first. We can discuss matters after the meal. As Chen Hao minced the meat, Tong Qian was busy kneading the dough. Their 2 children were not idle either, helping to clean the leaks. An hour later, the dumplings were boiled, bubbling thrice before they were deemed ready. 4 bowls were filled to the brim and placed on the small wooden table, emitting steam and a delightful aroma. Each bowl was heaped generously, and there was still more in the pot. Wow, so many dumplings. Chen and I licked her lips, her eyes squinting with joy. They're quite hot. Let them cool for a while, Tong Qian advised. Gazing at the steaming dumplings on the table and the smiles on her daughter's faces, Tong Qian felt a surge of happiness, yet a shadow of concern loomed over her. It was rather extravagant. 3 pounds of pork could have been saved to purchase a substantial amount of rice. She counted on her fingers, calculating the household finances, and recalled that they still owed the production team 37 yuan and 50 cents. Only after repaying the debt could they feel unburdened, with ample grain in the rice jar, and peace in their hearts. You always accuse me of being overly frugal, yet you're quite stingy yourself, Chen Hao remarked. It's just 30-some yuan. You constantly fret over it. I've told you, I'll take care of everything, so don't worry about finances. As he spoke, Chen Hao rummaged through his pocket and produced a bulging envelope, tossing it to Tong Qian. What is this? Tong Qian asked, perplexed. Upon opening the envelope, she gasped, inhaling sharply. The colorful assortment was all money, coins of 1 jiao, 2 jiao, 1 yuan, 2 yuan, and even 10 yuan notes. Where on earth did you find such a fortune? Tong Qian inquired, instinctively believing the money was discovered rather than earned. A cursory glance revealed 5 or 6 10 yuan notes. My goodness, she exclaimed, rising to double-check the door, ensuring it was securely locked, then scanning the room before she felt at ease. I found it in the mountains, Chen Hao said, testing the temperature of the dumplings, deeming them cool enough to eat. Go ahead, take small bites. The 2 children, already armed with chopsticks, eagerly dug in, exclaiming how delicious it was, their hands flailing in excitement. Tong Qian, however, was preoccupied with counting the money, which totaled 89 yuan and 56 cents. For a family living in stark conditions, this sum was monumental. She neatly arranged the bills back into the envelope and handed it to Chen Hao. What do you want to do with this? Chen Hao asked, puzzled. Surely you don't believe I picked up someone else's money? I certainly don't believe that. If it were someone else's, they would have been shouting about it. This is no small amount, Tong Qian replied. You are the head of the household. This money should rightfully belong to you. Chen Hao felt a mix of emotions upon witnessing Tong Qian's serious demeanor. This foolish woman, he thought. Wife, you are truly wonderful. He gazed at Tong Qian with deep affection. The sudden confession caught Tong Qian off guard, her face flushing instantly. After so many years of marriage and with 2 children, Chen Hao had never expressed his feelings so openly. Yet in recent days, he had been showering her with sweet words. It was all too sudden, reminiscent of their wedding night, an overwhelming sensation. The children are still here, were you saying? She chided, feeling both bashful and unembarrassed, yet her heart brimmed with sweetness. Keep this money. I will earn even more in the future, Chen Hao declared, pocketing 5 yuan and returning the remainder to Tong Qian. Tong Qian was astonished by this gesture. Typically, Chen Hao would ask her for money, but now he was willingly entrusting her with it. She felt a surge of joy. After finishing the dumplings, however, Tong Qian's demeanor shifted. She ushered Chen Hao and the children out, insisting she needed to find a hiding place for the money. No one must see, she declared, transforming into a little woman. In the following days, Chen Hao ventured into the mountains each dawn to gather mushrooms. On the second day, he returned with 107 yuan and 31 cents. The third day brought in 121 yuan and 57 cents, while the fourth day yielded 98 yuan and 35 cents. for an entire week. The influx of money was a delightful surprise, but as the days passed, Tong Qian began to feel numb to the frequency of the amounts. Their savings had swelled to over 600 yuan. Inside their home, Tong Qian quietly asked, "What exactly are you doing to bring back such substantial amounts?" Sometimes over 100 yuan, and even when less, it's still a significant sum. The initial thrill had morphed into apprehension, fearing Chen Hao might be involved in illicit activities. "Isn't there a forest behind the village? I collect mushrooms and sell them at the county," Chen Hao replied. "Mushrooms are worth that much?" Tong Qian was astonished. She had seen them before, even cooked them, but the flavor had not been particularly appealing. "They sell for 8 yuan a pound," Chen Hao explained. "That's the regular price. When I sell them at the county without receipts, I get 10 yuan per pound. These are mountain delicacies. Once the price is deregulated, they can fetch 20 to 30 yuan per pound. Initially, the prices were high due to scarcity, but once they started being cultivated in abundance, the prices dropped, making them affordable for the average person. I trade the mushrooms for meat, flour, and other essentials with residents, and they're very much in demand." "So expensive," Tong Qian gasped, utterly surprised that something so commonly found in the mountains could command such a price. "Rare items fetch high prices. There are hardly any mushrooms left in the forest behind the village. I must think of other ways to earn money." After a week of diligent foraging, Chen Hao had picked all the fresh mushrooms, and even the older ones were now depleted. Earning over 600 yuan had provided a temporary cushion for their family's finances. "That should suffice for now," Tong Qian mused, though a hint of disappointment flickered within her. "Let us keep working hard. Our lives will surely improve." 600 yuan was already a substantial sum in her eyes. "You're short-sighted," Chen Hao chastised. "This paltry sum barely fills the gaps. We need to repair the house, buy a television, and ensure our children receive proper nutrition as they grow." At this point, Chen Hao abruptly paused, gazing intently at Tong Qian. "Why are you staring at me?" Tong Qian felt her face heat up under his scrutiny. "I owe you the most," Chen Hao admitted, filled with remorse. "I must buy you beautiful clothes and lovely jewelry, so you can become a wealthy woman, free from worries about finances." Chapter 5. Daddy, I really like you. Despite being reborn and able to rectify some regrets, many experiences could not be undone. During her pregnancies, Tong Qian had toiled with a heavy belly, and after giving birth, she barely rested during the confinement period before resuming her household responsibilities. "It's good that you can turn over a new leaf," Tong Qian comforted him. "Everyone makes mistakes at some point." Warmth filled her heart. They had finally reached a point of clarity after enduring hardships together. As they conversed inside, a voice called from outside. "Chen Hao, tomorrow is market day. Would you like to join me at the market? If you're short on cash, I can lend you a few jiao." It was Chen Dagong, who had previously suffered a loss at the rice field and had come to regain his dignity. The market, a rural trading hub, attracted many villagers who gathered to exchange goods. From homegrown fruits and vegetables to raised chickens and ducks, handmade crafts, and even surplus food tickets, meat tickets, and cloth tickets, there was a plethora of items for sale. "Daddy, I want to go to the market." Chen and I, playing outside, perked up at the mention of the market. After a moment, she waved her hand, adding, "I won't spend any money. I'll just look around." She emphasized her point, fearing Chen Hao would not take her along. The understanding exhibited by the children is both heartwarming and poignant. "Tomorrow, our family shall venture to the market, intending to procure a few items." Chen Hao, the father, reflects on the simplicity of a child's joy. The mere presence of parents and the occasional sweet treat can elicit prolonged happiness. In his past life, he had failed to provide even this minimal comfort. "Father, you are truly wonderful. I adore you." Chen and I exclaimed joyfully, leaping up to embrace Chen Hao. "I want a hug too." Chen Xiaoduo, witnessing this, hurried over and clasped onto Chen Hao's other leg. "Do you have enough money at home to buy anything?" Chen Dagong scoffed. "At your age, being this destitute is quite a feat. If I were in your position, I would be too ashamed to attend the market. It's not just my own dignity at stake, but the burden extends to my children as well. There is so much to see, yet so little that can be purchased." His intention was to belittle Chen Hao, but he was taken aback to discover that Chen Hao genuinely intended to take his family to the market. With such poverty, what purpose would it serve? "I must share this news far and wide. It's a rare sight indeed to see Chen Hao accompanying his wife and 2 daughters to the market, something that hasn't occurred in many years," Chen Dagong chuckled. Chen Hao, however, paid him no mind. He was on an entirely different level. And Xiao duo roamed the village, seeking out other children to play with, boasting incessantly about their father taking them to the market. "Is your father taking you too?" Other children clamored, and soon the village echoed with their excitement. The movement of people was heavily restricted. Any unfamiliar face would elicit a throng of curious gazes. Yet, Children playing in the village posed no cause for concern. They were free to roam. Chen Hao squatted at the threshold of his home, gazing at a small vegetable garden, his family's private plot of land, modest in size, measuring only 133 square meters. Half of it was cultivated with cabbage, while the other half housed radishes. Nestled in a corner against the earthen embankment, there were also some flourishing loofahs. Most of the farmland belonged to the collective, with the produce required to fulfill public grain quotas and other collective obligations, leaving only a modest share for individual members. Each household was allocated approximately 2 mu of private land, where they could decide what to plant. And the yields from this land supplemented their household income. "Shall we sell some cabbage at the market tomorrow?" Tong Qian inquired as she approached. "But cabbage only fetches 2 cents a gene. How much profit can we possibly make?" Chen Hao shook his head. "Cheap prices harm farmers, especially in a planned economy." "Then why do you keep staring at the cabbage?" Tong Qian asked, perplexed by his fixation. "I intend to uproot these cabbages," Chen Hao replied. "You're speaking nonsense. You're not a pig to be foraging for cabbage." Tong Qian shot him a bemused glance, dismissing his words as mere jest. Yet, Chen Hao was indeed serious. He planned to utilize the cabbages and radishes from this plot. The constraints of individual economic endeavors were significant, but there were still avenues to explore, particularly with this private land. Wild mushrooms could be sold at a high price due to their rarity, but once cultivated varieties began to flood the market in the 1990s, prices would undoubtedly plummet. Conversely, if vegetables like cabbage, cucumbers, and tomatoes were scarce in the market, being able to provide them would elevate their worth. Vegetables grown in private plots could be sold openly, allowing for profit without the risk of being accused of speculation. The children were abuzz with excitement long into the night, falling asleep later than usual. The following morning, the family arose early. "Let us prepare some porridge before heading to the market," Tong Qian suggested. "We'll get to the market before breakfast." Chen Hao waved his hand dismissively. "With a little money, you're just going to squander it," Tong Qian grumbled. Though she voiced no objections, there was a part of her that found joy in his assertiveness. The family of 4 locked their door and set off to the market. Along the way, they encountered many villagers, including some from their own production team, yet they did not encounter Chen Dagong. The market was 5 li away, and upon arrival, they found themselves amidst a sea of people, the atmosphere bustling and vibrant. Villagers from the entire commune, and even from neighboring communes in the county, flocked to the market. "Would you like some baked buns?" An elderly man approached quietly, casting furtive glances around. He held a bamboo basket covered with coarse cloth. Transactions involving grain and oil were prohibited at the market, yet some individuals continued to engage in clandestine sales. "I'll take 4, Chen Hao said. "All right. They're still warm. That'll be 4 dimes. The old man lifted the coarse cloth and retrieved 4 baked buns. Chen Hao paid him, and the man happily accepted the coins before moving on. "That's rather expensive. A gene of flour costs just 8 dimes, enough to make 8 buns. At this rate, one could profit over 6 dimes per gene of flour," Tong Qian remarked, finding the price exorbitant. Indeed, when calculated for profit margin, it was quite substantial, with a gross profit margin of 700. Normally, a baked bun would cost only 2 or 3 cents. But the risk of selling without a receipt in the market made the profit sky high, as fines could be severe if caught. "Today, listen to me. Don't hesitate to spend," Chen Hao insisted firmly. While Tong Qian had previously disliked his assertiveness, today it filled her with delight. Holding the hand of their eldest, she walked alongside Chen Hao, who cradled their youngest, as they sought out those selling tickets, purchasing meat and cloth tickets, along with various other essential items. The sellers of these tickets represented a melange of backgrounds, ordinary villagers from both the countryside and the city, as well as ticket speculators. Rarely seen, they all emerged at the market, with tickets in hand. The family proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative to acquire some fabric and a few assorted goods before making their way home. Many villagers had already returned, gathering at the village entrance, and Chen Dagong was among them, not in a hurry to get home. "What fine treasures did you bring back from the market?" one villager inquired. "I bought some meat," Chen Dagong replied, lifting the bundle tied with dried straw, conspicuously displayed in his hand. It must weigh nearly half a gene. To have procured so much meat before the new year was quite a rarity, indeed a sign of prosperity. Few in the village returned from the market with such a bounty. "Not only meat, I also got a foot of cloth," he added, producing the fabric. Casting a glance around, he asked, "Have you seen Chen Hao?" Chapter 6. Iron buckets, 3 yuan each. After eating porridge at home to fill his belly, Chen Dagong set off for the market. With so many people present, he did not encounter Chen Hao, which left him feeling regretful. He had hoped to flaunt his half-gene of pork and a foot of cloth before Chen Hao, believing it would ease his heart. Thus, he lingered at the village entrance, eager to learn of Chen Hao's whereabouts. He must have gone to the market. Indeed, I saw his whole family heading there early this morning. I spotted them in line for fabric at the market. However, Chen Dagong remained skeptical. He believed Chen Hao's family was far too impoverished to afford fabric. Surely, they did not even possess a single fabric ticket, and even if they had the money, acquiring fabric would be impossible. He firmly believed that the villagers must have misidentified the person. Either that individual was not Chen Hao, or Chen Hao had merely gone to observe. He found a spot at the village entrance to sit down and engage in conversation with the other villagers, determined to wait for Chen Hao's family to return. What a splendid girl Tong Qian is, a city dweller turned countryside youth, yet her family endures such hardship. One person sighed, remarking, had she chosen a gang back then, her life would undoubtedly be much easier. The gang is an exceptional worker, always eager to labor regardless of wind or rain. Another villager nodded in agreement. He consistently earns a full 10 work points daily, with no deductions. And during the busy farming season, he can even accumulate 12 work points. On market days, the work isn't as pressing, and many gather at the village entrance to chat, partly for relaxation, and partly to see what others have purchased at the market, as they themselves may not be able to afford anything. It is a pleasure to indulge in a visual feast. Hearing the compliments directed at him, Chen Dagong felt elated, unable to suppress the corners of his mouth from curling upwards. We are all from the same production team, and I am of a similar age to Chen Hao. Truly, I do not wish to criticize him. It is unseemly to speak ill of others behind their backs, Chen Dagong remarked. However, if I say nothing, my conscience cannot abide it. His lackadaisical attitude towards work has a detrimental influence, tarnishing the reputation of our Hongqi production team. He is neither ill nor elderly, fully capable with both arms and legs, yet he has become a burden. If others follow his example, how can production continue? After sitting at the village entrance for more than half an hour, his arm, which held the meat, began to ache, but at last, he caught sight of Chen Hao's family returning. The family of 4 was carrying various items. Chen Hao held a bamboo basket, seemingly filled with goods, while Tong Qian carried a tin bucket. The 2 children each held a candied hawthorn stick. Chen Hao's family is back, someone exclaimed, rising as they approached, their hands laden as if they had made substantial purchases. Chen Dagong abruptly stood up, his gaze fixed on Chen Hao's family as they drew nearer, his expression darkening. He had expected them to return empty-handed, merely seeking to join in the excitement, but was astonished to see they had bought quite a few things. To say nothing of the other items, Tong Qian's tin bucket alone cost 3 yuan. Such a luxury was typically reserved for city dwellers. Most rural families used wooden buckets. Did you buy that at the market? A villager inquired as the family reached the village entrance. Yes, it was 3 yuan each. I said I wouldn't buy it. But my husband insisted, claiming it would be convenient for watering. Tong Qian replied, we need buckets for fetching water and watering our private plots. The tin bucket is visually appealing, sturdy, and much lighter than wooden ones. Your husband is quite thoughtful, the villagers complimented. Many gathered around, eager to see the tin bucket. Is it soap I see inside? A young woman asked, spotting the contents of the bucket. Inside lay a bar of soap and a box of matches. Soap, also known as FAEZ, required a ticket and was rather expensive at 4 jiao apiece. It was rare for village households to possess it. A box of matches contained 10 packs, amounting to 2 jiao, which averages out to just 2 fun per box. Matches were common in every household, but it was uncommon to buy 10 boxes at once. It's soap. I told him not to buy it, but he insisted, saying it would be nice to use for washing, Tong Qian explained. Several young women were fascinated, repeatedly inhaling its fragrance. It smells wonderful. I told my husband I wanted to buy soap, but he said it was a waste of money. He never considers that when I wash. It's for him to enjoy. Your husband is truly wonderful. The group of young women and older sisters took turns smelling the soap, utterly enamored and envious. Many people bathed with only plain water, while those who were more particular used some lye. Yet, no matter what, it could not compare to soap. That bamboo basket is a good purchase. Is there cloth inside? Someone noted, observing the contents of Chen Hao's basket. The bamboo basket was not particularly rare, nor did it require a ticket. Many families owned one, but it contained several items. I bought 10 feet of cloth to make outfits for the 2 kids. Chen Hao smiled. I had intended to buy ready-made clothes, but none were available at the market. So I had to get some fabric to take home for my wife to sew. The couple found themselves surrounded by numerous villagers. As they faced the inquiries of the crowd, Tong Qian patiently answered, her mouth somewhat dry, yet her heart brimmed with happiness. Their improved circumstances were all thanks to her husband. I said I wouldn't buy it, but he is so concerned for the children that he insisted on getting this much fabric. My husband manages the household. 2 candy hawthorns are enough for the kids. Yet he insisted on getting 2. When I voiced my opinion, he even scolded me. Tong Qian responded to the villagers' questions, her words imbued with happiness. Even the two children were surrounded by many other kids, who gazed at them with envy. "The gang, weren't you looking for Chen Hao earlier? Now that he is here, why don't you go over and say a few words?" Someone recalled Chen De Gang's earlier remarks. Chen Hao glanced at Chen De Gang within the crowd. "Did you need something?" "Oh, it's nothing. I was just asking casually." Chen De Gang hastily replied, "I have matters at home, so I must take my leave." He hurried away, unwilling to linger even a moment longer. After spending some time at the village entrance, the family finally returned home. Ni and Xiao duo, clutching their candied hawthorns, went out to play, trailed by a throng of little ones, clearly assuming the role of the village's big sister. Inside, Tong Qian was organizing the items they had just purchased. Chen Hao sat on a stone at the door, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracting one and lighting it. The Big Rooster brand, costing 1 yuan and 50 cents per pack, was a luxury in the countryside. Villagers typically smoked dry tobacco or bought some tobacco, leaves to roll their own. 10 feet of cloth, enough for each child to have a set of clothes. With some leftover, Tong Qian mused as she rummaged through the fabric, "I'll sew you a pair of long pants." Their household had never purchased so much fabric before. As she felt the material, her heart swelled with joy. "As a grown man, I can wear anything." Chen Hao shook his head. "You and the children should come first. That one tea do. You are the head of the family and must have clothes that are presentable." Tong Qian insisted, "Your dignity is my dignity." In this regard, Tong Qian held her own views. Chen Hao did not continue to argue, exhaling a puff of smoke. "Give me 50 yuan, and I will go find a team leader." The private plots could be managed freely, but for certain production materials, assistance from the team leader was necessary. "By the way, you have a mosquito on your face. Oh, and bring me another pack of Big Rooster cigarettes," Chen Hao added. At the market, he had bought several packs of Big Rooster cigarettes, not solely for his own use, but also to maintain social ties. While 1 yuan and 50 cents per pack might seem inconsequential in the city, in the countryside, it was a valuable commodity. "All right," Tong Qian replied. "You stand outside while I get the money." As Chen Hao stared at the tightly shut wooden door, he felt speechless. This woman, she has been thoroughly inspected from top to bottom, yet she fears being seen in the place where she hides the money. Women seem to enjoy concealing their treasures, while men were more interested in discovering where they were hidden. A few minutes later, Tong Qian emerged with 50 yuan and a pack of Big Rooster cigarettes, which she handed to Chen Hao. Outside the village, he found team leader Chen Ziqiang, who was busy harvesting Raimi. While Raimi was considered a side business for the team, it hardly generated much income. Other villagers were also engrossed in their work nearby. "Team leader, here, have a cigarette and take a break." Chen Hao approached, extracting a packet of Big Rooster cigarettes from his pocket, and extended one to Chen Ziqiang. In his 40s, Chen Ziqiang had a sun-kissed complexion and a lean physique. He was swift in his tasks and initially intended to ignore Chen Hao, but upon noticing the brand of cigarette being offered, he paused his work. "You're quite something. Already smoking commercial cigarettes," Chen Ziqiang remarked as he accepted the Big Rooster. Cigarettes were categorized into 5 grades: A, B, C, D, and E. The cigarettes supplied to the rural areas required a ticket and consisted only of the 2 lowest grades, D and E. It was noteworthy that even during festive occasions, presenting a Big Rooster cigarette was a matter of considerable pride. "Hey, Captain Shun, there is a pack of cigarettes in the grass by your feet. You must have dropped it," Chen Hao suddenly pointed out. In the grass lay an unopened pack of Big Rooster cigarettes. "This isn't mine," Chen Ziqiang said in surprise, picking up the cigarettes and murmuring to himself. The pack was intact, unsealed. He glanced around, observing that everyone else was engrossed in their work, with Chen Hao standing closest to him. "It must belong to you." Chen Hao chuckled. "It's right by your feet. It didn't tea just fall out of your pocket, did it?" "Surely, I would tea have tossed it on purpose." He retrieved a matchstick, lighting Chen Ziqiang's cigarette before igniting his own. Realizing the situation, Chen Ziqiang grinned and tucked the pack of Big Rooster away. "You focus on your work. I'll mark you down for a full day's worth of points, 10 points. Just be on time and don't leave early. You'll get 10 points every day." He assumed that Chen Hao was seeking a favor, hoping for a little leniency. After taking a satisfying drag from his cigarette, Chen Ziqiang advised, "Don't be idle all day. Work diligently and make a good life for yourself. Isn't that the way to go? Although I am the captain, with so many eyes on me, I can't be too partial." "Captain, that is not why I came to see you," Chen Hao interjected. "We still don't have electricity at home. Could you please speak to the electrician from the brigade and have him run a wire to connect our power?" The production team lacked its own electrician. That responsibility fell to the brigade. For agricultural machinery repairs or wiring needs, it was the brigade's electrician who handled such matters. "Your family is in such dire straits. Why would you need electricity?" Chen Ziqiang was astonished. Electricity costs 0.25 yuan per kilowatt, and many families with better conditions than yours still don't have power. Half the village still relied on kerosene lamps. It's too expensive. At 0.25 yuan per kilowatt, it's pricier than in the city, where it's only 0.20 yuan. The city's electricity infrastructure is funded by the government, while in the countryside, villagers must cover the costs of transformers and wiring, which gets added to the electricity bill. You hardly use any power. It's not about the money, Chen Hao replied. Once we have electricity, our home will be brighter, and it will be much more convenient for my wife and children. Money is not saved, it is earned. The key is to increase income. Fine, if you want electricity, I'll speak to the brigade's electrician, Chen Ziqiang conceded. He hesitated to push Chen Hao further, recognizing that it was a personal matter. However, he found it perplexing that Chen Hao, who often neglected his family and had been known to mistreat his wife and children, would seek to bring electricity into their home for their convenience. Just then, a sharp voice interrupted, declaring that they could not provide electricity to his home. The speaker was Wang Hongmei, the team's scorekeeper, a woman in her 30s who, while not conventionally attractive, possessed a certain plumpness that was deemed an asset in the village. What business is it of yours whether my family has electricity? Chen Hao retorted bluntly. He held no fondness for Wang Hongmei, who, envious of his wife's beauty, often made life difficult for them by deliberately underreporting work points. In his past life, he had failed to stand up for his wife. In this life, he was determined to reclaim that dignity. Your household is in debt to the team and has yet to repay it. How can you afford electricity without settling your debts? Wang Hongmei replied. I came to speak with the captain about repaying the debt, Chen Hao countered. As the two argued, several workers paused their tasks to observe, as such disputes provided a rare source of entertainment. Everyone knows your situation. Unless you sell your wife, there's no way you could repay it, Wang Hongmei jeered, her loud voice seeming to amplify her sense of righteousness. The villagers nodded in agreement, skeptical of Chen Hao's financial standing. Who knows my situation better than I do? Chen Hao finished his cigarette. If I had the money, even a sow would climb a tree, Wang Hongmei remarked, disbelieving. Before you even think of electricity, your family is in dire poverty. Don't rush. You can repay by the end of the year, Captain Chen Ziqiang interjected. It's not about the money. Chen Hao reached into his pocket, pulling out cash. Here, Captain, count it and see if the amount is correct. It was 37.50 yuan, 3 large bills, and some change. All quite noticeable. The villagers, including Chen Ziqiang and Wang Hongmei, were astonished that Chen Hao had produced such a sum. What a surprise hidden in his pocket. Yes, this is the correct amount, Chen Ziqiang confirmed, momentarily taken aback as he counted. They couldn't comprehend how Chen Hao, who had been smoking Big Rooster cigarettes, could suddenly repay his debts in full. It must be stolen, Wang Hongmei scoffed. Everyone should hurry home and check to see if they're missing any money. Chen Hao stepped closer. Slap. He delivered 2 swift slaps to her face. What was that for? Wang Hongmei exclaimed, her face stinging. As the scorekeeper, she was accustomed to respect, and no one dared to offend her so brazenly. Yet, here she was struck twice by Chen Hao. There's a mosquito on your face. I was helping you, Chen Hao replied coolly. You're blind if you didn't see it. I have sharp eyes and caught it flying from your left cheek to your right. I was merely trying to help you with your mosquito problem. Why are you blaming me? He fixed his gaze on Wang Hongmei. Do you enjoy being bitten so much? A few nearby women, aware of the dynamics, chuckled. They were not fond of Wang Hongmei's pretentiousness, feeling their husbands' eyes straying toward her. However, they only dared to speak of it in private, for offending the scorekeeper could cost them dearly in points at year-end settlements. Chen Hao had given voice to their frustrations. Captain, aren't you going to do something? He hit me, Wang Hongmei protested. Didn't he mean to? Didn't he say he was just helping with mosquitoes? Chen Ziqiang found himself in a difficult position, unwilling to get embroiled in the dispute. The crux of the matter lies in his observation that Chen Hao had undergone a transformation. Whereas previously Chen Hao had shirked his work without resorting to violence, he now delivered 2 sharp slaps. He had owed the team over 30 yuan, which he repaid in a single transaction. His gestures, tone, and demeanor bore a striking resemblance to those of the leaders within the commune. And even the cadre from the brigade seemed somewhat inferior when compared to him. It was indeed a peculiar situation. Captain Chen, I have another matter that requires your assistance. Chen Hao articulated his primary objective. I intend to tend to my private plot. Yet I am short on materials and would appreciate it if you could procure some supplies from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The Grassroots Supply and Marketing Cooperative had a storefront for agricultural materials where fertilizers, seeds, hose, and agricultural plastic films could all be purchased. It was considerably easier for the production team to make such purchases than for an individual. Chen Hao rummaged through his pocket and handed a piece of paper to Chen Ziqiang. The paper contained a list of materials, including bamboo, straw mats, plastic film, and cucumber seeds. It's already September. What do you need cucumber seeds for? Chen Ziqiang inquired, taken aback. Cucumber seeds are typically sown in April, with the harvest in August. The brigade had also cultivated cucumbers, some of which were sold and distributed among the team members, and the vines were nearly withered. Yet here was Chen Hao, intent on buying cucumber seeds? To buy seeds is to sow them. Chen Hao explained, enough for an acre will suffice. He was planning to establish a greenhouse. The technique for greenhouse cultivation would not become widespread until the 1990s. Not a single commune possessed a greenhouse, and even countywide, they were non-existent. This exemplified the advantages of possessing superior information. Speculation, at its core, also stemmed from information asymmetry, though it lacked the safety net that Chen Hao had. Sowing cucumbers in September? Surely you jest. If you can indeed grow cucumbers, I shall consume them all, Wang Hongmei teased. The others remained silent, yet their expressions conveyed a similar sentiment. Cucumbers were not a vegetable suited for this season. How presumptuous of you, Chen Hao retorted, glancing at Wang Hongmei. Isn't your man's appetite sufficient, that you wish to devour mine as well? This elicited laughter from the surrounding women. Chen Hao is indeed amusing, adept at retorting. Even if you manage to germinate the seeds in September, they will not grow, let alone bear fruit, Chen Ziqiang kindly cautioned. If you must plant, consider an alternative. Several other villagers chimed in, expressing their disapproval of Chen Hao's actions, deeming them nonsensical. Captain, you ought to heed my advice, Chen Hao insisted. I shall personally cover the costs of these agricultural materials. Should there be any loss, it shall be my own. Saying this, he retrieved another 10 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Chen Ziqiang, adding that he would compensate any additional expenses later. Seeing Chen Hao's determination, Chen Ziqiang refrained from further objections. Tomorrow, I shall visit the agricultural materials store at the supply and marketing cooperative to procure these items for you. Having received the funds and acknowledged Chen Hao's commitment to bear any losses, he felt compelled to acquiesce. Whose private plot shall I cultivate? I will pay 50 yuan for the privilege, Chen Hao declared, addressing the gathering villagers. A mere work point was worth 5 fun, thus. 50 yuan equated to 1,000 work points, pure profit indeed. You must be deceiving us. Can you truly afford 50 yuan? Wang Hongmei retorted, still lingering. Her words echoed the concerns of many villagers. Rural affairs often defied certainty. Plots of land could change hands unexpectedly, leading to disputes between production teams and amongst team members over private plots and residential land. Let us formalize this in writing, Chen Hao proposed. Should anyone agree, we can sign a mutual agreement, and I can advance 20 yuan immediately. With that, he departed for home, leaving the villagers to continue their discourse. Is Chen Hao truly intent on planting cucumbers in this frigid weather? Is it even feasible to grow them? The opinions varied, but many recalled his previous idleness and now perceived him as somewhat deranged. Seasoned farmers, well-versed in the timing of sowing, rainfall, and fertilization, regarded Chen Hao's plans to plant cucumbers in the cold as sheer folly. Upon arriving home, he encountered 2 children, along with other village youngsters, carrying pigweed. He approached his youngest daughter, Chen Xiaoduo, who at 3 years old, was still petite and weak, yet was struggling with a dense bundle of pigweed that obscured her face. She collided with Chen Hao's leg. I'm sorry, I'll bow, Chen Xiaoduo mumbled, bending to perform a small bow before attempting to continue on her way. Chen Hao playfully obstructed her path, repeating the maneuver multiple times. The little girl, frustrated, stamped her foot. If you keep blocking me, I'll hit you. Put down the pigweed and see who I am. Chen Hao chuckled. Chen Xiaoduo set down the pigweed, looked up, and joyfully exclaimed, Daddy, I've gathered a lot of pigweed with my sister. Well done. Chen Hao praised. I've collected quite a bit too. This much pigweed should earn us 3 work points, chimed in Chen and I. Mom said if I earn enough work points and money, I can go to school next year. We started eating dumplings at home, bought cloth, and even saved some money. However, I had little comprehension of these matters, still preoccupied with the notion of earning work points and money for school. Many children her age had already commenced their studies, which made Chen and I envious. Next year, you will also go to school, and I will get you a backpack, Chen Hao assured her. After delivering the pigweed to the production team's pig pen, Chen Hao returned home, carrying the smaller bundle while holding the larger one by the hand. As darkness fell, the brigade's electrician arrived. With a pull of wires, he threaded them through the earthen walls, looping them around wooden beams, installing light sockets, and affixing bulbs. 2 25-watt bulbs were installed, one in the kitchen and one in the living quarters. 1 bulb is sufficient. What more does the kitchen need? Tong Qian observed the 2 glowing bulbs and softly complained, electricity is quite costly, $2.50 per kilowatt. Other households only installed 15-watt bulbs. Even the Captain's family uses 15-watt bulbs. The children gazed up in wonder and delight at the illuminated bulbs. Tong Qian sat on the bed, sewing shoe soles. Chapter 9. You are truly being reckless. Low wattage can strain the eyes. The children are still small, and will need to do homework at home next year. Her eyesight must be protected, Chen Hao asserted. Both overly bright and overly dim lighting can be detrimental to the eyes. There is no need for 2 bulbs. The kitchen isn't to use frequently, Tong Qian replied, working the needle skillfully with a thimble. She was crafting cloth shoes for winter, which were thicker. The kitchen should have a door, Chen Hao contemplated. Realizing the children were growing and more aware of their surroundings, certain matters needed to be kept from them. Tong Qian glanced at her husband. After a moment, realization dawned on her, and her face flushed with embarrassment as she spat out a retort. Tomorrow, I am going to school, and Daddy promised to buy me a backpack. You'll be 7 next year. It is indeed time for you to start school, Tong Qian nodded. I want to go to school too, and have a backpack. Chen Hao chimed in, her small face brimming with determination. You can only go when you're as tall as your sister. You need to eat more, Tong Qian replied, in order to ensure that women can attend work. Each brigade has established kindergartens, though they are now referred to as U-home classes. The political significance outweighs the practical implications, and the quality of education is abysmal. What is purported to be preschool education resembles little more than playtime with the children. After exchanging a few words with her family indoors, Tong Qian ventured into the kitchen to prepare dinner. She cooked 3 dishes, a stir-fried cabbage with lard, fried pork cracklings, and scrambled eggs with green peppers. The aroma was delightful. I want to eat. I want to grow tall, exclaimed the 2 children, gleefully perched on their small stools. Just then, voices from outside caught their attention. Has the electric light been installed in your home? It certainly looks bright. A neighbor had come to visit, Lu Guolan, a woman in her 50s. However, in terms of familial hierarchy, Chen Hao and Tong Qian were required to address her as Sanpa. Sanpa, come in and have a seat, Tong Qian greeted her warmly. It was mealtime, and Lu Guolan entered with a bowl of thin porridge, containing only a few cabbage leaves and devoid of any oil. Upon entering, her gaze first fell upon the light bulb overhead, and then she noticed the spread on the wooden table. She was taken aback. There was a substantial amount of rice, and 3 dishes. While cabbage was quite common at this time of year, it was the addition of fried pork cracklings and scrambled eggs with green peppers that astonished her. She swallowed hard. The scent wafting through the air was tantalizing. Sanpa, come, try these fried pork cracklings. They're still warm, Chen Hao urged. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Guolan accepted 3 pieces of cracklings, exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then took her leave. Not far down the path, she encountered other women from the village, elders, middle-aged sisters and younger wives, who loved to chat, be it during work or leisure, their tongues never ceasing. Did you ask? Is it true that Chen Hao claimed he would receive 50 yuan for cultivating 2 cents of land? One middle-aged sister inquired eagerly upon seeing Lu Guolan approach. The others turned their attention to her, aware that Lu Guolan had visited Chen Hao's home to ascertain the veracity of his claims. Surely it's false. Do you really believe Chen Hao's words? Wang Hongmei interjected, her voice tinged with skepticism. Her face was slightly puffy, a result of a recent altercation with Chen Hao. In our Hongqi production team, we have no side occupations. A work point earns merely 5 cents. And even a strong labor might only accumulate 3,000 to 4,000 work points throughout the year. 50 yuan equates to 1,000 work points. What kind of fortune does he have? Her frustration was palpable, and after being struck by Chen Hao, her cheeks had swollen, making even speaking a challenge. The most infuriating part was returning home to seek support from her husband, only to find him a coward, unwilling to confront Chen Hao. I forgot to ask, Lu Guolan admitted, but it didn't seem like a fabrication. They were just having dinner, with 3 dishes, lard-fried cabbage, pork cracklings, and scrambled eggs with green peppers. They had a full bowl of rice. It looked quite filling. As she spoke, Lu Guolan rummaged through her bowl, revealing 2 pieces of pork cracklings. I had one. It tasted quite good. I'll take these 2 home for my grandson. Even just 3 pieces of cracklings, she was reluctant to consume all at once. What's so special about pork cracklings? It's not like no one has ever had them, Wang Hongmei remarked dismissively. Yes, we've had them, but it's not the same. We only get pork cracklings during the New Year, and even then, the portions are small. Chen Hao's household seems to have a half kilogram of them. Lu Guolan replied with exaggerated astonishment. And those scrambled eggs with green peppers. There must be 2 eggs in there. 1 egg sells for 3 cents. Some villagers raise chickens and ducks, but they are reluctant to use the eggs for their own meals. They usually save them to sell at the market, only keeping 1 or 2 for their grandchildren. Chen Hao's family, however, is extravagantly using 2 eggs in their dish. As Lu Guolan vividly described the meal, many of the villagers, bowls in hand, found themselves salivating. In these times, villagers were most lacking in oil and fat. He even approached the team leader to have the brigade's electrician wire electricity to his home. Did he actually manage to get the light bulbs installed? One young wife inquired. Yes, indeed. 2 bulbs, one in the room and one in the kitchen, both with a decent wattage, probably around 25 watts, Lu Guilin confirmed. He even went to the market to buy a number of goods. The prospect of receiving 50 yuan for cultivating his land might just be true, someone else speculated. Having electricity and a diet that included meat, along with the luxury of a tin bucket, indicated a rather comfortable life. Many villagers had likely never seen such prosperity. Weren't we told he was idle, not working properly, and that his family owed money to the brigade? How has he suddenly come into money? Another villager asked, curiosity piqued. There's nothing strange about it. It must be Tong Qian supporting him. Though she is settled in the brigade and married Chen Hao, her family is in the city, and it's likely they are providing assistance. Wang Hongmei retorted indignantly. What is so remarkable about that? So what if she is from the city? She is married into the countryside and can't return. She is stuck here, raising a family. A few handouts won't change much. After a short while of flaunting her good fortune, things will revert to the norm. Others agreed with Wang Hongmei's sentiment. Within just a few days, the news of Chen Hao receiving 50 yuan for cultivating land spread throughout the production team. However, to Chen Hao's surprise, while many came to inquire indirectly, only one family was ultimately willing to let him cultivate their land. This family, a designated 5 guarantees household, comprised an elderly couple and their son afflicted with polio. There was no strong laborer among them. Chen Hao and the head of that household, Chen Tianfu, signed an agreement in the team leader's home, pressing their fingerprints, and in the presence of the leader, Chen Hao handed over 20 yuan to Chen Tianfu. The 2 cents of land now belonged to Chen Hao. The items you requested will be collected from the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow. I'll have them transported back with a bullock cart, Chen Ziqiang assured. You're being foolish. It's getting colder, and cucumbers won't grow in this season. Even if they did, it wouldn't cover the 50 yuan you're giving away, he cautioned. 50 yuan is no small sum. A work point appears to be worth 5 cents, and a strong laborer might earn around 150 yuan in work points annually. While that seems decent, one must account for food, oil, and firewood costs, leaving only a few dozen yuan in hand. The grain one grows still requires purchasing from the collective for sustenance. You should reconsider. It's not too late to back out now, Chen Ziqiang urged, eyeing Chen Hao. The production materials haven't even been collected yet, and the money you've given hasn't been spent. I can talk to them. You can still withdraw. In a few days, it might truly be too late. Now that your family is slightly better off, you ought to work diligently. With so many people in the production team, no one is optimistic about this venture. Many have been discussing it lately, but no one holds hope. Even skilled agriculturalists deem it foolish to plant cucumbers at this time of year. Chen Hao is bound to incur losses. Even if I incur losses and the cucumbers do not yield, I will still pay the 50 yuan per year without fail. Chen Hao asserted, signing his name and pressing his thumbprint. He was acutely aware of the viability of greenhouse cultivation. It is undoubtedly feasible. The only reason the villagers are skeptical is that the technology for greenhouse farming has yet to become widespread. It wasn't until 1989, a full 14 years later, that Shouguang, renowned as the hometown of vegetable greenhouses, would commence the cultivation of greenhouse vegetables. In other regions across the nation, the promotion of greenhouse vegetables would lag behind for several years. Paradoxically, the scarcer the supply, the greater the profit. When selling mushrooms in the county, some locals inquired if he had vegetables for sale. The supply of fruits and vegetables was exceedingly tight, and the number of markets was quite limited, especially since they required ration tickets, making them even scarcer. For instance, common cabbage could be purchased for 2 cents per jean with a ticket. Yet those who inquired were willing to pay 5 cents for a jean. The profit margins were astonishing. This was during a period when cabbage supply was abundant. The prices could soar 15-fold during off-supply periods. If, in the depths of winter, cucumbers were completely absent from a market, and even the vegetable markets were devoid of them, how much could one charge for supplying such a vegetable? In an era of scarcity, even a mere pile of dung would attract numerous eager eyes. All right, this is your private plot. Any losses will be yours to bear. Since you are resolute, I shall refrain from persuading you further. Chen Ziqiang waved his hand dismissively. Chen Hao returned home, squatting before his private plot, smoking a cigarette as he contemplated the construction of the greenhouse. Are you truly not reconsidering? I have spoken with others in the village, and no one is optimistic. They all believe this investment will be in vain. Tong Qian approached him. She was worried, having initially thought he was joking about using their private plot for vegetables. Her mood had soured in recent days. Trust me. Chen Hao rose and gazed at her. Only by traversing paths untraveled by others can one reap substantial rewards and experience a different vista. 50 yuan a year is merely a trifling sum. By the time the new year arrives, we could buy a television so you can mend shoes while watching it, alleviating your boredom. Such grandiose claims. A television costs several hundred yuan, and no family in our production team owns one. Even the entire brigade has only a handful. Tong Qian replied. She looked at Chen Hao. I am not unaccustomed to hardship, nor do I seek luxury. As long as you care for this family, show a little affection for me, and attend to our 2 children, I would be content. Even if we subsist on plain fare daily, as long as our family is harmonious, I would be happy. After a brief hesitation, she glanced around, her cheeks flushing slightly. I'm only 25. I'm still young and capable of bearing children. Chen Hao paused for a moment, understanding the implication in Tong Qian's words. He took her hand. Whether it be a son or a daughter, it matters not. I do not believe you. If that were true, why did you always drag me in a house before? You simply wanted a son, Tong Qian retorted, her face flushing at the recollection of past moments. Previously, she felt more indignation, but now it was infused with shyness. The outcome is not important. What matters is the journey, Chen Hao remarked. It's windy outside. Let us speak indoors. He pulled Tong Qian towards the house, his eagerness palpable. Over an hour later, Chen Hao emerged, feeling invigorated. He carried a small bag of brown sugar and headed toward a nearby household. This family also resided in a mud brick house, which was even more dilapidated. They were one of the village's 5 guarantees households, consisting solely of an elderly woman and her granddaughter, Chen Xiaoting, who was just 18. Chen Xiaoting was academically gifted and possessed a delicate beauty, yet unfortunately, she was ineligible for university due to her family background. Currently, she had only 4 points worth of private plot land available, and Chen Hao intended to negotiate with them to rent their 2 points as well. With 6 points of land, the potential profits would be significantly enhanced. Shouting, "Are you home?" Chen Hao called out. The door was ajar. He spotted a figure within, none other than Chen Xiaoting, and greeted her from distance. However, the door suddenly swung shut, effectively barring him entry. "No one is home," came Chen Xiaoting's voice, laced with a sharp edge. "Is this your dog?" Chen Hao inquired, as a small mutt rushed out from behind the wall, barking at him. He lifted the little dog. "When did you get this? You can barely feed yourself, yet you have a dog? I bought it at the market to keep you away. If you come to my house again, I'll have it bite you," Chen Xiaoting replied from behind the door, her voice clear and assertive. In a past life, after policies relaxed, many villagers had left, and Chen Xiaoting was among them. When he returned to the village one new year, he found her quite popular, akin to a celebrity. "What are you protecting yourself from?" "I'm not a bad person," Chen Hao said, puzzled. "You are a bad person. You once told me to bear your child, claiming I was ample enough to ensure a son," Chen Xiaoting countered. "Tong Qian also advised me to keep my distance from you." "Is that so? Your own wife knows?" Chen Hao was taken aback. "Don't misjudge me. By our familial hierarchy, you ought to call me uncle. I won't call you anything of the sort. You refuse to acknowledge your past deeds," Chen Xiaoting scolded, recalling all that he had done. "You even insisted that our family should unite further. How shameless. You lecher. If you don't leave, I'll buy 2 more dogs to ensure they break your legs." Chapter 11. Speak to Uncle. Chen Hao felt slightly embarrassed. 3 dogs to break my legs? That seems rather excessive. He lifted the bag of brown sugar. "I apologize for my previous actions. I overstepped. I brought this brown sugar to express my regret." Inside, Chen Xiaoting was taken aback by his apology, considering Chen Hao quite renowned in the village for marrying Tong Qian, a beautiful young woman from the countryside. However, their affection had only lasted about a year before he began to mistreat her, neglecting his work and indulging in idleness, even harboring feelings for her. She never expected him to come forward with an apology now. Still, she did not open the door. A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year is hardly sincere. "I want tea except your brown sugar. Take it away." "Brown sugar is of little consequence. I primarily came for 2 reasons. One is to express my apology," Chen Hao continued, "and the other is to inquire if I could cultivate your private plot. I would pay 50 yuan a year. After signing and pressing our thumbprints, I could provide 20 yuan up front." Standing outside the door, he conversed with Chen Xiaoting. Her private plot was adjacent to his, with Chen Tianfu's land also nearby, just a short walk away. 6 points of land would yield a greater profit than initially anticipated. Cucumbers are known for their high yield and command a price superior to that of cabbage. A pound of cabbage costs merely 2 cents, while cucumbers can fetch 6 cents per pound. "Can you truly be so benevolent?" Chen Xiaoting remarked. "In 2 cents of personal land, one cannot possibly cultivate fruits and vegetables worth 50 yuan in a year." Fast forward several decades, and the 18-year-old girl is still attending high school. Cherished as the apple of her family's eye, and even in a rural setting, she may not fully grasp the toil of farming. Yet, Chen Xiaoting is acutely aware. She quickly calculates the yield from the 2 cents of vegetable plot, realizing it falls significantly short of 50 yuan, casting doubt on Chen Hao's intentions. The loss is my concern alone. You need not worry about that. Just fret over whether I will pay, Chen Hao stated. Isn't that the crux of the matter? I just signed a contract in front of the team leader, Chen Tianfu, and provided him with 20 yuan to cultivate his personal land for a year. If your family is amenable, I would also like to sign in front of the team leader and give you 20 yuan to cultivate your personal plot for a year. 20 yuan, in the city, represents the monthly salary of an ordinary worker, but in the village, particularly for families like Chen Xiaoding's, relying on government support, it serves as their lifeline for the entire year. Meat can be foregone, rice can be boiled thin, vegetables can be reduced to merely cabbage and radish, or even none at all, just gruel. However, salt is indispensable, a modicum of oil is essential, and matches must also be on hand. Furthermore, there are other necessities that require cash expenditures. Very well, let us go to the team leader's home, sign the documents, and you can give me the 20 yuan, allowing me to cultivate your personal plot for a year, Chen Xiaoding declared as she opened the door. In her hand, she clutched a laundry bat, firmly gripping it and casting a wary gaze at Chen Hao. Although only 18, Chen Xiaoding had matured beautifully. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled, even dressed plainly. Her patched clothing could not conceal her beauty. Her hair, glossy and dark, rivaled even Tong Qian's. Despite the scarcity of washing and care products, relying only on soap pods and even wood ash, her hair remained splendid. What are you staring at? If you harbor any ill intentions, I shall use this bat to knock some sense into you, Chen Xiaoding warned, raising the bat. Shall we wait for your grandmother to return before heading over to sign? Chen Hao inquired. No need. My grandmother cannot read, and since she is elderly, I will take charge of our affairs, Chen Xiaoding asserted, puffing out her chest and tilting her head with utmost seriousness. With only 2 women left in the household, one young and one old, the family must have someone to support it. Since her grandmother could no longer manage, she would step up. Children from impoverished families often assume responsibility early. Not only Chen Xiaoding, but also his own 2 daughters, 6-year-old Nini and 3-year-old Xiao Duo, were similarly burdened. If there are any difficulties in the future, speak to uncle. Do not carry the burden alone, Chen Hao advised. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoting, who had stood tall just moments ago, momentarily lost her composure. Since you can take charge, let's go to the team leader's house and sign, Chen Hao suggested. Together, they approached team leader Chen Ziqiang, drafted a written agreement, and pressed their fingerprints. Chen Hao handed 20 yuan directly to Chen Xiaoding. Only then did they head back home. As they reached her doorstep, Chen Hao offered her half a pound of brown sugar. No, I shall not accept something for nothing, Chen Xiaoding declined. Do not refuse. When you achieve success, remember to lend me a hand, Chen Hao insisted, pressing the sugar into her hands. Do not neglect your studies. Who knows when a college entrance examination might resume. Watching Chen Hao's retreating figure, Chen Xiaoding lingered for a moment, feeling a twinge of regret for having threatened him with the bat. A small dog approached, nuzzling at her feet. She knelt down, petting the dog's head, murmuring, when that person comes again, do not bite him. After all these years, university admission had always been through recommendations. Would the entrance examination truly be reinstated? She doubted it, recognizing her words as mere self-comfort to justify accepting the brown sugar. That evening, Chen Hao's family gathered in their home for dinner. The incandescent light overhead illuminated the small wooden table, which bore 2 dishes, a generous bowl of steamed eggs and a bowl of winter melons stir-fried in lard. Even with a bit of money, meat was still a rare sight, primarily because it was difficult to procure. Eggs were more readily available. We ought to raise some chickens at home. It would be more convenient for the 2 children to have eggs without constantly running to others' homes to buy them, Chen Hao remarked. Occasionally, we could even slaughter one to improve our meals. He scooped 2 spoonfuls of steamed eggs for Nini, followed by 2 for Xiao Duo, and finally 2 for Tong Qian. How can you even bring this up? We used to keep 4 or 5 hens and even had a rooster, Tong Qian shot back, casting him a disapproving glance. When you were acting irrationally, you sold them all at the market. Next time we go to the market, if there are chicks for sale, buy some to raise at home, Chen Hao replied sheepishly, picking up a slice of winter melon and chewing. The stir-fried vegetables, cooked in lard, were quite flavorful. After a few bites, Chen Hao continued, tomorrow, the materials will arrive. We must harvest the vegetables from the personal plot to store at home, and whatever we cannot keep, we shall sell. Such excellent vegetables. And you plan to just harvest them? Tong Qian sighed, feeling a sense of loss. Yet, she refrained from saying more, fearing that excessive words might provoke Chen Hao into a foul mood. Let him do as he pleased. At worst, they would return to their previous hardships. As long as Chen Hao remained attentive to the household. Chapter 12 enough, we are full. The next morning, Chen Hao's requested straw mats, plastic sheeting, cucumber seeds, and other production materials were delivered via cart. The personal plot's vegetables were all harvested. Chen Hao enlisted a few helpers from the team, providing meals for lunch and dinner to assist with constructing the greenhouse. Many villagers gathered to observe in curiosity. Why harvest all those wonderful vegetables? What a chaotic endeavor. Tong Qian, why aren't you keeping your man in check? This is utterly ridiculous. Is he planning to build a house for the vegetables? How absurd. Villagers expressed their skepticism, believing it to be folly, predicting substantial losses. Not only would they face a winter without vegetables, but they would also incur losses. Chen Hao paid them no mind, instead discussing how to construct the greenhouse with the assisting villagers. Using bamboo for the framework, they covered it with plastic sheeting, dug trenches on either side, and lined the interior with dry straw, finally topping it with a layer of straw mats. It was quite rudimentary. Such structures might not suffice in the north, but in the south, where winter temperatures are milder, this greenhouse would suffice. Wang Hongmei and Shun Dagong stood among the crowd of onlookers. Tong Qian, you must stop him. The fruits and vegetables grown by the team require payment. The vegetables from the personal plot are free, yet they are all harvested, and they won't last long. What will you cook with when the cold sets in? Chen Dagong urged, his voice raised in concern. He sighed, lamenting. They say men fear choosing the wrong profession, and women fear marrying the wrong husband. Had you chosen to date me back then and married me, would your life have turned out like this? Chen Dagong deliberately raised his voice. But no matter, if your family struggles later, lacking rice and vegetables, I can lend you some, but only you may borrow. If others come, I will not help. He harbored ulterior motives. The more Chen Hao floundered, the more difficult life would become for them, thus increasing his own opportunities. You are ugly, Tong Qian suddenly interjected. What? Chen Dagong was taken aback, unable to comprehend her remark. My husband may possess flaws, yet his appearance is undeniably handsome, and his eloquence is quite formidable. Tong Qian remarked, when you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog. Even if it means going hungry, such is my fate. Though her heart was laden with worries, Tong Qian spoke up for Chen Hao without hesitation in front of outsiders. A man serves as the pillar of his household, the cornerstone of one's heart. Outsiders merely wish to witness a spectacle, seeking opportunities to exploit one's misfortunes. How could they ever succeed? The atmosphere of the production team has become skewed when a household runs low on grain or vegetables. They should not turn to the team for help. Wang Hongmei chattered incessantly. Even during the new year when pork is distributed, your family won't receive any. When a year-end settlement occurs, your share will be reduced. She came merely to relish the misfortunes of Chen Hao's family. The entire village was skeptical. Even the deputy agricultural team leader, an adept farmer, shook his head regarding Chen Hao's situation. Feeling proud now. But wait until the end of the year when you're out of grain and money. You'll be begging on your knees, Wang Hongmei mused to herself. The other villagers exchanged whispers, shaking their heads, convinced that Chen Hao had lost his mind, no longer troubling his wife and daughter, but now turning his attention to the vegetable garden. At noon, Tong Qian prepared a large pot of rice, while the vegetables were stir-fried on Chun's shouting stove. Dishes included pork lard stir-fried cabbage, pork lard winter melon, and green pepper scrambled eggs. The meal was simple, but it would suffice until the next market day, when they could buy more meat. Chen Hao settled down and offered a cigarette to the 4 helpers, who were either close companions or honest villagers who readily came when called upon. They were all in their early 20s. Is this all? 3 plates of dishes and still so much? My family is still eating wild vegetables, one remarked. This is far better than what we have at home. We only eat thin porridge, never enough to fill our stomachs, leaving us weak for work. The aroma was delightful. The flavor of the pork lard was just right. The group expressed their satisfaction with the meal, and it was no mere pleasantry. As long as the food was plentiful and tasty, that sufficed. Shouting, come sit and eat. Where's your grandmother? Chen Hao inquired. She's in the house. I can just bring her a bowl of rice, Chen shouting replied. I won't eat since I haven't helped out. She had gone to the team to earn work points. Why say bowl of rice? It's just a matter of a few pairs of chopsticks. Chen Hao insisted. Our bowls and chopsticks are gone. Go home and fetch your own. After serving her grandmother, she returned, holding her bowl and sitting beside them, chatting with Ni and Xiao Duo while taking small bites of rice. Is rice all you eat, little mouse? Aren't you going to have any vegetables? Just as she was chewing her rice, Chen Hao brought over the dish and added a generous portion of green pepper and scrambled eggs to her bowl, drizzling some pork lard soup over the rice. The aroma wafted enticingly. That's enough. I can't eat anymore. I'm full. Chen shouting exclaimed, overwhelmed by the portion. You were fierce when you tried to hit me, but now you're all shy about eating. Where has that spirit gone? Chen Hao chuckled as he returned to his seat. He glanced at Tong Qian and remarked, your Aunt Tong Qian was already pregnant at your age. So don't be too reserved, especially when you go to the city. You need to be a bit fiercer, or you'll be bullied. Observing the bowl brimming with food and the glistening pork lard soup, Chen Shouting felt a mistiness in her eyes. If we go to the city, I'll bring Sister Qian and Uncle How to play for a few days. She whispered softly. Tong Qian is beautiful. Calling her sister is fine. And calling you uncle is acceptable. The fragrant pork lard rice, a luxury she hadn't experienced since her parents passed away, was truly delightful. The construction of the simple greenhouse posed no difficulties for individuals, along with Chen Hao, and occasionally Tong Qian and Chen Shouting, completed it in just 5 days. During this time, Chen Hao remained industrious, as the weather was pleasant, with ample sunlight, neither too hot nor too cold. He selected a corner of land, tidied it up, and began cultivating cucumbers. After a few more days, he prepared the ground inside the greenhouse. The cucumber seedlings sprouted, and the couple began transplanting them into the greenhouse, which was warmer than the outside. Tong Qian entered the greenhouse and remarked, "Of course, it blocks the wind. When the weather turns colder, we can lower the grass curtain to insulate it." Chen Hao responded, "By the time the new year arrives, this batch of cucumbers will be ready for harvest. I'm confident we can sell quite a few." He felt assured that the limited supply of fertilizer, which team leader Chen Ziqiang had procured through connections, would impact the yield. However, he was undeterred. As long as they could grow the cucumbers and get them to market before the new year, they would fetch a good price. Chapter 13. Can I wash with you nearby? A pound of cucumbers might fetch 6 cents. By New Year, when cucumbers are scarce, the price could rise to 10 cents. Allowing for some profit, Tong Qian calculated. Selling for 10 cents? If it really sells for 10 cents a pound, why bother with farming or greenhouses? Chen Hao shook his head. Even if they rot in the field, I wouldn't sell them. Resources are scarce. In recent years, peanuts were sold by the piece, with 10 cents only purchasing 8 peanuts. What price do you plan to sell them for? Tong Qian asked. At least 30 cents a pound, Chen Hao replied. But the final price will depend on the market. 30 cents a pound. Tong Qian gasped at the figure. Pork only costs 70 cents a pound. And 30 cents could buy nearly half a pound of pork, yet her husband intended to set the cucumber price at 30 cents. Will anyone buy them? You must be out of your mind, she exclaimed, unable to believe it. We'll see when the time comes, Chen Hao said, exuding confidence. 30 cents is the lowest estimate. Winter vegetables are already scarce and will rise in price. 6 cents for a few cucumbers won't make a splash in the market. When they become rare, prices will surely skyrocket. Some people are content with a simple meal, while others are already sipping Mao Dai, flying on planes, and their children are exploring the youth center. Villagers may not afford it, but city dwellers will have no issue. After spending some time in the greenhouse, they began to feel a bit warm. Tong Qian remarked, "When the weather cools down a bit, we can shower in the greenhouse. It's warmer than bathing indoors." Chen Hao agreed. In the village, bathing was a hassle. Summer was manageable, but winter posed challenges as the indoor temperature could be colder than outside. The film lets in light, so you can see, Tong Qian noted. Once we lower the grass curtain, it will be obscured. Chen Hao winked at her. I'll bring water to the greenhouse, and you can wash while I keep watch nearby. You can relax. Tong Qian's face flushed instantly. With you nearby, how can I wash with peace of mind? She glanced around. Despite the greenhouse, they were still outdoors. Her husband was indeed quite playful. After 2 days of hard work, they had transplanted all the cucumber seedlings into the greenhouse, and it was now October. On that day, the villagers congregated at the rice threshing ground, each household represented by an individual clutching a sheet of paper, poised to verify their work points. Each month, the team would conduct a reconciliation of work points to prevent disputes arising in the future. The concern was that prolonged delays could lead to discrepancies, with each side claiming their own reasoning, thus resulting in drawn-out arguments. This event could be considered a significant monthly affair for the production team. Chen Hao and his family arrived at the rice threshing ground. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, Big Rooster brand, and distributed one to the team leader, Chen Ziqiang, before handing out others to acquaintances. As he held the fragrant Big Rooster cigarette, Chen Ziqiang felt a surge of pride. As the leader, he wielded authority over production matters. And although he possessed numerous other powers, receiving a mere cigarette worth less than 2 cents should not have elicited such feelings. However, being singled out by Chen Hao, while others with positions in the team received none, made him feel rather esteemed. How ridiculous it seemed to flaunt such a trivial matter. After all, a pack of Big Rooster cigarettes cost just over a dime, as if anyone could not afford them. Among the crowd, Chen Dagong observed the distribution with displeasure. Beside him stood a young man in his 20s who had received a cigarette from Chen Hao, further aggravating his discontent. While he could afford them, the willingness to spend was another matter altogether. That single cigarette could have bought him a pound of cabbage. The young man, named Chen Dongsheng, overheard this and interjected. He had not yet mustered the courage to smoke the Big Rooster cigarette, opting instead to tuck it behind his ear. Cigarettes required special tickets, typically one could only acquire them after selling grain and fulfilling procurement tasks, which often resulted in many tickets being claimed by the brigade. To purchase cigarettes independently meant venturing to the market to buy tickets, incurring additional expenses. Villagers could obtain tickets through three primary means: completing the procurement tasks assigned by higher authorities, which would yield rewards such as meat tickets, fabric tickets, and cigarette tickets; privately purchasing tickets at the market, or receiving occasional assistance from relatives in the city. Having relatives in the city was a matter of great pride for any household. "You've been cozy with Chen Hao. Of course you defend him," Chen Dagong grumbled. "I see you as someone who's been hoodwinked, helping him count his money after he sold you out. He called you to assist with the private plots, setting up bamboo frames and covering them with plastic, costing you several days of work, and a single cigarette is all it takes to placate you into speaking well of him." He sought to sow discord between Chen Hao and Chen Dongsheng, aiming to isolate Chen Hao within the village. "You have no idea what you're talking about. If Brother Hao needs help with the private plots again, I would gladly assist him," Chen Dongsheng retorted, recalling the hearty meals he enjoyed while helping Chen Hao. With sufficient food and fragrant stir-fried dishes, a day's worth of lunch and dinner combined would be hard to come by even during the new year. "You don't understand. Rice with lard is simply exquisite. I filled my bowl 3 times and felt embarrassed to take more. Yet Brother Hao insisted on serving me another generous portion until I was utterly satisfied." Which household offers such treatment for labor? He did not perceive Chen Hao as taking advantage of him. Rather, he viewed assisting Chen Hao as a most worthwhile endeavor. "Indeed, Brother Hao didn't he summon you? He called us because he was considerate. Every morning, I get a cigarette, and another in the afternoon. What bliss!" Another young man from the village, Chen Wei, chimed in, having spent a few days working at Chen Hao's home, remarking that he had feasted so well there that returning home to bland porridge and tasteless vegetables seemed unbearable. The vivid descriptions from the two stirred the appetites of those nearby, with some villagers even swallowing in envy. In those times, such indulgence was a rarity. Save for the New Year's Eve. Don't flatter him too much. Mark my words, this winter, he may not make it through. With such reckless behavior, his household will undoubtedly struggle to put food on the table, Chen Dagong muttered darkly. At that moment, team leader Chen Ziqiang interjected, "All right, everyone, quiet down. We have 2 primary matters to address today, one concerning the work points. Each household should cross-verify their work points with the record keeper. Any discrepancies must be clarified now to avoid disputes during year-end settlements. Each month we reconcile, and at year-end, we will distribute the autumn harvest and calculate the work points. For those with more points, it means a better share of grain and money for a prosperous new year." After speaking, Chen Ziqiang turned to Wang Hongmei, instructing her to call out the work contributions for September from each household. Any objections should be stated openly, and errors corrected on the spot, while those with no issues need not speak. Chapter 14. Do you wish to be the record keeper? Wang Hongmei stood up, clutching a notebook that contained the work points of each household. She had dressed meticulously for the occasion, her attire clean and crisp. On this day, each month, she felt an eager anticipation. Holding the record book felt like wielding the power over the livelihood of each family. A sense of fulfillment that far surpassed anything her husband could provide. "Before we address the work points, I have a few remarks to make," Wang Hongmei asserted confidently, casting a pointed glance at Chen Hao. "Our production team has 2 households under the 5 guarantees scheme, which already burdens us. If we do not fulfill our work obligations diligently, we cannot meet the state's procurement tasks. How embarrassing would that be in a brigade with many production teams? If others manage to complete their tasks while ours fails, it is a disgrace not just for the leaders, but for the team members as well." Chen Hao calmly puffed on a cigarette, fully aware that her words were directed at him. The matter of work points was hardly complex. Much was already established by convention regarding the points awarded for various tasks. Adhering to these established norms sufficed. Wang Hongmei's lengthy discourse, punctuated by glances in his direction, was clearly an attempt to provoke him. "I must criticize certain team members," Wang Hongmei continued, fixing her gaze on Chen Hao. "Your family has set a poor example for the production team. By neglecting your work, you lead others astray, fostering idleness and undermining our collective efforts. You must publicly affirm your commitment to the team's agricultural production." Upon her pronouncement, all eyes fell on Chen Hao. Some reveled in the spectacle. Others remained indifferent, while a few contemplated rising to defend him. Chen Hao stepped forward, confronting Wang Hongmei. "What do you intend? Do you want to fight?" she exclaimed, retreating a few steps, covering her face. She emphasized, "I am not seeking personal vendetta. I am advocating for the production team." Chen Hao's resolve was palpable, unlike others who merely argued. He was genuinely capable of physical confrontation. "Do you aspire to be the team leader?" Chen Hao inquired. "How could I possibly wish to be the team leader?" Wang Hongmei retorted, puzzled by his sudden question. In truth, she had contemplated it, but was reluctant to voice such aspirations, especially with Chen Ziqiang standing nearby. The team leader was the highest authority in the production team, far more prestigious than the record keeper. If you do not desire the position, why then do you echo the leader's words so readily? Your duty as the record keeper is to accurately document each person's contributions without error or omission. Chen Hao's gaze bore into Wang Hongmei. The captain spoke little, yet your words exceeded his, leading to a deterioration of the production team's morale while simultaneously emphasizing productivity. Your sarcastic remarks about the production team suggest that you believe the captain has faltered in his duties. While you ostensibly criticize me, you subtly imply that the captain is inadequate in his role. Engaging in debate with others, one must avoid falling into self-justification traps. Chen Hao cleverly ensnared Wang Hongmei in a verbal pitfall. Upon hearing Chen Hao's remarks, Chen Ziqiang's expression darkened, for indeed, Wang Hongmei had spoken excessively. I did not. Wang Hongmei hastily defended herself, still making excuses. Our production team has 2 individuals receiving 5 guarantees. They are genuinely struggling, grappling with illness and frailty, which underscores the captain's pragmatic approach in caring for members in need, Chen Hao asserted. If you wish to target me, then confront me directly rather than using me as a pretext to elevate your own ambitions to lead the team. Are you secretly reporting to the brigade about the team's shortcomings? Wang Hongmei's reputation was already tarnished, especially with family connections within the brigade. Chen Ziqiang's countenance grew increasingly severe, reflecting the discontent of other leaders within the production team as well. Wang Hongmei had a history of bypassing the team leaders to report to the brigade, resulting in reprimands for the production team leadership, leaving them bewildered and humiliated. Focus on the work points assigned to you and refrain from discussing unrelated matters, Chen Ziqiang stated with displeasure. If it weren't for concerns regarding Wang Hongmei's relatives in the brigade, the role of recording worker points wouldn't even fall to her. The villagers murmured amongst themselves, she talks too much. Even the captain speaks less than she does. Every time points are tallied, she dresses ostentatiously, as if preparing for a wedding. Many harbored grievances against Wang Hongmei. Very well, I shall remain silent and simply tally the work points, Wang Hongmei conceded, fearing further reprimand. Chen Ziqiang's family accrued 1410 work points in September. She read from her notebook. As the captain of the production team, Chen Ziqiang's household comprised 7 members, 2 adults, 2 elderly relatives, and 3 children, resulting in a total of 1410 work points for the month. The captain himself earned 12 points daily, as did other leaders within the production team, surpassing the standard laborers by 2 points, a privilege of leadership. Captain, please verify if my tally of points is accurate. If any are missing, I will adjust accordingly, Wang Hongmei inquired of Chen Ziqiang. Correct, continue, he affirmed. I believe it to be accurate. I have cross-checked it 3 or 4 times, she replied with a smile. She proceeded to read the points of others. The leaders' families consistently topped the list, having been accurately counted multiple times. However, when it came to other villagers, inaccuracies arose after only 4 or 5 households, whether due to miscalculating totals or neglecting to include work performed simply because it went unnoticed. Tensions escalated. Can you even count? Dress so flamboyantly, yet you can't tally correctly. You're worse than a child. Just because we aren't leaders doesn't mean we don't care. Anger flared among the villagers, each having contributed earnestly to their work points. What are you shouting about? Mistakes in tallying points are inevitable. If there were no errors, why would we even tally? Wang Hongmei retorted, demonstrating a double standard in her treatment of the production team leaders versus ordinary villagers. Chen Hao stood with his family, while Chen Shouting lingered beside Tong Qian. Suddenly, Chen Hao asked Chen Shouting, would you like to be the record keeper? Chapter 15, she was soft and malleable. Be the record keeper? Chen Shouting thought she misheard, her Danfeng eyes wide with confusion. Wang Hongmei barely knows how to read. She is not suited for such a role and merely wastes everyone's time, Chen Hao remarked. This position requires a certain level of education, and I believe you would be quite suitable for it. If you're interested, I will advocate for you. Cultivating greenhouse vegetables was merely a stepping stone. He intended to pursue additional ventures. However, managing individual businesses was stringent, necessitating a facade of being part of the production team. In such circumstances, gaining the favor of supportive leaders within the team was essential, while those harboring animosity should be replaced. Wang Hongmei will be the first target. She is soft and easily manipulated. Though the work is the same, there are distinctions, Chen Shouting murmured. The production team comprised the captain, vice captain, accountant, custodian, record keeper, and other leadership roles. Although all were involved in agricultural labor, their responsibilities were considerably lighter than those of ordinary members, with work points being higher. Regular laborers earned 10 points for a full day's work, while female workers received 8. However, leaders, even female ones, could earn 12 points. If you desire it, I will ensure you obtain it, Chen Hao expressed with unwavering confidence. What do the brigade leaders amount to? The brigade captain and party secretary, who would later become the village chief and party branch secretary, are merely nominal leaders. The true authority lies with the commune leaders. Just as they conversed, Wang Hongmei glanced over. Below was the record of Chen Hao's family's work points for September, totaling a mere 220 points. She clicked her tongue. How embarrassing. A couple with only 220 points for the month. This tally was indeed low. Typically, their points were higher, but in September, Chen Hao had been preoccupied with the greenhouse, and Tong Qian occasionally assisted, which hindered their labor contributions. This tally is incorrect. I recorded 246 points, Tong Qian asserted, producing her own record. What does it matter if the points are low? You're overly meticulous, Wang Hongmei replied with irritation. Chen Hao felt a surge of frustration. You didn't work. Your points are low. That's indisputable. However, an error in recording is still an error, and it is Wang Hongmei's responsibility to acknowledge it. If she chooses to blame us, Tong Qian stepped forward to compare points with Wang Hongmei, discovering that the contributions of Ni and Xiao Duo had been overlooked. Though the children's efforts were minimal, they still warranted acknowledgement. Yet, their contributions had not been recorded, while other children's similar efforts had been noted. Why do you always make mistakes? This has happened before. My family's points are consistently overlooked, Tong Qian expressed her dissatisfaction. Each month, during the tallying process, her family often found themselves shortchanged, and if not for her vigilance, these discrepancies would have gone unnoticed. Wang Hongmei clearly bore a grudge against their family. What do you mean by that? With so many households, so many people, and such a multitude of work points, isn't it quite normal for mistakes to occur? Wang Hongmei was unwilling to entertain such notions. Keeping track of work points is a laborious task. It may appear simple, but in reality, it is quite challenging. Late into the night, I still have to verify the records at home, and my eyes are straining. My household's electricity bill has risen significantly. She seized the opportunity to voice her grievances. She was exceedingly irked with Chen Hao, having already slapped herself twice earlier, and now, having spoken a bit too much. She found herself ensnared by Chen Hao's words, leaving a poor impression with the team leader. The work points recorded for Chen Hao's family were deliberately omitted. Do you truly believe that tracking work points is exhausting? Chen Hao inquired. Of course it is. You've never done it, so you have no idea how arduous it is. It may seem like just writing and drawing, but it consumes a great deal of energy, Wang Hongmei replied. Then will errors in recording work points still occur in the future? Chen Hao asked again. Errors and omissions are quite normal. They will undoubtedly happen again, Wang Hongmei nodded. Taking it for granted. I lack education, and this work is very taxing. You all do not understand it all. If it weren't for the production team, and for you all, I truly wouldn't be doing this job. Her words bore a hint of threat. What will you do if I deliberately omit your family's work points? Chen Hao chuckled. Seeing the smile on Chen Hao's face made Wang Hongmei somewhat uneasy. What was he laughing at? Upon reflection, she felt she had not misspoken. Emphasizing the hardship and the effort should elicit sympathy from everyone. Yet, Chen Hao's smile seemed to suggest he was looking at a fool. In that case, perhaps you should step down from the role of the record keeper. Chen Hao said calmly. Wang Hongmei stared at Chen Hao in astonishment, never expecting him to utter such words. It was as if they were headed in one direction and then suddenly veered off course. Chen Hao's abrupt turn left her somewhat disoriented. Only the team leader, Chen Ziqiang, and a few others appeared to be particularly astute, casting several glances at Chen Hao, as if they were seeing him in a new light. Why should I step down? Wang Hongmei exclaimed after a moment's daze, her voice rising to a near shout, nearly spitting in Chen Hao's face. Who do you think you are? Just because you say I shouldn't be the record keeper, I shall not be? This was a position she was determined to retain. A simple stroll through the fields and jotting down a few numbers earned her 12 points. Only a fool would refuse it. Weren't you the one who just said that being a record keeper is exhausting? Chen Hao replied, looking at her. If it is so tiring, then let someone else take the seat, and you can take a good rest. You yourself have admitted that with your limited education, this job is quite challenging. And mistakes are bound to happen every month. Work points are an acknowledgement of everyone's hard work. If fairness and accuracy cannot be assured, then let someone else do it. After speaking, Chen Hao turned to address the other villagers. Comrades, do you not agree with this reasoning? He refrained from consulting team leader Chen Ziqiang directly, fearing his reservations might inhibit a candid discussion, instead seeking the consensus of the other villagers first, knowing that if their opinions aligned, Chen Ziqiang would have to acquiesce. Step by step, Chen Hao led Wang Hongmei into his narrative, guiding her to follow his rhythm. He relished in controlling the pace. Indeed, Chen Hao was right. If she could not handle it, someone else should. If there were no errors in recording the work points for the team leaders, yet so many mistakes occurred for the others, it was undoubtedly intentional. It was high time for a change. Was there not some dubious connection that allowed her to remain the record keeper for so long? Many matters hinge on a leader, and Chen Hao took on the role of a leading figure. Like General Yuan, he boldly initiated an assault on Wang Hongmei, prompting others to follow suit. Wang Hongmei was thrown into a state of panic. However, Chen Hao did not wait for her to speak, turning instead to Chen Ziqiang. Team leader, Wang Hongmei has incited public outrage. The people's eyes are sharp. She herself has stated that she is unsuitable for the role of record keeper. Should we not heed the will of the people and assign this task to someone else? Chapter 16. Uncle Hao is truly wicked. Chen Ziqiang remained silent, hesitating. In truth, he wished to remove Wang Hongmei from her position as record keeper, but had refrained due to her connections within the team. He had not anticipated Chen Hao taking such decisive action today. I dare anyone to challenge me. I have backing in this team. Wang Hongmei quickly retorted. She looked at Chen Ziqiang. Team leader, you cannot act without conscience. I have consistently recorded 12 points for you in the past. Even your family members have received inflated points. If someone else takes over, your family's work points will not be so high. Her words carried a menacing undertone. Fearing that Chen Ziqiang might heed Chen Hao's advice and dismiss her from her role. However, upon hearing her remarks, Chen Ziqiang's previously wavering demeanor suddenly shifted. Work points should reflect actual effort. The same applies to the team leader. I have never allowed you to inflate the records. It should be as it is, based on facts. Chen Ziqiang's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Are you not casting aspersions on me? The team leader wielded considerable power. The prosperity of each household within the production team was significantly influenced by him. Yet such power should not be wielded ostentatiously. Wang Hongmei's words were akin to placing Chen Ziqiang on a hot seat. The gazes of the villagers began to shift. Finally, Chen Ziqiang ceased to hesitate, declaring, "From today onward, Wang Hongmei, you will no longer be the record keeper." In an instant, Wang Hongmei felt as if she had lost everything. Dressed beautifully in her finest attire, she had hoped to bask in glory, to take the opportunity to trample Chen Hao underfoot and vent her frustrations. Yet here she was, losing her position as record keeper. She felt utterly disoriented. Team leader, you've taken away my role as record keeper. How am I to survive? Wang Hongmei cried out, her demeanor resembling that of a petulant child. Can you not live without the record keeper's role? Do as the others do, Chen Ziqiang replied. Internally, he cursed Wang Hongmei for her foolishness. Originally, he had been wavering, but her actions had forced him to take a stand, to maintain his position within the production team. He had no choice but to revoke her role. Seeing Chen Ziqiang's resolve, Wang Hongmei turned her ire toward a man in the crowd, berating him. Are you a dead man? Your wife is being bullied, and you do not utter a word? The man she scolded was Chen Mingkai, her husband. A simple and honest man. Weren't you the one who just said you didn't want to do this job? It's too tiring. Not doing it is for the best. And you'll save on electricity bills, Chen Mingkai remarked. Wang Hongmei, furious, approached him and pinched his flesh. How'd I end up marrying such a useless man? I must have been blind. She gritted her teeth. Your wife has been slapped twice. Her face is still swollen, and you don't say a word. Now, she has lost her role as record keeper, and you remain silent. If you don't teach Chen Hao a lesson today, don't expect to share my bed again. She dared not confront Chen Hao herself, pushing her husband to do so instead. Chen Mingkai was thrust forward towards Chen Hao. He looked at Chen Hao. We are all from the same village. You shouldn't resort to violence. I am merely teaching her a lesson, Chen Hao replied. At the very least, as a man, you shouldn't allow a woman to dominate you. Given Wang Hongmei's fierce temperament, it is likely that she is the one who calls the shots in bed as well. A robust man who ought to stand tall and firm, unable to assert himself against a woman. Does that not evoke a sense of frustration? Chen Mingkai hung his head in shame. Indeed, he found it difficult to assert dominance over Wang Hongmei at home. As the old saying goes, if a woman is not reprimanded for 3 days, she will take to the roof. Chen Hao continued, suggesting that now that she no longer held the position of work recorder, her authority at home would diminish. You must reclaim your initiative. He encouraged while patting Chen Mingkai on the shoulder. Uncle Hao is truly mischievous, Chen Shouting whispered to Tong Qian beside her. Indeed, he was openly mischievous before, but now he is deviously so. Tong Qian nodded in agreement. Chen Hao's family was the last to settle their work points. With the work points accounted for, Chen Ziqiang no longer managed Wang Hongmei, but instead raised his voice to announce, the matters regarding September's work points have been concluded. Now let us address the second agenda for today. The production team had reared a sow and 3 pigs. Some piglets from the sow had already been sold, and now there remained 2 piglets in the pen, both 4 months old. Which family is willing to take them home to raise? He urged everyone to be proactive and enthusiastic. In these times, when people struggle to fill their own stomachs, pigs fare no better, let alone premium feed. Even leftovers are scarce. Only some pig grass and a bit of bran remain. It takes nearly a year to bring them to market weight, and they will only weigh about 120 gene. The production team sow is meant for breeding, while 2 of the 3 pigs are assigned for purchase tasks, and 1 will be kept for slaughter during the New Year festivities to be distributed among team members. The unsold piglets must either be sold to team members or taken to the market. Yet, 2 piglets remained unsold and continue to be raised. People can barely feed themselves. How can we afford to feed pigs? One villager remarked. Villagers are astute in economic calculations. Raising pigs is decidedly unprofitable. Growth is slow, and a single slip can lead to illness, resulting in a total loss. There have been lessons learned in this regard, and others nodded in agreement. Clearly disinterested in Chen Ziqiang's proposal and somewhat fearful of him calling out their family names. These 2 piglets are 4 months old, each weighing over 30 gene. The outside market buys at 4 mao per gene, and our team members at 3 mao per gene, totaling only 10 yuan each. Chen Ziqiang continued to persuade. If raised well, there is still a profit to be made. However, his words fell flat, met with silence. Even 10 yuan is a significant sum for the villagers. Noticing the lack of response, Chen Ziqiang grew anxious. Were it not for the small size of the piglets and the fear of criticism from the team for slaughtering them to distribute meat, he would have been tempted to do just that. Keeping them in the pen was neither a viable solution nor practical. Let my family raise them, Chen Hao declared. This is the right approach. Everyone should learn from Chen Hao and actively alleviate the pressure on the production team. Chen Ziqiang immediately commended, instructing, "You may go to the pig pen and select one." "I'll take both," Chen Hao replied. No household in the village has ever raised 2 pigs. Only the production team does so, primarily for meeting assigned tasks and providing pork to team members during the new year. Yet, unexpectedly, Chen Hao sought to take 2 piglets. Upon hearing this, many villagers shook their heads. What folly! They struggle to survive and yet wish to raise pigs, 2 at once. When the time comes and there's nothing to eat, they won't grow at all and the money will be wasted. Setting up bamboo shelters to grow vegetables in the bitter cold, and now wanting to raise 2 pigs, there won't be time for work. I fear they will have to borrow money and grain all winter long. In Chapter 17, the villagers all presumed Chen Hao was acting recklessly. If it were truly a good opportunity with profit to be had, wouldn't everyone be clamoring to do it? The absence of participation indicated that it might not be a wise endeavor. Observing the expressions of the villagers, Chen Hao remained resolute. His intention to raise the pigs was not merely for sale. 20 yuan can buy 2 piglets. It's an exceptionally good deal. After all matters were discussed, Chen Ziqiang announced the meeting's adjournment and took Chen Hao to the pig pen. Keeping these 2 piglets in the pen will only yield slow growth. Your decision to buy both is a tremendous help, Chen Ziqiang expressed gratefully. As a member of the production team, alleviating its burdens is indeed an obligation. Chen Hao then produced a stick of fragrant cigarettes, offering one to Chen Ziqiang. The work on his private plot had delayed his labor, causing some discontent among others, and he would need to trouble the team leader to smooth things over. Production is a significant undertaking. Often, it involves more than mere physical labor. It is a political task. Many villages impose restrictions on strong laborers, prohibiting them from seeking external work to retain labor and fully commit to fulfilling various agricultural production tasks assigned by higher authorities. Chen Ziqiang regarded Chen Hao with increasing admiration. His demeanor and manner of speaking bore a resemblance to the leaders of the commune. Can your crops in the private plot truly thrive? Chen Ziqiang inquired, initially doubting their viability given the frigid weather unsuitable for growing cucumbers. A sentiment echoed by other adept agriculturalists in the team. Yet, Chen Hao had become increasingly hard to overlook. Today, he had even managed to unseat Wang Hongmei from her position as work recorder, prompting Chen Ziqiang to wonder if perhaps Chen Hao could indeed succeed in cultivating cucumbers in such cold weather. There shouldn't be significant issues, Chen Hao replied confidently. If they do thrive, they should fetch a good price. Usually, they sell for 6 fun per gene, but in winter, when fruits and vegetables are scarce, selling for 10 fun per gene should not pose much of a challenge. Chen Ziqiang noted that his price estimation aligned with Tong Qian's. Chen Hao smiled, but chose not to comment. When it comes to discussing matters with his wife, he could be candid. However, with others, even the team leader, he must maintain discretion. Regarding the selection of the work recorder, whom do you think is most suitable? Chen Ziqiang asked again. In the past, he would not have solicited Chen Hao's opinion, but now he sought his insight. Ideally, someone literate and numerate, who won't frequently miscalculate, Chen Hao suggested. Additionally, they should be obedient and diligent in their tasks. I believe Chen Shouting would be quite suitable, He continued. She performed well academically in school. Had she not encountered obstacles in her family's background, she would likely have attended university. As a 5-guarantee household, appointing her as work recorder could improve her family's circumstances, making their lives a bit easier. She would undoubtedly be grateful for the team's arrangements, reflecting care for those in need. Chen Hao articulated his rationale clearly. Very well. Let us proceed with your suggestion and appoint Chen Xiaoding as the work recorder. Chen Ziqiang nodded in agreement. Chen Hao's influence within the team had evidently grown. The 2 piglets had been weighed beforehand, totaling 68 gene, priced at 3 mao per gene, amounting to 20 yuan and 4 mao. Armed with a stick, Chen Hao drove the 2 piglets home. Halfway there, Tong Qian and the 2 children approached. Daddy really bought little pigs. We'll have meat, Nini exclaimed as she dashed toward the 2 piglets, her excitement palpable. Daddy, will these little pigs belong to our family from now on? Indeed, they will belong to us. You won't need to gather pig grass for the production team's piglets anymore. Just feed these 2 at home, Chen Hao replied. That's wonderful. Nini beamed with joy, picking up a stick from the ground and imitating Chen Hao as she herded the little pigs. Xiao Duo did not back down. She picked up a stick herself, albeit a rather short one, measuring only about 10 centimeters. Each time she raised her hand in an attempt to shoo away the piglets, she failed to make contact. The 2 little piglets trotted along, snorting, while she hurried after them. The 2 children were filled with joy. By the time the new year rolled around, they should weigh over 100 pounds, and selling them would yield some profit. Tong Qian remarked that there was no need to buy 2. 1 would suffice. The farm work was laborious, and the children were still small, lacking the energy to tend to the pigs. We want to sell them, Chen Hao replied. When the time comes, we can slaughter both pigs, turn them into cured meat, and hang them in a ventilated area, preserving them for 4 to 5 months without much issue. Each day, we can slice off a bit to enhance our meals. It's genuinely challenging to obtain meat in the countryside. Chen Hao intended to raise the 2 piglets until the new year, when they would be ready for slaughter. It would ensure a bountiful year, allowing for oil extraction and the making of cured meat. Is the purpose of buying 2 piglets merely to enjoy meat? Tong Qian shot him a look that is quite extravagant. I haven't heard of anyone eating like that, not even the leaders in the brigade or commune. Initially, she thought Chen Hao had purchased the piglets to raise and sell for profit, not realizing that his true intention was for their own consumption. The 2 kids are in their growth phase. Subsisting solely on rice and vegetables is certainly inadequate, Chen Hao asserted. A proper diet is essential for them to grow taller. He looked at Tong Qian. After all these years of marriage, I haven't provided you with a good life. Even during your confinement after giving birth, I didn't ensure you had proper care. I just want you to enjoy a prosperous year, to become an object of envy among the other families in the village. The 2 piglets have been kept in the pig pen for several months, remaining calm and obedient, even when driven by Ni and Xiao Duo. Chen Hao and Tong Qian walked a little way behind. He took her hand, soft and small, and playfully squeezed it. Tong Qian felt a rush of shyness, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. Although they were married and had children, being led by Chen Hao still made her feel bashful. She tugged her hand back twice, but Chen Hao held on tightly. His grip was strong, and he always exerted great force, as he did this time. We're already an old married couple. Why are we holding hands? Isn't that a bit embarrassing? If someone sees us, they'll surely laugh. How mortifying, Tong Qian whispered, her face slightly flushed. It felt as if they were secretly engaging in a forbidden act, making her shy away and lower her head. Yet, there was an exhilarating thrill in her heart. Are we truly considered an old married couple already? Someone said that, but at only 25, I can still bear children. Chen Hao chuckled. He found her bashful demeanor endearing, reminiscent of the early days of their courtship when he would coax her into the little grove. Maturity has its own charm, while youth possesses its own sweetness. Both are delightful in their own right. Where we keep the piglets? Our home lacks a pig pen, Tong Qian inquired. Just a few steps later, they arrived at their front yard, where over 10 little chicks were joyfully running about, foraging for food, pecking and scratching. The addition of the 2 piglets made the area even livelier. They're an empty plot behind the house. I'll find someone to help me enclose it, using bamboo to construct a fence so we can keep the piglets inside and build a chicken coop nearby, Chen Hao suggested. Chapter 18. This is tradition, not openness. Although their house was made of adobe, the area around it was still substantial enough to be utilized. Fortunately, it was now 1975, had been a few years prior. Such activities would have been considered remnants of capitalism. Not only was personal farming prohibited, but raising chickens, ducks, and pigs was also forbidden. The policies were gradually loosening. Now, while the restrictions were still somewhat lenient, it was imperative to take advantage of the opportunity. The next day, Chen Hao called upon Chen Dongsheng, Chen Wei, and a few other acquaintances from the village to help him cut some bamboo from the nearby mountain, which they brought back to construct the bamboo fence behind his house. This task took 2 days. If only there were always work at your place. How good. I'd love to work for you continuously. Every time I do, I get a hearty meal and enjoy cooking with lard, Chen Dongsheng remarked. As they completed the last of the work, it was mealtime. The group gathered in front of Chen Hao's house, bowls in hand, devouring their meal. Eating dishes cooked with lard at Chen Hao's, then returning home to lesser fare, felt utterly unsatisfactory. They longed to be at Chen Hao's for every meal. I wanted to invite Xiao Ting over for dinner, but she didn't come. She probably feels shy. Could you go and fetch her? Tong Qian suggested. All right, I'll go call her. Chen Hao nodded. She lived just next door, a mere few steps away. At that moment, the elderly lady was outside, peeling Raimi. Her hair had turned white, her feet were tiny, and her hands were rough, yet she worked swiftly. Chen Hao greeted her and entered the house. Chen Xiaoting was in the kitchen, preparing to light the fire for cooking. Just as she struck a match, Chen Hao walked over and blew it out. Didn't I say to come eat at my house? Why are you trying to start a fire here? He said. It feels inappropriate to always intrude. Chen Xiaoting replied shyly. I've already washed the vegetables, so I was going to eat at home. It's only right to have a meal after helping with the work. If you don't come over for dinner, you'll want to help me in the future. Chen Hao chided. You're putting me in a difficult position, you know that? You help bring the bamboo over to my house, and then you sneak back to eat at the last minute. What do you think the others who help will think? If this continues, how will you have the face to come over for meals again? Good relations must be reciprocated. I'll come over next time. I promise, Chen Xiaoting insisted. That little bit of work doesn't deserve such a feast. At your young age, you're already so modest? You helped out this time, so you must eat. Chen Hao asserted firmly, grabbing 2 bowls from the stove. Come, follow me to get some food. He forcefully placed one of the bowls into her hands, leading her to his home, where he filled 2 bowls with rice and added some dishes on top before allowing her to leave. Grandma, this is food from Uncle Hao's house, Chen Xiaoting said as she returned home, handing a bowl to the elderly lady. The grandmother paused her work, glancing at her granddaughter and then in the direction of Chen Hao's house, and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, in the old days. A man like that could take a concubine. With a strong man at home and a good-natured wife, one would never suffer. Chen Xiaoting's face turned crimson. Grandma, what are you saying? That's too open-minded. This is tradition, not openness, the elderly lady replied. In October, the weather grew increasingly cold. However, the cucumber seedlings in the greenhouse thrived, sprouting 2 true leaves. The production team continued their work, primarily focusing on stripping hemp, planting wheat, and harvesting sweet potatoes. Most of the hemp and sweet potatoes will be sold, serving as one of the few sources of income for the production team. Naturally, not all will be sold. Sweet potatoes also serve as staple food, with a portion allocated to team members and another portion stored in the production team's grain depot for emergencies. Similarly, some of the previously harvested rice will be kept in reserve for unforeseen circumstances. The rice in Chen Hao's household is primarily purchased from the production team, effectively a form of return grain. Tong Qian, Ni, and Xiao Duo, along with the other members of the team, went to the fields to harvest sweet potatoes, while Chen Hao remained at home tending to the cucumbers. Having just applied a bit of ecological urea, he heard someone calling out, Sister, Nini, Xiao Duo. The voice was somewhat familiar, coming from right outside his door. Chen Hao shook himself awake and emerged from the greenhouse, only to see a young woman standing in front of his house. In her early 20s, she carried something in her hands, her figure quite pleasing. This young woman was none other than Tong Qian's younger sister, his own sister-in-law. Tong Man, Chen Hao clapped his hands and approached with a smile. They've gone to the fields to harvest sweet potatoes. Come in and sit for a while. I'll fetch you a glass of water. Tong Man, 3 years younger than Tong Qian, had been sent to the neighboring commune as part of the youth cadre program. However, she was fortunate enough to be recommended by the commune to a junior high school in the county, where she worked as a teacher. Although she had not returned to her original city, she had managed to escape the hardships of rural life, earning a stable monthly salary, which was considerably better than working in the production team. I'm going to find them, Tong Man said curtly, casting a glance at Chen Hao before turning to leave. Looking down on him, this disdain was not without reason. It stemmed from Chen Hao's reputation for domestic violence and neglect of his family. They'll all be back shortly. There's no need to go looking for them. Just sit for a moment while I fetch a stool, Chen Hao replied. He went inside, retrieved 2 small stools, and placed one beside Tong Man before sitting down himself. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Tong Man shot him a glance and shifted her stool slightly away, clearly unwilling to sit too close. You don't like it when I smoke? Chen Hao inquired. You can smoke all you want. It doesn't concern me. I just don't like you, Tong Man replied matter-of-factly. What has my sister ever done to deserve such treatment from you? What faults does she have that warrant your mistreatment? She glanced at the cigarette in Chen Hao's hand. noting that he had little money, yet fancied himself smoking fancy brands. Her sharp tongue contrasted starkly with Tong Qian's gentle nature. One was as placid as water, while the other was fiery and fierce. If looks could kill, Chen Hao would have been riddled with wounds from her gaze. Smoking builds connections, and drinking paves the way. If you wish to accomplish something, cigarettes and liquor hold significance, Chen Hao said. What I smoke is not just tobacco. It's a matter of social etiquette. What I drink is not merely alcohol. It represents one's place in the world. Bah, Tongman spat. Only my sister has the patience and gentle disposition to endure your bullying, still clinging to the hope that you'll change. If it were me, I'd have taken a pair of scissors to you in the dead of night, so you'd know your place. Chapter 19. Taste your brother-in-law's culinary skills. While speaking, Tongman's gaze lingered on a particular spot on Chen Hao for several seconds. You're quite handsome. Perhaps you should learn a thing or two about temperament from your sister, Chen Hao suggested, taking a breath. Being so fierce, you might find it difficult to find a suitor. He recalled events from his past life. After San Yang's suicide, Tongman had taken the opportunity to invite him to dinner, insisting he drink and comforting him not to be too sorrowful, but to pull himself together. Ultimately, after he had become inebriated, she had given him a thorough beating, leaving his head swollen for days. You seem to have a rather naive view of things. Learning my sister's temperament just makes you easier to bully, doesn't it? Tongman refused to look at him directly, her words laced with barbs. People do change. Don't judge based on old perceptions. I have changed. I now understand the hardships your sister endures. Haven't you noticed that the situation at home has changed since your last visit? Chen Hao replied. We've raised some chicks, and there's a pig pen out back with 2 pigs. We plan to make some cured meat for the new year. You can come over to celebrate with your sister. Old habits die hard, Tongman retorted. Although she had indeed noticed the chicks pecking around at the door, she couldn't believe that Chen Hao could change so suddenly. After all these years, you think you can transform overnight? You must be up to something. She ignored Chen Hao, sitting on the small stool, lost in thought. After about 10 minutes, Tong Qian returned, followed by 2 little companions, Ni and Xiao Duo. Tong Qian carried a bamboo basket filled with pigweed, while Ni and Xiao Duo held some in their hands. Ni Xiao Duo, look, isn't that your aunt who has come? Tong Qian exclaimed joyfully upon spotting her sister sitting at the door. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be working today? I took a 2-day leave to see you and the girls, Tongman smiled, walking over. Ni, Xiao Duo, your aunt has brought you gifts. Thank you, Auntie. You're the best. The 2 little girls beamed with delight. Auntie, let me tell you, we have 2 piglets at home. I'll take you to see them, and we can feed them together. Tong and I tugged at Tongman, leading her toward the back of the house, while Tong Qian followed with Xiao Duo in tow. The piglets, hearing the commotion, rushed to the bamboo fence, grunting excitedly. Life is so challenging now. How can we afford to raise 2 piglets? Tongman questioned. Your brother-in-law suggested it. He said that come New Year, we could cure the meat, making it easier to provide for Ni and Xiao Duo, Tong Qian explained. Tongman glanced toward the front of the house, skeptical of his good intentions. Sister, they say it's better to dismantle a temple than to ruin a marriage. But under your circumstances, my heart aches for you. Her eyes grew red with emotion. She understood the hardships of rural life all too well. She had managed to escape and secure a teaching position in the county, while her sister remained trapped in the countryside. Your brother-in-law has changed. He cares for me now and looks after our daughters. Life at home has improved considerably, Tong Qian reassured her, holding her sister's hand. You're just too stubborn and easy to bully, Tongman replied. If he dares to lay a hand on you again, let me know. I'll make sure to give him a good thrashing to vent your frustrations. Tongman had offered similar advice numerous times, yet Tong Qian still refused to consider divorce. Despite her sister's anxiety, there was little she could do other than visit more often to offer support. The 2 sisters chatted as they finished feeding the pigweed, then settled down inside the house. Chen Hao was not present. He had stepped out. Hey, did you get electricity installed in here? Tongman exclaimed upon entering and noticing the light bulb overhead. The last time she had visited, they had been using kerosene lamps, a detail she remembered vividly. It's been wired for several days now. Thanks to your brother-in-law, Tong Qian replied. There are 2 light bulbs, one in the room and one in the kitchen. Both 25-watt bulbs. Most others in the team have only 15-watt bulbs. Has he truly changed for the better? Tongman asked, astonished. Just then, Chen Hao returned, carrying a chicken. I bought a chicken from the village. We'll slaughter it and stir-fry it for dinner, he announced. He deliberately ventured out to inquire among the villagers about purchasing a hen, with a sense of urgency that compelled him to pay a higher price than usual. What scheme do you have up your sleeve? Tongman stared at him and inquired. It was evident that this chicken was procured specifically to welcome her. Normally, When she visited, Chen Hao would employ various tactics to extract something from her, such as borrowing money. Yet today, he surprisingly opted to buy a chicken to prepare for her arrival. Do not always assume the worst of me. I admit that I may have wronged your sister in the past, but rest assured, I will take excellent care of her going forward, as well as nurture the 2 children, Chen Hao assured. His sister-in-law was not faring well either. A teacher's salary in the county was a mere 23 yuan per month. Of course, this was relative. Compared to the villagers, the position and income of a county teacher were indeed enviable. Each time she came over, Tong Man would secretly supplement Tong Qian's income. Xiao Man, take a seat. I will prepare dinner, Tong Qian said as she rose to head for the kitchen. Let me handle this meal today. It's rare for Xiao Man to visit, so you should engage her in conversation, Chen Hao insisted, waving his hand. He then entered the kitchen, igniting the fire, scooping water into a pot to boil, and taking up a cleaver. Grasping the hen by its wings, he stepped outside. Firmly holding its neck, he plucked the feathers from its throat to reveal the skin beneath. With a swift motion, he drew the knife, collecting the blood in a bowl. The hen flapped for a moment before falling still, the action clean and decisive. Once the water in the stove boiled, he ladled some into a tin bucket, dipped the hen to scald it, and began to pluck its feathers. After 3 rounds of this, it was finally clean. An hour later, the dishes were ready, elegantly presented on the table. A large bowl of stir-fried chicken pieces, a bowl of cabbage and lard, and a bowl of loofah and egg soup. Dig in, Chen Hao said, handing Tong Man the chopsticks. Taste your brother-in-law's culinary skills and see how the chicken turned out. Puffs of steam rose from a chicken, carrying an alluring aroma. With minimal seasoning, just ginger and salt, and the oil rendered from the chicken itself. This simple preparation yielded a fragrant dish. Are you hoping to borrow money? Tong Man asked cautiously, not rushing to eat, apprehensive that this meal might be a trap set by Chen Hao. How meager is a teacher's salary these days? Chen Hao continued serving Tong Qian and the 2 children, reassuring her, I am not here to borrow money, nor is there any poison in the food. This is merely a token of gratitude for your unwavering support of your sister and for caring for Nini and Xiaoduo. It is a responsibility that should have been mine, yet you have shouldered it. Once you're married, I will gift you a generous red envelope. A red envelope, you say? Just how generous can you be? Tong Man scoffed, skeptical of Chen Hao's ability to bestow a significant sum. You are just indulging in empty talk. Try the chicken, taste your brother-in-law's cooking, and see how it fares, Chen Hao urged. He felt immense gratitude towards his sister-in-law, who had helped the family numerous times during challenging times. When Tong Qian was postpartum, she also came to assist, and any shortcomings on his part were due to his own inadequacies. He had no complaints about Tong Qian and her daughters. Tong Man picked up a piece of chicken, took a bite, and nodded in approval. The flavor was indeed delightful. Delicious, right? Chen Hao smiled. This year for the new year, do not go anywhere else. Come here instead. We have 2 pigs raised in the pig pen, which will surely be slaughtered by then. Steamed pork, braised ribs, stir-fried intestines. There will be plenty to go around. The 2 pigs were raised for the purpose of consumption, and by year-end, they would be hefty enough. Chen Hao had meticulously planned how to allocate them, with part for his family and part to be shared as favors, laying the groundwork for his future intentions. Do not focus solely on food. Let's first secure our livelihood before boasting, Tong Man remarked. Eating for a moment is not a skill. Being able to eat for a lifetime is the true mark of prowess. Though her words were direct, they were considerably softer than at the outset. Isn't life about sustenance, clothing, shelter, and transportation? Chen Hao served chicken to Nini and Xiaoduo, echoing his sister-in-law's sentiment that once they addressed their immediate needs, they would also resolve housing and transportation issues. A large bowl of chicken was a luxury not many families could afford during the new year, and the 3 adults and 2 children relished the meal, leaving not a scrap of meat on the bones. After dining, Chen Hao encouraged Tong Qian and Tong Man to converse while he tidied up the dishes. Nini's mother, who is that lovely young lady? She is quite striking. Is this Tong Man? I heard she is now teaching in the county. Has she come to visit your sister? Your sister's life has improved. They recently installed electricity in the house. Some villagers greeted Tong Man. Many young, unmarried men gazed at her with eager eyes, yet their shyness prevented them from approaching. A few brave souls, eager to make contact, hesitated as soon as Tong Man's gaze fell upon them, causing them to retreat. The county was about 15 li away, and while there was public transport between the county and city, there was none between urban and rural areas, leaving foot travel as the only option, a considerable inconvenience. The 15-li journey would take Tong Man 2 to 3 hours. That evening, she chose to stay overnight rather than return to the county. Chen Hao gathered some straw and laid it out in the kitchen to create a makeshift bed, bringing along an old quilt to make do for the night. The sisters, along with the 2 little ones, settled on the wooden bed. Is this quilt new? Tong Man inquired as she nestled under the covers. The cotton and the quilt cover are brand new. You can tell just by the smell. I bought the cotton and materials at the market last time and sewed them up at home, Tong Qian explained. Your brother-in-law said it wasn't enough and insisted on preparing 2 more new quilts in case any guests arrive. Thankfully, I had prepared one in advance. Otherwise, you would have had nothing to cover yourself with. He also mentioned that once the carpenter from the village returned, he would have him make 2 cabinets, one for the kitchen and one for the bedroom. While there were carpenters and masons in the village, they often spent most of their time working elsewhere, earning cash that had to be given to the team in exchange for work points. Although they had little time in the village, the work was significantly less strenuous than farming, and the work points earned were higher. Nini and Xiaoduo were already asleep, but the sisters found it hard to doze off and engaged in heartfelt conversation. Sister, where does he get all that money? With the installation of electricity, light bulbs, and the purchase of so many things, I wonder if he has secretly borrowed money behind your back. You must be wary. If it is borrowed money and he cannot repay it, wouldn't you have to cover the debt? Tong Man expressed her concerns, recalling that Chen Hao had engaged in such behavior in the past, prompting her to caution against a repeat occurrence. You're wrongfully accusing your brother-in-law. This time he truly hasn't borrowed any money, Tong Qian whispered. He has found another way to earn money, but you must keep this between us. I am quite tight-lipped. Even if Chen Hao were to try, he wouldn't be able to pry it from me. But you're the only one who can easily get him to talk, Tong Man retorted. Nestled under the new quilt was indeed comfortable. As she lay on her side, conversing with Tong Qian, she couldn't help but feel curious about how Chen Hao was earning money. Could it possibly be more than her teacher a salary? In the daily ebb and flow of life, devoid of a conversational companion, the weight of solitude can be quite burdensome. At this moment, the 2 sisters engage in a lively exchange, sharing their intimate confidences. Indeed, your lips are sealed tight, remarked Tong Qian with a nod. Your brother-in-law has gathered some wood ear mushrooms and ventured into the county to sell them, earning a modest profit that has significantly improved their household circumstances. How much can wood ear mushrooms possibly fetch? Tong Man pondered with curiosity. Food supplies are still scarce, yet there exists an abundance of wild edibles that few dare to harvest. The reason is simple. Most families scrimp and save even on essentials, while foraging for wild produce requires substantial effort to render it palatable. Even bare paws, without proper seasoning, can be quite unappetizing. You may find it hard to believe, but city dwellers are quite fond of this delicacy, with a pound fetching as much as 10 yuan, Tong Qian whispered. Tong Man gasped, astonished at such value. Her monthly salary amounts to only 23 yuan. Thus, 2 pounds of wood ear mushrooms equate to an entire month's wage. The impact of this revelation was profound. Indeed, they are quite valuable. However, your brother-in-law has exhausted the supply from the back mountain, and it will take at least 10 days to gather more. Tong Qian continued. The forest behind the village is not extensive, and Chen Hao has nearly depleted the wood ear harvest after several days of diligent foraging. He will not return to gather again for another 10 days or so before heading back to the county to sell the mushrooms. How outrageous! You made me want to sell wood ears myself, Tong Man remarked, still in shock. You have a stable job, and your salary is not insignificant. Why would you consider selling wood ears? Tong Qian questioned. This endeavor is precarious, and your brother-in-law has indicated that by November, the wood ears will be finished, necessitating alternative means of income. As their conversation flowed, the sisters meandered into discussions about marriage. Little man, you're not getting any younger. It's time you considered a suitor, Tong Qian said. When I was your age, and I was already 3 years old. You're not lacking in appearance. Surely someone must be pursuing you. There are indeed many who seek my affection, yet I find them lacking, Tong Man replied. They are merely lecherous individuals. Driven by carnal desires, I want to be deceived by them. The sister stayed up late into the night. The following morning, after breakfast, Tong Man set off for the county. Chen Hao accompanied her to the village entrance. If you find yourself in the county and without a place to rest, feel free to come to the school and find me, Tong Man suggested. I live alone. The school has a cafeteria with affordable meals. I didn't bring you any gifts this time, so don't take it to heart. I'll make it up to you when you visit again. I'm not a child. There is no need for such formality. Chen Hao waved his hand dismissively. This little sister-in-law exudes a sense of competence in her manner of speaking and acting. Don't overthink it. Were it not for your transformation into a more considerate person, I wouldn't be sharing these thoughts with you, Tong Man remarked. Isn't it all for my sister? After a brief pause, she whispered, given the high value of wood ears, it would be wise to harvest and sell them, rather than engaging in unnecessary schemes. Constructing a greenhouse to grow cucumbers won't yield significant profits. She held little regard for cucumbers. Look down on cucumbers, do you? Chen Hao stated confidently. Your brother-in-law as cucumbers will surely astonish you. Just wait and see. Chapter 21. Can cucumbers fetch the price of meat? What is so remarkable about your cucumbers? Tong Man replied, skeptical of the cucumber venture. Growing vegetables hardly seems profitable. It's far more lucrative to sell wood ears, she muttered. You should still find time to gather some wood ears to supplement the household income. She simply could not fathom how wood ears could hold such value. After exchanging a few more words, Tong Man departed. Chen Hao returned to the village, continuing to tend to the 6-moo plot of greenhouse cucumbers. Before long, November arrived, and the cucumber plants began to blossom. The villagers who had initially scoffed at Chen Hao's endeavors were no longer mocking. The appearance of flowers indicated that within about 10 days, the first crop of cucumbers would be ready for harvest. The sweet potatoes from the production team had also been gathered, and on this day, families gathered at the rice paddy to distribute the sweet potatoes. Strong laborers received 50 jin, the elderly 40 jin, and the children 30 jin. Team leader Chen Ziqiang announced, "Weigh your portion and take it away promptly to avoid delaying others." The sweet potatoes, along with the grain, will be partially allocated to the villagers as a staple food supply. The distribution of staples was calculated based on household size. Families with more members received a larger share, while those with fewer received less. This also explains why rural families often favor having many children. The more offspring, the greater the share of staples. Nearby, a mound of sweet potatoes piled high, with individuals using scales to weigh their portions, while the team's accountant diligently recorded the transactions. After receiving their share of sweet potatoes, Chen Hao moved aside, allowing his wife and daughter to gradually transport them home. He refrained from assisting, instead approaching Chen Ziqiang and offering him a cigarette. "Have the cucumbers in your greenhouse begun to flower?" Chen Ziqiang inquired after accepting the cigarette and lighting it. His feelings were somewhat mixed. He had initially doubted Chen Hao's cold-weather cucumber planting, yet here they were, blossoming and on the verge of bearing fruit. It's true. Once the flowers bloom, in about 10 days they will be ready for harvest. "I'll save some for you to taste," Chen Hao replied with a smile. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Chen Hao continued, "Team leader, with the cold weather setting in, the brigade's tractor isn't in much demand. Could I borrow it to transport the cucumbers to the county for sale? The production team is quite impoverished. Not only do they lack tractors, but even bicycles are a rarity. The brigade possesses 2 hand tractors, which are usually busy, but during the frigid winter months, they often sit idle. Borrowing one for personal use may encounter resistance. It must be done under the brigade's name to minimize opposition," Chen Ziqiang explained. "I'll ask around the brigade when I have a moment. Even if they are sitting idle, there may still be objections to a personal loan, whereas borrowing in the name of the production team is considered collective use and would face less opposition." "Thank you, team leader," Chen Hao replied, by occasionally offering cigarettes. He had effectively built rapport with Chen Ziqiang, who was now genuinely considering his request regarding the tractor. "Once the cucumbers are sold, I plan to make a personal donation of a bicycle to the production team as committee," Chen Hao added. Chen Ziqiang turned to him, his interest piqued. "Are you serious? Will be donated to the brigade or the production team?" "It will certainly be for the production team," Chen Hao assured him. Team leader Chen and the other committee members frequently need to travel to the brigade or even the commune for meetings. Having a bicycle would greatly facilitate their agricultural production efforts. "Your awareness is commendable," Chen Ziqiang replied with delight. "Rest assured, the tractor issue will not pose a problem. The brigade has 2 tractors, and borrowing one is entirely feasible. Do you have any other requests? I will certainly accommodate anything within the production team's capabilities." Initially hesitant, he now expressed enthusiasm. "A bicycle costs 1 or 200 yuan. The committee lacks funds to purchase one, and even if they had the money, they would fear criticism from the brigade and dissatisfaction from the team members. But now that Chen Hao is willing to spend his own money to donate one for the production team as committee, it circumvents those issues entirely. The thought of riding a bicycle to meetings is indeed exciting. There is one more matter I would like to trouble you with, team leader," Chen Hao mentioned. "I intend to transport the cucumbers to the county for sale and require a certificate proving they were grown in my private plot. This certificate is necessary to prevent accusations of speculation." "That is no problem. I can provide that certificate for you," Chen Ziqiang readily agreed. Chen Hao's diplomacy had paid off, and Chen Ziqiang was eager to assist. Once the arrangements were finalized, Chen Hao rejoined his wife and daughter to transport the remaining sweet potatoes home, totaling 160 jin. In the corner of the kitchen, nestled against the wall, lies a cellar designated for storing sweet potatoes. A portion of this harvest has been reserved for immediate consumption, while the remainder has been carefully placed into the cellar, covered with wooden planks. After the distribution of sweet potatoes and rice, Chen Ziqiang and several key members of the production team lingered, engaging in leisurely conversation. At last, the sweet potatoes have been allocated, providing each household with sustenance to last a while longer, remarked the team as accountant. During each distribution of rations, The accountant is invariably the busiest, for he is the linchpin of the production team, holding a position of great significance. Once the distribution frenzy subsides, attention turns to the harvesting of the late rice crop, interjected the agricultural deputy leader. You may have the luxury of leisure, but I must remain occupied. As year-end calculations loom, each household's dividends and expenditures must be meticulously accounted for. The accountant's role is indeed a challenging one, the accountant lamented. The harvest of early rice, late rice, sweet potatoes, wheat, and an array of fruits and vegetables is systematically distributed, culminating in a comprehensive tally of the production team's annual income, determining how much each family is entitled to receive and how much they owe, all accounted for once a year. As their conversation unfolded, it inevitably turned to Chen Hao. Have those who borrowed grain and funds from our team settled their debts? Our production team still has a considerable number of defaulters, the highest in the entire brigade. The agricultural deputy leader noted. When production falters, the team committee bears the brunt of the criticism, and it appears that only Chen Hao has repaid, while the others remain in default, remarked the accountant. He cast a sidelong glance at the agricultural deputy leader, acknowledging Chen Hao's capabilities. The greenhouse he established is flourishing, with the cucumbers blossoming beautifully. You, as the agricultural deputy leader, seem to have misjudged him, previously dismissing his efforts as folly, he added. The deputy leader's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing his oversight. It is not solely my error. You all shared in that misjudgment, did you not? Just because he has cultivated a bountiful crop of cucumbers does not mean he can consume it all. I would argue he ought to have planted more cabbages and radishes. These vegetables have a longer shelf life and are less prone to spoilage, he countered. Those cucumbers are intended for sale at the county market, Chen Ziqiang interjected, but the price remains uncertain. If they fetch a good price, next year's vegetable planting plan for the production team will certainly require his insight. Our production team lacks alternative sources of income. Labor points are devalued, merely 5 cents per point. We must devise strategies to enhance their worth, he pondered as the team leader, burdened with greater responsibilities. Selling at the county market. The cucumbers might only fetch 10 cents per pound, the agricultural deputy leader remarked. Do you really expect vegetables to command meat prices? Chapter 22, I am quite diligent in my planning efforts, he asserted. Indeed, our production team's supplemental income is modest and labor points are not valuable. However, even when considering ways to enhance this income, vegetables should not be the primary focus, the agricultural deputy leader insisted. Grains, fruits, and vegetables are essential to stave off hunger, and government controls prevent prices from rising significantly. It is indeed impressive to cultivate cucumbers in the depths of winter. Yet such techniques are not suitable for widespread application. Too much investment is required. A few acres may be manageable, but if one were to scale it up to dozens or hundreds of acres, the cost would be staggering. He remains skeptical about the economic viability of cucumbers. Even if cucumbers fetch a high price, they cannot rival meat prices. 10 cents per pound is the utmost they can command. It will be far more prudent to concentrate on cabbages and radishes, which are easier to grow and store, thus simplifying matters considerably. The other committee members largely echoed the agricultural deputy leader's sentiments. While they were astonished by the ability to grow cucumbers in such frigid conditions, they remained unconvinced about their economic benefits. I have an inkling that Chen Hao is somewhat different. He has become quite astute and resourceful. If this endeavor were truly unprofitable, he would not pursue it, Chen Ziqiang mused, puffing on a cigarette. What could be so different? He merely married a sent-down youth from the city, despite his current affluence. That is merely due to his wife's family support. Once his funds are depleted, he will surely revert to frugality, the agricultural deputy leader replied. Having relatives in the city is indeed advantageous, providing occasional support. Just the other day, his sister-in-law visited the village, undoubtedly assisting her sister, he continued. Even among the team leaders, most possess modest educational backgrounds, with a primary education considered a mark of distinction, resulting in a narrow perspective. They all attributed Chen Hao's transformation to the assistance of Tong Qian's family. The cucumbers cultivated in the greenhouse would not yield significant profits. The production team should adhere to their routine, avoiding unnecessary complications. As the cucumbers blossomed, the fruits steadily grew larger each day. Chen Hao closely monitored their progress, estimating the yield from the greenhouse. Dinner is ready, Tong Qian called from the front of the house, gesturing towards the greenhouse. After a brief interval, Chen Hao emerged from the greenhouse. It seems you are quite eager to spend every moment in the greenhouse, wishing to sleep there at night, Tong Qian remarked. I have never seen you so diligent with other tasks. How can you say that? I am also quite industrious with my planting. Chen Hao winked at her. Humph. Such nonsense. Tong Qian blushed. There is hot water in the kettle. Wash your hands with it to warm up. I've kept the dishes warm on the stove. I'll serve them shortly, she added. After diluting the hot water and washing his hands, they brought the dishes to the small wooden table, with the door closed. The family of 4 gathered around the table, which held a simple meal of winter melon, steamed eggs, and rice soup, a hallmark of their earthen stove. The other members of the team expressed skepticism about the price of cucumbers, estimating they would not exceed 10 cents per pound. Tong Qian said. What do they know? Chen Hao retorted, picking up a piece of winter melon and chewing thoughtfully. When I first started the greenhouse, they claimed cucumbers could not be grown. Yet here we are, successfully cultivating them. The 6/10 of an acre dedicated to cucumbers could yield around 8,000 pounds without significant issue. And soon the first batch would be ready for harvest and transport to the county market. Due to limitations in variety and fertilizer, cucumber yields today pale in comparison to those decades hence, when yields could reach approximately 30,000 pounds per acre. Nonetheless, an 8,000 pound yield from 6/10 of an acre is sufficient. Halfway through dinner, I gazed at Chen Hao and said, Daddy, I want to eat sweet potatoes. I can smell them. I want sweet potatoes too. Piped in Chen Hao duo. The stove was fueled by firewood, with several sweet potatoes buried beneath the embers, now perfectly roasted and emanating a delightful aroma. We'll eat sweet potatoes after dinner, Tong Qian instructed. But after dinner, there won't be any room left. Chen and I protested. Mom, please let me eat sweet potatoes first. I'll do 2 extra problems later, Nini countered. Although she had yet to start school, Tong Qian occasionally taught her basic knowledge, counting, pinyin, reciting poetry, and simple arithmetic, with little hope of returning to the city after marriage. Her aspirations rested solely on her 2 daughters' education, hoping they would escape the confines of rural life. What you said holds merit. After dinner, you can assign her 2 additional problems, but let her have the sweet potatoes now. Chen Hao decided if they are left too long, they will burn and be inedible. He took his 2 daughters to the earthen stove, using a pair of tongs to extract the sweet potatoes, gently squeezing them. He found the skin charred while the insides were soft and perfectly cooked. After allowing them to cool for a moment, the 3 of them huddled around the stove, enjoying the sweet potatoes. The peels were discarded directly into the fire. After the meal, Tong Qian sat on the bed, knitting a sweater, while the 2 children played under the covers until they fell asleep. Chen Hao went to feed the pigs and scattered a handful of leftover rice for the chickens before returning to the house. The couple exchanged hushed words before Tong Qian set aside her knitting, extinguished the light, and nestled into the warmth of the quilt. The 2 little ones shared one blanket while Chen Hao and Tong Qian, as husband and wife, snuggled under another. Were your hands wandering? She asked playfully. They're cold. He replied. Then just leave them be. No squeezing. In the enveloping darkness, the couple continued their soft conversation, within the confines of their small quilt. The vastness of the world seemed to expand. Chen Hao's hand, akin to a curious scholar, roamed and explored with fervor, delving into the mysteries of intimacy. As dawn broke, Chen Hao rolled up the straw curtain and ventured into the greenhouse. Upon his return, he bore several cucumbers, slightly curled, yet each measuring a respectable 20 centimeters in length and substantial in weight. Today, we shall sauté cucumbers, he announced, handing the freshly harvested produce to Tong Qian. I must make a trip to the captain's house. The pigs await my return for feeding. He plucked a few more cucumbers, cradling them in his arms, and made his way to Captain Chen Ziqiang's home. Captain, the cucumbers are ripe. I brought you some to sample, he said as he entered. It was a bitterly cold day, and with the late rice harvest having concluded a few days prior, there was little work left in the fields. Most villagers were huddled indoors, and the Ziqiang household was no exception. You are too kind, Chen Ziqiang remarked as he accepted the cucumbers, inspecting them closely. These greenhouse cucumbers appear to be thriving, much like those from the warmer months. Chen Hao offered him a cigarette, and they exchanged a few more pleasantries. Chen Ziqiang then produced 2 documents from his pocket, an introduction letter and a certificate for the cucumbers. Take a look. Is there any issue? He inquired. The introduction letter served to verify identity, as population mobility was restricted. Without it, one could be mistaken for a drifter. The cucumber certificate confirmed they were grown on a personal plot. Chen Hao examined the documents and found no faults. Everything seems in order. Thank you for your assistance, Captain. Not at all. It's a trivial matter. Chen Ziqiang waved dismissively. I'll have a tractor sent over tomorrow. Can you operate it? The tractor drivers were from the production team, and being adept at driving one was a significant skill, as few could manage it. Yes, it's quite simple, Chen Hao nodded. In his previous life, he had acquired a driver's license and was proficient in operating various vehicles. After a brief conversation with Chen Ziqiang, Chen Hao departed, gathering more cucumbers to deliver to a few close families in the village, including Chen Wei and Chen Dongsheng, as well as some for Chen Shouting. Your cucumbers have truly thrived. Chen Shouting exclaimed, astonished by the 20-centimeter-long, slightly curved vegetables. It's a bit chilly. They feel quite firm. If you wish to eat them, feel free to pick your own from the greenhouse. Uncle Hao's cucumbers are unguarded. Chen Hao chuckled. With the cold weather, there isn't much work to be done. So, take the time to read more. Trust Uncle Hao. Reading is never a waste. Do you understand why I sought the worker's position for you? Chen Shouting stared at him with her expressive eyes, first nodding, then shaking her head. Do you know or not? Chen Hao pressed further. Someone told me that Uncle Hao sought the worker's position for me so that I could bear you a son, she whispered, her cheeks flushing. Having worked as a worker for a while, she had heard murmurs from some of the village wives. Even the captain was wary of offending Wang Hongmei. Yet Chen Hao dared to. If there were no significant benefits, why would he take on such a role? It was evident he had his sights set on her, hoping to father a son. He and T even arranged for his own wife to take on the worker's position. So what was his real motive? Although he appeared to care for his wife and children, he surely harbored a desire for a son. Many wives and older women speculated about Chen Hao's intentions, and even his own grandmother seemed to concur with their gossip. Am I really that kind of person? Chen Hao countered sharply. Chen Shouting hesitated before nodding in agreement. This isn't the old society. One cannot take a concubine, she stated earnestly, fearing he might misunderstand and feeling the need to enlighten him. If it were the old society, would you have agreed? Chen Hao retorted. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I sought the worker's position for you because I believe you are destined for greatness. This role is to grant you time to study so that in the future you can thrive in the city where your true stage awaits, filled with boundless opportunities. You must delve into knowledge from junior high and high school. When you succeed, do not forget Uncle Hao. If the opportunity arises, lend me a helping hand and let me rely on you. After offering her further encouragement, he took his leave. 3 days later, on a brisk morning, Chen Hao harvested his first batch of cucumbers. From his 6-moo plot, he gathered over 1,000 pounds, carefully placing them into the tractor, with straw laid beneath and around to prevent bruising. He covered them with a layer of plastic film and a straw curtain. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei sat on either side of the tractor, while Chen Hao drove it toward the county town. At the village entrance, a few villagers gathered to witness the spectacle. Tong Qian, accompanied by their 2 daughters and Chen Shouting, had come to see Chen Hao off. Captain Chen Ziqiang, Agricultural Deputy Captain Chen Dagong, and Wang Hongmei also arrived, along with several curious villagers. Isn't it too cold to be out here? Why not stay home by the fire instead of running off to sell cucumbers? Chen Dagong shook his head in disbelief. Typically, when there is work to be done in the production team, he doesn't show such enthusiasm. Why seek out trouble in this frigid weather? He truly could not comprehend. If he had a wife as lovely as Tong Qian, he would certainly stay indoors, cozying up with her and perhaps even starting a family. He just wants to show off. While others struggle to grow cucumbers in the winter, he manages to do so, proving his prowess, more capable than the agricultural deputy captain. Wang Hongmei remarked. She shot a glance at the agricultural deputy captain, commenting that Chen Hao had undermined her worker's position, and she felt he might soon usurp his role as well. This issue still weighed heavily on her mind. As long as it aids the production team in enhancing agricultural output, anyone can serve as the agricultural deputy captain, he replied. However, despite his words, he harbored some concern and, after taking a puff from his pipe, added, while producing cucumbers in this harsh winter is indeed rare, they're still merely cucumbers. When it comes to winter vegetables, cabbage and radish are the staples, as they store well and provide sustenance during the cold months. These cucumbers might fetch only 10 cents a pound. He did not hold the position of agricultural deputy captain in high regard, but he prided himself on his agricultural expertise, believing no one could surpass him, especially not Chen Hao, a mere youth in his 20s. If Chen Hao were to outshine him, it would render his decades of experience futile. 10 cents a pound is still respectable. With over 1,000 pounds in the tractor, that could yield over 100 yuan. A nearby wife commented enviously. If you ask me, Chen Hao may not be reliable, but those who are the least dependable often create the most excitement. She cast an envious glance at Tong Qian, remarking, at least Chen Hao knows how to charm with sweet words. My husband wouldn't utter a romantic phrase if his life depended on it. He can't even string together 3 words. The newlywed wives in the village gazed at Tong Qian with great admiration. Chen Hao's lips were a curiosity for them, but alas, their own man lacked ambition and could not utter tender words. As the group chatted, the topic was deftly diverted by the young wife and the elder sister-in-law, leading to a gathering of women exchanging whispers, occasionally bursting into laughter. The hand-pulled tractor did not travel at great speed, yet it was significantly quicker than walking. While a 2-hour trek would be necessary on foot, the tractor made the journey to the county seat in just over 40 minutes. Brother Hao, where shall we sell the cucumbers? Chen Dongxing asked as he jumped off the tractor. The air was somewhat chilly, causing him to stamp his feet and glance about. His expression a tad bewildered. Engaging in business and selling goods was a novelty for him. He had only ever sold eggs and vegetables at market, never venturing so far as the county. Let us head to the vegetable market. There must be one in the county. We can park the tractor beside it, Chen Wei suggested, rubbing his hands together. Chen Hao retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to each of them. We shan't go to the vegetable market, he declared, firmly dismissing the idea. That market is state-run. Selling right outside feels akin to challenging the establishment. Find a bustling intersection and lift the grass curtain, he directed. After taking a couple of puffs from his cigarette and stamping his feet to warm them, Chen Hao maneuvered the tractor to a busier corner. He lifted the grass curtain to reveal the cucumbers. Their vibrant green hue, some adorned with petals, immediately caught the attention of passers-by. Brother Hao, what is the price for the cucumbers? Chen Dongsheng inquired softly. Chen Hao inhaled deeply on his cigarette, contemplating for a moment before stating, 50 cents per pound. How much? Chen Dongsheng exclaimed, taken aback. Chen Wei stared at Chen Hao in astonishment, both believing they had misheard. 50 cents per pound, as soon as people arrive. We'll stick to that price, Chen Hao asserted, taking a vigorous drag on his cigarette and discarding the butt to the ground, extinguishing it with his foot. A resident approached them. Are these cucumbers? The woman, in her 40s, pointed at the cucumbers on the tractor, visibly surprised. Your eyesight is commendable. Indeed, they are cucumbers, Chen Hao replied, understanding her astonishment. If it were a child, curiosity might prevail, but for a housewife familiar with the market and kitchen, the sight of cucumbers in the frigid air was truly remarkable. It's astonishing that cucumbers can grow in this cold weather, the woman exclaimed. How much are they? Do you need a ticket? Within moments, more residents gathered around, drawn by the conspicuous display of cucumbers. While they had seen cucumbers before, many had never encountered Chen Hao's variety, which was rare indeed. No tickets required. These cucumbers come from the production team's private plot, Chen Hao explained. All necessary grains have been submitted. The remaining produce is for the farmers to manage, to ensure that city residents can enjoy fresh vegetables in winter. The team allowed me to bring this load of cucumbers here. As he spoke, Chen Hao produced a document from his pocket and proclaimed loudly, rest assured. There is proof of authenticity. Buy with confidence, eat with assurance. The absence of a ticket was a significant advantage, and the availability of cucumbers in such cold weather was another. What is the price? A resident inquired. 50 cents per pound, Chen Hao replied, his demeanor steady and unfazed. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei stood nearby, their throats tight with apprehension. They feared a backlash from the residents. Are you joking? 50 cents per pound? Are these cucumbers made of gold or silver? A pound of meat costs only 70 cents. A resident retorted, while others echoed similar sentiments, astonished at the price. Yet, Chen Hao noted that while many expressed discontent, few were leaving. There was potential here. Despite the steep pricing, the residents remained, and if $10 a pound mushrooms could sell, the county dwellers' purchasing power was indeed substantial. You get what you pay for, Chen Hao explained. In this winter, to cultivate such fine cucumbers necessitates considerable effort. These are all costs. Several residents nodded in agreement, acknowledging his reasoning. These cucumbers are cultivated in a greenhouse, Chen Hao continued, not merely supplementary goods, but rather products that enhance quality of life and elevate dining experiences. I urge everyone to buy within reason. Do not rush to purchase. Just a small quantity to savor the novelty. His emphasis on cost, coupled with consideration for the customers, resonated well with the onlookers. What does greenhouse mean? Someone asked, intrigued. Cucumbers require a suitable temperature for growth. To create this ideal environment, greenhouses are constructed, Chen Hao explained. These cucumbers thrived in a greenhouse, which is why they are available in winter. He deliberately referred to it as a greenhouse rather than a mere shed, as the term greenhouse sounded more sophisticated and appealing. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei were drenched in sweat. Despite the cold, their hearts raced with excitement. Is it really possible to sell like this? They mused, astonished by how readily the residents accepted Chen Hao's words. One cucumber for me, please, one resident finally said, selecting a cucumber. Why are you still standing there? We need to weigh this cucumber for the lady, Chen Hao called to his dazed companions. With a scale in hand, the two quickly weighed the cucumber, which came to 12 ounces, costing 30 cents. The lady accepted her purchase, and as Chen Hao collected the payment, he handed over the cucumber. Once the first customer boarded the bus, a steady stream of patrons followed. The same principle applies to business. With that initial customer, others will inevitably come. Give me 2 cucumbers. Another resident called out. They may be a bit pricey, but given the cold, it's understandable. As more customers chose their cucumbers, some even made excuses for the high price. Remarkably, within 3 hours, over 1,000 pounds of cucumbers had been sold. Even those that had been accidentally broken were snapped up by eager buyers. Is it really sold out? Chen Dongsheng was still in disbelief. Are the residents of this county truly so affluent? Chen Wei echoed. Business is surprisingly easy and lucrative, Chen Hao declared, stuffing the fabric bag of money into his coat. Let us head back. There are still many folks around, and it's not wise to linger. The two climbed onto the back of the tractor as Chen Hao took hold of the tractor's lever, inserting it into the ignition, starting the engine with a roar. With the engine's rumble, Chen Hao drove the tractor out of the county town. In a desolate stretch of road, Chen Hao halted the tractor, counted out 20 yuan, and handed 10 yuan each to Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei. Brother Hao, there's no need for this, they protested. It hardly seems appropriate to accept such a sum for merely accompanying you on this errand. Unwilling to accept their refusal, Chen Hao insisted, you've both helped me out, and it's only fair you take this. Each of you deserves 10 yuan. You've seen how much I've earned. It's a mere trifle for me. He pressed the money into their hands, declaring, I've got further plans to sell cucumbers in the county. Accompany me, and you'll earn 10 yuan each time. I never let anyone work for free. Payment is due for every task. If you wish for the horse to run fast, you must feed it well. Finally, the two men accepted the money, their spirits lifted. Brother Hao, we need to keep this under wraps, right? Chen Dongsheng inquired. We can share that we made some money, but let us not disclose the exact amount, Chen Hao replied. Others toil relentlessly throughout the year, only to find their year-end returns yield a mere 20 or 30 yuan after expenses. To earn so much from a single trip to the county could stir envy. With over 1,000 jin of cucumbers sold, even after accounting for a few losses, they still brought in at least 400 yuan. With 6 mu of land yielding around 8,000 jin, profits of 4 to 5,000 yuan were easily attainable. Moreover, as the year-end approached, vegetable prices were sure to rise. As chapter 25 unfolds, the tractor returned to the village just as the noon meal was being prepared. The sun shone brightly, and villagers were seen basking in its warmth while holding their bowls. Back so soon? A villager exclaimed upon seeing the tractor. That is quite a load of cucumbers to return with after just a morning. Another villager remarked, the county is full of non-agricultural households with stable, high incomes. Particularly in this frigid weather when fresh vegetables are scarce, cucumbers should sell like hotcakes. Curious glances were cast towards the tractor by many villagers, most of whom had only ever sold a few items at the market and had never ventured to the county themselves. Chen Hao was the first to do so. Ignoring their inquiries, Chen Hao simply greeted them with a smile before steering the tractor to his doorstep. Brother Hao, we should head back, Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei said as they jumped off the tractor. Make sure to call us in advance for the next trip to the county. Chen Hao nodded in agreement, not lingering for a meal, as he needed to count the money tucked in the cloth bag he carried. As they made their way home, Chen Dongsheng found his wife, Li Xia, chatting with Wang Hongmei. I thought you went with Chen Hao to sell cucumbers. How come you're back so soon? Wang Hongmei inquired. We sold everything and returned, Chen Dongsheng replied casually, feeling indifferent. He harbored no fondness for Wang Hongmei, who had a penchant for gossip. Have you cooked yet? I'm starving, he asked Li Xia. The three of them had returned without eating, and it was mealtime. Didn't Chen Hao even invite you and Chen Wei for a meal after your trip to the county? Wang Hongmei mocked. You two were kind enough to help him out, treating him like family, and he couldn't even spare a meal for you. In this cold weather, running around with him and returning hungry. How absurd. Li Xiao's expression soured as she listened. Wang is right. Chen Hao is rather stingy. Even if he couldn't afford a restaurant, he could at least buy something warm to fill your stomach. It's unreasonable to let someone work on an empty stomach, she complained. As soon as these words left her lips, Chen Dongsheng's expression darkened. Day in and day out, instead of learning from good examples, you pick up the habits of gossipers. Spreading rumors, he scolded his wife. Is brother Hao truly that kind of person? He has never let anyone go hungry. Whether it was when we were building greenhouses or raising pigs, there was always plenty to eat, stir-fried dishes with lard. Even our own meals aren't that grand. His voice rose. If I hear you speak such nonsense again, I'll hesitate to slap you. In this day and age, while many men may not have substantial wealth, their standing within the household is quite elevated. Wang Hongmei, startled by his outburst, retorted, your wife isn't entirely wrong. Why are you scolding her? Chen Hao is no relation to you, yet you defend him so fiercely, even to the point of chastising your own wife? Get out of here, or I'll take it out on you too. Chen Dongsheng shouted. If you're going to defend him, it's only going to bring ruin to your own home. Wang Hongmei cursed under her breath as she departed. Her curiosity piqued about what charm Chen Hao possessed that could elicit such loyalty from Chen Dongsheng. From now on, steer clear of people like Wang Hongmei, Chen Dongsheng advised his wife. She is bound to come around spreading her gossip, complaining about Chen Hao. You know she is upset about losing her bookkeeping job to him. It's only natural for her to grumble a bit. Li Xia's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She had never faced such harsh words from him, especially in front of others. Ignore her, Chen Dongsheng said, pulling out 10 yuan. Take this. There'll be more to come. Surprised, Li Xia asked, where did you get this money? 10 yuan was no small sum in their rural household. It could buy 500 jin of cabbage or over 70 jin of rice. Brother Hao gave it to me. Chen Dongsheng explained. I couldn't speak freely with Wang Hongmei around. This 10 yuan is worth more than a meal. Isn't it? Stop mimicking her, just gossiping. Is this all for me? Li Xia's spirits lifted as she clutched the 10 yuan, her earlier grievances dissipating. Chen Wei got some too, Chen Dongsheng added. Brother Hao said he would take us both to the county to sell cucumbers again, and we'll earn 10 yuan each time. Really? Li Xia exclaimed with delight. How can that be false? Chen Dongsheng nodded. Brother Hao's a good man. I noticed that when we were building the greenhouse. We'll likely go to the county at least 8 or 9 more times. By the end of the year, we could have around 100 yuan. A pure profit of 100 yuan could significantly enhance their living conditions, ensuring a prosperous year ahead. Is it truly so lucrative to sell cucumbers? Li Xia marbalat. How much did Chen Hao earn? Quite a bit, Chen Dongsheng replied. But don't concern yourself with the specifics. Just refrain from speaking ill of Brother Hao. I have a feeling he seems to have suddenly become quite astute. If we want to have a good life, we must stick with Brother Hao. Similar conversations unfolded in Chen Wei's household. Meanwhile, within Chen Hao's own home, he was enjoying a bowl of sweet potato porridge. The door was closed, and a cloth bag filled with money lay nearby. His 2 children were playing with the chicks in the kitchen. I thought you wouldn't be back until the afternoon, Tong Qian remarked, glancing at her husband. There's only a bit of porridge left. Is it enough? Should I fry you some vegetables or cook some rice? There's no need to go to such trouble. On such a cold day, a bit of sweet potato porridge is just fine. Chen Hao waved off her concerns as he began to tally and secure the money he had earned. The porridge still had some broth, and as he stirred it with his chopsticks, its warmth enveloped him, bringing a comforting sensation to his body. When Tong Qian opened the cloth bag, she was astonished by the pile of coins. This is an astonishing amount. Count it up. Chen Hao encouraged with a smile. The more Tong Qian counted, the more her astonishment grew. Counting out 100 yuan, there still remained a considerable amount in the cloth bag. Counting another 100 yuan, there was still more than half left. When all was accounted for, there was a total of over 460 yuan. 467 yuan and 50 cents. How could there be so much? Tong Qian was perplexed. After all, it was just over 1,000 jin of cucumbers. Wasn't it? Her mind was filled with questions. It was indeed 1,000 jin of cucumbers, priced at 0.5 yuan per jin, with a few extra bits taken out. She had given Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei each 10 yuan, leaving this amount. Chen Hao confirmed, absolutely. Is there really a demand for cucumbers at 0.5 yuan per jin? Tong Qian was astonished. Are cucumbers truly that delicious? Or perhaps it is that her husband's cucumbers are exceptionally good, which is why so many people favor them. As the new year approached, Chen Hao remarked, don't be surprised. Even if they sold for the same price as pork, there would still be buyers. People relish rarity. They desire what others do not have. Your husband's cucumbers possess a unique allure. Chapter 26, Making Rice Cakes. 0.5 yuan per jin for cucumbers is already quite pricey. Can the price really increase further? This is rather alarming, Tong Qian thought, unable to believe it. She carefully folded the money she had sorted out. Her brow furrowed slightly as she softly murmured, calculating her family's finances. With the addition of this 467 yuan, the household cash had nearly reached 1,000 yuan. She spoke with a sense of pride. With grain at home, there is no need for worry. With money in hand, even if the house is drafty, it feels warm inside. Not having to fret over food and drink brings her contentment. There are no more wood ears to be found in the mountains behind the village. To earn money, we need to look elsewhere, Chen Hao stated. After a while, he had gone back to the mountains several times, picking some wood ears and selling them in the county for some money. Adding this 467 yuan, the cash assets of the household had reached nearly 1,000 yuan. By the end of November, wood ears were nearly non-existent. As they talked, Chen Hao finished the sweet potato porridge in his bowl. You sit and rest for a while. I'll wash the dishes, Tong Qian said, moving the brazier at her feet closer to Chen Hao. Taking her husband's dishes, she went to the kitchen to wash them. The brazier was made of coarse pottery, round in shape, approximately 10 centimeters high and about 20 centimeters in diameter, with a handle on top. It was lined with ash and partially burnt firewood placed inside, topped with a thin layer of ash to prolong the burn. As the weather grew colder, most villagers used these to warm their hands. Daddy, I'm going outside to gather some straw for the chick's nest, Chen and I exclaimed, clutching a chick in one hand as she dashed out of the kitchen. Following her was Chen Xiaoduo, mimicking her sister, holding a chick in one hand, though her grip was not as precise. One chick was caught by its foot, and another by its wing. The cold weather worried the two girls. They were anxious that the chicks might freeze. Leave the chicks in the kitchen. Don't take them outside, Chen Hao instructed, watching Xiao Duo. If she runs toward the water or picks up something to eat, you should spank her. Don't spank me. Spank my sister. Chen Xiaoduo stomped her feet in frustration. She understood the words well enough and disagreed with Chen Hao's arrangement. The two little girls went outside to fetch straw. On such a cold day, while adults were reluctant to venture out, the children showed no fear of the chill. Even with red cheeks, icy hands, and running noses, they were eager to play outside. After washing the dishes, Tong Qian prepared a basin of hot water and brought it to Chen Hao for soaking his feet to warm up. As his feet dipped into the hot water, the cold and fatigue melted away. Wife, you are truly wonderful, Chen Hao praised. I used to prepare foot baths for you, and I never heard you speak so sweetly. Tong Qian shot him a glance. You are the backbone of the family, earning hard. It is only right that I prepare foot baths for you. She was happy to do so. This year, let us make some rice cakes, she suggested, sitting beside Chen Hao and warming her hands over the brazier. Last year, the two little girls had yearned for rice cakes after seeing others enjoy them, and recently, and I have been mentioning it again, never forgetting. Previously, they lacked the means, so she hadn't brought it up, but now that they could afford it, she wanted to fulfill her daughter's wishes. Next time we go to the market, let us see if we can find some glutinous rice to buy for making rice cakes, Chen Hao replied. With the new year approaching, some production teams would be selling grains at the market, and even some households would secretly sell their surplus for cash. If glutinous rice could be procured, they could simply purchase it at the market without needing tickets. Before bedtime, Tong Qian filled 2 thick glass bottles with hot water and tucked them into the bedding, causing the 2 children to squeal in surprise. After some playful chaos and scolding, the 2 finally fell into a deep sleep. She extinguished the lamp and climbed into bed. As soon as she nestled under the covers, Chen Hao embraced her. His hands found their mark, enveloping her warmly. On such a cold night, having a woman to warm the bed is truly delightful. Chen Hao made 2 more trips to the county with cucumbers, each time spaced about 3 to 4 days apart. And the greenhouse yielded around 1,000 gene of cucumbers, which he harvested all at once to sell in the county. From these 2 trips, he earned an additional 978 yuan. The family savings were soon to surpass the 2,000 yuan mark. In the county, there are not many families with 2,000 yuan in cash on hand. In the entire brigade, Chen Hao's family was the wealthiest. Team leader, here, have a cigarette. One day, Chen Hao visited Chen Ziqiang's home and immediately offered him a cigarette. Is anyone using the stone trough in the team? We need it for making rice cakes. The production team has one stored in the warehouse. Is this for making rice cakes? Chen Ziqiang inquired. I bought some glutinous rice at the market to make rice cakes for the new year. Chen Hao nodded. I bought the glutinous rice at the market. Since the weather is nice today, I'm preparing to make rice cakes. Your life seems to be going well. Are the cucumbers quite popular in the county? Chen Ziqiang asked cautiously. Not many people eat glutinous rice. For one, it is expensive, and for another, it is not easily digestible. During the holidays, some families will make rice cakes, but typically only those who are somewhat well off do so. Rice cakes are considered a rare delicacy during the new year. In the past, Chen Hao's family would never have made rice cakes. He had not expected that they would start preparing for it so early this year. Clearly, their circumstances had improved significantly. Things are all right, Chen Hao replied, thanks to team leader Chen's help in borrowing a tractor from the brigade. Otherwise, transporting it by cart would have been quite a hassle. Don't mention it. Chen Ziqiang waved his hand. The stone trough is in the warehouse. Just gather a few people to help carry it. No one else in the village is making rice cakes yet. You are the first. He pulled out a keyring from his pocket, selected a key, and handed it to Chen Hao. This key is for the stone trough storage. Once you've taken what you need, remember to lock the door and return the key. The warehouse wasn't too far away, and Chen Hao found some people to help carry the stone trough back to the empty space in front of his house. After returning the key, he noticed that a crowd had already gathered and was busy at work. Tong Qian and Chen Xiaoding were busy taking the glutinous rice out of the buckets, preparing to bring it inside to cook. The glutinous rice had been washed and soaked in several buckets for nearly 24 hours and was now ready to use. Can we start a fire? In the kitchen, Chen Dongxing's wife, Li Xia, holding a fire tong and some dry straw, came out to inquire. She had come to help, ready to tend the stove and start the fire. It's ready, let's start the fire, Tong Qian nodded. The flames ignited on the stove, and the water in the pot began to boil as the glutinous rice was poured into the bubbling water. In the kitchen, 3 women, Tong Qian, Chen Xiaoding, and Li Xia, tended to their tasks. Outside, Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei busied themselves with dry straw, scrubbing the stone trough, rinsing away some stains, and meticulously cleaning it with old loofah fibers. Chen Hao was not idle either. He rolled up his sleeves and cleaned the wooden pestle. Chapter 27. Go and call a few men for assistance. Uncle Hao, my grandmother said that this sieve might not suffice. We need to borrow 2 more. Chen shouting called out to Chen Hao as she emerged. The elderly matriarch was also in the kitchen, occasionally offering advice and reminders. The women preparing the rice cakes were all young girls and wives, and this was their first time taking the lead in steaming glutinous rice. With an elder overseeing the cooking and monitoring the heat, they felt significantly more at ease. All right, I'll go borrow some, Chen Hao responded. He went to the team leader's house to borrow a sieve, then visited another acquaintance to borrow another one. The men were busy cleaning the tools while the women managed the kitchen. Meanwhile, an I, Xiao Duo, and a few other small children darted about, running into the kitchen, then outside, and then to the pig pen to toss in some pig feed. It's time to scoop out the glutinous rice, drain it, and place it in the steamer. The elder estimated. The rice needs to be cooked to about 70% doneness. The women scooped out the rice once it reached the desired consistency, placing it into a prepared bamboo sieve to drain, before transferring the drained rice into the steamer. It's so heavy, we need to call in some men for help. Tong Qian instructed Chen shouting. The steamer was quite cumbersome, and the women lacked the strength to lift it. Uncle Hao, the glutinous rice has been placed in the steamer. It needs to be steamed, but it's too heavy. Can you send a few men to help? Chen shouting called out from the doorway. Without the assistance of men, it was challenging to handle such labor-intensive tasks. Chen Hao and Chen Dongsheng entered the kitchen to help lift the steamer onto the pot, while the women continued to add the remaining cooked rice to the steamer. The steamer was now full of glutinous rice. Cover it up, Tong Qian instructed. We can add more firewood to ensure the rice is fully cooked. Just like steaming buns, the glutinous rice was placed in the steamer to continue cooking. Mom, is the rice cake ready? I'm hungry. Chen and I exclaimed as she hurried into the kitchen, followed closely by Xiao Duo, who patted her belly and added, I'm hungry too. Just wait for half an hour. We'll have some glutinous rice soon, Tong Qian replied, ushering the 2 children outside. The kitchen was small and crowded, and with so many items stored, the presence of the 2 children only added to the chaos. Half an hour later, the glutinous rice was steamed to perfection. Each person served themselves a portion to satisfy their hunger before starting to prepare the rice cakes. The stone trough and wooden pestle were cleaned and ready for use. Let us put the glutinous rice into the trough, Chen Hao suggested. The men took turns pounding the rice with the wooden pestle until it transformed into a sticky, cohesive mass. This was indeed a laborious task. In the biting cold, it wasn't long before the men were drenched in sweat. Once the glutinous rice was properly pounded, it was placed into a nearby sieve, and the women began shaping the sticky rice into round cakes, each about 20 centimeters in diameter. They toiled from morning until dusk, transforming dozens of pounds of glutinous rice into rice cakes, which were laid out on the sieve to cool. Li Xia, come take these rice cakes home. Thank you for your help, Chen Wei said. This is yours, take it, he added, handing a piece to Chen shouting. Why are you running off? Come get your rice cakes. As the families who had helped prepare to leave, Chen Hao and Tong Qian distributed 3 pieces of rice cakes to each household. Are we still cooking dinner tonight? Tong Qian arranged the rice cakes neatly as she brought them inside. No need to cook rice. Let us stir-fry some vegetables and fry up some rice cakes instead, Chen Hao replied. He turned to his 2 daughters, and I, Xiao Duo, what do you think? I want to eat brown sugar rice cakes. Chen and I chimed in if I brush my teeth after my teeth one tea-rot. The family had indeed bought brown sugar. All right, I'll ask your mother to fry some brown sugar rice cakes. Chen Hao chuckled. He looked at Tong Qian. I'll return the sieve now. Take some rice cakes with you. Don't go empty-handed. Tong Qian insisted. In their village, when someone lent a hand, they either provided a meal or offered rice cakes in return. Those who assisted with slaughtering pigs would receive some pork or offal, and when returning borrowed items, it was customary to bring something along. I know, I'll one tea forget, Chen Hao laughed. He returned the sieves to the team leader and another villager, bringing the rice cakes with him. On his way home, the brown sugar rice cakes were ready, golden and sprinkled with sugar, and taking a bite revealed an exquisite taste, crispy, soft and sweet. I'm going to pick some cucumbers. Chen Hao set the rice cakes down and stepped outside. He ducked into the greenhouse in front of the house and picked a few cucumbers. After a quick rinse, he took a bite, savoring it alongside the brown sugar rice cake. I want some too. Me too. The 2 children clamored. Chen Hao handed each of them half a cucumber and offered one to Tong Qian as well. The family shared a joyful meal together. 2 days later, they picked more cucumbers. Chen Hao, Chen Dongsheng, and Chen Wei made their way to the county town together. With their previous experiences, Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei had become quite familiar with this business and could manage the customers buying cucumbers on their own. The business remained robust. I'm going to take a look around. You 2 keep an eye on things, Chen Hao said, intending to explore the market. Go ahead, we'll handle it. Don't worry, Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei reassured him. Chen Hao didn't wander far before arriving at the largest department store in the county, Changfeng Department Store. It was a comprehensive state-run establishment named after Changfeng County, and it was quite spacious, covering about 2,000 square meters, with around 70 to 80 employees. The counters were abundant, selling hardware, textiles, and various goods, although most items required tickets for purchase. Chen Hao made his way to the television section, where glass counters displayed a range of television sets on the wall behind. Most were black and white models, available in various sizes, 9-inch, 12-inch, 16-inch, and 19-inch. Here, have a cigarette. Chen Hao offered a cigarette to a somewhat idle store employee nearby. There's a regulation against smoking in the store to prevent fire hazards, the employee replied. Though he said this, he accepted the cigarette from Chen Hao's hand. Such is the nature of large department stores. They consider everything, Chen Hao remarked. However, rules are rigid, while people are adaptable. Serving the public should also allow for moments of respite. After exchanging a few pleasantries to establish rapport, Chen Hao discreetly inquired, "Comrade, may I ask if you have any tickets for televisions or bicycles? If you do, I am willing to pay." Tickets for televisions and bicycles were in high demand. While he had managed to acquire grain, oil, fabric, and even meat tickets after several visits to the market, these particular tickets remained elusive. "I don't have any of those. Even if I did, I wouldn't sell them. I need to keep them for myself." The employee shook his head. He looked at Chen Hao and added, "You don't necessarily need to worry about those tickets. Tomorrow marks the 3rd anniversary of the store's opening, and there will be activities where many products require tickets. You can come early to line up. It is advisable to arrive early in the morning to queue. Otherwise, the crowd may swell, resulting in lengthy waits and the potential unavailability of goods. One must indeed come to queue at the break of dawn. Such sought-after items are exceedingly popular. It is essential to find someone to accompany in the queue, and one must also secure a place to stay for the night." Chen Hao pondered this. He intended to purchase both a television and a bicycle, which necessitated being in 2 separate lines. He would count as one, but he still needed to find a companion. He thought of his sister-in-law in the county. Chapter 28. Fear of being ruined by you. After gathering information, Chen Hao wandered around the mall once more, feeling quite helpless. Without tickets, nearly nothing could be purchased. Forget about the television and bicycle. Even basic provisions like candy were off limits. Having money was of no consequence. For farmers, the large mall in the county was less convenient than the market, where many items did not require tickets. Upon exiting the mall, he returned to the spot where cucumbers were being sold. The truckload of cucumbers was nearly sold out. "I want to be going back today. I'll return tomorrow," Chen Hao informed the 2 men. "The tractor must remain here in the county. I will drive it back tomorrow, so you 2 will have to walk home." Items bought at the mall were not eligible for delivery, and for the bicycle and television, Chen Hao planned to transport them back via the tractor. "Brother Hao, where will you stay tonight?" Even with an introduction letter, it might be difficult to find accommodation in the county, Chen Dongsheng inquired. They were not particularly concerned about walking back. Whether it was a 15-mile trek or an even longer one, they had both managed before. In the chilly weather, walking would keep them warmer. "I have a place to stay, so you need not worry," Chen Hao replied. "Once I return to the village, I'll send a message to my wife, just to let her know I'll be back tomorrow." There were guest houses in the county, but they primarily catered to personnel within the system. As an agricultural household, even with an introduction letter, it would be difficult for him to stay at a guest house. However, his sister-in-law, Tong Man, likely had a place to stay, and he could inquire with her. He had not sold all the cucumbers, leaving 6 or 7 behind, which he intended to take to his sister-in-law. He pulled out an unopened pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to the 2 men. "This is the only pack I have. You 2 can smoke it on the way. I'll keep the remaining half for myself." He then counted out 20 yuan from his cloth bag and gave it to them. "Brother Hao, there's no need for such formality. It's not far. And in this cold weather, walking back is even more comfortable than sitting on the tractor," Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Chen Hao's excessive politeness. "Business is business," Chen Hao stated. "Your willingness to accompany me signifies trust, and I have faith in you both. However, while emotions are important, proper etiquette must still be observed. If I feast on meat, you 2 must certainly partake of the broth, and it must be served hot. Otherwise, it will spoil." He patted their shoulders. "Stick with me, and in time, your wives and partners may also join in." Chen Dongsheng had already married, while Chen Wei was still single. "My wife has long wanted to work with you," Chen Dongsheng immediately replied. "There will surely be opportunities. Selling cucumbers has proven lucrative, and other businesses can yield similar profits," Chen Hao remarked. "Let us keep it simple for this year and devise a proper plan for next year." As the 2 men walked back to the village, Chen Hao drove the tractor to the school where his sister-in-law worked, Changfeng County Middle School. The gate was wide open. There were no barriers, not even a security guard. Chen Hao drove the tractor into the school grounds and parked it in an open area. Holding the steering wheel, He waited beneath a low-rise building where the school's teachers resided. After a short while, several staff members approached him. Chen Hao explained that he was waiting for Tong Man and offered them a few cigarettes. Upon recognizing her name, one of them went to assist in contacting her. After roughly 20 minutes, Tong Man walked over from the teaching building, radiating warmth against the cold. "What brings you here? Did my sister come with you?" Tong Man asked, getting straight to the point, glancing around to see if her sister and two nieces had accompanied him, but saw no one. "Your sister and the girls didn't come. I was selling cucumbers in the county and thought I would stop by to see you," Chen Hao replied, handing her the cucumbers he had picked fresh that morning. "It's freezing outside. Let us go inside for a bit," Tong Man suggested, slightly disappointed. She led Chen Hao into her dormitory. It was small but impeccably clean. "Did you come all this way just to deliver cucumbers?" Tong Man offered Chen Hao a cup of hot water. "Is there nothing else?" "Actually, there's something else," Chen Hao admitted. "I plan to buy a television and a bicycle. There is a promotional event at Changfeng Mall tomorrow, and both items do not require tickets. Since tomorrow is Sunday, would you accompany me to help queue up and ensure I can purchase them?" His eyes wandered to a few garments hanging by the bed. Suddenly, a hand stretched out to hide them under the blanket. "I am your sister-in-law, your wife's sister. Keep your eyes to yourself," Tong Man warned sternly. "Do you really have that much money? A television costs several hundred yuan, and bicycles aren't cheap either." Her curiosity was piqued. Teachers at the school had relatively stable jobs and income, yet few could afford television, let alone in the village. The thought of Chen Hao intending to buy both a television and a bicycle was quite surprising. Chen Hao lifted the cloth bag he carried. "This is the money from selling cucumbers. It should total around 500 yuan, and I have some cash on me as well. If it's not enough, could you lend me some? I'll repay you next time I come to the county." Tong Man had noticed the bag Chen Hao was holding. What cucumbers could possibly sell for 500 yuan? She wondered aloud. Chen Hao opened the bag to reveal the cash inside, still uncounted. Quite a lot. Tong Man's heart raced as she hurried to close the door. "I remember now. Some colleagues mentioned buying cucumbers. Was it from you?" she exclaimed, realizing they must have been quite expensive. 5 mao per jean, Chen Hao confirmed. "So expensive." Tong Man was astonished. "Wood ear mushrooms cost 10 yuan a jean, and cucumbers are 5 mao a jean. How can you sell them at such a high price? If they weren't worth that much, I wouldn't sell them." Chen Hao chuckled. "Indeed, Changfeng Mall occasionally held promotional events, and one must queue at dawn. Where do you plan to stay?" Tong Man asked, her heart glad that Chen Hao was earning money, as it would surely improve her sister's life. "I have an agricultural household. Despite having an introduction letter, it will be difficult for me to stay at a guest house," Chen Hao explained. "I must queue early tomorrow. If I arrive late, the television and bicycle will undoubtedly be sold out." He looked directly at Tong Man and asked, "Is this convenient for you? What do you think?" Tong Man shot him a glare, aware that even if nothing happened between them, others might misconstrue the situation. "Moreover, I harbor some reservations about you. Sharing a room with you makes me uneasy, fearing you might take advantage of the situation." Chapter 29. Later, I shall bring you a cotton sweater. I speak candidly. I have considerable doubts regarding Chen Hao's character. I am your brother-in-law. Are you still worried about this? Chen Hao retorted, exasperated. "It's not like we're sharing a bed. We can simply lay out a mat." "Even that is unacceptable," Tong Man asserted with unwavering conviction. "My sister has confided in me that had it not been for your coaxing, leading her to secluded spots in the woods, holding hands and embracing, she would never have committed to you. A person like you should not be afforded even the slightest opportunity. I shall maintain stringent vigilance and will not be courteous in the least." She then shifted her tone. "This evening, I will be at a colleague's place. You will sleep in my dormitory. However, I warn you, do not rummage through my things. I am well aware of where and how everything is placed. Should you disturb anything, I shall ensure you regret it." Grasping a cucumber, she brandished it as a threat towards Chen Hao, seemingly dissatisfied with the cucumber's intimidation factor. She took a fierce bite. Accompanying Tong Man to the cafeteria, they shared a meal, after which she tidied up a bit before heading to her colleague's dormitory to rest. Chen Hao merely soaked his feet, as per usual, consumed a fair amount of water, and then retired to bed. After being awakened by the urge to urinate, he found it impossible to fall back asleep, donned his clothes, and made his way to the restroom at the end of the building. Using the toilet in a communal building is worse than a rural latrine, Chen Hao muttered. Upon returning to his room, he sat for a while before Tong Man arrived. "You woke up quite early," she observed, her hair slightly disheveled. "Let me wash up and change before we head to the mall together." "All right," Chen Hao nodded. "I will wait for you downstairs." He grabbed a cloth bag, took the tractor's joystick, and went downstairs to smoke. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Tong Man finally descended. "Let's go by tractor," she said. Chen Hao pointed to where the tractor was parked. "You brought money, right?" "I have over 200 yuan, Tong Man replied, nodding. "I also have some coupons." As a teacher with a stable job, she periodically received food and oil coupons, and occasionally others like fabric or sugar coupons. During their conversation, several lights in the communal building flickered on, indicating that many were preparing to head to the mall. Even though city workers occasionally received coupons, they often found themselves short. On days when a mall held events that did not require coupons, many would wake up early to queue. Driving the tractor, they arrived at the Changfeng Mall. "We came early. There are not many people yet," Tong Man remarked. "Just wait, there will be soon." Chen Hao found a space to park the tractor. "Go ahead and claim a spot," he instructed. The mall's entrance had not yet opened, but that was fine. They stood at the entrance to reserve their place. After waiting for another 10 minutes, people began to gather outside, filling the entrance with men, women, and children. As time passed, the crowd swelled, becoming increasingly congested. The once quiet street grew louder, filled with families discussing strategies for their shopping. Once inside, they planned to head straight for the fabric section, to acquire as much as possible, especially since no coupons were needed, perfect for the upcoming new year. This was a conversation between a couple preparing to obtain fabric. They eagerly anticipated a television that would not require coupons, specifically a 12-inch Fiueb brand television, and they meticulously counted their money. "I've counted it several times. It won't be wrong, 360 yuan. Count it again, just to be sure. We would want to wait in line only to find we lack sufficient funds." This family, like Chen Hao, had their sights set on a television, having already inquired about prices with a clear target in mind. The weather was frigid. It did not dampen the enthusiasm of the residents. As daylight began to break, the entrance of Changfeng Mall was teeming with people spilling out onto the street. Chen Hao and Tong Man found themselves wedged in among the throng. "When you get in, head to the bicycle counter, buy a 28-inch model, preferably from the Phoenix or Forever brands," Chen Hao advised. He had previously informed the team leader, Chen Ziqiang, about gifting a bicycle to the team committee, and it was time to fulfill that promise. The crowd continued to swell. Finally, the doors of the Changfeng Mall swung open. "Charge! Don't push me." The residents, having waited patiently, surged into the mall like a wave, reminiscent of a future scene where elderly citizens flocked to receive free eggs. However, among the throngs entering, many youthful faces stood out. Despite the crowd, Chen Hao and his sister-in-law had arrived early. As the doors opened, they slipped inside, with Chen Hao heading straight for the television counter. The sales clerk had yet to arrive. After another 10 minutes, the clerk finally appeared, unfazed by the throng before the counter, moving at a leisurely pace. "Form an orderly line. Do not crowd." The clerk called out, "Have your money ready. Come one by one." Chen Hao was first. He had long prepared his funds and pointed to a television. "I want that one, a Jinxing brand, 16-inch television. 650 yuan. The clerk replied. The 12-inch television was only 360 yuan, but the 16-inch model commanded a steep price of 650 yuan. Chen Hao pulled out the cash, a substantial stack, and placed it on the glass counter. Fortunately, he had brought enough money. Otherwise, he would have had to settle for a smaller model. "Why does it all change? Can't you convert it into larger denominations?" "You're wasting my time," the clerk remarked, growing slightly impatient. The sales clerks in state-owned enterprises had a certain air about them. "I apologize, comrade. Please bear with me," Chen Hao offered in a conciliatory tone. During this era, working as a sales clerk in a mall was a highly coveted position. These individuals held a certain power, and ruffling their feathers could result in a refusal to sell. After counting the money, totaling 650 yuan, Chen Hao finally secured the television. Glancing around, he noticed the crowd, but could not spot his sister-in-law. He awkwardly made his way outside, standing beside the tractor as he awaited her return. Approximately half an hour later, Tong Man approached, pushing a brand new 28-inch Phoenix bicycle. "Don't ever make me do this again. I nearly lost my mind fighting for a bike," she expressed with frustration, casting a resentful glance at Chen Hao. Her hair tousled from the commotion. "Thank you for your help today. I truly appreciate it," Chen Hao replied. "I'll bring you some sticky rice cakes later." 138 yuan. Tong Man exclaimed, wide-eyed. "I initially planned to buy a cotton sweater, but there was no way to squeeze in." The Phoenix 28-inch bicycle cost 138 yuan. "Later. I'll bring you a cotton sweater," Chen Hao assured. "I'll also deliver the money for the bicycle when I head to the county in a couple of days." The cucumbers had yet to sell out, and he would return to the county. After securing the television and bicycle to the back of the tractor, Chen Hao drove back to the village. Chapter 30. Acting like a woman. Upon arriving in the village, the hour was still quite early. The cold weather found a few villagers engaged in their morning chores, tending to their vegetable plots, tidying up around their homes, and ensuring their chickens and ducks had sufficient straw in their nests. Upon spotting Chen Hao, someone called out, "Back already? Why are you home so early today?" On such a frigid day, it is quite laborious to make frequent trips to the county. Many are unaware that Chen Hao ventured into the county yesterday to sell cucumbers, nor do they realize that he did not return home last night. Upon seeing him return today, driving a tractor, they're filled with curiosity. Chen Hao greets everyone with a warm smile. The tractor does not halt, but continues on its course towards his residence. The villagers, who had just exchanged pleasantries with Chen Hao, naturally direct their attention to the television and bicycle position behind the tractor. What is that? A bicycle? A couple who had just greeted Chen Hao are astonished to see the items on the tractor. The television is wrapped in a corrugated cardboard box, requiring a closer inspection, while the bicycle is unadorned and immediately visible. No family in the village possesses a bicycle. Even the team leader, Chen Ziqiang, has none, yet a bicycle has made its appearance on Chen Hao's tractor. The couple is taken aback. Indeed, it is a bicycle, but what, pray tell, is contained within that cardboard box? It appears to be a television. Nonsense. Televisions are exorbitant. There are hardly a few families in the entire brigade that own one. Could Chen Hao's family truly afford a television? Many murmur, filled with intrigue. Chen Hao pays them no mind and drives the tractor straight home. At the doorstep, Chen Nier and Chen Xiaoduo are playing with some chicks, accompanied by a small native dog. Chen Xiaoding is also present, engaging with the two children. Daddy's home, Chen Nier exclaims loudly upon hearing the tractor's sound. Chen Xiaoduo jumps up and down in excitement. The little girl expresses her anger by stomping her feet, and her joy in the same manner. Before the tractor even comes to a stop, Chen Nier loudly reports, "Daddy, let me tell you something. Last night, my sister didn't see you. She cried and said she missed you. Even when Mama held her to comfort her, she would not listen and just kept sniffling. Daddy, hold me." Chen Xiaoduo stretches out her arms, yearning for a hug. Once the tractor is parked, Chen Hao swiftly scoops up Chen Xiaoduo. Chen Nier rushes over, and with some effort, he lifts his eldest daughter as well, one in each arm. Recently, the family's circumstances have improved, and both girls have grown taller and heavier. Tong Qian stands at the door, observing the scene, and chuckles. The little one cried for over an hour last night, only falling asleep after exhausting herself. No matter how I tried to explain, she wouldn't listen. She insisted on you. The older one was the same, usually so lively, but last night she was glum, hardly eating anything. I just miss Daddy. Chen Nier clings to Chen Hao's neck, looking pitiful. You were out alone. Surely you didn't eat? I couldn't eat either. I miss you too. Chen Xiaoduo declares earnestly, refusing to be outdone. The two girls vie for their father's attention. Tong Qian notices the items behind the tractor, asking, "Did you buy a bicycle?" "Not just a bicycle, but also a television," Chen Hao replies, setting the two girls down. The bicycle is intended as a gift for the team committee, as previously agreed upon, while the television is to be brought home for installation after my return. Chen Hao then places the television inside the house and pushes the bicycle towards Chen Ziqiang's home. At Chen Ziqiang's residence, the door is ajar, and several committee members are seated together, sipping tea and chatting. The tractor is an asset of the brigade. How can it be used for personal matters? If the brigade finds out, we are sure to face criticism, or perhaps even need to write a self-critique, the agricultural deputy leader remarks. He has expressed his discontent with Chen Hao's frequent trips to the county in recent days. In this cold weather, the tractor isn't often used in the brigade. It's not as dire as you make it sound, Chen Ziqiang counters. Moreover, Chen Hao previously stated that he would donate a bicycle to the committee in exchange for borrowing the tractor. This is beneficial for the production team, as it will expedite travel to the brigade and commune meetings, thereby enhancing production efficiency. As winter sets in, with little work to be done, villagers are preoccupied with their own households, and the committee occasionally gathers to discuss village matters and plans for the coming year. Do you really trust Chen Hao's words? Everyone knows what kind of person he is, the agricultural deputy leader retorts. A bicycle is not inexpensive. It costs 1 or 200 yuan. Do you think he would genuinely donate that to the committee? His words are just to placate you. He takes a puff from his pipe. I do not harbor any personal grievances against Chen Hao. It's just that his actions negatively impact the production team. Throughout the year, we hardly work properly, and now he is frequently driving the brigade's tractor to the county. If these matters reach the brigade, we as committee members will certainly face reprimands. The other committee members nod in agreement. Seeing their attitude, Chen Ziqiang feels a twinge of apprehension. Is Chen Hao truly willing to part with the money for the bicycle? Suddenly, the door swings open to reveal Chen Hao's face. He glances at the agricultural deputy leader and asserts, "If you have any objections, feel free to express them directly. I am not one to shy away from constructive criticism." Gossiping behind someone's back is quite petty, don't you think? He overheard their earlier discussion, which had been rather loud. Chen Hao does not wish to offend the committee members without cause. Yet he is not one to shy away from confrontation. The leaders of the brigade are not even considered proper officials, lacking any formal appointment. And the committee members of the production team are required to work the fields personally, further diminishing their status. Calling them leaders or officials is merely a polite formality. I haven't spoken incorrectly. It's all the truth, the agricultural deputy leader insists. He had not anticipated Chen Hao's sudden arrival. Is the truth always correct? Chen Hao presses, adopting a somewhat aggressive stance. Everyone has their day of reckoning. When your family welcomes a new life, do you openly declare that the child will inevitably perish someday? With the new year approaching, his words are rather unpalatable. The agricultural deputy leader's face reddens with indignation. Do tell, is there no sense in what I have said? I was merely making a comparison, with no ill intent. It is the truth, so why are you upset? With his arguments, Chen Hao counters effectively. The cucumber greenhouse has yielded results, and the villagers have taken notice, granting him a bit of leverage in his words. Women should be gentle, while men must be firm. Only with resolve can one gradually push forward to achieve their goals. To accomplish anything in the village, one must possess a voice and allies, wielding both carrot and stick, balancing virtue with authority. The other committee members, including Chen Ziqiang, are puzzled, unsure why Chen Hao is so assertive today, directly confronting the agricultural deputy leader. Previously, the deputy leader had made comments that were equally unpalatable, yet Chen Hao had endured them. Team leader, there's a bicycle parked outside. It is the one I promised to donate to the committee. Chen Hao informs Chen Ziqiang, a Phoenix brand 28-inch model. Chapter 31, a picture emerges. Chen Ziqiang swiftly heads outside, spotting the brand new bicycle. The Phoenix brand 28-inch model. Chen Hao spoke no falsehoods. The other committee members rush out as well. When did you acquire this? Chen Ziqiang inquires, approaching the bicycle, gingerly touching it, wary of damaging it. Never have I been so meticulous even with my own wife. At this moment, surrounded by the cherished bicycle, my eyes gleaming with excitement and my hands trembling with caution, fearful of causing any damage. The other members of the committee displayed similar expressions of awe. Indeed, it was a Phoenix brand bicycle, renowned and esteemed, with several officials in our brigade riding the same make. One of the committee members remarked, the notion of donating a bicycle to the committee had lingered in my mind, yet acquiring a bicycle ticket proved a formidable challenge. Despite visiting the county multiple times without success, I learned yesterday that the county store was hosting an event where bicycles could be purchased without tickets. I hardly slept a wink that night, rushing to join the queue, terrified of missing the opportunity. Chen Hao stated. His words contained a mixture of truth and exaggeration, enhancing their credibility while underscoring his efforts. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. Buying a bicycle necessitated queuing in the dead of night? One committee member expressed incredulity. Absolutely. Bicycles are a rarity not just in rural areas, but even in the county, where many desire to purchase one. It's immensely popular. Numerous individuals lack tickets, compelling them to stand in line overnight. If one arrives late, the chance is lost, Chen Hao replied. You've truly endured a lot for this. Is the bicycle genuinely being donated to the committee? Chen Ziqiang inquired, his heart racing with anxiety. The urgency he felt now rivaled even that of his wedding night. He longed to ride it. Could this be a ruse? Chen Hao asserted with unwavering conviction, stating that if he pledged to donate the bicycle to the committee, it would indeed be a donation. He produced a receipt from his pocket and handed it to Chen Ziqiang. This is the receipt for the bicycle. You all continue your conversation. I need to return home. My stomach has been empty since last night. Without lingering, Chen Hao turned and departed promptly. Chen Ziqiang placed his hand on the bicycle's seat, stroking it gently, then glanced at the receipt. 138 yuan, quite a sum, confirming the authenticity of the donation. He addressed the agricultural deputy captain. Please refrain from voicing such sentiments again. While comrade Chen Hao may have his quirks, he has not committed any unforgivable transgressions. His commitment to donate a bicycle is genuine. Such comrades are a rarity. Not only in our production team, but across the brigade and commune, few exhibit such awareness. He is a commendable comrade, and your previous remarks were disheartening. The agricultural deputy captain blushed deeply, while the expressions of the other committee members turned awkward. Chen Hao is indeed a commendable comrade. Moving forward, any requests he may have that the team can assist with should be met with utmost support. Much like a couple in a relationship, when one partner, previously aloof, suddenly begins to express affection and shower gifts. It often signals a desire to make amends for past misdeeds. In this moment, as they watched Chen Hao's retreating figure, Chen Ziqiang and the other committee members felt a similar urge to atone for any hurt caused to him. Upon returning home, Chen Hao discovered a gathering of villagers at his doorstep. Chen Dongsheng, Chen Wei, and several other villagers, including those who rarely visited, had come to see him. Is this the television you bought from the county? Impressive. No one in the village has a television yet. You are the first. Villagers of all ages had gathered, drawn by the allure of the new appliance. It's a 16-inch Jinxing brand television, Chen Hao replied. Step aside. I need to set it up. Setting up a black and white television was straightforward, plug it in, and attach the antenna. He found a bamboo pole to secure the outdoor antenna, propped it in front of the house, plugged in the power, and adjusted it until it worked. There were 12 channels, but only one station could be received, the provincial station. "We have a picture. How remarkable that such a small device can display images," he exclaimed. "But why is it a bit blurry?" Inside, the room was packed with villagers, all eyes glued to the screen, fascinated and utterly silent. Even the children were captivated, their excitement palpable. "The antenna's position is off. Dongsheng, go adjust the bamboo pole," Chen Hao instructed. "When I shout good, don't move." Chen Dongsheng stepped outside to turn the pole, while Chen Hao monitored the screen, calling out to stop when the picture became clearer. As the television was fine-tuned, more villagers arrived, and soon it was so crowded that Chen Hao placed the television outside on a small wooden table, ensuring everyone could see. "Bring your own stools. I won't provide them. It's cold, so bundle up to avoid catching a cold," Chen Hao called out. Villagers, now unwilling to stay home or tend to chores, created a festive atmosphere reminiscent of a holiday celebration. "Someone's head is blocking the view. Who's he? Go home and bring back 2 stools. Wang Hongmei, can you shift a bit? Are you here to watch television or just to show off?" After some playful shouts and a bit of pushing, they eventually formed a circle about 2 to 3 meters away from the television, engrossed in the program. Even the reclusive Chen Xiaoting and the elderly lady next door brought their stools and fire buckets to watch. It was a lively scene. "From now on, I suppose the television will spend most of its time outside," Tong Qian remarked. "From 6 to 8 p.m., we'll only have it on for 2 hours, Chen Hao replied. "When the time's up, the television will be turned off. It can only tune into one channel, and it's quite expensive. I feel it's less useful than a radio," Tong Qian commented. "What good is a radio compared to a television?" Chen Hao glanced around to ensure no one was listening and whispered to Tong Qian, "I plan to seek the position of deputy captain in the production team. With the television drawing villagers to our home, they owe us a favor. And when it comes time to elect the deputy captain, I'm sure they'll vote for me. Even Wang Hongmei wouldn't dare vote for anyone else." "You want to run for deputy captain?" Tong Qian exclaimed, taken aback by her husband's unexpected ambition. "Why not? Donating a bicycle to the committee and buying a television. What do you think this is all for?" Chen Hao chuckled. "Do you really think I'm just a fool with money to burn?" He turned to his wife. "By the way, pick out a few nice rice cakes. I'll be going to the county to sell cucumbers in a couple of days. I want to bring some to Xiaoman. She worked hard today, waking up early to queue with me in the cold. Do we still have any fabric tickets at home? It's getting chilly. Let us buy her a coat." "We do. I'll go look for them," Tong Qian replied. "Every market day, I buy some fabric tickets, not only for making clothes and bedding, but also for purchasing ready-made garments. No need to rush. Just find them in a couple of days when I go to the county." Chen Hao waved his hand. "You should go watch some television too." Tong Qian hurried over to join the crowd, watching TV. While it may not compare to a radio, she found herself engrossed in the program. "You really bought a television?" Chen Ziqiang approached, pulling out a self-rolled cigarette and offering it to Chen Hao. "This is my own roll. It pales in comparison to your brand." He was at home, engaged in a discussion about bicycles with a few committee members when he heard that Chen Hao's family had purchased a television. Initially skeptical, he was soon joined by his wife and child. Upon investigation, he found it to be true. A significant portion of the village had gathered. "No matter how expensive the cigarettes are, they pale in comparison to what the captain has shared," Chen Hao remarked with a smile, showing no disdain as he lit a match and ignited the cigarette. "By rights, I shouldn't inquire about the cucumbers grown in your private plot, yet my curiosity overwhelms me. How much do you sell your cucumbers for?" Chen Ziqiang could not contain his curiosity. A few months prior, Chen Hao's family had been struggling, and now, just before the new year, their fortunes had dramatically improved, buying glutinous rice to make sticky rice cakes, donating bicycles to the committee, and even acquiring a television. If cucumbers truly cost only 10 cents a pound, how could they afford all this? His heart itched with curiosity. 50 cents a pound, Chen Hao replied. Chen Ziqiang took a deep drag from his cigarette and held his breath for a moment. After a brief pause, he erupted into a fit of coughs, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. "Pork is only 70 cents a pound." Once he regained his composure, Chen Ziqiang spoke with a complex expression. He glanced at the greenhouse in Chen Hao's private plot, realizing that this was not merely plastic film. It was a significant investment. In a few days, as the new year approaches, it should sell for 70 cents a pound, Chen Hao stated. Raising prices now would be unseemly. It would appear too greedy. Is this even reasonable? Look at this. Are we truly discussing something rational? 50 cents is already quite high, and now you suggest it might rise to match pork prices. Chen Ziqiang regarded Chen Hao with an expression akin to a jilted lover, his feelings mixed. Many believed that 10 cents a pound was already exorbitant, and yet here they were, discussing prices that were remarkably high. Scarcity begets value. This principle applies to fruits and vegetables as well. The rarer they are, the more valuable they become, Chen Hao explained. The advantage of greenhouse cucumbers is their off-season availability. Buying a few for a couple of dimes to savor something fresh is still within the means of most families. Come to my house for dinner tonight, Chen Ziqiang suddenly suggested. I have some rice wine. We can drink and chat. The bicycle, costing 138 yuan, was donated to the committee on your say-so, and, as captain, I must treat you to a meal in gratitude. Over the years, I have never invited you to my home, but now I wish to extend this invitation, he added, placing greater importance on Chen Hao while also hoping to discuss certain matters at the dinner table. Very well, Chen Hao nodded. Later, around 5 o'clock, he picked a few cucumbers from the greenhouse and arrived at Chen Ziqiang's home. I had my wife prepare 2 dishes just for us. Let us go to the storeroom for some quiet, Chen Ziqiang said, carrying the rice wine. The storeroom was not far, carrying bowls and chopsticks. The two made their way there. They enjoyed a half bowl of fried peanuts, another half bowl of pork cracklings, and a bowl of lean meat stir-fried with winter melon, accompanied by a jug of rice wine. You are quite astute. I will not beat around the bush. Let me be direct. Chen Ziqiang poured a bowl of rice wine for Chen Hao. Next year, I plan to promote greenhouses in the village, encouraging every household to establish their own plots. A portion of the collective land will also be used for greenhouses. What do you think? The profit potential is substantial, and the economic value is immense. He aspired to implement this initiative throughout the entire production team. The private plots are individual gardens, and my suggestion is to encourage, not mandate. Otherwise, it could lead to discontent, creating issues with the brigade and commune that would be difficult to resolve, Chen Hao replied. As for the collective land, as long as there are no issues with grain procurement, the captain has the final say on cultivation methods. I do not oppose it. On the contrary, Chen Ziqiang felt quite pleased and appreciated the reasonable advice given. You do not oppose? Chen Ziqiang looked at Chen Hao in surprise. He had prepared himself for resistance, believing that an increase in greenhouse operators would surely impact Chen Hao's business. To his astonishment, Chen Hao exhibited no sign of discontent. Good comrade, this is a positive development. It will enhance the production team's income and increase the villagers' dividends, which I am naturally keen to see happen, Chen Hao remarked. In truth, such matters were unavoidable. Opposing them was futile. Since resistance would yield no results, why not enjoy the process? Greenhouses merely served as a stepping stone. Agricultural cultivation could only yield modest returns. He envisioned expanding his business to the county level and opening a store there. Chen Hao picked up a peanut, saying, Captain, after the new year, there will be a re-election of the committee members, correct? Indeed, there will be a re-election. Chen Ziqiang nodded, observing Chen Hao. Are you considering running? I do have such intentions, Chen Hao confirmed, nodding. With greenhouse cultivation, we can produce off-season fruits and vegetables, enhancing economic returns. This represents additional income. Our production team has lacked substantial side businesses, and the villagers' average income is low. We need to find ways to expand our side ventures to improve their living conditions. Many production teams have side businesses, relying on the mountains to eat from the mountains and on water to eat from the water. In areas rich in water resources, aquaculture can be pursued, and in places with abundant mulberry trees, sericulture can thrive. This is permissible under policy. That makes sense, Chen Ziqiang nodded. His curiosity piqued about what position Chen Hao intended to run for. I plan to run for the position of vice director of side businesses, Chen Hao declared, raising his bowl of rice wine to clink with Chen Ziqiang's. I aim to integrate the resources of the production team and assist in developing side businesses. Captain Chen, will you support me? Running for a leadership position in the production team requires not only the villagers' support, but also the captain's endorsement, which is equally crucial. This is a positive endeavor. I shall lend my support. When the greenhouse vegetables and fruits are ready for sale, you will handle the sales in the county, and your work points will be calculated as full, earning you 12 work points a day. Since there was no vice director for side businesses in the production team, if Chen Hao wished to take on that role, then he should excel at it. I also want to pursue other side businesses, Chen Hao added. I plan to open a restaurant in the county. Greenhouse cultivation alone is not particularly lucrative. As more people get involved and the production of fruits and vegetables increases, their value will inevitably decline. Selling cucumbers at port prices next year is a pipe dream. The restaurant business is where the real profit lies. Nobody has ventured into that realm. Everyone is scraping a living from land. Opening a restaurant will undoubtedly require investment. What if it fails? Chen Ziqiang expressed concern. I will cover the investment. I will find partners. If it fails, I will bear the loss. Chen Hao had already prepared. If it profits, the production team will receive 20%. Chen Ziqiang pondered Chen Hao's words for a moment, furrowing his brow. The production team was essentially gaining a tremendous advantage. Was it not? It seemed that the production team would profit without risk. A father wouldn't be this generous to his son, would he? Chapter 33. It's time to slaughter the pig. The fruits and vegetables produced by the production team for external sale must first be supplied to me. Additionally, the team must provide me with a certificate proving that the restaurant serves agricultural purposes, Chen Hao added. 20% of the profit in exchange for the certificate. Quite a bargain. Chen Ziqiang finally grasped the implications, looking at Chen Hao. You are establishing a private business. How can this be called a private business? Chen Hao corrected him. Isn't 20% of the profit still allocated to the production team? This is merely a form of public-private partnership. Private businesses operate covertly, while a public-private partnership is entirely legitimate. Chen Hao had effectively sealed any loopholes. Allow me a moment to think. Chen Ziqiang set aside the rice wine, deep in thought. After a long deliberation, he finally nodded. All right, I will provide you with that certificate. Whether it succeeds or fails, we shall see. Chen Hao's life was visibly improving, with the television and the bicycles donated to the team stirring his ambitions. After finishing the meal and enjoying the wine, Chen Hao returned home. The television viewers have returned, and the television has been moved indoors. The two children are nestled in bed, with Tong Qian at the head, busily knitting a sweater. Are they asleep? Chen Hao inquired softly. Yes, they are, Tong Qian replied. Their eyes are squinted shut, and they mumbled about waiting for you to come back before sleeping. They were so tired from playing all day. She set aside her knitting, went to the kitchen to fetch hot water, and prepared a basin for Chen Hao to soak his feet. I spoke with the team leader. I plan to run for the position of deputy team leader next year, Chen Hao said while soaking his feet. Next year, I intend to open a restaurant in the county. Once I make some money, I will renovate our home. Is it feasible for an individual to run a restaurant? Tong Qian asked, puzzled by his sudden ambition to enter the restaurant business. Selling cucumbers is quite profitable too. Once the black fungus grows, I can harvest and sell some. Saving the money, we could live quite well. Saving more and more while growing poorer is not the way. Money must circulate, be injected into the market, and invested to improve our lives, Chen Hao asserted. I will open the restaurant under the name of the production team, just in case any trouble arises. Greenhouse cultivation can yield some income, but it pales in comparison to the profits of running a restaurant, which can make you a little wealthy. Which business is the most lucrative? Clothing, livestock, light industry, food, or dining? None of those. The most profitable ventures are monopolistic. He continued, with public-private partnerships, compounded by 3 years of natural disasters and poor management. There are no more than 5 establishments in Changfeng County that operate in the dining sector, and their scales are quite small. Opening a restaurant now is akin to a bachelor entering the land of daughters, where he must call out to attract attention. As long as life gradually improves, I am content. I have no desire to be a wealthy woman, Tong Qian replied. Life is quite satisfactory as it is now. After soaking his feet, Chen Hao climbed into bed, and Tong Qian followed suit, placing her knitting aside, extinguishing the lamp, and joining him under the covers. Has her period ended? Chen Hao asked. It finished yesterday. Why do you ask? Tong Qian blushed. Chen Hao remained silent, responding with actions rather than words. 2 days later, Chen Hao drove the tractor to the county to sell cucumbers. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei had become quite adept at the task. With some free time, Chen Hao took his cloth ration to Changfeng shopping mall, purchasing 2 cotton sweaters at 4.35 yuan each, totaling 8.70 yuan. With 5 yuan worth of glutinous rice cakes in hand, alongside the sweaters, he went to the county middle school, handed a cigarette to someone, and called for his sister-in-law. Tongman, I brought you some glutinous rice cakes. Come on, let us go to your dormitory, Chen Hao said, leading the way. I haven't even cooked. There's no need to bring me glutinous rice cakes, Tongman replied. Upon arriving at the dormitory, she filled a cup with water for Chen Hao, but stood in the doorway, not entering. Why are you standing at the door? Aren't you cold? Chen Hao asked. Last time you came, people were spreading rumors that you're my boyfriend, Tongman explained. It's better to stand here to avoid being seen and having tongues wagging. It's not just the villagers who gossip. Even the teachers at school, those with respectable jobs, enjoy a bit of gossip. Tongman, being attractive, had several male admirers at school, which naturally drew more attention. Any little stir would catch many eyes. I'll drop off the glutinous rice cakes and leave, Chen Hao stated, acknowledging the need for caution in the face of public scrutiny. Don't worry about them. I stand firm in my integrity. There's nothing to fear. Tongman replied. The door is open, and I'm already standing here, so let them talk. Besides, if I were to find someone, it certainly wouldn't be someone like you. Chen Hao, sipping his water, nearly choked at her words, coughing several times. You really have no reservations, he remarked, pulling out a wad of cash from his pocket. This 138 yuan is from the bicycle purchase. Moreover, these glutinous rice cakes are not for you to eat. It doesn't matter if you can't cook. Take the glutinous rice cakes to give to the school leaders. 1 for each. Courtesy is never unwelcome, and it will benefit you in your future endeavors. Purchasing glutinous rice cakes in the city requires a keen eye. Most of the time, grain stores do not supply them. Only during the days leading up to the new year, and one must have tickets and wait in line. It's much more complicated than in the village. A few glutinous rice cakes are perfect as a gesture of goodwill. Do you think the leaders will appreciate it? Tong Man questioned skeptically. Don't underestimate the value of small gifts. Sometimes, the cost doesn't matter. Many times, a gift is merely a means to express an attitude to the leaders. Chen Hao explained. Especially with new leaders in position, it's about aligning oneself. Your mindset is broader than your sister's, and you are more ambitious. This county is merely a temporary stop. To advance further, you must understand this principle, no matter how capable you are personally. If the leader perceives you as not being on their team, they will not employ you. Conversely, someone with lesser abilities who knows how to network will undoubtedly find themselves in a position of importance later. In his past life, Tong Man had taken over a decade to transfer from the county to the city. She was pretty and capable, but those qualities alone were insufficient. Is this truly you? Chen Hao, Tong Man asked, her surprise evident. She recognized the wisdom in his words, never expecting to hear such insights from him. I share a bed with your sister every night. If it were false, she would surely know, Chen Hao replied. Huh, Tong Man spat and yesed. Chen Hao rose and pulled a cotton sweater from his coat. This sweater is for you. It should fit well. After placing the sweater down, he prepared to leave. Inside the dormitory, Tong Man picked up the sweater, feeling its texture. She closed the door, removed her outer layer, and tried on the sweater. It fit perfectly, snugly around the chest. After leaving his sister-in-law's place, Chen Hao wandered about the county. In the bustling parts of the county, there were 3 or 4 small restaurants, each modestly sized with only 3 or 4 employees, and their business was lukewarm. After a brief circuit, Chen Hao returned to his tractor, where the cucumbers had sold out. As the new year approached, residents became more generous with their spending, and the cucumbers sold even faster. Next time I come, prices will have to rise, Chen Hao remarked. Time swiftly passed, and by January 1976, only half a month remained until the new year. Outside, a fresh layer of snow blanketed the ground. Inside, the television was on, broadcasting a program from the provincial station, and the 2 children were captivated. Come, try on the sweater and see if it fits, Tong Qian said, holding up a finished sweater. The shoes are ready too. Give them a try. Chen Hao donned the sweater, and once the weather cleared in a few days, they would prepare to butcher the pig. Make sure to go to the county and tell Tong Man to come over for dinner during the new year, Tong Qian said. Adjusting the sweater on Chen Hao, the family's survival thus far had been thanks to her support. Chapter 34. Why do you have so much water? The sisters expressed mutual concern. I mentioned before that I would speak to her again in a few days, Chen Hao replied. Dad, tell my aunt that if she comes over, I will make her glutinous rice cakes. Chen and I suddenly interjected. The glutinous rice cakes I make are delicious. Every time my aunt visits, she brings me gifts. I'm still young and don't have money to buy her gifts. So I will make her glutinous rice cakes with plenty of sugar. She will surely love them, even at a young age. The child recognized those who treated her well and wished to reciprocate. I have many little chicks. We can eat them, Chen and I added. The 2 children eagerly fought over their food, determined to be the first to finish, lest they fall behind. All right, once the snow stops, I will go to the county and speak with her, Chen Hao replied with a smile. The growth cycle of chickens is rather slow. After 4 months, they weigh merely around 2 kilograms and have yet to lay eggs. However, if one insists on consuming them, it is not impossible. I've tried on the sweater and shoes, and they fit quite well. Tomorrow, you should wear the sweater and shoes, Tong Qian suggested. It's getting chilly, and you're always out and about. You need to dress warmly to avoid catching a cold. Go to the county and buy yourself a decent outfit. Don't just focus on purchasing for me. As a man, you must pay attention to your attire when going out. It will earn you respect. I'm in the village and don't venture far, so there is no need for me to buy thermal clothing, Chen Hao replied. Previously, he had purchased 2 thermal shirts in the county, gifting one to his sister-in-law, Tong Man, and keeping one for his wife. It had been several days since then. Tong Qian had tried it on, but decided to save it for the new year. After exchanging a few words, they sat down to watch television. Tong Qian went to the kitchen to prepare some wood ash, sprinkling it over the brazier to maintain warmth until the next day. The night passed in silence, save for the sounds of their movements. 3 days later, the weather cleared. Chen Hao's family prepared to slaughter pigs, and more villagers gathered to assist than had come for the last rice cake-making event. Have both been slaughtered? Chun Ziqiang inquired, standing beside the pig pen. The pigs were still a little underweight, estimated to be just over 100 gene. If they were raised for a few more months, they could gain several more pounds of meat. As the team leader, he was quite skilled at slaughtering pigs. Every year, during the production team's pig slaughtering, it was Chun Ziqiang who wielded the knife, and Chen Hao called him over for assistance. Nearby, other villagers gathered to witness the spectacle. Chen Hao's family was thriving. While the production team had not yet slaughtered their pigs, his family was preparing to do so. With just 100 gene, it would be easy to raise them to 120 gene. They had already purchased a television, so money was not an issue. If you ask me, Chen Hao is quite capable. He has been cultivating cucumbers in greenhouses, despite the skepticism from others, including the deputy agricultural team leader. Yet, he manages to sell cucumbers for 50 cents per gene. The news of cucumbers selling for 50 cents per gene spread through Chen Ziqiang's words, and many villagers regretted not joining him in the endeavor. All was part of Chen Hao's plan. Next year, many villagers would surely turn to greenhouse cultivation, and a portion of the production team's fields would likely be converted for such planting. He intended to extricate himself to open a restaurant in the county, securing a reliable source for vegetables and fruits, thus alleviating any worries. They've all been slaughtered, Chen Hao declared. If we can't eat it all, we'll make cured meat and store it. All right, if you say they've all been slaughtered, then let us proceed, Chen Ziqiang replied, discarding his cigarette butt. A few strapping young men came forward to help seize the pigs and carry them out. Benches were prepared, and basins were set to catch the blood. Soon, several young men arrived, each grasping a pig leg, pressing down on the pig's head as they lifted it from the pen. In front of the house, 3 benches were aligned together, with a wooden basin placed on the ground nearby. Lift it up and hold it steady, Chen Ziqiang instructed. Thankfully, the pigs weighed only around 100 gene. Had it been decades later, a single pig could easily weigh 200 or 300 gene, making it challenging for a few men to manage. Add some cold water and a bit of salt to the basin, Chen Ziqiang called out. Chen Hao had already prepared, adding cold water and some salt. This was to ensure the pig's blood would coagulate quickly. Pig's blood is also a rare delicacy. Chen Ziqiang rolled up his sleeves, having sharpened the slaughtering knife, and swiftly pierced the pig's heart to let it bleed. Is the water boiling? Can we scoop it out? Tong Qian inquired as she emerged from the kitchen. It's ready. It's cold. Scoop out plenty of hot water, Chen Ziqiang responded. Hot water was ladled into the wooden basin, filling it to the brim. With the pig's blood prepared, several men lifted the pig into the hot water basin, and Chen Ziqiang used the knife to make a small incision in the pig's hind leg, piercing the skin with a sturdy stick. They blew air into the incision. This was laborious work, and several people took turns, including Chen Hao. That's enough. Tie it up, scrape the hair, and make it tight to avoid air leaks. Chen Ziqiang observed as the pig's skin began to swell. Almost every year, a pig was slaughtered, and this task was familiar not only to Chen Ziqiang, but also to the other villagers, who worked in perfect harmony. They scraped the hair, dissected, and divided the 2 pigs. Can I buy some pig blood from you? My child often has nosebleeds. It would be good for him. Are you selling the intestines? I'd like to buy some pork to fry oil. We're out of oil at home. How much will it cost? Villagers gathered to watch, partly for the spectacle and partly to purchase some pig parts. More than half of the 2 pigs were sold. Pig blood, intestines, hearts, lungs, and other offal were in demand. During these lean years without meat, such offal was particularly sought after. Those who helped, including Chen Ziqiang, Chen Dongsheng, Chen Wei, and other villagers, received some offal, pig head meat, and pork without charge. The weather is expected to remain fair for the next few days. We must cut the meat and cure it, Tong Qian remarked. The pigs have been slaughtered, some meat sold, and portions shared with those who helped. There was still much left, so time was of the essence to cure it and create cured meat for longer preservation. I'll cut the meat, you handle the curing, Chen Hao said, urging her to hurry and prepare the seasonings. For simple meat curing, salt sufficed. Chen Hao had bought a considerable amount of soy sauce, sugar, and pepper, including Sichuan pepper, during the market visit. The production team cultivated Sichuan pepper as a supplementary income. Purchasing these items at the market was more convenient than at the supply and marketing cooperative as subsidiary store, as no tickets were required. And there were no restrictions on quantity. Just pay for what you need. The couple worked tirelessly until dark, finally finishing the curing process. The beams in their house were now adorned with strings of cured meat. The kitchen had no more space, and even the sleeping quarters had several hanging. I never imagined we would have so much meat at home. After a long day's labor, Tong Qian felt exhausted. Yet her eyes sparkled with joy at the sight of the room filled with cured meat. The last batch of cucumbers had been sold, and their savings now exceeded 4,000 yuan. They had purchased a television, their rice jar was full, and they had bought plenty of flour at the market. With 2 pigs slaughtered, the house was brimming with hanging meat. She smiled, and tears welled in the corners of her eyes. Why are you crying so much? It's like a constant stream, Chen Hao remarked. Tomorrow, I'll head to the county to deliver a pig's head to Xiao Man, hoping she'll come over for the new year. He still had one more pig's head, which he planned to take to Tong Man. Why are you sending her a pig's head? Tong Qian asked, surprised. Can't she cook for herself? She has one pig-s head already, and there's another. It's a gift for her leaders, Chen Hao explained. You know her temperament better than I do, even though she's teaching in the county. She's restless and eager to climb the social ladder. Sending money seems inappropriate. Offering food is more suitable. Previously, we lacked the means and needed her assistance. So I didn't mention sending her anything. Now that we are in a better position, we must support her. Chapter 35. Thank you, brother-in-law. The next morning, Chen Hao found a clean urea bag and placed an entire pig's head inside, walking to the county. After selling the cucumbers, he had returned the tractor to the brigade. The snow hadn't fully melted, making the walk somewhat arduous. After 2 hours, he finally reached the county. He headed straight to his sister-in-law Tong Man's dormitory. It was Sunday, and she had no work, so she was at home. However, she was not alone. Her mother, Huang Yufeng, was also present. Xiao Man Mom, Chen Hao greeted them. His mother-in-law had come to the city to visit Tong Man. What brings you here? Huang Yufeng was initially engaged in conversation with Tong Man, holding her hand, but upon seeing Chen Hao, her expression soured instantly. She harbored a strong aversion towards Chen Hao. A rural man, impoverished, lacking both wealth and employment, it embarrassed her to acknowledge such a son-in-law. Bring something for Xiao Man, she remarked disdainfully. Shaking off the snow from his legs, Chen Hao entered the house, placing the urea bag inside. Standing outside, he left the other items outside as well. Huang Yufeng was quite disapproving, admonishing him not to sully the tidy home. She didn't even spare him a glance. Mother, please refrain from speaking so harshly. Tong Man interjected, rising to her feet. Her initial disdain for Chen Hao had softened. After all, she had sent the glutinous rice cakes he had brought last time to her superiors. What have you brought this time? Please sit down. Let me pour you a cup of water to warm you up. She took a cup and poured water for Chen Hao. What could a rural fellow like him possibly bring? Perhaps just some radishes and cabbages, Huang Yufeng remarked dismissively. Don't follow in your sister's footsteps. Finding a family like his would only bring me further embarrassment. If you were to choose someone like him, our relatives would surely laugh at us. She looked down upon Chen Hao so much that she openly expressed her disdain. We slaughtered a pig at home and made some cured meat. This urea bag contains a pig's head, Chen Hao explained as he accepted the enamel cup from Tong Man, warming his hands. You can deliver it to your superiors. Huang Yufeng raised an eyebrow in curiosity. With barely enough to eat, how on earth can you afford to raise pigs? Tong Man was equally intrigued. It hadn't been long since Chen Hao had brought glutinous rice cakes for her superiors, and now he had brought a pig's head? Meat is hard to come by in the countryside, and it's not easy in the city either. Even if there are tickets and supply stations for pork, it often sells out quickly. A pig's head is even rarer. A pig yields over 60% meat, which could amount to several dozen pounds. Yet a pig's head is singular, and many covet it. The price is secondary to its scarcity. Tong Man opened the urea bag, revealing an actual pig's head. Its hair meticulously shaved off. It was indeed a pig's head, quite substantial. Tong Man felt a complex swirl of emotions. She gazed at Chen Hao, recalling how he had previously sent glutinous rice cakes to her superiors. Now, another gesture with the pig's head. Was this to ensure that her superiors would look after her? In the county, as a young woman, if you wish to gain something, you must be prepared to give in return, Chen Hao stated. Some individuals are heartless and may expect you to barter your body for favors. The rice cakes were merely a token of intent. This pig's head is for a key leader, ensuring that you won't suffer losses or grievances in the future. I lacked capability in the past and relied on you for support. Now that our family's circumstances have improved, it is only natural that I consider your future. Absolute power breeds absolute corruption. When opportunities are scarce, it signifies vulnerabilities that can easily be exploited. Life is hard for educated young women. Even harder for those who have been sent to the countryside. While settling in the rural areas is not the worst fate, many endure far worse, having been exploited in their quest to return to the city. Thank you, Tong Man paused, adding 2 more words, brother-in-law. This heartfelt address was a departure from her previous habit of calling him directly by his name or not addressing him at all. We are family. There is no need for such formality, Chen Hao replied. I will stand behind your sister, supporting her, and I am equally willing to stand by you. Should you encounter difficulties or face obstacles at work, do not fear. Remember that you have me as your brother-in-law. True sincerity begets true sincerity. Tong Man treated her sister-in-law, and I, and Xiao duo with genuine warmth, and Chen Hao was willing to reciprocate. Why give such a large pig's head to your superior? It would be far better to keep it for ourselves. Huang Yufeng finally cast a glance at the urea bag. The pig's head was remarkably fresh and intact. In the city, even ordinary families could not acquire such a complete specimen. Getting a bit of pig's head meat is a rarity. How long would it last? The key was its scarcity. I haven't started cooking yet, Tong Man said. You may not have started cooking, but I have at home. Your brother and sister-in-law have been clamoring for pig's head meat for ages. This is just perfect. Huang Yufeng plotted. This sizable pig's head could also be sent to her sister-in-law's family. Huang Yufeng had 2 daughters and a son. During the time of educated youth being sent to the countryside, parents were allowed to keep 1 child in the city. Huang Yufeng had chosen to send her daughters to the countryside while retaining her son in the city. Hearing Huang Yufeng's plans, Tong Man's expression darkened. Her mother prioritized her son, neglecting her daughters. The quota for staying in the city was one thing. But now she even wanted to take home the pig's head meat for her son and daughter-in-law. This pig's head was meant for Tong Man to present to her superiors. Crucial for her future. Chen Hao interjected, "Mother, working at the savings office, you should understand this principle." Huang Yufeng held a respectable position at the savings office under the People's Bank. Although just an ordinary employee, her job was esteemed compared to many others. "Now you're lecturing me?" Huang Yufeng was displeased with Chen Hao's words. What is a good future matter for a young woman? With a teaching job and a household registration now in the county, that is sufficient. Such fine pig's head meat should not be wasted on outsiders. It is better reserved for family. A married daughter is like spilled water, and unmarried daughters are hardly different. With that, Huang Yufeng reached for the urea bag. "I've said it. This pig's head is for Xiaoman." Chen Hao promptly seized the urea bag. "If your son wishes to eat it, or your daughter-in-law, let them purchase their own. If they can't find it, they can eat something else. If you wish to have some, you are welcome to my home, and I will prepare it for you." Chen Hao held a strong dislike for his brother-in-law. In his previous life, during his wedding to Tong Qian, his brother-in-law had not attended. Later, when Tong Qian and their 2 children passed away, he similarly did not attend the funeral. It was one thing to look down upon him, as Tong Man had done by getting him drunk and taking advantage of him, but to miss both a wedding and a funeral? Once could be attributed to circumstance, but twice? Such a brother-in-law was beneath his contempt. What is there to appreciate in the countryside? I visited once during your marriage to Xiao Qian, and I never wish to return, Huang Yufeng remarked. Such a wonderful daughter married you without demanding a dowry, and now you begrudge her a pig's head? That's not the same matter. Chen Hao responded. This pig's head is far more significant for Xiaoman. If you can't part with it, then I don't covet it. Huang Yufeng was unwilling to hear further explanations. She glanced at Tong Man. When you return home for the new year, your elder brother and sister-in-law will be there. Don't return empty-handed. Bring them some gifts. She had come not only to check on Tong Man, but also to encourage her to return home for the new year. After speaking, she ignored Chen Hao entirely and left. I came to deliver the pig's head and also to hope that you would spend the new year with your sister and me. Chen Hao said, your mother favors sons over daughters, and there's little difference between her and me. You and your sister both know this. Your brother-in-law is married now, so when you return for the new year, you'll have even less standing. However, it's all right. Your sister and I are also your family. If you wish to return home for the new year, then do so. If not, you are welcome to stay with your sister and me. Chen Hao was well aware of the dynamics concerning his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Tong Qian and Tong Man were also cognizant of the situation. Do not fear causing inconvenience to me and your sister, and I and Xiao duo miss you dearly. Chen Hao looked at Tong Man. Well, I must return now. There is much to be done at home, and your sister cannot manage everything alone. Don't forget the pig's head. Deliver it to your superior promptly. He gazed at the cotton pullover adorning Tong Man, pondering its fit. It seemed quite suitable, did it not? Your physique is rather akin to your sister's, so I purchased it in accordance with her size. Chapter 36, A Desire to Call Him Brother-in-Law. It fits well, Tong Man replied. She had taken a liking to the pullover, finding its style superior to the sweater she had knitted herself, less coarse and exceedingly comfortable to wear. As long as you like it, Chen Hao nodded. Your sister tried it on once and couldn't bear to wear it, leaving it untouched. Her figure is commendable. It would look splendid on her. Well then, I must take my leave. Remember, if you're not heading home on New Year's Eve, do come over for the festive dinner. He turned, preparing to depart. Let me see you off, Tong Man insisted, following him outside. No need for that. I'm not a 3-year-old child who can't find their way. Chen Hao waved his hand dismissively. It's cold, so stay in the dormitory. I'm off now. Watching Chen Hao's retreating figure, her gaze fell upon the snow-soaked hems of his trousers, and she glanced back at the pig's head nestled within the urea bag. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She leaned over the railing of the corridor, peering down. Chen Hao had exited the building and was making his way towards the school. Brother-in-law, take care on your way. Tong Man called out loudly, yearning to say the title again. Chen Hao turned back, waving at her with a grin, revealing a beaming smile. With a cigarette in hand, the return journey seemed less tedious. Feeling unburdened, he walked a bit faster and reached the village in under 2 hours. A group of children were busy constructing snowmen, leaving their footprints in the snow. A resilient bunch they were. Upon arriving home, he noticed 2 bamboo frames propped up in front of the door. upon which hung strips of cured meat. Cured meat must be sun-dried. The winter in the south is not as frigid as in the north, while northern winters allow for the creation of iceboxes using water to freeze meat. The south lacks such low temperatures, necessitating the drying of cured meat for preservation. Did you give the pig's head to Xiaoman? Tong Qian inquired. Seated at the door with a brazier at her feet, her hands still busy knitting a sweater. Upon noticing Chen Hao's damp trousers, she quickly stood up. Hurry and change your pants. They're soaked. After such a long journey, you must be freezing. You should have worn rubber boots. They're for children, she added, referring to the footwear. Did you give to Xiaoman? Mother is there. She'll call Xiaoman back for the New Year dinner. Chen Hao entered the house. Feeling the warmth from walking, it wasn't too cold. As they spoke, Tong Qian had already retrieved long pants, woolen trousers, and a new pair of shoes for him. How could he not be cold? I'm sitting here with my feet by the brazier, and I'm freezing. Hurry and change. Chen Hao obliged, swapping out his wet trousers. Tong Qian took the damp fabric, rinsed off the mud, wrung it out as best as she could, and placed it near the brazier to dry. What did Xiaoman say? Is she coming home for the New Year? Tong Qian asked. Before Chen Hao could respond, she continued, Father and mother are quite biased. My brother stayed in the city, while Xiaoman and I were sent to the countryside. Even when I got married, my brother didn't come. He claimed to be busy, but it was merely an excuse. He thinks I've embarrassed the family by settling in the countryside and has intentionally distanced himself from me. It pains me that my parents show favoritism and my own brother couldn't even attend my wedding. In the early days of her marriage, she often hid away to weep. Though she had come to terms with it over time, the thought still pricked her heart. They may not care for you, but I do. Chen Hao grasped her hand warmly. From this day forth, I shall always be by your side. We, as husband and wife, shall soar together. Who has soaring with you? Tong Qian's cheeks flushed. Really, my husband, she added, bemused in broad daylight, still outside. You're spouting sweet nothings, soaring together. Yet, the recent recollection of her parents' bias and her brother's estrangement, which had left her feeling stifled, was somewhat alleviated by Chen Hao's playful banter. I told Xiaoman that if she doesn't wish to return home, she can come here to celebrate the New Year. Chen Hao rubbed his hands together. Regardless of whether she comes or not, we must prepare everything for the festivities. There is plenty of pork, and while the chickens haven't laid eggs yet, we have one weighing 2 pounds that we can butcher. Tong Qian replied, the rice jar is full. There's flour as well. And I've made some glutinous rice cakes. As for the condiments, I've stocked up sufficiently. I've cut a lot of fabric and made clothes for the 2 children, and I've also crafted cotton shoes for them. So we won't need to buy anything. She felt quite content with the current state of their home. In previous years, having half a pound of pork was considered a luxury for the New Year. This year, not only was there enough pork, but also an abundance of other delicacies. We need to prepare a bit more. Chen Hao shook his head. Before the year ends, there will be another market day, and many production teams will bring their harvests to sell. Some villagers would also take their homemade goods to the market to exchange for cash to purchase New Year items. Our family must go to the market as well to gather supplies. We need to push the cart over. The household possessed a cart. Do we really need to push the cart over? Tong Qian touched the damp pant legs by the brazier, flipping them to dry the other side. It's necessary, Chen Hao affirmed. He regarded Tong Qian thoughtfully. This marks our family's first proper New Year celebration. In the past, we had nothing, and a few ounces of meat in our dishes was considered a boon. You've endured hardships alongside me. It's unfortunate that our 2 children were born into such a household. Now that life has improved, we must prepare a lavish feast for the New Year, a fitting reward for your years of hard work. He resolved to personally oversee this year's New Year's dinner. As long as we are family, your well-being brings me joy, Tong Qian replied. The following day, the team held its year-end settlement. Cash earned from side businesses was compiled, then divided by the total work points, resulting in a price for each work point, which was then multiplied by each family's annual work points to determine their income. This cash income, after deducting expenses for rations, fruits, vegetables, straw, and advance loans, left each household with their net earnings. Some families might find themselves with a surplus of over 100 yuan, while others might still owe money to the team, marking little change from previous years. However, after the year-end settlements, families did not disperse. Instead, they gathered in small groups at the rice paddy. Captain, shouldn't we revise next year's planting plan? We ought to consider greenhouse cultivation, perhaps learn from Chen Hao, who has successfully grown cucumbers in greenhouses and even bought a television for his home. Life had indeed improved for Chen Hao's family, and while other production teams may not have noticed, the villagers of this particular team were envious. In previous years, the year-end settlement primarily revolved around discussions of who received more money and how to earn a few extra work points. This year, however, villagers were proactively inquiring about the team's planning plans, even calling for Chen Hao to become the agricultural deputy leader. No one objected. Even Wang Hongmei and Chen Dagong, who typically had issues with Chen Hao, surprisingly remained silent on this matter. Regarding the agricultural planning arrangements for next year, I will discuss it further with the team committee. Chen Ziqiang stated, as for appointing Chen Hao as the agricultural deputy leader, I have already spoken with him. He wishes to run for the position of deputy leader for side businesses. The election for the committee will take place after the new year. So let us not bring it up now. Let us enjoy the holiday first. Chen Ziqiang had not anticipated such enthusiasm from the villagers. In previous years, the year-end settlements had mainly revolved around discussions of personal gains, but this year, there was a palpable interest in a collective planning strategy. With calls for Chen Hao to take on a leadership role, I plan to set up a greenhouse on my family's private plot next year. Chen Hao, I will need your assistance then. A villager approached Chen Hao to make his acquaintance. Other villagers also came over, eager to form connections with him. Your appointment as vice captain is something I wholeheartedly support, and during the selection of the team committee, I shall certainly cast my vote in your favor. Each year, the dividend for a family of 4 or 5 amounts to a mere 30 to 40 yuan. What can that possibly suffice for? I have pickled some radishes at home, and will send a portion over to you shortly. One by one, individuals are approaching Chen Hao, engaging him in conversation with utmost politeness. Nearby, Tong Qian, holding the hands of her 2 daughters, observes this scene with great satisfaction, her eyes sparkling with joy. Father is quite popular, Chen and I remarks, gazing up at Tong Qian. No one dares to call him a villain anymore, or say he is a flower growing amidst manure. Whoever speaks ill of my father, I shall kick them. Chen Xiao Duo adds, raising her foot and playfully kicking at the air, her tiny face serious. I'm not to be trifled with. Chapter 37. Preparing for the New Year. The following day marks the last market day before the New Year. The entire commune is bustling with activity, as nearly everyone is in attendance. Each production team is bringing forth their best, with those who have planted fruit trees loading their carts with produce to sell at the market, and those who have raised pigs bringing their surplus to trade. Rice flour, sticky rice cakes, bean vermicelli, and other staples are also plentiful. Some villagers, having brewed their own rice wine, accumulated eggs, duck eggs, pickled radishes, and homemade tofu, will also be bringing their goods to the market. The atmosphere is more vibrant than ever. Hurry up, let us leave early and return early. There is still much to tidy up at home. No time to dawdle. Chen Hao had already prepared everything and was waiting outside. He called into the house. Why are you taking longer than me? We discussed going to the market last night, and now you're still lingering this early morning. You always say I'm slow, but I think you're the one who enjoys lingering, Tong Qian replied, still busy inside. The cart was ready, and the 2 little ones were bouncing with excitement. Yet Tong Qian was still inside. I'm coming, she responded. The meat must be hung properly to avoid being spoiled by rats. And the door needs to be securely shut. We have a lot of valuables inside, so we must be cautious. With their newfound prosperity, every time the family ventures out together, she meticulously checks everything to avoid any oversight. After securing the door and locking it, Tong Qian muttered, we must return early. The cured meat needs to be dried out a bit more to prevent spoilage. In times of poverty, there were many concerns, and even after gaining some comfort, worries still abound. Father, I want to sit on the cart. Chen Ni Adek Siloma. I want to sit too. Chen Xiao Duo chimed in. All right. Both of you can hop on. Chen Hao laughed. He then turned to Tong Qian. Wife, you should join them on the cart. What'd I look like on there? I'm far too big for that. Tong Qian replied, feeling a bit shy. There is nothing to be embarrassed about, Chen Hao said, lowering his voice and winking at her. You worked hard last night. Let me pull you along to save some energy. Despite having 2 little ones, they were both quite young at only 25, full of vitality and energy. Tong Qian shot her husband a playful glare, and instead of climbing aboard the cart, she walked alongside Chen Hao as they made their way to the market. Along the way, they encountered many villagers, some pulling carts and others carrying bamboo baskets, all bustling with the year-end settlements, each with a bit of cash in hand. How go? We've been waiting for you. Let us head to the market together. And I and Xiao Duo seem to have grown quite a bit. With the cart loaded and ready, they inquired, how much are you planning to buy for the new year? Familiar faces, such as Chun Dongsheng and Chun Wei, waited specifically at the village entrance for Chen Hao to join them on their journey to the market. Upon arriving, the families dispersed to seek out the items they had long planned to purchase. Citrus, grown by our production team, only 30 cents per gene in the county. They sell for 35 cents. Our homegrown produce is much cheaper. Someone shouted. A group of people had gathered around a cart brimming with citrus fruits. Let us buy some citrus, Chen Hao suggested. 30 cents per gene is not cheap. And with the cold weather, are you sure you want to buy? Tong Qian inquired. Yes, we can roast them over the fire to warm up, Chen Hao replied. We can't have just meat. We need some fruit as well. The family approached the cart selling citrus. Can we sample some? Chen Hao asked. Of course, they're very sweet and not sour at all, replied a young woman standing nearby, eager for business. She picked up a peeled citrus and handed it to Chen Hao, also offering a segment each to Ni and Xiao Duo. Most villagers at the market were purchasing rice, cloth, oil, meat, and essential goods, with fewer opting for fruits. Chen Hao took a bite and confirmed its sweetness. Although the appearance was not particularly appealing, and the fruits were small, the taste was delightful. Let us take 10 Jin, Chen Hao declared. 10 Jin? Certainly. I'll weigh it for you right away, the young woman responded, her enthusiasm evident. She stole a few curious glances at Chen Hao, surprised that he would buy such a large quantity when most villagers only purchased 1 or 2 Jin, just enough to satisfy their children's cravings. For 10 Jin, I'll throw in 2 extra, she added, selecting 2 more citrus fruits for him. Quite the savvy businesswoman, Chen Hao thought to himself. The cart was surrounded by wooden boards, so the citrus could be safely placed inside without risk of falling out. Chen Hao pulled out 3 yuan, counted it, and handed it over, expressing his gratitude. You're too kind. If you wish to buy more citrus in the future, come to the Sun Peng team, East Wind production team, and ask for me. I'm Sun Miao Miao, she said. All right, Chen Hao nodded in acknowledgement. The family continued to browse the market. Dried tofu. 2 cents per piece, a villager shouted, having made their own dried tofu. Let us buy a piece. With fewer vegetables in winter, we need to change up our flavors. Chen Hao suggested. He looked at Tong Qian. You and the kids wait here. I'll go buy it. It's crowded, and it's not easy to push the cart around. Chen Hao proceeded to buy 1 yuan worth of dried tofu, which amounted to 50 pieces, perfect for stir-frying. Fresh white catfish, just caught this morning, 35 cents per Jin. They're quite fatty, another vendor called out, advertising their aquatic goods. Let us get some to make fish balls, Chen Hao said, and he went over to purchase 3 sizable white catfish, each weighing over 5 Jin and freshly caught that morning. He placed them in a plastic bag and added them to the cart. After spending over 2 hours at the market, the cart was filled to the brim, and the family finally made their way home. As they reached the village entrance, a villager called out, Someone has come to visit your family. A rather beautiful girl? Thank you, Chen Hao replied. Is it Xiao Man? Tong Qian whispered. Most likely. Aside from her, who else could it be? She should be on winter break now. Chen Hao nodded. Upon arriving home, they found Tong Man standing in front of the house, gracefully poised. Brother-in-law, sister, I want to be going home for the new year this year. I'll celebrate with you, Tong Man announced. Did you go to the market? She took a few steps forward and noticed the cart filled with goods, her eyes widening in surprise. Citrus, dried tofu, rice wine, lotus root, eggs, beef, mutton, and a host of seasonings, Sichuan pepper, garlic pepper powder, and peanuts. A fishtail is even peeking out from a bag. You bought so much, she exclaimed in amazement. In a county town, neither colleagues nor superiors, nor even the parents residing in the city, have ever prepared such an abundance of New Year's goods. Your brother-in-law spends money as if it were flowing water, buying whatever he sees, remarked Tong Qian. During the new year, one must uphold a semblance of festivity. Chen Hao lowered the bag of urea, stating that today he would prepare fish balls and tomorrow he would fry stuffed lotus root and meatballs. The day after, they would partake in the New Year's dinner together. Chapter 38. Do not heed your brother-in-law's words. I said I would come over today just to say hello and return again on New Year's Eve, said Tong Man. Chen Hao's expression suggested that he wished for her to stay in the village tonight. There's no need to go through so much trouble. You can return to the county. And you want to be alone, Chen Hao replied, pouring out the fish and suggesting she sleep with her sister. I will sleep in the kitchen. There are blankets at home. It may be humble, certainly not as comfortable as your solitary dormitory in the county, but the food will be undeniably good. As they spoke, Tong Qian went into the house to fetch a kitchen knife, a porcelain basin, and an iron bucket. She also brought out a cutting board. Chen Hao said, I will scale the fish. Xiao Man, don't just stand there. Bring out the small wooden table from the house. The family began to bustle about. Even Ni and Xiao Duo lent a hand, bringing mandarins into the house. Chen Hao rolled up his sleeves and started scaling the fish. I will take out the cured meat first to air it out, then boil some hot water, Tong Qian said, moving in and out busily. 3 large white catfish were scaled, their innards removed, and the dark membranes cleaned. Then they were rinsed with fresh water to wash away the blood and impurities. The flesh scraped down and minced. It was laborious work. 3 5-pound catfish yielded a porcelain basin full of fish flesh, which was then mixed with seasonings and continuously stirred. It seemed simple, yet they were engrossed until afternoon. Brother-in-law, come and have some mandarins. We'll tackle the rest later, Tong Man suggested. She and I and Xiao Duo had already finished their tasks and were huddled around the fire pit, roasting mandarins. The cold weather made the fruits icy, but warming them over the fire made them quite palatable. You all enjoy. I will cook the fish balls, Chen Hao said, carrying the bowl of minced fish to the kitchen stove. The fish balls must be thoroughly cooked. Tong Qian was kindling the fire. She looked up at Chen Hao and said, "Let me boil the fish balls. You should rest for a while." Since her husband returned from the market, he had been tirelessly working. Having a man at home to help with chores undoubtedly eased her burden. And the festive atmosphere felt much more vibrant than in previous years when the house felt desolate even during the new year. "You just tend to the fire. I will handle the cooking," Chen Hao insisted. "It's important to create a sense of ritual, to personally prepare a New Year's meal. When we were married, the dowry was meager, and you followed me. Life after marriage has been challenging. I've always felt a sense of bitterness. So I must provide you with some emotional value." Rituals? Emotional value? Tong Qian found it difficult to comprehend, yet she grasped the general sentiment. Whether one is rich or poor matters little. Having hope is what truly counts. It is the absence of hope that makes life unbearable. The fish balls merely need to be boiled. Despite his past indiscretions, Chen Hao was skilled in these tasks. Having washed his hands thoroughly, he grasped the fish paste and, with a slight deftness, squeezed it out between his thumb and forefinger. With a scoop of the spoon, the mixture formed into balls, which he dropped into the pot to boil. "Brother-in-law, come and have some mandarins," Tong Man called, holding a peeled mandarin by Chen Hao's side, her mouth open. "I'll feed you." The roasted mandarin was pleasantly warm. Tong Man fed Chen Hao half of it before stepping out of the kitchen. "Xiao Man's attitude towards you has transformed. She wouldn't have called you brother-in-law or fed you in the past," Tong Qian remarked. "Genuine feelings beget genuine feelings." Chen Hao replied, gazing at Tong Qian. "You will still be feeding me tonight." "When did this happen?" Tong Qian inquired. Upon realizing the implication, she flushed, quickly glancing outside. Tong Man was watching television, oblivious to the exchange. "How indiscreet of you." She shot Chen Hao a glare. A large basin of fish paste was entirely fashioned into fish balls. The family had bought noodles, and that evening, they prepared a simple pot of fishball noodles, adding 5 eggs as well. As the new year approached, no one paid attention to the television. Even the children, tempted to sneak a peek, were swiftly pulled back by adults. In the evening, the family gathered around the fire pit, watching the Seoul provincial channel. The weather had been pleasant in recent days. Tong Qian sat on a small stool, suggesting that everyone should bathe tomorrow, entering the new year clean and fresh in the greenhouse. The cucumbers had been harvested, and the greenhouse remained warm compared to the outside. Not to mention, at least there was no wind. "A bath is indeed necessary," Chen Hao nodded. He looked at Tong Man. "You should bathe too. It must be inconvenient in the county. The dormitory rooms only offer a place to sleep, with the kitchen and bathroom in the corridor, which is quite troublesome." "I didn't bring any change of clothes," Tong Man admitted. She had initially planned to return today, coming back on New Year's Eve, but was persuaded by her sister and brother-in-law to stay. "Wear your sister's clothes," Chen Hao suggested. "She has some new ones, having bought fabric at the market and made some herself. Besides, it's so cold. It doesn't matter if you don't wear anything underneath. Who can see?" "What nonsense! Xiao Man is no longer a child," Tong Qian retorted. "Besides, you'll have to take off your outerwear in the evening, right?" She glanced at Tong Man. "Do not listen to your brother-in-law. A grown man doesn't understand such things. You must wear something. I have new ones that are quite clean. I will find them for you tomorrow." That night, Chen Hao slept in the kitchen while Tong Qian, Tong Man, Ni and Xiao Duo shared a room next door. Ni and Xiao Duo were initially somewhat noisy, but gradually quieted down as they fell asleep. Tong Qian and Tong Man, however, whispered softly to each other. Women seem to have an endless array of topics to discuss, especially one who is married and another who is not. The earthen walls of the kitchen and sleeping quarters lacked doors, so even their hushed tones reached Chen Hao's ears. "You fed him mandarins," and his eyes were all smiles. "Sister, your life has improved. You are still young and could consider having another child." That is what I told him. But he always goes outside. The two women's conversation grew more intimate, their voices lowering further, likely retreating beneath the covers. Finally, suppressed laughter and muffled gasps echoed, signaling that the two sisters were playfully tussling beneath the blankets. The following day dawned bright and sunny. The temperature was low, but thankfully the sun shone brightly, flooding the space with light. After airing out the greenhouse for a while, Chen Hao lowered the straw curtain, moved a wooden basin inside, and the water in the pot was already boiling. They took turns washing up. In the afternoon, Chen Hao began frying stuffed lotus roots, sweet potato cakes, and fish pieces. The kitchen filled with delightful aromas. "Are the sweet potato cakes ready? I want to eat. I want to have stuffed lotus roots," and Xiao Duo implored, their mouths watering. Sweet potato cakes, made from diced sweet potatoes coated in flour and fried into palm-sized patties, and the stuffed lotus roots filled with pork, were all delicacies rarely enjoyed during past New Year celebrations. Such luxuries were scarce even within the commune, where few families could afford to indulge in such feasts. All right, let be served, let your aunt serve it. It's still hot. Let's sit for a while before eating, Chen Hao remarked. The family was gathered in the kitchen when suddenly a voice called out from outside. How go my father, uncle, and grandma and grandpa want you to come over for the New Year's dinner tomorrow. Chapter 39. This is my home. The one calling for the dinner was Chen Hao's cousin, Chen Chuanfu, the son of his third uncle. Chuanfu has come. We're currently frying lotus root fritters. Come and have a taste. Tong Qian greeted him warmly. At 19, Chuanfu had a hint of fuzz on his chin, giving him a somewhat prematurely aged appearance. He gazed in astonishment at the cured meats hanging in front of the house. So much. As he approached the door, the enticing aroma of fried lotus root fritters, fried fish, and fried meatballs wafted out from within. I'm not eating, Sister Qian. Chuanfu waved his hand dismissively. I just came to tell how good to go over for New Year's dinner. His eyes wandered to the television set in the room, and then to the various items scattered about. Citrus fruits, eggs, beef, and mutton, which left him even more astonished. He was well aware of his cousin's family circumstances. They were quite impoverished, and during past New Year celebrations, meat was a rare sight. What had changed this year? I'm not going. I'll have dinner in my own home, Chen Hao said as he drained the fried meatballs and placed them in a bowl. He never invited me before. This sudden invitation for dinner must mean they heard about my family's better fortune. His relationship with these relatives was strained. When his parents were alive, his uncle and third uncle often took advantage of them, and his grandparents showed favoritism. After his parents' passing, he was further marginalized, forced to move to another production team. It had never been the case that he was invited for New Year's dinner. Now, suddenly, they were being kind because they had learned he had bought a television. It's because you bought a television, Chuanfu replied honestly, his youth showing in his straightforwardness. How much did that television cost you? You truly are impressive. I haven't seen anyone else buy one. You're the first. Tong Qian handed Chuanfu a bowl with some lotus root fritters, meatballs, and a fried item. You should eat some. I really can't, Chuanfu quickly declined, though he swallowed hard, knowing he should not eat given the awkwardness of their relationship. Go ahead, Chen Hao insisted. I can distinguish between good and bad. You mean no harm. My issues with uncle, my elder uncle, and my grandparents have nothing to do with you. They're freshly fried and very fragrant. If it were any of my other cousins, I wouldn't be so courteous. They say the eldest is simple-minded, the second cunning, and the third slippery. Yet, in his family, it was different. His father, being the second, was often overlooked, which extended to Chen Hao himself, who was not favored by his grandparents. After his parents passed away, he faced constant marginalization. Then I'll eat a little, Chuanfu said as he accepted the bowl, savoring a bite of the lotus fritter. This is really delicious. My family didn't make any this year. This is so good, so fragrant and crispy. He relished the food heartily. After finishing what was in his bowl, Chuanfu wiped his mouth and said, how good. I overheard my mother and aunt discussing that they want you to come over for the New Year's dinner. And then they try to persuade you to give your grandparents the television. They say it's to show filial piety to grandma and grandpa. But it's really just so they can watch it themselves. He disapproved of some of his family's actions and discreetly shared this information with Chen Hao. After a bit more conversation, Chuanfu departed. Are you really not going for the New Year's dinner? Tong Qian inquired. I'm not going. Chen Hao shook his head. Some relatives are not even as close as friends. There's no need for excessive interaction. Didn't Chuanfu just say it? They want us to come for dinner to get the television. This is a trap. During the New Year, one should celebrate joyfully, not invite oneself to bring distress. Wouldn't that be nonsensical? Having lived through many experiences, Chen Hao had a clear perspective on many matters. As the sun began to set, his cousin Chen Yan from his uncle's family approached. She was older than Chen Hao and worked as a teacher in the village's primary school. Classified as a private educator. Before even entering the house, she raised her voice. Chen Hao, your attitude is quite grand. The elders ask you to come over for dinner. And you refuse? Do you expect them to personally come over and invite you before you'll budge? Chen Hao's family was busy gathering the cured meats. Upon seeing Chen Yan, he frowned. Where I choose to eat dinner is still my own decision. I assent to it. And don't flaunt your status as an elder. When you were squeezing me out of the old house to prevent me from inheriting the land, you didn't mention anything about being an elder. Living under the same roof after his parents passed, his uncle and third uncle were always concerned about him claiming his share of the property, constantly belittling him. His grandparents also never spoke up for him, and he eventually could not endure the humiliation and moved out. In recent years, there had been little communication between the two families, fearing that if he went over, he would be asked for loans. Now that his own circumstances had improved, they were quick to invite him for dinner. First, it was Chuanfu, and now it was Chen Yan. I'm not going. Stop the moral coercion. What a clumsy trick. Seeing the unfinished cured meats outside, Chen Yan was taken aback. She initially thought Chuanfu was exaggerating, but now realized that Chen Hao's family was indeed doing considerably better. You're overthinking it. The elders spoke harshly before because they were concerned about you not turning out well. They were trying to motivate you, Chen Yen stated. Is it true that pushing me out of the old house was also to encourage me to be self-sufficient? Chen Hao laughed. Do you really believe that? Stop sweet-talking me. Past grievances are behind us. There is no need to hold grudges. We are family. What irreconcilable knots can there be? Chen Yen quickly changed the subject. She stepped forward, standing at the doorway, peering inside. She inhaled sharply, taking in the sight of the television, the meats hanging from the beams, the meatballs and the citrus fruits. The New Year's goods are quite plentiful. My family doesn't have even half of this. Stop talking nonsense. Don't try to persuade me. Go back. I'm having New Year's dinner at my own home. This is my true home, Chen Hao said coldly, dismissing her. Tong Qian is my family. And I and Xiao Duo are my family. My sister-in-law is my family. As for you, you are merely a stranger with blood ties. Chen Hao was not as courteous with Chen Yen as he had been with Chuan Fu. This cousin was no good, speaking ill of him everywhere. Not only in front of the elders, but also to others in the village. You got it good now and have lost all sense of humanity. Even if you have grievances against me, you should still visit Grandma and Grandpa. They are the elders, Chen Yen said. Your family has prepared so many New Year goods. Will you manage to eat all of it? She hoped to entice Chen Hao to part with some food, or at least stay for a meal. After Chuan Fu returned, he kept raving about how delicious the lotus fritters were, filled with plenty of meat, and how fragrant the meatballs were, which made her quite envious. During their own New Year, they only had a bit of meat from the pig slaughtered by the production team. They had no fish balls or lotus fritters, let alone cured meats hanging from the rafters. You needn't worry about whether we can finish it, Chen Hao replied. It's getting late. You should head back. We need to prepare dinner, too. He showed no intention of inviting Chen Yen to stay for a meal. Here, S100 yuan. Take it. I'm being kind. And yet you show no gratitude, Chen Yen muttered, taken aback by how Chen Hao offered no face whatsoever. After assuming the role of a teacher at the village primary school, who in the village would dare to be impolite? Everyone must call him Teacher Chen or Teacher Yen. It is expected that one would personally come to invite Chen Hao to the New Year's feast, to which he should be profoundly grateful. Kind-hearted? Chen Hao chuckled. If one were truly benevolent, those relatives at home would have the decency to allocate a share of the homestead to him, while others feast on the remnants. Enjoying the company of distant relatives or families without male heirs, his own kin bully him. Even his own brother's sons do not spare him. Is this what kindness looks like? In hard times, families with many children often find their bond strained. Survival takes precedence, and familial affection must be relegated to a lesser role. You are truly stubborn. Fixated on trivialities, Chen Yen remarked. I have said, this is to motivate you. Look, ISNT your life at home, much improved now. Chen Yen possessed a remarkable talent for twisting the truth, attributing the favorable circumstances in Chen Hao's life to her own malicious tactics. Chen Hao silently picked up a broom. If you wish to leave, then leave. On this festive occasion, you come to invite me to dinner, yet you attempt to chase me away with a broom. How ungrateful. Chen Yen, frightened, fled in haste. Chen Hao returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Get to bed early. Many in the village will set off firecrackers at dawn. It will be quite noisy. After the meal, Chen Hao inquired, shall we prepare the New Year's feast first thing in the morning or at another time? Most families in the village dine on New Year's Eve, yet the specific timing varies from household to household. Some eat early in the morning, others at noon, and some in the evening. Let us do it at noon. It's too cold to start early in the morning, Chen Hao suggested. The next day, while darkness still enveloped the sky, the sound of firecrackers erupted. First, a few here and there, then 4 or 5 more, until daybreak when Chen Hao's family finally arose. Let us start with some chicken noodle soup to fill our stomachs, Chen Hao proposed. In a clay stove, a pot simmered with chicken broth. The chicken was tender, the broth golden and fragrant. He placed it into a pot, added noodles, and seasoned it with salt and pepper. Each person was served a bowl, instantly warming them. Nini, watch over your sister and play inside. Do not go outside, Chen Hao instructed. Xiaoman, you tend to the fire. Dear wife, lend me a hand. The 2 little ones played while the 3 adults busied themselves. They prepared stir-fried bacon with dried tofu, green peppers with beef, lamb stew with white radish, lotus root slices, and fried meatballs along with fish balls and cabbage soup. That makes 5 dishes. ISNT that enough? Tong Qian counted. Let us add 1 more, so we have 6. 6 represents good fortune. Chen Hao included another dish, creating a crab imitation from several eggs. The table was filled to the brim. Everyone, please take a seat. It's time for the New Year's feast, Chen Hao announced. He produced some rice wine and glanced at Tong Man. Care for a drink? He was aware that his sister-in-law had a strong tolerance for alcohol, having experienced it in a previous life. Sure, Tong Man replied, fetching 3 porcelain bowls from the kitchen. Chen Hao first poured a bowl for Tong Man, then one for Tong Qian. That's enough. They're all full. We can't drink that much, Tong Qian interjected. Although the rice wine appeared mild, overindulgence could lead to inebriation. On festive days, it's acceptable to enjoy a bit more. Chen Hao poured himself a generous amount. Before we eat, I'd like to say a few words. He raised his bowl of rice wine. Looking at Tong Qian, he expressed gratitude for her sacrifices. Marrying me has been a burden for you, but I assure you, our lives will undoubtedly improve from here on out. This meal is just the beginning. He took a hearty sip of rice wine. Slow down. I am your woman. We are family. There is no need for such formality, Tong Qian replied tenderly. This year, she had taken on the role of assistant, with her husband managing various tasks, including the preparation of the New Year's feast. No other family in the village operated in such a manner. She understood that her husband was using this approach to express his remorse. In the past, I was foolish. My thoughts misguided. I was concerned about appearances to outsiders while being domineering towards those who cared for me, Chen Hao admitted. This flaw must be corrected. The greatest folly is to be kind to strangers while losing patience with those close to you. He then raised the remaining half bowl of rice wine. Gazing at Tong Man's sister-in-law, I have not been a good husband, neglecting the family these past years. I owe you much. Thank you for your support in helping my family through difficult times. With that, he downed the remaining rice wine in one gulp. A wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. Brother-in-law, you possess great potential. Our lives will surely improve, Tong Man replied. Just this table of New Year's feast, not only in our village, but even in the city, few families can compare. Chen Hao truly seemed like a different person. Her perception of him had shifted significantly. Not only was he now attentive to the family, but he also openly acknowledged his past mistakes. Such men are rare. Initially, she had looked down upon this brother-in-law, yet now it appeared no other man possessed the courage he displayed. The New Year's feast was a joyous occasion, and all three indulged in the rice wine. After a simple wash-up, they retired to bed. In the following days, it was time for New Year visits. On the second day of the new year, Tong Man returned to the county. She had some social obligations to attend to there. Chen Hao accompanied her to the village entrance. Take this 100 yuan, he said, pulling 10 bills from his pocket and handing them to Tong Man. No need. I have money. I still have my salary. Tong Man quickly waved her hands. Your money is yours, but this 100 yuan is a token from me and your sister. Chen Hao insisted. Young lady, it's best to have some cash on hand. Don't be like your sister, easily swayed by my words. I will be developing in the county and plan to open a restaurant. I will invite your colleagues and superiors from school to visit. After saying this, Chen Hao pressed the 100 yuan into Tong Man's hands. Money is courage. A father's support is a son's strength. A step from a benefactor is worth more than a decade of toil, Chen Hao advised. Your salary is sufficient for living, but for advancement, it falls short. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. Your sister and I are your family. There is no need for distance. Tong Man held the 100 yuan, feeling its warmth, a wave of emotion sweeping over her. After she walked away and her figure vanished from sight, Chen Hao returned home. Should we visit your family? Chen Hao asked Tong Qian. In their years of marriage, Tong Qian had only visited her family a handful of times. Mostly during the earlier years, she had hardly gone back since. Let us forget it. It's too cold, and the children are still small. If we go back, there is nowhere to stay. Tong Qian shook her head. If we return, we will just be met with disdain. My parents and brother's family all live in a cramped 40-square-meter house. Let us wait until the weather warms up, and then we can find a time to visit. Chen Hao suggested. Returning home in wealth is akin to wearing fine clothes in the night. One must show their face when their fortunes improve. By the 6th day of the new year, the festivities were drawing to a close. On this day, Chen Ziqiang approached Chen Hao regarding the election of the village committee. Let us head to the rice paddy to notify the others, he said. All right, let us begin voting, Chen Ziqiang announced after completing his notifications. You really intend to run for the committee? Tong Qian stepped forward. Having the position of committee member will facilitate many matters, Chen Hao replied. Despite the significant profits from greenhouse planting before the new year, with cucumbers fetching prices comparable to meat, that is merely a momentary success. The confidentiality surrounding this matter is rather minimal. The villagers have witnessed firsthand the improvement in my family's living conditions and are likely to follow suit by establishing greenhouses. With an increase in production, selling pork at a reasonable price will undoubtedly become challenging, necessitating trade with the county and city to earn money from non-agricultural residents. How much can farmers truly earn? To profit from farmers, one must deal in seeds, fertilizers, agricultural machinery, and other production materials, yet these are nearly monopolized. Agricultural populations constitute 80% of the total populace, yet their purchasing power is merely 20%. whereas urban residents represent 20 of the population but wield a staggering 80 of the consumption capacity. A pound of cabbage might fetch only 2 cents at the market, with villagers haggling over prices, while a few cabbage leaves served at a restaurant could cost 5 cents, embellished with ample seasoning, prompting urban patrons to praise the dish. Chen Hao and his family made their way to the rice paddy. Other villagers also trickled in, gathering at the paddy as the cold persisted, many bringing out fire pits for warmth. To seize the revolution and promote production, though the new year has arrived, the chill remains. We must not slacken our efforts. Chen Ziqiang began, reiterating his familiar opening line from years past. Leadership is essential in any endeavor, providing direction and unifying efforts. With the weather being relatively pleasant today, we shall elect the committee for our production team. Whether old committee members or villagers, anyone may run for election. This process is one with which the villagers are well acquainted. Following this, Chen Ziqiang and the other committee members delivered speeches encouraging villagers to vote. Yet almost no one stepped forward to compete, aside from Wang Hongmei, who had previously been ousted, retaining her original position. The political engagement of the populace is notably low. Most individuals merely wish to live peacefully, ensuring they have enough to eat, warm clothing, a roof over their heads, and a partner to share their lives with. I am grateful for the support from all comrades, including the other committee members, Chen Ziqiang expressed, visibly pleased. He glanced at Chen Hao before continuing. This year, our production team has decided to add a vice captain, a position dedicated to enhancing our cash income. If Comrade Chen Hao wishes to run for this role, those in favor may raise their hands to vote. In Chen Ziqiang's mind, the choice for vice captain was undoubtedly Chen Hao, who is not only resourceful but also exceptionally competent. You're being overly biased in your statements, Captain. While adding a vice captain is reasonable, why must it be Chen Hao? Can't others compete? Wang Hongmei interjected. I too wish to run for vice captain. Her declaration elicited laughter from the other villagers. You can't even keep track of the work assignments. How could you possibly serve as vice captain? This role is meant to assist the production team in generating income, ensuring that each work point is more valuable at year-end dividends. What skills do you possess? Villagers voiced their skepticism regarding Wang Hongmei's candidacy. Do not underestimate me. Running a side business is not that difficult. It's merely about setting up a greenhouse and growing some fruits and vegetables. When the market is short on supplies, I can sell them too, Wang Hongmei asserted, believing it to be a simple task. I also wish to run for vice captain, Chen Dagong added, fearing ridicule from the villagers similar to what Wang Hongmei had faced. He quickly followed up, my reputation is well known. I am diligent and reliable, consistently ranking high in work points each year. If I were to take on the role of vice captain, I assure you that by the end of the year, each work point could be valued at 6 cents. Typically, work points were valued at 5 cents each, and a strong labor could earn around 3,000 work points in a year. According to Chen Dagong, this would mean an additional 30 yuan for a laborer and 60 yuan for two, significantly easing their household finances. Chen Hao regarded Chen Dagong, recognizing that his approach was evidently superior to Wang Hongmei's, as he was employing the incentive of profit to sway the villagers. If I were to serve as vice captain, by the end of this year, I conservatively estimate each work point could be valued at 10 cents, Chen Hao declared. Monetary incentives are indeed persuasive. His campaign strategy mirrored that of Chen Dagong. The villagers, having observed improvements in their own circumstances, began to reconsider their opinions of him. To secure their votes, one must indeed appeal to their financial interests. By promising work points valued at 10 cents, he surpassed Chen Dagong's offer by 4 cents. All villagers turned their attention to Chen Hao, as did Chen Ziqiang and Chen Dagong, the latter too visibly astonished. Such claims should not be made lightly. 10 cents per work point is quite alarming. Chen Ziqiang cautioned softly. If you cannot deliver on such promises, the villagers will surely voice their discontent. Even if work points are not worth so much, a value of 6 or 7 cents would still earn you considerable support, including mine. He appeared apprehensive. Chen Hao's proposed work point value was exceedingly ambitious if it were not met by year's end. The repercussions would fall upon him as the team leader, inciting the villagers' ire. Such grandiose claims. If work points truly held such value, the brigade would surely commend you, adorning you with accolades and parading you through the production teams. Chen Dagong expressed his disbelief. No production team in the entire brigade had work points valued so highly, not even those engaged in side businesses. For exemplary teams, the brigade would offer rewards, bestowing honors upon the primary leaders, akin to a grand celebration for top scholars of old. Rest assured, my confidence is unwavering. I possess the means to deliver on my promises, Chen Hao replied with conviction. With a restaurant in the county, our production team will supply fruits and vegetables, advertising that meals do not require tickets. Business will undoubtedly flourish. This is the advantage of leveraging the production team's reputation for commerce. The most notable business model of this type has been the practice of exchanging chicken feathers for sugar in Iwu. Some astute individuals claimed that chicken feathers benefited agricultural production, persuading the production team to provide certificates. These individuals would then traverse the streets, engaging in barter while also peddling various small goods. Despite appearing unprofitable due to monopolization, this business thrived quietly, accumulating substantial wealth. Merchants from Wenzhou, Iwu, and Chaos Han, among others, had covertly engaged in underground commerce since the 1960s and 70s, amassing considerable capital. Once the reform and opening up period began in the 1980s and 90s, they were able to further develop their ventures based on their prior investments. Very well. Let us commence the voting, Chen Ziqiang announced. Chapter 42, a one-time event or more. Let us begin with Wang Hongmei, Chen Ziqiang stated, surveying the room. Those in favor of Wang Hongmei as vice captain, please raise your hands. No hands are raised, not even her husband. Why is it that no one is voting? Wang Hongmei exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Do we not agree in private? Elect me as vice captain, and I would assign easier tasks during work. Why then? Did everyone suddenly change their minds and remain silent? She had previously spoken to numerous villagers who had assured her of their support, yet now, not a single person endorsed her candidacy. Do you truly believe they would support you? You must know in your heart the answer, a villager remarked, chuckling at the sight of her unbuttoned collar in the biting cold. Indeed, there are whispers circulating, maligning Chen Hao's character. Do they truly believe we cannot discern right from wrong? A young wife chimed in. When it comes to men, the whispers are salacious. Regarding women, they are merely slanderous. Under ordinary circumstances, such tactics are effective. Yet now, faced with the promise of genuine wealth, not a single person has cast their vote for her. Wang Hongmei found herself in an embarrassing predicament. She vented her frustration upon her husband, exclaiming, "Are you still my man? If others refuse to support me, will you too withhold your vote? What prowess do you possess that I am unaware of? If you truly become the deputy team leader, what benefit will I derive? Only to have you lord over me?" Her husband, Chen Mingkai, replied sullenly, "You seem to have forgotten my words, yet you remember Chen Hao's quite well." Wang Hongmei retorted, "He claims that since I have become a team committee member, you have lost your standing in the family, and you won't even vote for me. If you heed his words so closely, why not go live with him?" It was utterly humiliating to have no votes for oneself. Below, Chen Dagong called for a show of hand from those in favor of him becoming the deputy team leader. Chen Ziqiang echoed the call. This time, a handful of individuals raised their hands. Chen Dagong remained silent. Finally, it was Chen Hao's turn. Chen Ziqiang glanced at Chen Hao and addressed the villagers. Chen Hao is a commendable comrade. The bicycle for the team committee was donated by him. I am in favor of him becoming the deputy team leader. Is there anyone else in favor? Please raise your hands. Chen Hao's emotions were evidently more intense, and he raised his hand first. Tong Qian, Chen Xiaoding, Chen Dongsheng, Chen Wei, and others who were close to Chen Hao followed suit. Even the two children, Nini and Xiaoduo, raised their hands. I vote for Daddy. My daddy is the best, and I've eaten so much meat. The two children bounced with enthusiasm, eager to ensure they were seen by others. The other villagers also began to raise their hands, including the agricultural deputy team leader, who had previously targeted Chen Hao but now joined in support. As did Wang Hongmei's husband, Chen Mingkai. Only Wang Hongmei and Chen Dagong abstained from voting. The outcome was clear. Chen Hao was elected as the deputy team leader of our production team, announced Chen Ziqiang. He turned to Chen Hao. Would you like to say a few words? Sure, I would like to speak. Chen Hao nodded. Many team leaders stutter when addressing the crowd. Being a farmer, conversing with others poses no issue. Yet speaking as if in a leadership role can induce anxiety. Chen Hao, however, bore no such psychological burden. He stated directly, the land I rented from Chen Xiaoding and Chen Tianfu was initially under a one-year contract, but from this day forth, the contract is null and void. I will not dismantle the greenhouse on that land, nor will I require any payment from you. We are square. The villagers had already recognized that greenhouses could be profitable. Chen Xiaoding was unlikely to contest the contract's termination, but the same could not be assured for Chen Tianfu. Furthermore, with the focus shifting towards restaurants, maintaining the rented 4 mu of land felt superfluous. It was better to seize this opportunity to nullify the contract. Winning hearts, establishing a persona. But how could that be? Contracts had been signed with fingerprints. The materials for the greenhouse cost a considerable sum. Chen Xiaoding felt reluctant to take advantage of Chen Hao. She had already benefited from him numerous times, while he had yet to benefit from her. Engaging in such opportunistic behavior made her feel ashamed. While contracts should indeed be honored, I am now the deputy team leader, and I must also consider the interests of the entire production team and its members. Chen Hao continued to elevate his persona. With a serious demeanor and an imposing presence, he concluded, "This is settled. I have long stated that Chen Hao will surely achieve greatness. Indeed, I was correct. His heart is truly kind. As the year draws to a close, with the weather still harsh, could we not also consider expanding our own land with greenhouse cultivation?" A villager could not contain their excitement, suggesting they convert their own land into a greenhouse. They feared that the pace of profit would slow. Greenhouses are certainly the way to go, but how to proceed must be discussed with the team committee and approved by the team leader, Chen Hao replied. He did not usurp Chen Ziqiang's authority. Chen Hao produced a cigarette and lit it, noting that engaging in side businesses extends beyond greenhouse cultivation and land management. It encompasses other ventures as well. I plan to open a restaurant in the county, but the production team lacks sufficient funds. I must contribute some of my own. Establishing a public-private partnership restaurant initiated by the production team, who is willing to invest and join me in opening a restaurant in the county. Chen Hao had sufficient funds for a simple restaurant, completely covering the costs himself, posing no problem. However, if you were to take on the entire burden alone, more villagers would undoubtedly want to participate, which was not his desire. Offering a 20 share of the profits to the production team was meant to secure a favorable endorsement for the restaurant's operations, thereby allowing him to conduct business with a semblance of legitimacy. Those villagers wishing to share in the profits would have to contribute something of their own. By establishing financial requirements, he aimed to encourage villagers to withdraw voluntarily. What a fine idea, opening a restaurant. Is that truly a side business? Other production teams engage in side ventures, be it fruit cultivation, fish farming, or sericulture. We have greenhouses. We should focus solely on that, they remarked. If you invest money, what happens if we incur losses? Are those losses yours or the team's? Most villagers, having never engaged in such endeavors, instinctively expressed skepticism and hesitated to participate. The production team lacked funds, thus requiring personal investments. Losses would certainly be borne individually. Chen Hao asserted, greenhouses must be developed, but the restaurant business should also be pursued. Opening a restaurant serves the dual purpose of better utilizing the fruits and vegetables from the greenhouses, benefiting agricultural production. Seeing the majority of villagers oppose this idea, particularly Wang Hongmei and Chen Dagong, who were especially vocal in their dissent, Chen Hao felt a surge of joy. Just after being appointed deputy team leader, he was already asking everyone to invest money. "Chen Hao, you're truly something else," Wang Hongmei scolded. "Only a fool would invest in a restaurant. I, for one, will not contribute a cent, and I advise everyone else to disregard him. Your greenhouse has indeed shown results, but you've only done it once and now wish to shift to other ventures. This is sheer folly," Chen Dagong added. In truth, not only Wang Hongmei and Chen Dagong, but also a significant portion of the villagers were skeptical about the restaurant venture. This reflected their mindset. Observing others profit from certain activities, they followed suit. Yet when faced with unfamiliar opportunities, they were hesitant to engage. It was akin to corporate operations. Many enterprises only dare to follow trends without possessing the ability to innovate or explore new avenues. "Brother Hao, I am willing to join you in this venture. I too am ready to invest. If we incur losses, so be it." Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei stepped forward. They had witnessed Chen Hao's capabilities firsthand, having previously accompanied him in selling cucumbers, each time earning a tidy sum. With a bit of money saved, they were willing to take a risk. "I will join you as well," Chen Shouting declared, supporting Chen Hao. It was not that she had great faith in the restaurant business. She simply wished to offer her backing to Chen Hao. "You scratch my back, and I will scratch yours." Chen Hao often looked out for her family, and she was well aware of this. She wanted to reciprocate his support. "You are only 18. What do you know about this?" Chen Hao waved his hand dismissively. "Besides, you are still working as a record keeper. Focus on that and spend your free time studying. Your future lies in education, not in business." It's 1976. By the end of next year, the college entrance examination will be reinstated. "I am studying," Chen Shouting replied. Deep down, she felt skeptical about Chen Hao's insistence on her studying more, as well as his claims about the potential reinstatement of the college entrance examination after so many years of being replaced by recommendations from workers, farmers, and soldiers. Could it truly be restored? The meeting concluded. The villagers dispersed, and Chen Ziqiang called out to Chen Hao, urging him to stay for a meeting at the production team's office to discuss the greenhouse planting issues. As the weather warms, agricultural activities are set to become more demanding, with this year's primary change being the introduction of greenhouses. Alongside Chen Hao, several other key members of the team were summoned to the office. The office, a modest structure built of blue bricks, spanned a mere 10 square meters. On the wall near the entrance, a slogan was emblazoned: "Learn from Dazai in agriculture, learn from Dacheng in industry." Inside, there stood a rickety table and a few dilapidated chairs, some with broken legs or only half a seat remaining. Chen Ziqiang, Chen Hao, the agricultural team leader, the production team accountant, and other significant committee members entered the room. Are you truly planning to open a restaurant in the county? Chen Ziqiang inquired, gazing at Chen Hao. The end-of-year dividend must reach 1 work point, which necessitates opening a restaurant in the county, Chen Hao affirmed. This move would not only elevate the living standards of the team members and enhance their cash income, but also allow urban residents to experience the benefits derived from improvements in agricultural techniques, enriching their dining tables and demonstrating the advancements in agriculture to urban dwellers nationwide. He continued to express the same platitudes he had used when addressing the villagers. How will the greenhouse be managed, and who will oversee it? The agricultural team leader looked at Chen Hao. If you're focused on the restaurant as a side venture, we need someone to keep an eye on the greenhouse planting. It is crucial. The agricultural team leader, the deputy team leader, and others responsible for specific aspects of the production team's operations were all in agreement. Chen Hao nodded, recognizing that the management of greenhouse planting should indeed fall under the purview of the agricultural team leader, given his expertise in agricultural technology. I will handle the restaurant in the county. If it incurs losses, I will bear the costs, but if it profits, the production team will receive a 20 dividend. Chen Hao was reluctant to get too involved in greenhouse planting, deeming it excessively taxing, with the investment often not yielding proportional returns. The agricultural team leader, Chen Hongxing, aged 50, had faced jealousy and scrutiny from others concerned about his abilities. Villagers of his age often exuded confidence in their fields of expertise and were sensitive about their reputation. Yet Chen Hao had no intention of pursuing agriculture. The greenhouse planting will be managed by me? Chen Hongxing expressed surprise, not expecting Chen Hao to relinquish this authority so readily. But you conceive the greenhouse concept. As the deputy team leader, wouldn't this be inappropriate? He pondered. It is entirely suitable. Are you worried about your ability to manage it? Chen Hao replied. Chen Hongxing, a man easily swayed, could be deftly manipulated with simple provocations and appropriate flattery. Managing it well is not difficult. I have spent most of my life working the land. And greenhouse planting is essentially about controlling temperature, he asserted immediately. Subsequently, they discussed various matters concerning the types of fruits and vegetables to be planted, the scale of operations, and the procurement of greenhouse materials. No one broached the subject of the restaurant. After all, since the production team would not be financing it, Chen Hao was free to proceed as he wished without significant impact on the team. Over an hour later, Chen Hao returned home, where Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei awaited him. Come in and talk, Chen Hao greeted the two. The atmosphere relaxed as they warmed themselves by the fire. Tong Qian handed over a brazier, observing, I just called them in, but they insisted on waiting outside for you. The two were clearly being cautious. With Chen Hao absent, Tong Qian had been alone in the house, and they had chosen to wait outside. Those who were discerning and measured merit assistance and collaboration, Chen Hao declared, feeling he could trust the two. You are both on my side, so I will speak frankly. My intention to open a restaurant in the county, while presented as a public-private partnership, is, in essence, a private venture. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei's breaths quickened at this revelation. Individual entrepreneurship was often seen as a remnant of capitalism and subject to criticism. Do not worry. I have already assured the team leader that 20 of the profits will be shared with the production team, Chen Hao explained, asserting that the restaurant's operations will be framed as cooperative economics, contributing to agricultural production. He fixed his gaze on the two, asserting that if they shared this information with others, he would not acknowledge it, emphasizing that the restaurant's purpose was to enrich urban dining and support agricultural production. Without recording devices present, he felt free to speak candidly. There were certain risks, but they remained manageable. It was crucial for Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei to understand who the business ultimately benefited, ensuring they would be more committed to the cause. When it's for ourselves, we will give it our all. How good? I will definitely keep this to myself. Last time you asked me not to disclose how much the greenhouse cucumber sold for. I didn't even mention it to my wife, Chen Dongsheng immediately affirmed. Whatever you ask me to say, I will say, and whatever you ask me not to mention, I will keep quiet, Chen Wei echoed. Both were astute. You each contribute 300 for a 10 share in the restaurant, Chen Hao stated, with dividends distributed accordingly. 300 yuan. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei gasped in astonishment. They had anticipated contributing only a few dozen yuan, at most 100, and were overwhelmed by the prospect of 300. Just as they were about to voice their concerns, Chen Hao continued. Publicly, you will say you invested 300 yuan, but internally, you actually need to provide that money. I will cover all the expenses for opening the restaurant myself. I will hold a 60 stake, while you each hold 10, and the production team will have a 20 stake, which I will clarify as a profit-sharing right, not an equity stake. This arrangement meant he retained 80 of the decision-making power. We haven't contributed anything, yet we're getting a share. This doesn't seem right. It feels unfair to you. Hao Gu, Chen Dongsheng, and Chen Wei expressed discontent, feeling they were gaining an undue advantage. How can you say you've contributed nothing? What about your labor? Chen Hao countered. If you have no objections, prepare yourselves in the coming days. Once the weather warms, we will head to the county to establish the restaurant. The winds of reform may take 2 years to fully blow, but in the spring of 1976, Chen Hao was already breathing life into the ambitions of those around him. Chapter 44, I Will Miss You. Opening a restaurant in the county would reduce the available labor at home, necessitating considerable preparation. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei returned home to withdraw some funds for the venture. After they left, Chen Hao turned to Tong Qian. Let me know when you need the money. I'll take it out for you. Tong Qian settled beside him, warming her hands by the brazier. Should I come along to help? She inquired. There is no need for you to go. Someone has to stay to look after the children, Chen Hao replied, shaking his head. Don't worry too much about work points. Avoid heavy labor and stick to lighter tasks. As for our household chores, leave what you can for me to handle when I return. He was anxious about her overexerting herself. But didn't you say that by the end of the year, each work point would be worth 10 cents? The more work points we accumulate, the greater our share of the profits, Tong Qian remarked. Rest assured, I won't tire easily. I managed to hold things together even when you weren't around, and now that our lives have improved, with no concerns about food and clothing, I can certainly manage, she affirmed, a capable woman indeed, able to shoulder half the burden. Are you foolish? The other villagers possess few means of livelihood and lack the courage to venture beyond visible trades. They are content with earning a mere 10 cents per work point. My family's circumstances differ. We do not rely on work points for income. Chen Hao remarked as he took hold of Tong Qian's hand, cradling it in his palm. The restaurant business is bound to thrive. There is no need for frowns, and one should relax their heart, avoiding the frantic chase for work points. In the county, restaurants require tickets for rice and vegetables, but the restaurant he opened under the name of the production team does not need tickets, granting it a competitive edge akin to the potency of sildenafil. My worry does not stem from that. Rather, it is your absence in the county that will surely leave the children missing you. Tong Qian fidgeted, admitting, I will miss you too, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What did you say? Chen Hao was taken aback. I said the children will miss you, Tong Qian replied, her gaze lowered. Chen Hao was dissatisfied with her trailing words. He glanced outside, where the 2 children were playing joyfully with their friends in the village, still absent. I will miss you, Tong Qian's voice was barely a whisper. Timid and shy, Chen Hao abruptly stood up and closed the door. Within the room, the repetition of I will miss you echoed, even more bashful than before. 3 days later, with the weather clear, Chen Hao, Chen Dongsheng, and Chen Wei departed the village, walking towards the county. Brother Hao, there's no need to specifically search for locations. Let's observe where other restaurants are situated, and we can follow suit, Chen Dongsheng suggested, stamping his foot. Although the sky had cleared, the temperature remained relatively low. While on the road, they felt little chill, but upon arrival in the county and meandering about, the cold began to seep in. The trio spent over an hour in the county, selecting a location for their restaurant. The choice of location is paramount. One cannot choose haphazardly. Chen Hao produced a cigarette and offered one to each of his companions. It is essential to consider not only the foot traffic, but other factors as well. We should not merely imitate how other restaurants select their sites. The ideal location should be at a crossroads, where 2 streets intersect. Many have already compiled insights regarding opening a shop, including advice on the sizes of establishments in larger cities versus smaller ones. These are experiential insights, some useful, others not. Chen Hao pointed to a location at the intersection of Nanpu Road and Wenxing Road, indicating that the restaurant should be established there. It is the heart of the county, surrounded by residential buildings, ensuring a substantial flow of people. The area is prime, with ample space in front, perfect for a restaurant. However, several shops stood shut. Due to stringent restrictions on commerce and industry, development remained stagnant. Under the public-private partnership, most shops were nationalized, including properties. The scarcity of active businesses resulted in numerous shops remaining closed. That location is indeed promising, but with the doors shut, how do we rent it? There isn't a single person to inquire, Chen Wei lamented. Should we not search for an open shop nearby and gather some information? Chen Dongsheng suggested. The 2 had grown more accustomed to the county and were no longer intimidated by the prospect of business. Yet they remained perplexed and unable to find a way in. Indeed, we must seek someone to inquire. Chen Hao's gaze fell upon a figure in the distance, but instead of asking other shopkeepers, he proposed, let us approach that community security officer for information. Due to insufficient police resources, societal safety demands were met by personnel from various organizations who patrolled and maintained order. Their salaries and personnel matters fell under the jurisdiction of their respective units, while their duties were guided by the police station. This was the role of the community security officer, akin to auxiliary police in decades to come. wearing a red armband that identified him as a community security officer. Chen Hao approached, offering a cigarette. "Hello, comrade. We are members of the Huashan commune and would like to inquire about something." Despite the health hazards of smoking, it served as an excellent means to establish rapport. Convenient, easily carried, and inexpensive. "What is it?" Zhang Yonka asked, somewhat surprised as he examined the cigarette. The clean attire of Chen Hao and his companions, devoid of patches, hinted at a different background. And the brand of cigarette they offered was a luxury he typically could not afford. "Do you know which system the shops over there belong to?" Chen Hao inquired, gesturing towards the desired location. As a community security officer himself, Zhang Yonka was well acquainted with the local businesses. "Why do you want to know this?" Zhang Yonka pressed, scrutinizing Chen Hao. "It's quite cold, and the new year has just passed. As members of the commune, you should be focused on agricultural production. Why venture into the county?" The restrictions on population movement were stringent, not only between provinces and cities, but also for agricultural households moving into urban areas, often facing difficulties. Fortunately, the cigarette had its effect. Although Zhang Yonka questioned them, he showed no intention of sending them away. "In order to assist agricultural production and enrich the diets of urban residents, our production team's committee has thoroughly analyzed and decided to overcome all obstacles to open a restaurant in the county," Chen Hao explained, producing official documentation with signatures, fingerprints, and a commune seal. The evidence was comprehensive. "Are you saying you are inquiring about those shops to rent for your restaurant?" Zhang Yonka's tone softened considerably. "Yes." Chen Hao nodded. "You have come to the right person. Those shops belong to the county's catering service company," Zhang Yonka replied with a smile. "I work there myself. However, running a restaurant is no easy feat. Both the county catering service and the supply and marketing cooperative have opened restaurants, yet their businesses have not thrived. It's not that I look down on anyone. You are all from the village, and while farming is no issue, the chances of success in business are slim, especially in the catering industry, which is even less profitable." Chapter 45. Taking dark paths, cultivating thin fields, entering narrow doors. Zhang Yonka, being an employee of the county's catering service company, did not hold a favorable view of the restaurant business, believing there was little profit to be made. This was the opinion of a professional. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei exchanged anxious glances. Initially, they were somewhat confident, but Zhang Yonka's pessimistic words unsettled them. Despite their inner turmoil, they remained silent, casting furtive glances at Chen Hao, who was the one in charge. Opening a restaurant is not solely about making money. That is the pursuit of private enterprises and the capitalist tale, which I staunchly oppose, Chen Hao proclaimed with fervor. He gazed at Zhang Yonka, declaring, "Our production team's restaurant is intended to support agricultural production and allow urban residents to benefit from it. Whether we profit or not is inconsequential. What matters is service and contribution." His rhetoric was grandiose, and even Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei, who had previously understood Chen Hao's intentions, now felt a twinge of doubt. Was the restaurant truly about altruism? "If you genuinely intend to rent the shop and are not deterred by potential losses, I can assist you in making introductions." As those shops remained vacant, Zhang Yonka offered, willing to act as an intermediary. "Comrade, if you're willing to assist us, we would be immensely grateful," Chen Hao replied. With the introduction of a mediator, the situation is poised to progress more smoothly. After agreeing to reconvene at this location in 2 days, Chen Hao, Chen Dongsheng, and Chen Wei made their way back. Along the path, Chen Dongsheng voiced his lingering doubts. "Brother Hao, that comrade from the catering service company seems skeptical about opening a restaurant. Is this business truly as unpromising as it appears? It indeed seems that the restaurant business in the county is struggling, with only a handful of patrons." Chen Wei shared his concerns as well. Both were influenced by Zhang Yonka's remarks. Running a restaurant is fundamentally different from selling cucumbers in the county. One is a street vending operation, while the other is a sit-down dining affair, each bearing distinct risks. What must those without connections and resources be cautious of to succeed? Chen Hao inquired. They must be diligent and trustworthy, and possess a keen understanding of human relationships, navigating social interactions with finesse, replied Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei. Chen Hao shook his head, asserting that those lacking a background and resources must tread a more arduous path, navigating narrow avenues and cultivating meager fields. The three continued their discussion as they walked. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei struggled to fully grasp Chen Hao's perspective. In simpler terms, Chen Hao explained, individuals without connections or resources must bravely pursue ventures that others deem unlikely to succeed. Easy opportunities are long claimed by those with resources. One must learn to explore unconventional avenues and traverse paths that others shy away from. The world is devoid of roads until many tread upon them, thus forging a path. As they conversed, they returned to the village. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei headed home, while Chen Hao also returned to his abode. I plan to take 3 pieces of cured meat to the county in a couple of days, Chen Hao remarked. Tong Qian was at home, with their 2 daughters playing nearby. Is this for Xiao Man to deliver to the leaders? Tong Qian inquired. It's not for her. She hasn't started cooking yet. And I already gifted the leaders rice cakes and a pig's head during the new year. Overindulgence wouldn't be prudent, Chen Hao replied, shaking his head. Respect has been shown, and gifts have been exchanged. The leaders must reciprocate with action. It's akin to a marital relationship. There must be mutual exchange. A one-sided effort is futile. Employees must have awareness, and leaders must also be cognizant. One should align with Chen Duhuan, recruit individuals like Li Myung-bak, befriend those akin to Moon Jae-in, and marry someone like Yoon Suk-yeol. Reciprocity is a fundamental rule. Your words twist into something unseemly. Tong Qian shot back, rolling her eyes at her husband. What occupies your mind all day? But such sordid thoughts? Chen Hao intended to gift the 3 pieces of cured meat to Zhang Yongke, understanding that one must appreciate interpersonal dynamics. No one offers assistance without expectation. After spending 2 days in the village, Chen Hao organized the pig pen, expanded the chicken coop, and removed the cucumber vines from his plot, drying them on the ridge to use as firewood once dried. On the appointed day to meet Zhang Yongke, Chen Hao carried the 3 pieces of cured meat alongside Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei, returning to the county. They headed directly to the intersection of Nanpu Road and Wenxing Road. After waiting for over half an hour, Zhang Yongke arrived, this time without the security officer armband. I spoke with the leader responsible for the shops, and he assured me there are no issues. Zhang Yongke began. If you have made your decision, we can sign the agreement today. Many arrangements were formalized through written agreements, mostly handwritten. While not as detailed as formal contracts, they sufficed. I'm immensely grateful. You have greatly aided our production team, Chen Hao expressed, offering the cured meat as a token of appreciation. Upon approaching, Zhang Yongke noticed the cured meat in Chen Hao's hands. It exhibited a beautiful hue, well-dried, adorned with spices, a culinary delight when sliced and stir-fried with garlic sprouts. Even in the city, such quality cured meat is hard to come by, often reserved for personal consumption. This is too generous, Zhang Yongke feigned modesty, though his desire was evident. Without your assistance in facilitating this, we would be like headless flies, wandering aimlessly in the county, unsure of whom to approach. Chen Hao presented all 3 pieces of meat to Zhang Yongke. Will any additional preparations be necessary for signing the agreement with the county catering service? And are there points I should be mindful of? I would appreciate Director Zhang's guidance. Chen Hao's inquiry subtly hinted at whether he should offer gifts to the signing authority. While they had exchanged names in their last meeting, Chen Hao was unaware of their specific titles. Addressing Zhang Yongke as director seemed inconsequential. It was akin to calling someone beautiful or handsome decades later. Always safe, while referring to someone as aunt or sister could stir trouble. I am no director. If I were, I wouldn't be a security officer, but rather in an office. Zhang Yongke chuckled. Just call me by my name. There's no need for titles. As for additional gifts, he continued, I will share 1 piece of cured meat with the director of the Housing Assets Department at the catering service. Your endeavor to open a restaurant benefits the local citizens by bringing agricultural produce to the table, contributing to the community. I will certainly advocate on your behalf. Chen Hao's concerns were alleviated. It seemed the cured meat had won Zhang Yongke's favor and served as solid currency. Moreover, Zhang Yongke's demeanor indicated he was not overly greedy, suggesting he could be a valuable ally for future collaboration. Come, let me show you the shops, Zhang Yongke urged, producing keys for several storefronts. At the junction of the 2 streets, the central shop was the most spacious, with a room exceeding 50 square meters at the front, accompanied by 2 smaller rooms of over 10 square meters each. The large room could serve as a dining area, while one of the smaller rooms could function as a kitchen and the other for sleeping, an ideal arrangement. This shop is perfect. I am very satisfied, Chen Hao declared. All right, let's head to the catering service to finalize the agreement, Zhang Yongke responded. Chapter 46, You are right to consider it a waste. The county catering service operates as a subordinate unit of the commercial system, offering decent benefits, including housing. Zhang Yongke returned home briefly, and when he emerged, only 1 piece of cured meat remained. He accompanied Chen Hao and the others to meet the relevant authority, where they promptly signed the agreement. The lease was set for 3 years at a monthly rent of 10 yuan, with 3 rooms, 1 large and 2 small, totaling nearly 90 square meters for a mere 10 yuan a month. The terms were exceptional, with annual adjustments to the rent stipulated. Upon exiting the county catering service, holding the agreement and reviewing the rental costs and other terms, Chen Hao felt a surge of excitement. This was incredibly affordable. If the restaurant did not prove profitable, he could explore other business ventures, such as selling agricultural products or handicrafts, without issue. Zhang Yongke followed him outside. Noticing Chen Hao deep in thought, staring at the agreement in silence. He initially assumed Chen Hao was dissatisfied with the terms. The rental fee is actually quite reasonable. Other establishments seeking to lease premises from county catering service companies are charged a similar rate, which can be classified as an internal price. After procuring 2 pieces of cured meat, it is essential to ensure Chen Hao's satisfaction. He mistakenly assumes that Chen Hao harbors objections regarding the rental rate. Hence, he took the liberty to elaborate on it. A mere 10 yuan per month amounts to 120 yuan annually, without having commenced any business. One is already faced with an expenditure of 12 large banknotes. Chen Dongsheng wore an exceedingly solemn expression, feeling an immense weight of pressure. He did not catch a glimpse of Chen Hao's demeanor, nor could he fathom Chen Hao's thoughts, mistakenly believing that Chen Hao was merely overwhelmed by the burden. Which is why he remained fixated on the contract, silent for an extended period. If it proves unfeasible, perhaps they should abandon the restaurant idea altogether and simply sell the fruits and vegetables cultivated in their greenhouses, Chen Wei suggested reassuringly. The villagers toil endlessly in the fields, and by year's end, many are left with a mere 30 yuan in cash, or 2 to 3 large banknotes, with no business yet conducted. The rental fee looms ominously at 12 large banknotes. This is precisely why many villagers, including production teams and communes, are reluctant to venture into urban commerce. They lack experience in business and are hesitant to spend money before even turning a profit, fearing losses. How can one consider retreating before even starting? Revolutionary work must not shy away from hardship. When faced with mountains, we shall surmount them. When confronted with waters, we shall wade through them. When there are pits, we shall fill them in. Chen Hao lifted his head, his expression resolute. Suppressing his inner excitement, he turned to Zhang Yongke, expressing his gratitude, inviting him to sample the flavors once the restaurant opened. You are too courteous, Zhang Yongke replied. You have matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you further. Very well, we shall take our leave. Chen Hao nodded, leading Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei away. Zhang Yongke watched their departing silhouettes, shaking his head, harboring doubts about the viability of this business venture. Just then, his wife, Wang Chuanfen, descended from the nearby staff building, inquiring, Are the 2 pieces of cured meat from the 3 of them? Wazti had said that life in the village is quite harsh. During the new year, we usually receive only half a kilogram of meat. To receive 2 pieces of cured meat must mean they are truly digging deep into their reserves. There are 3 pieces of cured meat. One was given to the director of the Housing Assets Department, Zhang Yongke replied. Each piece is quite hefty, weighing around a pound. Indeed, they have invested significantly. He glanced at his wife, noting that the cured meat was perfectly dried. I'll prepare some garlic sprouts to stir-fry it. Do we have any wine at home? If not, I'll go buy some. Such exquisite cured meat deserves to be savored with wine. He wiped his lips, feeling a genuine craving. In this weather, where would one find garlic sprouts? Have you not advised them against opening a restaurant? Several establishments in the county are struggling. Starting a restaurant is tantamount to undertaking a losing venture, Wang Chunfen remarked. I did advise them, but they would not listen. There's little I can do. Zhang Yongke replied. Once I find a moment, I'll drop by and order a couple of dishes, considering it a favor return for the cured meat. He held a favorable impression of Chen Hao, noting that comrade Chen Hao seems quite decent. He is not older than I am, having come from the countryside. Yet he displays considerable acumen in handling affairs. Chen Hao and his companions arrived at the storefront. The 3 rooms were quite barren. Save for dust and a few broken bricks, there was nothing else of substance. Dongsheng, your culinary skills are commendable. Once the restaurant opens, you shall be responsible for cooking. Chen Hao directly assigned tasks. Acquire the necessary cooking implements, coal stoves, iron woks, and other utensils. By inquiring at the supply and marketing cooperative, they should have what we need. The commune has a supply and marketing cooperative, and the county does as well. Daily necessities and sundries fall under their purview, and these items can be procured both wholesale and retail. Understood, Chen Dongxing nodded. Wei, you shall be in charge of purchasing tables and chairs. And we also need some cotton cloth for table covers. Chen Hao continued, delegating responsibilities. Once the restaurant is operational, we will need to stay here. We must have beds. Find a carpenter to construct 2 bunk beds, and as for blankets, we shall bring those from home. After speaking, Chen Hao produced several fabric coupons, along with some tickets for chairs and tables, as well as a few large banknotes, distributing them to the 2. Tablecloths require tickets, and so do tables and chairs. We need to cover the tables with cloth? Chen Wei interjected, perplexed. Isn't that a bit excessive? You cannot achieve your goals without investment, Chen Hao replied. What you deem wasteful is precisely what will generate conversation. With conversation comes patronage. When customers enter the establishment, they will naturally promote us, ensuring a steady influx of clientele. The trio labored tirelessly for a week, nearly completing the preparations for the store, procuring most of the essential items. However, due to insufficient tickets for tables and chairs, they ultimately sought out a carpenter at the commune market, specifically from a production team that specializes in making furniture as a side business, thus fulfilling their needs. The result was a collection of tables and chairs of various specifications, some square, some rectangular, and others round. The bed frames were also crafted by the carpenter. In the end, Chen Ziqiang, bearing a pack of cigarettes, borrowed the commune-esque tractor, making several trips to transport the tables, chairs, and other items to the county, arranging them within the store. "Brother Hao, are we opening tomorrow?" Chen Dongxing asked, taking a deep drag of his cigarette while standing in the store. The 50-square-meter space now boasted 8 tables of differing styles, chairs neatly arranged, and the kitchen-esque cooking utensils and coal were all prepared. "Opening a restaurant is truly no easy feat," Chen Wei lamented. "Everything requires connections. If you don't reach out to Zhang Yongke, we might as well be left with nothing but a dirt stove burning firewood. The items in the store, while slightly expensive, have not cost us a fortune. The main issue is the restrictions on everything requiring tickets, letters of introduction, and proofs. We'll head back to the village today, prepare the ingredients, and officially open at noon tomorrow," Chen Hao affirmed. He glanced around, saying, "Let us go back to the village and rest well. We haven't had much time to recuperate this past week." As the trio approached the village entrance, they encountered Wang Hongmei, Chen Dagong, and several other villagers. With the weather warming, some villagers were engaged in clearing the silt from the irrigation channels. "The busy bees have returned. We haven't seen you around. And we knew you were off to the county," Wang Hongmei remarked with a hint of sarcasm. She felt a twinge of resentment. While Chen Hao and his companions were not laboring in the fields, they were still accruing work points, while she had to toil away. "Spare us the sarcasm. We've been working tirelessly these past few days. You cannot fathom the extent of preparations required to open a restaurant," Chen Dongsheng retorted. "Am I speaking untruths? You don't want to hear it? We all see each other working. You 3 are gallivanting to the county daily, and no one is monitoring you. Yet you still earn work points under the pretense of opening a restaurant. After all this time, have you even opened yet?" Wang Hongmei challenged. The trio's endeavor to open a restaurant was ostensibly to assist in agricultural production, thus qualifying for work points. "We're opening at noon tomorrow. Since you're so concerned about our progress, are you planning to come patronize us?" Chen Hao responded. Chapter 47, You Want Me? Is running a restaurant truly that difficult? It's only just now coming together, Wang Hongmei scoffed, wiggling her posterior disdainfully. 3 strong men, and yet you all dawdle. If it's free, I'll consider dining there, but if you charge, I won't be a fool. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei were incensed by her words. Throughout these days, the trio had exerted tremendous effort to establish the restaurant. Though it appeared simple, acquiring the necessary items required tickets, and all 3 were registered as agricultural households, thus lacking the requisite documentation. Chen Hao procured a number of tickets from the market, yet many remained elusive, with some not even available in the marketplace, necessitating the need to seek favors from others. Wang Hongmei's remarks were delivered with a lightness that suggested she harbored hopes of receiving something for nothing. Previously, during the busy farming season, the production team was preoccupied with the dual harvest, men and women alike toiling in the fields, leaving no time to return home for meals. I, along with a few others from the team, managed to prepare meals for over 100 people, completing the task in less than an hour. Wang Dagong interjected, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor, his chin raised high. The villagers nearby, upon hearing the exchange between Wang Hongmei and Chen Dagong, exhibited expressions that were somewhat mixed, betraying a glimmer of belief in their words. Such expressions were all too visible on Chen Hao's face. It is human nature to take whispers as truths. One need not even speak of intimate whispers. Under ordinary circumstances, 3 voices can create a tiger, and collective opinion can melt metal. It is akin to romantic relationships. When in love, one wishes to be together every day, but once that love fades, the desire is to tear each other apart. Your rice porridge is watery, and the vegetables are merely boiled cabbage. The rice contains mouse droppings and bits of gravel, and the cabbage is scarcely seasoned with salt. Chen Hao cast a sidelong glance at Chen Dagong. Subsequently, he surveyed the onlookers, recalling past grievances as a few villagers cursed, having quickly forgotten who had lost a tooth in the fray. When year-end dividends are distributed, a work point will surely be worth a dime. Let those worries rest in their bellies. Tomorrow, the restaurant opens its doors. Anyone wishing to patronize it is welcome, but the expenses must be borne by themselves, as the restaurant aims to augment the production team's income and cannot be a venue for free meals. Unpleasant words should remain unspoken, bottled up inside, for I am not fond of hearing them. Having said this, Chen Hao departed. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei followed suit. A few more questions and tempers flared. Did holding the title of deputy team leader grant one such arrogance? Wang Hongmei murmured as she craned her neck to catch a glimpse of Chen Hao's retreating figure. She dared not call out loudly, only whispering, fearful of Chen Hao's wrath. You ought to refrain from speaking too much. Conducting business in the county and opening a restaurant is surely no simple task. By year end, if a work point is indeed worth a dime, isn't that a cause for celebration? Her husband, Chen Ming, counseled. Whose side are you on? Wang Hongmei's voice rose slightly. Is it truly possible for a work point to be worth a dime? The restaurant has taken so long to open, and you expect me to spend money on it? I'm not that foolish. Surely, there would be no customers. If there were, his tail would have been held high long ago. Her emotions were complex. She wished for the year-end dividends to be substantial, while simultaneously desiring for Chen Hao to stumble, a means of avenging past grievances. That is a fair point. It is not my intention to target Chen Hao, but his inefficiency is glaring, and he does not permit criticism. Is he not merely dawdling? Chen Dagong chimed in. While he had indeed succeeded in greenhouse cultivation, it did not imply that he would excel in other ventures. In any endeavor, one must at least prioritize diligence. After all this time spent opening a restaurant, to expect us to spend money to support it, profiting off of us, what is the purpose of this establishment? It not only delays agricultural production, but also squanders our hard-earned money. As for me, I shall not partake. Let those with excess wealth and foolishness be the ones to support it. The villagers, with little money in their pockets, would certainly balk at the idea of paying. If offered free meals, they would gladly accept, but when it comes to expenses, they share the same reluctance as Wang Hongmei and Chen Dagong. Meanwhile, Chen Hao returned home. Inside, Tong Qian was busy cutting a tablecloth, adjusting it to fit the dimensions of the table. The corners, prone to fraying, required stitching. This task was hers to complete. The two children played nearby, feeding the chicks with pieces of cabbage. With the restaurant opening tomorrow, preparations were nearly finalized. Chen Hao entered the kitchen, ladled a scoop of water, and gulped down more than half. The remaining water he splashed outside. It was cold. Would it be better to drink something warm? The house has hot water available, Tong Qian remarked. I will finish sewing the tablecloth shortly. Such fine fabric is too good to waste as a mere table covering. She looked up at her husband, suggesting that with the restaurant opening, perhaps they should inform the villagers and invite them over for a lively gathering. No need. Chen Hao waved his hand dismissively. With just 3 of us, if they come, we would have to expend energy to entertain them. If we do not earn their money, it would disrupt the restaurant's regular operation. If we do earn their money, they will resent it and curse us behind our backs. He had intentionally encouraged the villagers to support the business, but had clarified that they must bear the cost themselves, hoping to deter their intentions of visiting. That night, Tong Qian found little peace in sleep, tossing and turning. Was she worried about the restaurant's business? Chen Hao held her hand reassuringly. If the business does not fare well and we incur losses, it matters not. What is paramount is that you previously boasted about the year-end dividends, asserting that a work point would be worth a dime. If we do not reach that value, we shall struggle to establish ourselves in the village, Tong Qian said, turning to face Chen Hao. Promise me, should the business falter, you will not despair or resort to illegal activities. At worst, you can resign from being the deputy team leader. Let them say what they will. As long as our family is together, that is what matters. She felt an immense weight upon her shoulders. I promise you, Chen Hao replied without hesitation. He believed in success, drawing upon the wisdom of his past life. Yet Tong Qian remained unaware that explanations would bear no fruit. All he needed was to agree. As for me, when I find myself idle, my mind becomes restless, Tong Qian confessed. Chen Hao paused for a moment, then yielded to her wishes. The following morning, Chen Hao took the freshly tailored tablecloth and 2 baskets, setting off for the county, with Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei following closely behind, also carrying baskets. The baskets were filled with vegetables and rice, cabbage, garland chrysanthemum, spinach, glutinous rice cakes, pickled radish, and several pieces of cured meat. The village's greenhouse was still under construction, yielding only seasonal vegetables. The pickled radish was sourced from the village, while the cured meat was from their own stock. Upon arriving at the county restaurant, though it was still early, the 3 men did not dare to idle, but began their preparations. Hang the signboard. You 2 come lend a hand, Chen Hao instructed. A name for the restaurant had been prepared long ago and had merely been waiting to be displayed. They moved 2 chairs to the entrance, and Chen Hao took a wooden signboard, hanging it prominently at the center of the door, Huashan Restaurant. The commune where they resided was named Huashan as well. Thus the restaurant's name was aptly chosen. Brother Hao, should we decide on the menu and pricing for the dishes? Chen Dongsheng inquired. Indeed, it must be written down. With the available ingredients, what dishes can you prepare? Chen Hao replied. He retrieved a piece of blackboard from the corner and took a piece of chalk from a box. There would be no printed menu. Each day's offerings would be handwritten. In this era, dining out was not about choosing what one wished to eat, but rather about what was available in the restaurant. As the menu could differ daily, depending on the seasonal produce. Pickled radish could be served as a separate dish, along with shredded radish, pork fat cabbage, pork fat spinach, pan-fried, glutinous rice cakes, stir-fried garland chrysanthemum, steamed eggs, and cured meat could stand alone as a dish. This was the most substantial offering. Chen Dongsheng had already formed a mental outline. The pickled radish and shredded radish would be the main dishes. For lunch today, they prepared 4 dishes: pork fat cabbage, stir-fried shredded radish with eggs, red sugar glutinous rice cakes, and stir-fried garland chrysanthemum with cured meat. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Hao made his decision. While Chen Dongsheng had intended to separate the shredded radish, eggs, cured meat, and garland chrysanthemum, Chen Hao chose to combine them, even adding red sugar to the glutinous rice cakes. The red sugar glutinous rice cake, to be precise, cannot be classified as a dish. However, including in the menu does not detract from the overall offerings. This approach reduces the variety of dishes available, remarked Chen Dongsheng. Although the selection may be limited, the prices can be increased. A slight addition of sugar to the glutinous rice cake allows for a price hike without issue, and a few slices of cured meat and the mustard greens can qualify as a meat dish. Chen Hao inscribed these 4 dishes on the blackboard. The next step was to determine the pricing. After some deliberation, Chen Hao added the prices next to the dish names. Lard bok choy, 10 cents. Shredded radish with scrambled eggs, 20 cents. Red sugar glutinous rice cake, 25 cents. Cured meat stir-fried mustard greens, 30 cents. And rice, 2 cents per tael. These prices were somewhat elevated compared to typical restaurants. For instance, lard bok choy might cost around 6 cents elsewhere. Although Chen Dongsheng had little experience dining out, he understood the cost of ingredients. Upon seeing Chen Hao's prices, he was taken aback, wondering if they were perhaps too steep. With cabbage priced at 2 cents per pound, one could prepare 2 dishes for just 1 cent. Selling it for 10 cents seemed excessive, even for city dwellers who might have money to spare. Surely, the townsfolk aren't foolish enough to pay such high profits, he mused. The costs encompass more than just 1 cent. There are expenses for lard, labor, utilities, coal, and rent. Chen Hao explained. Admittedly, our prices are higher than other restaurants. However, there's a rationale behind it. Our establishment does not require meal tickets, thereby saving customers the hassle of meal and food coupons. This monopolistic nature allows us to set prices slightly higher. Chen Hao then added a note on the blackboard. No tickets required, pay in cash. This was the restaurant's greatest advantage, as the tablecloths were laid out and the utensils arranged neatly. Chen Hao hung the small blackboard at a prominent spot by the entrance just as noon approached. Coincidentally, it was the end of the workday, and a few cyclists passed by the street, their gazes drawn to the words Flower Mountain Restaurant. They paused momentarily to discuss before turning their bicycles toward the restaurant. Guests have arrived, Chun Wei exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he observed the unfolding scene. Opening a restaurant and entering the food business was a novel experience for him, akin to a bashful bride on her wedding day, filled with nerves. In the kitchen, Chen Dongsheng, spatula in hand, shared a similar sense of apprehension. Good day, comrades. Are you here for a meal? Chen Hao stepped outside. The group stood before the small blackboard mounted on the wall, perusing the menu. What kind of restaurant charges 10 cents for lard bok choy? At our workplace cafeteria, cabbage only costs 3 cents a serving. Is this a new establishment? Surely, you must have inquired about pricing at other restaurants before opening. They expressed their dissatisfaction with the menu prices. The presence of these individuals, clearly from respectable institutions and riding bicycles, lent them an air of confidence. You have keen observation skills, comrades, Chen Hao replied with a smile. Indeed, our restaurant just opened today, and our prices are somewhat elevated. However, we had no choice. They were set by the commune. But I assure you, our red sugar glutinous rice cake and the cured meat stir-fried mustard greens are hard to find elsewhere. Acknowledging the steep prices directly and attributing the reasoning to the commune avoided futile discussions, emphasizing strengths while downplaying weaknesses. How candid of you to admit that, one individual remarked, clearly satisfied with Chen Hao's straightforwardness. Is it true that your restaurant operates without tickets? Yes, the dishes and rice are provided by the production team. No tickets required. Chen Hao confirmed. Would you like to come inside and take a seat? Even if you don't wish to dine, you're welcome to have a cup of tea and rest your feet. The group, clearly from respectable positions, hesitated to simply sit and drink tea without ordering food. The absence of tickets, while the prices were indeed high, was reasonable. We could use a meal: red sugar glutinous rice cake, cured meat stir-fried mustard greens, and lard bok choy. Please have the chef prepare them swiftly, one person decisively stated. The group found Chen Hao to be genuine, appreciating the lack of meal and food tickets, which undoubtedly saved them considerable trouble. Please, gentlemen, make yourselves comfortable, Chen Hao said warmly as he welcomed them inside. Upon entering the restaurant, the guests were taken aback by the tablecloths adorning the tables. This place is impressive. You even have tablecloths. It certainly surpasses several other eateries in the county, they noted, acknowledging the restaurant's efforts to create an appealing atmosphere. Such simple arrangements diminished their initial resistance to the high prices. Chen Wei, pour tea for our guests. And use the good stuff, Chen Hao instructed. Although the tea was of a singular variety purchased at the market, presenting it this way elevated the customer's experience. Chen Hao then returned to the kitchen, urging Chen Dongsheng to hasten the preparation of lard bok choy, red sugar glutinous rice cake, and cured meat stir-fried mustard greens, so as not to keep the guests waiting. His voice was intentionally raised, ensuring that the patrons waiting for their meals could hear him, thereby providing yet another layer of emotional value. As the group sipped their tea and engaged in conversation while awaiting their food, they remarked on the restaurant's commendable service, noting it was far superior to that of other establishments. This sentiment rang true, as the staff at those other restaurants often displayed unpleasant attitudes, quick to anger at the slightest provocation. Many state-run dining halls featured signs proclaiming, "No unwarranted assaults on customers." The implication was clear. While physical altercations were ostensibly forbidden, they were permissible under certain circumstances. The dishes had long been prepared, and the coal stove was burning brightly. Within 20 minutes, the 3 dishes were ready and served at the table. Just then, 2 more customers entered the restaurant. Despite the clarity of the sign outside, they sought confirmation. "Indeed, comrade. Our restaurant does not require tickets," Chen Hao assured them. "Come in and sit. It's quite chilly outside. Let me know what you'd like, and I'll have the chef prepare it promptly. We'd like some shredded radish with scrambled eggs and the cured meat stir-fried mustard greens," they replied, choosing a smaller table. Both groups of patrons appeared particularly fond of the cured meat. "Chen Wei, pour some tea for our guests to warm them up," Chen Hao instructed before returning to the kitchen to discuss the upcoming dishes with Chen Dongsheng. The first group of guests was already enjoying their meals and providing feedback. "This glutinous rice cake is delightful. I bought a piece from the grain store during the new year, but with so many family members, we could only manage a small portion each. This cured meat is truly satisfying, authentic." As the dishes arrived, one patron anxiously inquired, "Where's the rice?" "The dishes are served, but where's the rice?" Fearing that the dishes would be consumed too quickly, they urged for the rice to be brought out. "Coming right up," Chen Hao responded as he entered the kitchen to scoop the rice. Suddenly, more guests arrived. In less than an hour, all 8 tables were filled to capacity. Chapter 49. Holding it in. There were still customers waiting to be served, yet all tables were occupied. "Where is everyone? Has no one acknowledged our presence? Are they afraid we won't pay?" One customer huffed, surveying the room and finding no one to greet them. "I apologize for the oversight, comrades. All tables are currently occupied." Chen Hao jogged over. The business of operating without meal and food tickets proved advantageous. Without any advertising, in under 2 hours, every table was filled with patrons. The tables may not be vacant, but there are indeed open spots available, and on this chilly day, a little crowding might even offer warmth. The customer entering the establishment is unconcerned. Some tables are quite large, capable of seating 8 individuals, yet at this moment, only 3 or 4 are present. While the tables may not be empty, there are certainly available seats. Without waiting for Chen Hao's assistance in rearranging, the customer strides directly to a half-occupied table and addresses the companions. "There are no vacant tables in the restaurant. Shall we squeeze together at this one?" They take their seats without hesitation, treating the matter as trivial. The already seated patrons are accommodating, even shifting their dishes to create more space. The current clientele is notably agreeable. Fast forward several decades, and one wonders if strangers would ever consider sharing a table like this. Not to mention, whether it's a stir-fried dish, a simple breakfast, or barbecued fare, sharing a table would likely feel uncomfortable. "Please bring me some sweet potato dumplings with extra brown sugar, and a portion of stir-fried bacon with chrysanthemum greens as well." "Where are the dishes? It's been a while since we ordered. Why haven't they arrived yet? Hurry it up. I have to work this afternoon." The clamor of voices fills the restaurant, as some call for their dishes, while others request the bill. The atmosphere is bustling. Chen Hao, Chen Dongsheng, and Chen Wei are all sweating from the exertion. "How go? Please handle the bill for those patrons." "I'll clear the table," Chen Wei shouts. He deftly tidies the tableware, unable to spare a hand for collecting payment. The pace is relentless. Initially worried about the lack of customers, they now wish they had several extra hands. Chen Hao approaches the register, but from the kitchen comes Chen Dongsheng's voice, "How go? The dishes are ready. Hurry and bring them out." After settling the bill and bidding farewell, Chen Hao rushes back to the kitchen to fetch the food. The temperature is not particularly high, yet the 3 are sweating profusely, having shed their outer coats. In the kitchen, Chen Dongsheng leans against the stove, having removed his knitted sweater, now clad only in a lightweight shirt. Whenever a brief moment of respite occurs, he must still wash vegetables and chop the bacon. They toil until 8 in the evening, bidding farewell to the last table of customers, after which Chen Hao promptly locks the restaurant door. Let us take a breather, come, have a smoke, and unwind, he suggests, pulling out cigarettes and sharing with Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei. All three are utterly exhausted. This is more tiring than farm work. At least in farming, there are breaks. Cooking offers not a moment's rest, Chen Dongsheng laments. I had intended to relieve myself earlier, but I held it in, and now I no longer feel the urge, he adds, having been too preoccupied with cooking to spare time for the restroom, standing by the coal stove, while also needing to wash and chop vegetables. The townsfolk have money. The food is so expensive. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't spend on dining out. I'd eat at home, Chen Wei observes. After finishing their cigarettes, they tally the earnings. There's a total of 63 yuan and 57 cents. Quite a sum. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei express satisfaction with the day's revenue. Is this amount truly sufficient? Chen Hao counters, discontented. How go? You're quite ambitious, aren't you? 2,000 yuan a month amounts to over 20,000 a year. That's not an insignificant sum. Not to mention, I've never even seen 1,000 yuan. Let alone more, Chen Dongsheng replies. Having accompanied Hao Gu in selling cucumbers, I've never had over 100 at home. It's only through working with you that I've experienced what it feels like to have 100 yuan saved up, Chen Wei adds. The two are perplexed. With such high daily earnings, why is Chen Hao still dissatisfied? 63 today, 2,000 a month, over 20,000 a year. This calculation seems sound. But running a business cannot be approached in such a simplistic manner, Chen Hao explains. He looks at them earnestly. Can you guarantee that a month from now, business will remain this robust? Will we still have this many customers a year from now? We must maintain a sense of urgency. Money in hand is what truly counts. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei feel a sense of unease. Chen Hao's words resonate with unsettling clarity. What shall we do then? The tables are fully occupied, and I am constantly cooking. I can only serve so many patrons, Chen Dongsheng frowns. Given the constraints of the shop size, how can they possibly increase their revenue? It's simple. Raise the prices of the dishes. Chen Hao has already formulated a plan. With a monthly estimate of 2,000 yuan, a profit margin of 70% yields 1,400 yuan, and with a 60% share, that results in 840 yuan. This meager profit is beneath Chen Hao's expectations. They must elevate their sales figures. Increase the dish prices. Chen Dongsheng gazes at Chen Hao. Are our prices not already quite reasonable? If we raise them further, we might face backlash. Indeed, we've only just opened. If we alter the prices now, returning customers might be outraged, Chen Wei adds. They wonder if Chen Hao is being overly hasty. Is it not too soon to expect such significant results? Just because one has wed does not mean a child will arrive the very next day. Patience is required. You both are missing the point. Today's prices for these dishes, including the rice, will remain unchanged, but other items must see a price increase. Chen Hao insists, we will offer more fish, pork, and poultry. Although the profit margin on meat dishes may be slightly lower, the absolute profit will be higher. A monthly revenue of 2,000 yuan at a 70% margin pales in comparison to a 4,000 yuan monthly revenue at a 60% margin. In our production team, we do not raise fish. There are few pigs, so we must source from other teams, Chen Dongsheng remarks. I will handle the ingredient sourcing. You two focus on the restaurant operations, Chen Hao directs. The villagers in the production team lead rather frugal lives, yet there are still advantages. At least in terms of obtaining food ingredients for the restaurant, it will be much easier. Chen Hao has astutely identified these opportunities and intends to seize them. Oh yeah. With the restaurant's business thriving on its first day, can we share this news? Chen Dongsheng inquires. No, just as with the previous cucumber sales, if anyone asks. Simply say it's doing all right. Do not divulge specifics about profits or losses. Chen Hao shakes his head. Certainly not. Yesterday, back in the village, I witnessed the expressions of Wang Hongmei and the others. Despite our hard work for the restaurant, they accused us of being lazy. Chen Wei continues to grumble. On opening day, not a single person came over. The restaurant made money, yet they could still benefit, fearing even the slightest loss. After tidying up the restaurant, the three wash up and collapse into bed. The following morning, Chen Hao rises early and heads to his sister-in-law Tong Man's school. He plans to borrow a bicycle to expedite his return to the commune, where he hopes to negotiate with the production team that has fish and poultry, aiming to enhance the restaurant's menu offerings. Tong Man often spoke ill of Chen Hao, hoping to persuade Tong Qian to divorce him. Yet at this moment, she was extolling Chen Hao's virtues and affectionately addressing him as brother-in-law. Such warmth in her address was striking. People invariably change. During the new year, I visited my brother-in-law's home for the festive meal, and he and my sister seem to be living quite well. The New Year feast there surpassed anything my family could offer. Tong Man voluntarily mentioned Chen Hao's merits. Is it really as exaggerated as you claim? What delicacies can one expect in the countryside? With no stable job, life is a struggle. Even receiving half a kilogram of meat during the holidays is considered remarkable. And I've been there before, Huang Yufeng remarked. She scrutinized Tong Man closely before suddenly asking, "You're not actually involved with him, are you?" "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about?" Tong Man quickly replied. "That's good to hear. Such things are not unheard of. You'd better not entertain such thoughts, or else I would be utterly embarrassed. The eldest daughter marrying a countryman is already disgraceful. If something else were to happen with the second daughter, it would be mortifying," Huang Yufeng warned. Just as before, she averted her gaze from Chen Hao, speaking only to Tong Man. "During the New Year, I invited you to come home for the festive meal, and you chose to run off to the countryside instead, enduring that hardship. In a few months, Hang will celebrate his 10th birthday, and we will host a banquet. You must come back and prepare a red envelope. Do not venture back to the village. Settle here in the county, find a partner, and establish a home. Hang is Huang Yufeng's grandson and Chen Hao's brother-in-law's son. In these times, children's celebrations typically occur only for their first month, their first birthday, and then at 10 years old." After making this statement, Huang Yufeng turned to Chen Hao, saying, "At that time, you and Xiao Qian should bring the two children along. Dress well, don't appear shabby. If you can't afford a red envelope, bring some eggs. Don't show up empty-handed and become the subject of ridicule." "All right, I will be there," Chen Hao replied thoughtfully. He had already planned to take his wife and children to the city once the weather warmed up to visit his mother-in-law and father-in-law. "I must warn you, my two daughters are both quite beautiful. The eldest was deceived by you and left in the village with no future. You better not have any designs on Xiao Man now that she is in the county." Huang Yufeng expressed her concerns. "What business do you have running to the county as a mere agricultural household? Stay away from Xiao Man. You don't even have a few coins to your name. Yet you entertain such grand ideas." She expressed her suspicions about Chen Hao's motives for frequently visiting the county. "Let us not even mention the brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Even fathers and daughters-in-law have had their indiscretions. I have legitimate business in the county. I am now the deputy team leader of the production team and have opened a restaurant there," Chen Hao stated. He looked at Huang Yufeng and continued, "If you don't return home for lunch, you can eat at the restaurant with Xiao Man. Just go a bit early. It gets crowded later, and you'll have to wait in line. Don't flaunt your accomplishments in front of me. What is so special about being a deputy team leader? You're still just a countryman, an ordinary person. Do you really think I, unworldly as I am, would mistake a mere title for a position of importance?" Huang Yufeng retorted, showing her skepticism. "If you truly had any capability, you'd move to the county and obtain a household registration there. That restaurant surely isn't yours. Stop embellishing your own image." She held a certain pride in her urban residency and her job at a savings bank under the People's Bank, which gave her a sense of superiority. "Brother-in-law, you've opened a restaurant and didn't even tell me. I would have liked to join the fun," Tong Man remarked. She turned to Huang Yufeng, suggesting, "Mom, why don't you stay for lunch and we can go to my brother-in-law's restaurant together?" She wished to support Chen Hao's business. "What is there to go for? I'm quite busy. I took leave to come here today." Huang Yufeng dismissed her daughter's suggestion. "Be wise. Don't be easily fooled like your sister. He brings you pig heads and frequently comes to see you. He surely has ulterior motives. Don't let him into your room, and don't go out alone with him. I've been around. Both you and your sister are attractive, and many men have ulterior motives." After advising Tong Man, Huang Yufeng hurried away. Each visit was filled with busyness. Transportation was inconvenient, and holidays were rare. This was still between counties, let alone the distance between provinces, where years could pass without a meeting. In these times, marrying far away truly meant being far away. The frequency of children visiting their parents could be counted on one hand, decreasing with each encounter. Chen Hao harbored some doubts. Did his mother-in-law come up with excuses to visit out of longing for her daughter, yet would not admit it, thus coming to observe? "Xiao Man, I came to ask if I could borrow a bicycle. I need to return to the commune urgently," Chen Hao said to his sister-in-law. "Not a problem. I'll just go borrow one for you," Tong Man responded readily. She herself did not own a bicycle, so she asked Chen Hao to wait for a moment. In less than 10 minutes, she returned with a bicycle. It seemed her social standing at school was quite respectable. Otherwise, borrowing a bicycle would not have been so effortless. "This is the vice principal's bicycle. She is a female leader who just transferred to our school last year," Tong Man whispered as she glanced around to ensure no one was listening. "The pig's head you gave me for the new year was a gift to this vice principal. She knows I want to go to the city and hinted that if a position opens up, she would prioritize recommending me. On Sunday, you should come to my restaurant for a meal with the vice principal. If you have any other familiar colleagues or leaders, feel free to invite them as well. Just as a gesture of thanks for the bicycle, Chen Hao suggested. It was always prudent to have a reason for treating someone to a meal, and this reason was readily available. With the bicycle secured, Chen Hao returned swiftly. Instead of heading home, he went to another brigade to purchase 8 grass carp, 10 old hens, and some dried chili peppers before returning to the county. There was still some time. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei scaled the fish and butchered the hens while Chen Hao cleaned the bicycle before returning it to his sister-in-law and heading back to the restaurant. He picked up a small blackboard and wrote down the day's menu and prices. Chapter 51. I will listen to whatever you say. Pork oil cabbage, 10 cents. Oil drizzled spinach, 15 cents. Braised fish cubes, 35 cents. Stir-fried bacon with tong hao, 30 cents. Braised chicken cubes, 50 cents. The glutinous rice cake was very popular and sold out quickly, prompting the addition of 3 new dishes. Oh, there are a few more dishes than yesterday. When I came yesterday, there were no fish cubes or chicken cubes, a customer remarked as soon as the menu was displayed. This person had dined at the restaurant yesterday and returned with friends today. After inquiring, he added, "This restaurant is great. Meals don't require tickets. And the brown sugar glutinous rice cake is truly delicious, fried to a golden hue, utterly delightful." He had a particular fondness for the glutinous rice cake. This was a return customer who had brought new friends to try the offerings. He held the restaurant in high regard. The glutinous rice cake is sold out. You'll have to come back tomorrow for it, Chen Hao informed him. If you want glutinous rice cake, come back tomorrow at noon, and I will surely save some for you. Both the glutinous rice cake and the bacon were sourced from his own home. A pound of bacon, when sliced thin, could yield quite a bit, perfect for stir-frying with the tong hao, and there would still be leftovers. The glutinous rice cakes have vanished. In the absence of glutinous rice cakes, we shall forego them today and indulge instead in braised chicken chunks, perhaps a serving of braised fish as well, accompanied by some oil-drenched spinach. These 3 dishes will suffice, remarked a regular patron. The group arrived at the restaurant and settled into a chosen spot. Chen Wei poured tea for everyone. The restaurant's decor featured an array of tables and chairs, yet surprisingly, the tables were adorned with tablecloths, showcasing a degree of sophistication. The staff member who had just attended to them appeared youthful, but was notably sincere, even inviting them to return the following day. Engaging in conversation, the patrons expressed their satisfaction with Chen Hao and the establishment, Huashan Restaurant. Armed with yesterday's experience, today brought a considerable number of customers, and they managed the bustling atmosphere with newfound proficiency, closing the restaurant at 7 in the evening. Chen Hao, Chen Dongsheng, and Chen Wei reconvened to tally the accounts, revealing a total of 76 yuan and 15 fun, an increase of over 10 yuan compared to the previous day. Raising the prices and offering a wider selection of meat dishes had undoubtedly boosted sales. There was little cured meat left, so more would need to be procured tomorrow, stated Chen Dongsheng, noting that fish and chicken were also in short supply. The urban dwellers are truly affluent. In the countryside, meat dishes are reserved for festive occasions, whereas city folk indulge in them regularly, Chen Wei lamented. The stark contrast between urban and rural life was palpable. In the village, every household, even those of ordinary villagers, showed signs of wear. Chen Ziqiang himself wore patched clothing. In contrast, the residents of the city, though fewer in number, seldom donned patched garments, and when dining out, they typically ordered at least 1 meat dish. These past few days have brought him profound realizations, striking at the very core of his being. Chen Dongsheng shared similar sentiments. Acknowledging that city dwellers possessed stable jobs and received monthly salaries, how else could they afford such indulgence? Do not harbor any grievances. What is wrong with rural folks? Regardless of whether one hails from the countryside or the city, as long as one strives for progress, opportunities will abound and life will improve. Conversely, stagnation will lead to a standstill. Chen Hao encouraged, clapping his hands to uplift the spirits of his companions. If we work diligently, perhaps one day we too can relocate to the city, purchase a home, and allow our children to attend school there. It is not the scarcity of people that troubles us, but the inequality. Witnessing the vast disparity between urban and rural lifestyles weighed heavily on Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei. Let us tidy up the restaurant and return to the village, suggested Chen Hao. Not only do we need more cured meat and glutinous rice cakes, but also fish and other dishes. We must rise early tomorrow to procure ample supplies at the market. After organizing the restaurant, the trio nearly sprinted back to the village, carrying empty poles and baskets. The cold night descended swiftly, and upon arriving home, Chen Hao found the door already shut. "Why have you returned so late?" asked Tong Qian, her voice laced with concern upon seeing her husband. Operating a restaurant in the county is no easy feat. The commute consumes a great deal of time. Is there any endeavor that does not require toil to yield profit? Even if one were to earn while reclining, it would still entail effort, replied Chen Hao. Nini and Xiao Duo were still awake. He cradled both children for a moment before settling down. How is business at the restaurant? Have you eaten? If not, I could prepare some noodles for you, Tong Qian inquired, positioning herself beside him. In the past, she would have preferred Chen Hao to be as far away as possible. But now, like their children, she longed for his presence, desiring to be held in his embrace while sleeping. Running a restaurant, yet going hungry? I've already eaten. There's no need for you to fuss over me. Chen Hao waved his hand dismissively. Business has been quite satisfactory. Yesterday's earnings were 63 yuan, and today they reached 76. He was acutely aware of how tightly Tong Qian held her tongue regarding financial matters. As long as he reminded her not to disclose the restaurant's basic information, she would refrain from sharing, unlike Wang Hongmei, who could not keep her lips sealed despite numerous admonitions. 76? But that was before deducting costs, right? How much profit is left after expenses? Tong Qian expressed her surprise. The daily revenue of the restaurant can reach 60 to 70 yuan, significantly surpassing what one could earn from farming. Chen Hao explained. The gross profit margin is approximately 60 to 70%. He observed Tong Qian, noting the restaurant's promising prospects, with patrons frequenting from around 11 in the morning until 6 or 7 in the evening. 20% of the profits will go to the production team, while Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei will each receive 10. I will retain 60, allowing for a daily profit of several dozen yuan. Once we raise the prices of the dishes, we can earn even more. He meticulously detailed the situation to alleviate Tong Qian's worries. Today, while working, Wang Hongmei and several other women from the village were gossiping, claiming that the restaurant was unlikely to be profitable. They had heard it from someone, saying that several eateries in the county were struggling. Tong Qian recounted. Wang Hongmei is just the type to spread rumors. Let her chatter away while we quietly earn our keep, Chen Hao chuckled. Tomorrow, I need to bring some glutinous rice cakes and cured meat to the county. Feel free to take what you need. No need to consult me. You are the one making the significant decisions here. Life at home has improved considerably, and we have some money now. If the children desire treats, we can certainly purchase some when we visit the market, Tong Qian replied. At that moment, Nini, who had been watching television, suddenly turned to her father. Dad, you need not worry about home. I am now a big girl and will take good care of Xiao Duo. Mom said that when you are not home at night, it is because you are busy with important matters. I will not make noise. I miss you, but I will keep it to myself until I see you again. When Chen Hao was away, Tong Qian would impart wisdom to the children, and Nini was beginning to grasp some of these lessons. By the way, I went to Xiaoman school today to discuss something with her and ran into Mom. In a few months, we will celebrate Hang Hang's 10th birthday, and she invited us to come. What do you think? Chen Hao broached the subject. I will follow your lead, Tong Qian responded. If I were to say we shouldn't go, would you listen? Chen Hao queried. I would listen. I am your woman, and you are my man, my pillar of support. Whatever you decide, I will follow, Tong Qian affirmed without hesitation. Chapter 52. Your brother-in-law is quite courteous. Tong Qian exemplified the adage of marrying into a family and adapting to their ways. Her husband was her entire world. They had previously planned to visit her family when the weather warmed, and with Hang Hang's upcoming birthday in a few months, it was the perfect opportunity to pay a visit. In this day and age, returning home after being sent to the countryside has become quite challenging, not only due to inconvenient transportation, but also because after marriage and children, it becomes even more complicated. Taking the children is not easy, and leaving them behind is not an option as they crave their mother. Chen and I had only visited her grandparents' home once, while Chen Xiaoduo had never been. I will follow your wishes, Tong Qian agreed. The following morning, Chen Hao and his family, along with Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei, set off together for the market. Let us separate. The market will be crowded, and carrying bamboo baskets makes it cumbersome. We can buy more if we split up. Chen Hao suggested. Purchase more meat dishes, chicken, duck, fish, glutinous rice cakes, and cured meat. Initially, Chen Hao intended to keep the glutinous rice cakes and cured meat for his family, but after bringing some to the restaurant, the response had been overwhelmingly positive. However, this arrangement would not last long. He needed to acquire more cured meat, glutinous rice cakes, and other ingredients from others. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei each took a bamboo basket and proceeded on their separate errands. You go on with your own tasks. Do not worry about me. I can manage with the children, Tong Qian stated. She looked at the two children in the bamboo basket, Nini and Xiao Duo. Come down. Daddy needs to work. But you can join me for a stroll. Mommy will buy you some treats. The two children, one sitting in each basket, enjoyed the simple pleasure of the journey from home to the market. The joy of childhood is indeed uncomplicated. Nini, keep an eye on Xiao Duo and stay close to your mother. Don't wander off. If you get lost, there's no need to panic. If you encounter someone you know, let them help you find your way back, or they can accompany you home. Avoid going near the water and do not follow strangers. Chen Hao advised his eldest daughter. He then turned to Tong Qian. I won't be returning after I finish my shopping. It would take too much time. We need to head to the county early. Time was of the essence. Go ahead. I can manage alone, Tong Qian replied. Chen Hao nodded, shouldering his yoke, and began to stroll through the market. He purchased various condiments, fish, cured meats, and poultry. Comrade, I have some fish here. Would you like to buy a bit more? A voice called out to him as he wandered. Turning around, he saw a woman smiling at him. Do you remember me? You bought 10 pounds of citrus from me last year. I am Sun Miao Miao from Sun Peng Brigade. Chen Hao recalled their previous encounter vividly, as his family had visited the market to prepare for the new year. Seeing him again, Sun Miao Miao called out to him. Chen Hao's bamboo basket was already filled with several types of fish, including crucian carp, wuchang fish, and grass carp, along with chickens and ducks. Sun Miao Miao was puzzled. It's been quite a few days since the new year. Why are you buying so much? She inquired. Isn't your production team focused on growing citrus? Why are you selling fish? Chen Hao remembered her well. Sun Miao Miao was notably more audacious and enthusiastic in her business dealings compared to the average villager, exhibiting a keen sense for commerce. Most villagers tended to be timid in their sales or overly meticulous, while she exuded a warm familiarity. We have a plot of forest in our production team where we grow some citrus and other fruits as side ventures. We've also dug ponds to raise fish and shrimp. Sun Miao Miao explained with a smile. Not just our team, most of the brigade is engaged in such activities. She glanced at Chen Hao's basket. You're buying so much fish and poultry. It can't all be for personal consumption. What's it for? These are our production team's side ventures. Chen Hao responded vaguely, not disclosing the specifics of his restaurant. I will take all of these fish, he stated. The cold weather allowed for the preservation of these items, but in the summer, buying such quantities would be impractical. Would you like some turtles? Sun Miao Miao asked. The villagers have caught a couple, along with 2 wild rabbits. If you're interested, I can sell them to you at a bargain. She lifted a bag of urea to reveal 2 living turtles and 2 wild rabbits, albeit the latter had injured feet. Likely from traps. I'll take them all, Chen Hao replied, glad to find suitable ingredients to elevate the menu's offerings. After weighing and pricing the items, Sun Miao Miao helped him load them into the bamboo basket, wiped her hands clean, and accepted the money Chen Hao offered. Will you need these again in the future? Our village has villagers skilled in catching turtles and setting traps. They can procure them daily. If you want, I can reserve them for you or deliver them to a specified location, she proposed, indicating her desire for long-term collaboration. Please reserve them for me. Chen Hao nodded. I will come to collect them in a couple of days. They need to be fresh, alive, not stale. I also want fish and shrimp. All right. I'll be back the day after tomorrow, Sun Miao Miao replied cheerfully. By sourcing fish, shrimp, turtles, and rabbits from her, Chen Hao could avoid considerable hassle. During the new year, these items sold well, but they were harder to sell at other times. Only those hosting significant events or facing emergencies would splurge on such delicacies. While city dwellers were more inclined to buy, she was hesitant to sell in the city. Chen Hao made his way to the agreed meeting spot where he met with Chun Dongsheng and Chen Wei, and the 3 of them returned to the county. Today's menu featured 2 new dishes, braised turtle, priced at 2 yuan, available for 2 servings, and spicy rabbit heads, costing 1 yuan and 50 cents, also for 2 servings, alongside braised rabbit meat at 1 yuan. The rest of the dishes remained similar to those from previous days. Around 10:30, Tong Man and a few others arrived at Huashan Restaurant. Is this the restaurant your brother-in-law opened? The location seems quite nice. I heard a new restaurant opened in the county. It must be this one. The group exchanged a few remarks outside the establishment, with some already familiar with its name. Chen Hao spotted Tong Man outside and quickly walked out. Brother-in-law, let me introduce you. This is Principal Hu Xiaoying. She has been very supportive of me at school. Tong Man introduced the vice principal to Chen Hao, along with 3 other colleagues. I have heard about several leaders from Xiaoman. I've been eagerly anticipating their visit. Cool, me. Let's go inside. Chen Hao invited, leading them to their seats. He personally poured tea for everyone and went to the kitchen to instruct Chen Dongsheng on the dishes. With few customers at the moment, it wasn't long before several dishes were served at the table. Braised rabbit meat, fried fish fillets, stir-fried cabbage with lard, braised turtle, and a steamed egg. If the dishes are insufficient, I will add more. This meal is on me to thank you for your care, Xiaoman. I also appreciate you lending me your bicycle, Principal Hu. It was a tremendous help, Chen Hao remarked. With only 3 staff members in the restaurant, he needed to attend to other guests. Xiaoman, please keep the leaders company, he said, stepping outside to adjust the menu, reducing the available servings of braised turtle from 2 to 1. As the dishes adorned the table, Hu Xiaoying and the others began conversing. Xiaoman, your brother-in-law is indeed generous. These dishes are quite pricey, one colleague remarked to Tong Man. I just saw that turtle is 2 yuan, and there are only 2 servings. This banquet is quite lavish, especially with the turtle and rabbit meat, which are rare delicacies. Even if one wishes to eat them, they're hard to come by during ordinary times, Hu Xiaoying observed. Her thoughts deeper than those of her colleagues, who were simply enjoying a meal due to their camaraderie with Tong Man. Her invitation seemed to carry more significance. With the glutinous rice cakes, pork head, and this feast, Chen Hao was clearly working to build connections for Tong Man and to ingratiate himself with the vice principal. It is indeed commendable for a brother-in-law to go to such lengths for his sister-in-law, she mused. He is indeed a good person. He is currently the vice captain of our production team and opened this restaurant to support agricultural production and enrich the dining options for city residents, Tong Man explained. As more customers arrived, the restaurant soon filled to capacity. The turtle, rabbit meat, and rabbit heads sold out quickly, proving to be very popular. After finishing their meal, Tong Man and her colleagues prepared to leave. Chen Hao accompanied them outside. The restaurant is quite busy. I apologize for not being able to attend to you properly, Chen Hao said, bowing slightly. You're too kind. Thank you for your generosity, Captain Chen, Hu Xiaoying responded. Comrade Tong Man is very diligent in her work at school. Many students appreciate her, and she gets along well with her colleagues. I am very satisfied with her. Her family resides in the city, and should a suitable opportunity arise, I will undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on her. This statement implicitly served as a pledge to Chen Hao, assuring him that I would look after Tong Man. Such is the nature of interpersonal relationships. When you show respect to others, they are inclined to reciprocate within their sphere of influence. To gain something, one must first be willing to forego. To draw water, one must first drive in the stakes. I am immensely grateful to Principal Hu, Chen Hao remarked. There is no need for such formality. These are mere trifles, Hu Xiaoying replied. Should parents from the school seek dining establishments for banquets or similar events, I will certainly recommend Huashan Restaurant to them. Changfeng County Middle School comprises a junior high and a high school with a diploma program. Some students will enter vocational schools, while others will pursue higher education. In such scenarios, most parents tend to host banquets. Hu Xiaoying's gesture is a reciprocal one. For her, it is simply a matter of casually praising Huashan Restaurant and offering recommendations when parents inquire. It requires but a few words. However, for Huashan Restaurant, this consumer demographic significantly enhances their overall sales. The standards for hosting banquets are considerably higher than those of regular diners. Thank you, Principal Hu, Tong Man said sweetly. Chen Hao echoed his gratitude and stepped outside for a moment before returning to the restaurant. The sales figures for Huashan Restaurant have been steadily rising, and a month later, daily revenue has stabilized at approximately 160 yuan, with a profit margin of 60. The three of them have lost quite a bit of weight. They are exceedingly busy and fatigued, particularly Chen Dongsheng, whose arms have thickened from constant cooking, yet he appears gaunt from exhaustion. I can't continue like this. If it goes on, I might work myself to death. It feels like I'm putting in longer hours than the old oxen in the production team, Chen Dongsheng lamented, struggling to cope. He hadn't anticipated that earning money could be so exhausting. Initially, he was filled with excitement, but now that thrill has waned, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. He turned to Chen Hao. Brother Hao, should we call a couple more people from the village to help? We need someone in the kitchen and someone outside. We definitely need to add 2 more hands, Chen Hao agreed. Yet he was not in a much better situation himself. Every few days, he had to visit the commune's market to meet with Sun Miao Miao to transport vegetables to the county, and when he had a moment to spare, he still had to assist with meal preparations, washing dishes, and attending to guests. We can't hire anyone from the village, can we? If word gets out that the restaurant is profitable, won't everyone want to come work for us? Chen Wei remarked. This indeed posed a risk. Chen Hao nodded. If everyone in the village knew the restaurant was lucrative, they would all consider working there. Knowing that we hold shares and can receive dividends would make them want a piece of the profit as well. If we do give it, our share would diminish. If we don't, it would create an awkward situation since we are all from the same village. Moreover, since we are operating the restaurant in the name of the production team and the commune, if the matter escalates, we might face closure, leading to significant losses. In reality, it wouldn't matter if the villagers knew the production team was profitable. What truly mattered was if they found out that Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei were entitled to a 10 dividend, while others were not. That won't do. We cannot recruit from the village. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei quickly expressed their opposition. There is no need for Chen Hao to persuade them further. Just the mention of losing dividends made them unwilling to bring in villagers to help. None wished to share the profits. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei were opposed. As was Chen Hao. If they couldn't hire locals from their own village, would they then seek help from villagers of other villages? Chen Wei found himself in a quandary. If they truly sought assistance from other villages, it would present its own challenges. Those individuals do not hold urban residency, and they are not part of our production team. If, later on, they encountered inspectors from the Industry and Commerce Bureau, it would be difficult to explain the situation. Chen Hao waved his hand dismissively. In the kitchen, Dongsheng, you cannot manage alone. We must find someone skilled in culinary arts. Chen Hao's plan was to hire a chef, which would significantly expedite the serving of dishes and alleviate some of Chen Dongsheng's burdens, extending beyond merely assisting with meal prep. Brother Hao, do you mean to find someone from the county to help us? But those individuals are all urban residents, and they have legitimate jobs. Why would they want to work at our restaurant? Chen Dongsheng inquired. While Huashan Restaurant is thriving, it is still a business of the production team, and, in reality, it functions as a private enterprise. Would urban residents be inclined to work in a restaurant run by those with agricultural residency? It is not the case that everyone in the city has a stable job. Many are unemployed, and even those with jobs do not necessarily earn high salaries. Chen Hao replied, I will handle the recruitment. I will offer a direct salary without dividends, and we will surely find someone. He planned to enlist Zhang Yongke's assistance in finding candidates. They could not simply post recruitment advertisements at the entrance, as that might attract accusations of being a capitalist enterprise. They needed to tread carefully. Huashan Restaurant has been in operation for a month now. Let us review the accounts and settle the dividends. Chen Hao suggested, pulling out the ledger. He had already calculated the figures. Total revenue amounted to 3,614.83 yuan, with costs around 100 yuan. Based on this, the profit was approximately 500 yuan. As previously agreed, each of you will receive a 10 dividend, amounting to 250 yuan each. While this figure may not seem substantial, it is indeed tangible. Chen Hao handed out the prepared 500 yuan, giving each of them 250 yuan. We earned this much in just a month. I feel invigorated. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei exclaimed, clutching their money, visibly excited. Single men may not grasp this, but those in relationships understand that when the body's organs are overly stimulated, sensitivity diminishes, leading to numbness. Thus, novelty is required. Both Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei felt drained, both physically and mentally. And Chen Hao's dividends were just the right catalyst to rekindle their spirits. Chapter 54, County Savings Bank. That night, Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei stayed up later than usual, filled with excitement. We earned 250 yuan in a month. That's enough to buy a bicycle, Chen Dongsheng said cheerfully while lying in bed. Indeed, however, we owe this generous share to Brother Hao. He is our benefactor, Chen Wei added. City dwellers in legitimate positions hardly earn this much in a month. They nearly regarded Chen Hao as a father figure, for while a biological father gives life, Chen Hao has granted them a second chance at life. Get to bed early. Tomorrow will be busy. As long as you follow me, earning 250 yuan a month is nothing. Making 250 yuan a day is easily within reach, Chen Hao assured them. The following morning, after washing up, Chen Hao went to the county catering service company to meet Zhang Yongke. Your restaurant's business is remarkably thriving. It's always bustling with customers. Many people from the catering company have visited, but they haven't been to the restaurants operated by our own system. Zhang Yongke remarked with a smile upon seeing Chen Hao. He expressed his astonishment. He had assumed that county residents would be reluctant to spend money dining out, preferring to eat at home or in their workplace canteens to save costs. The lack of business at several other restaurants in the county was evidence enough. However, he did not anticipate Huashan Restaurant's exceptional success. It's all thanks to your assistance. Without you, the business wouldn't be this good. The entire production team will have a better time this year. You are a great benefactor to our team, Chen Hao complimented him. Wealth can sway hearts, and the flourishing business of the restaurant is evident. There is no need for excessive modesty, as excessive humility can veer into hypocrisy. However, if he were to admit it outright, it might leave an uncomfortable impression. Chen Hao decided to give Zhang Yongke a boost, allowing him to at least feel a sense of accomplishment on a psychological level. I merely serve as a facilitator in this matter. Zhang Yongke waved his hand, inquiring if Chen Hao had come for a specific purpose today. Indeed, there was a matter at hand. The Huashan Hotel currently only had 3 staff members and was overwhelmed with work. There were plenty of workers in the production team, but agricultural tasks could not be delayed, and it was impossible to transfer anyone. Chen Hao rummaged through his pocket and offered a cigarette to Zhang Yongke. Could you assist me in finding a cook and an additional worker? On behalf of the production team and the commune, I express my gratitude in advance. Zhang Yongke, being an employee of the county's dining service company, was undoubtedly adept at locating a cook. As a security patrol officer, he was familiar with the basic conditions of the county. It was only fitting to ask Zhang Yongke for help in finding personnel. I know some people, but they are already employed somewhere else. However, the unit is not performing well, with a monthly salary of merely 25 yuan. There isn't much work, so they could come to cook or assist at your place without issue. They would just need to return to their original unit once it gets busy again. Zhang Yongke took a puff from his cigarette and remarked, but rest assured, they will definitely give you at least a week's notice before returning to their original unit, allowing you time to find replacements. Those well-versed in the bureaucracy often have much to consider and interpret. Zhang Yongke's words carried multiple meanings. The individuals he intended to introduce were likely seeking to draw two salaries, one from their original unit and one from the Huashan Hotel. Given the original unit's monthly payment of 25 yuan, it would be reasonable to expect that the Huashan commune should offer something more substantial. No problem, Chen Hao replied affirmatively. For those skilled in culinary arts, the Huashan Hotel would pay 35 yuan per month, while assisting workers would earn 28 yuan. Zhang Yongke scrutinized Chen Hao for a moment, somewhat surprised by his shrewdness and understanding of social intricacies. He grasped the implications behind Zhang Yongke's words. Very well, I will send someone over at noon today. Zhang Yongke was straightforward, assuring him that while he had some connections with these two individuals, it would not interfere with Chen Hao's operations. I will remind them to work diligently. Once they arrive at the Huashan Hotel, you may pay them more than their original unit, and you can direct their work as you see fit. With the staffing issue resolved, Chen Hao returned to the Huashan Hotel. Inside the establishment sat a young woman in her 20s, impeccably dressed, unmistakably a worker from a formal institution. Brother Hao, this young lady is an employee from the savings office. She has come to discuss depositing money into the savings institution, Chen Wei explained. I informed her that decisions regarding the Huashan Hotel were in your hands and advised her to speak with you directly. She has been waiting in the establishment. It is common for people in our country to keep their money at home, a practice prevalent in both rural and urban areas. Most individuals still lack the habit of depositing money in banks, leading many banks to assign employees to seek out depositors. Given the Huashan Hotel's favorable operating conditions over the past month, it was not surprising that a bank employee would approach. Are you Comrade Chen Hao? Hello. I am Yang Min from the county's People's Bank Savings Office. The young woman stood and extended her hand. She appeared youthful and somewhat inexperienced, suggesting she had recently entered the workforce. Typically, individuals of her age, having just begun their careers, are filled with enthusiasm. Chen Hao's mother-in-law, Huang Yufeng, also worked at a savings office, though not in the county, but in the city. Hello. Chen Hao praised Yang Min and shook her hand. Comrade Chen Hao, I have come to request that you deposit the profits from the hotel into the bank. This offers numerous advantages, including interest accrual, enhanced security, and the benefit of having the savings office assist in tallying the funds, thereby reducing your workload, Yang Min stated, her gaze fixed anxiously on Chen Hao. She had observed the Huashan Hotel for several days, noting the steady stream of customers and the increasing prices of dishes, estimating daily earnings of at least 100 yuan. Over a month, this could amount to several thousand yuan, a significant sum for the savings office. Securing Chen Hao's cooperation would surely earn her commendation. The savings office will assist in counting the revenue? Chen Hao inquired. Indeed, I have noticed that the Huashan Hotel is quite busy. By saving this time, you can allocate your resources to other tasks, which would benefit the hotel as well. Yang Min nodded. Chen Hao turned to Chen Wei, instructing him to retrieve the enamel basin filled with coins. Chen Wei promptly went to the sleeping quarters and pulled out an enamel basin brimming with coins. 1 fun, 2 fun, and 5 fun. Comrade Yang Min, this represents the Huashan Hotel's revenue. Please count it and deposit it into the bank, Chen Hao instructed. Chen Wei shot a surprised glance at Chen Hao. The monthly revenue of the Huashan Hotel far exceeded this amount. The basin merely contained coins, while paper currency was kept separately. Moreover, these coins had already been counted. Is brother Hao deliberately making things difficult for her? Or is he teasing the young lady? Chen Wei was perplexed by Chen Hao's actions, but refrained from interrupting. I observed that the Huashan Hotel has thriving business. Is this truly all the revenue for over a month? It seems improbable. This is merely a collection of 1 fun, 2 fun, and 5 fun coins, which totals a meager amount. Yang Min expressed her doubts. Chapter 55. This is called caution, not meticulousness. Although the enamel basin appeared full, it contained only small denominations. While these amounts may seem substantial to ordinary workers, they were but a fraction of the total revenue for the Huashan Hotel. Yang Min was eager to establish a partnership, persuading Chen how to deposit the funds through her savings office. Excluding larger enterprises and organizations, the Huashan Hotel could be considered a relatively high-revenue establishment. Convincing Chen how to achieve a long-term collaboration would undoubtedly lead to recognition and potential advancement for her. The Huashan Hotel attracted numerous customers daily, generating considerable income. However, the profits earned were intended to serve the farmers, as Chen Hao remarked. With only a basin of coins uncounted, the current funds of the Huashan Hotel were limited. If she managed to tally it, they could deposit it in the savings office. If it seemed troublesome, they could forego it. It's not a hassle. This is my job, and I need a place here to count these funds in person, Yang Min replied. While the situation differed from her expectations, she remained undeterred. She carried the enamel basin to a corner and began counting the coins. Chen Hao then turned to the kitchen to assist with meal preparations. Chen Wei promptly followed suit, glancing outside and lowering his voice to ask, "Brother Hao, hasn't that basin of coins already been counted? It totaled 172.50 yuan. Why are we asking the young lady to count it again?" Though he harbored doubts, he chose not to question Chen Hao's decision in front of others, intending to seek clarification privately later. This was also why Chen Hao preferred to work with Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei. They understood boundaries. Keeping money on hand is indeed unsafe. It is wiser to deposit it in a bank for security, but it is crucial to find a trustworthy individual. Chen Hao explained. Asking her to count the coins was a test of her patience and an assessment of her accuracy in determining the total. If there are no issues, subsequently depositing the money through her would certainly alleviate numerous concerns. Decades later, funds deposited in a bank could mysteriously vanish, only to be discovered as non-existent at the time of withdrawal. How much more precarious is the situation now? The bank deposits are scant, and most people do not entertain the notion of placing their money in a bank. Much like Tong Qian, they prefer to conceal it away in a secretive nook. This has led many banks to assign their employees the task of soliciting deposits, with some bank staff even stationed at their workplace's entrance during payday, encouraging employees from other establishments to deposit their funds into their bank. In terms of procedures, the approval processes are streamlined to enhance efficiency and facilitate deposits. However, during execution, errors occasionally arise due to the employee's lack of proficiency and personal capability, leading to miscalculations, among other issues. The Huashan restaurant's monthly revenue amounts to several thousand yuan, with prospects for further growth. In this regard, Chen Hao must exercise caution. He needs to first assess Yangmin Brother Hao. Your consideration is meticulous. I was just pondering how you could so swiftly forget about that money which was recently counted, but now, with your explanation, it all makes sense, Chen Wei remarked. You're truly attentive, Brother Hao, he added. This is called prudence, not meticulousness, Chen Hao corrected him. He had an aversion to the term meticulous. Earlier, I sought out Zhang Yongke, who introduced me to two individuals, a chef and an assistant. They should arrive at the restaurant shortly. I've arranged their wages, 35 yuan a month for the chef and 28 yuan for the assistant, Chen Hao stated. He glanced at Chen Dongsheng, noting that this salary is not insignificant. Zhang Yongke is quite decent. The individuals he recommended must possess some skill, particularly the chef. So one must be courteous and learn from their expertise. Chen Dongsheng can cook, but compared to a professional chef, there is undoubtedly a gap. He is only capable of preparing home-style dishes. In the county, the Huashan restaurant enjoys a significant advantage by not requiring food or vegetable coupons, resulting in minimal competition. As long as the food is palatable, the impact is negligible. However, if they aspire to expand the business, whether in terms of the restaurant scale or by opening additional locations in the city, culinary skills must certainly improve. Chen Dongxing's current abilities will not suffice. Rest assured, Brother Hao, I am not foolish, Chen Dongxing replied, understanding what needs to be done. Outside, Yang Min remained focused on counting coins. Chen Hao poured her a cup of tea. Thank you, Yang Min said, looking up momentarily before returning to her task. Around 10 o'clock, two individuals arrived, summoned by Zhang Yongke. One was a gentleman in his 40s named Su Jianxin, the chef, and the other was a young woman in her 20s named Tu Dandan, the assistant. After brief introductions and clarifications regarding their wages and responsibilities, Chen Hao set them to work. Gradually, the number of customers in the restaurant began to increase. In no time, all 8 tables were filled, many occupied by returning patrons. With 2 helpers, the workload lightened considerably, granting Chen Hao some respite. After more than an hour, Yang Min finally approached Chen Hao with a completed count. I have counted these coins. The total is 172 yuan and 51 cents. That is correct. I do not have my household registration book with me. Tomorrow morning around 10, please come here, and I will accompany you to the savings office to deposit this money. Does that pose any issues? Chen Hao inquired. The sum was accurate, with not a single cent amiss, indicating Yang Min's thoroughness in counting and that she had not taken the opportunity to pocket any money. She is indeed a commendable colleague. No problem. I will come by tomorrow at 10, Yang Min affirmed. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, in the future, could all the funds from the Huashan restaurant be passed through me for deposit in the bank? To be frank, the leadership has tasked us with acquiring as many depositors as possible to secure more savings. I have only recently begun my career and lack extensive connections, while other larger institutions have already established relations, some even directly through their leaders. I am in dire need of the Huashan restaurant's deposit business. She candidly shared her predicament. This was indeed the truth. Larger institutions, those easier to negotiate with, had already sealed partnerships with direct involvement from their leaders, leaving no room for an ordinary employee like her. The county's resident savings had already been approached by other colleagues, making any breakthroughs exceedingly challenging. Let us discuss it later. For now, let us just deposit this over 100 yuan into the bank, Chen Hao replied, withholding his agreement. Very well, your business is quite busy, so I will not intrude further. I shall return tomorrow, Yang Min said as she departed the Huashan restaurant and returned to the savings office. Upon her arrival at the savings office, she recounted the day's events to a friendly colleague. They are intentionally making things difficult for you. The Huashan restaurant has been thriving since its opening day, with customers filling the place daily. How could there possibly be only over 100 yuan after a month? And all in coins? They are creating obstacles for you, but not entirely dismissing you. They likely want something in return. You are still young and may not discern their intentions. Men are all the same. Whenever they possess a bit of power or money, they tend to think inappropriately. I advise you not to go tomorrow. It could either lead to fruitless efforts or you may end up at a disadvantage. Chapter 56. I will teach you. You shall follow my instructions. Could it be that Chen Hao is indeed implying something? Did he wish to derive some personal benefit from her before he would allow the Huashan restaurant's revenue to be deposited through her into the bank? Yang Min bondired. As Yang Min's thoughts wandered, Chen Hao made his way home. With the addition of 2 new employees, he no longer needed to remain in the restaurant at all times, affording him a considerable amount of free time. He thought of his wife and daughters, and also needed to return home to retrieve the household registration book. So he hurriedly made his way back. The weather had warmed significantly, and he encountered many farmers busily tending to their fields. In March, it was the season for wheat to shoot up and rapeseed to sprout. Agricultural work was gradually increasing. Many villagers preferred to labor during March and April when the weather was milder and the workload was not as demanding. But a strong laborer could earn 10 work points in a day. With his wife and 2 daughters absent from home, Chen Hao strolled through the fields until he found Tong Qian and the children. They were weeding in the wheat field. The 2 children, mimicking the adults, tugged at the grass, huffing and puffing, while other children nearby were also engaged in work. Daddy, hug me, Daddy. The 2 children looked up and, filled with excitement, ran towards Chen Hao, with Ni stopping briefly to hold her sister's hand before they both reached him, clinging to his legs joyfully. What brings you home at this time? Tong Qian approached. Her husband usually returned home late in the evening or early in the morning, rarely during the afternoon. The restaurant has hired 2 individuals, so I have some free time and don't need to be constantly assisting there, Chen Hao explained, adding that he had other matters to attend to, specifically retrieving the household registration book. The household registration system had been established since the 1950s. While the first-generation identification card would not be available until later, it would take until the 1980s for that to happen. Will you still be going to the county later? Tong Qian asked. No, I will go tomorrow morning instead, Chen Hao replied, shaking his head. He looked at Tong Qian and added, make sure to return early and heat up some water. Let us take a bath together. What is involved in taking a bath? Though her partner did not articulate it, Tong Qian's face flushed deeply. With so many matters at hand, she was still preoccupied with this thought, not fearing the possibility of overexertion. Tong Qian shot a glare at her partner. Nevertheless, she secretly reveled in the notion. She was not concerned about her partner's desire. Rather, she feared indifference. Life thrives on movement, Chen Hao remarked with a smile. Why don't you take the 2 little ones to play over there? The grass in the field is quite abundant. I will finish weeding and return, Tong Qian suggested. Work points are sometimes calculated based on time, and at other times, according to the volume of tasks. In the case of weeding, where the work quantity is evident, it is typically assessed by task completion. A few women collectively managed a sizable plot of land. Once completed, each earned a full day's work points, allowing them to attend to family matters sooner. Chen Hao nodded, cradling a child in each arm as he strolled towards the edge of the field. Numerous greenhouses had already been erected in this area. Chen Ziqiang, agricultural team leader Chen Hongxing, along with several other key officials of the production team, and some able-bodied youth were nearby. Just returned? How is the restaurant business? Chen Ziqiang greeted Chen Hao as he approached, his brow furrowed, revealing his unease. The restaurant is doing reasonably well, team leader. Are you worried about the greenhouse planting issues? Chen Hao inquired. I was reprimanded at the team meeting for the greenhouse initiative, accused of squandering production resources and engaging in foolishness, Chen Hongxing replied. How can this be deemed foolishness? Previously, your greenhouse cucumbers were highly profitable. Everyone saw that. In my view, it is merely Wang Chuanda seizing an opportunity due to his personal grievances. He resents us because his relative, Wang Hongmei, had her record-keeping position revoked. Wang Chuanda, the deputy team leader, oversaw agricultural machinery and was also Wang Hongmei's uncle. During the meeting, Chen Ziqiang faced harsh criticism from Wang Chuanda, who showed him no respect. In the past, even amidst disagreements, there was an understanding of mutual respect, Yet this time, Chen Ziqiang was subjected to severe reproach. Do not concern yourself with him. Our production team has fulfilled the planting area required for grain procurement. How other areas cultivate and produce is our own affair, and the team has no jurisdiction over that. Chen Ziqiang asserted. He turned to Chen Hao. However, you should be prepared. Wang Chuanda mentioned your name and reproached you indirectly. It might not be long before he criticizes you in person in the village. Let him come, Chen Hao replied, unperturbed. As Chen Ziqiang stated, as long as the production team's grain procurement tasks were secured, the remainder of the land's use was at their discretion, particularly concerning private plots. After conversing with Chen Ziqiang and the others for a while, Chen Hao led the two children back home. Tong Qian had already returned, and hot water was boiling in the kitchen. The pair bathed and prepared an early dinner. After eating, they lulled the two children to sleep. To the kitchen. How do we manage the kitchen? I will instruct you. Just follow my lead. That night, Chen Hao assumed the role of the teacher, while Tong Qian became the eager student. The teacher was exceptionally skilled, and the student learned swiftly, albeit with a hint of shyness. The following morning, Chen Hao set out with the household registration booklet in hand. Why not ride the team's bicycle over? He encountered Chen Ziqiang, who posed a question. That bicycle is designated for team committee use and must remain with the team. It would be inappropriate for me to ride it to the county. I do not return every day, so taking it to the county is not suitable, Chen Hao replied, shaking his head. He offered Chen Ziqiang a cigarette, exchanged few words, and continued on his way. In truth, he held little regard for bicycles. Although private ownership of cars was prohibited at that time, and he could not afford one with his current assets, acquiring a motorcycle posed no significant issue. A reputable motorcycle would cost around 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, while a standard model could be procured for approximately 1,000 yuan. Although more expensive than a bicycle, it offered far greater convenience. Upon arriving at the restaurant, it was still early. Apart from Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei, Su Jianxin and Tu Danda surprisingly had also arrived. You're here quite early? Chen Hao expressed his surprise. They arrived by 8 this morning. Comrade Su Jianxin is preparing ingredients, while Comrade Tu Dandan has been diligently cleaning. Chen Dongsheng explained. With an additional cook, particularly one with commendable skills, he found his workload considerably lighter. Both individuals were employed at a restaurant under the county's food service company, a reputable establishment with job security, and he had assumed they would arrive around lunchtime. Not so early. Zhang Yongke is quite thoughtful. He chose these two diligent workers who are eager to contribute. After receiving their wages, they are certainly expected to fulfill their duties, Su Jianxin remarked. If I remain idle for too long, my cooking skills will become rusty, and I will lose my confidence. Some individuals prefer a laid-back lifestyle, while others cannot sit idle. Su Jianxin belonged to the latter category, eager to prove himself through work. Such employees are invaluable. Tu Dandan remained silent, meticulously wiping the tables and chairs with great care. At 10 o'clock, Yang Min arrived punctually at Huashan restaurant. Comrade, Chen Hao, did you bring the household registration booklet? Let's head to the savings office now. I have it, Chen Hao nodded. He held a bag of urea. Following Yang Min toward the savings office. The staff at the savings office was minimal, only 3 or 4 individuals. The rest were out on errands. Each employee was responsible for all operations, streamlining processes to expedite customer transactions. Yang Min was remarkably efficient. With the available staff, they engaged residents in promoting the benefits of saving money in the bank. She served as both a savings promoter and a handling officer, as well as an accountant and verifier. Chen Hao placed the bag of urea on the table. Please count the money again. Didn't we already count it yesterday? Did you move these coins again? Yang Min looked at Chen Hao in bewilderment. She felt a bit wronged. A large enamel basin filled with coins had caused her fingers to ache from counting. It would take several hours for one person to count them accurately. And now Chen Hao was asking her to do it again, which seemed to be an intentional challenge. She recalled her colleague's comments from yesterday. When men possess a bit of power or wealth, they often think of inappropriate things. Yang Min paused her work, gazing at Chen Hao. Are you storing money with me for some ulterior motive? Isn't it just about opening a savings account and being meticulous while counting the money? You can withdraw at any time, and there will always be someone available to assist. What other demands could there be? Chen Hao responded, was led by Yang Min's insinuations. He believed her comments pertained to the fundamental requirements of saving, which were the bank's essential duties. Is that all? No other requests? Yang Min fixed her gaze on Chen Hao, attempting to discern any hidden intentions in his expression. What other demands could I possibly have? Chen Hao replied, somewhat confused. It seemed he was expected to have requests. Then why do you want me to count it again? It was already counted yesterday, which took several hours. And my fingers are sore from it, Yang Min said, extending her finger to show him. Summoning her courage, she set aside her embarrassment and voiced her concern. Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? hoping that I will acquiesce to some unreasonable demands of yours in exchange for allowing you to deposit the future earnings of Huashan Restaurant into the bank through me. At last, Chen Hao comprehended her implication. Yang Min spoke of the manifestation of power and capital. Such occurrences are, in fact, quite commonplace, particularly as the years advance and societal norms become increasingly liberal and utilitarian. Certain female real estate agents and some female bank employees, in their quest to sell properties or secure substantial deposits, leverage their bodies as bargaining chips. This trend also permeates various sectors, including the entertainment industry. In this era, while the monetization of capital may be somewhat limited, the commodification of power remains prevalent, especially among some young women who, in their pursuit of certificates to return to urban life, have suffered greatly. I am married, and my wife is exceptionally beautiful, Chen Hao remarked. Open the urea bag and see what lies within. You will understand why I insisted you recount it once more. Upon opening the bag, Yang Min's eyes widened in astonishment. In addition to the previously counted coins, there were stacks of money, neatly bound with string, 5 yuan, 2 yuan, 1 yuan notes, as well as denominations of 50, 20, and 10 cents. The coins were counted yesterday, and the paper currency amounts to 2,000 yuan. Feel free to verify it again, Chen Hao continued. Weren't you saying that most of the money was allocated to agriculture? How is it that there's now this? Yang Min looked at Chen Hao in disbelief. A deposit slip of over 2,000 yuan. This is undoubtedly a significant sum. The climate of denunciations is so severe that not only are homes searched, but bank accounts are also frozen, leading many to be reluctant to deposit their funds in banks. A deposit of over 2,000 yuan is rare, save for large organizations or government funds. In an entire county, such occurrences are few and far between. With agricultural work not being overly demanding at the moment, there aren't many immediate financial needs. It's wise to save now and withdraw when necessary. Opting for a demand deposit rather than a fixed one, Chen Hao advised, casually fabricating an excuse. Yang Min was meticulous and possessed a commendable demeanor, and subsequently, the restaurant's profits, once handled by her, would indeed be more manageable. I will begin counting right away. Please bear with me for a moment. Would you like some tea? Yang Min's hands trembled with excitement. With this deposit slip, she was certain to earn commendation from her superiors, and prospects for promotion seemed promising. Do you have any tea leaves? Chen Hao glanced around and waved his hand dismissively. No need for tea. Just ensure the money is counted accurately and the deposit slip is processed swiftly. When you come by next time, I shall certainly have tea prepared. Yang Min replied. Establishing a long-term partnership with Chen Hao and Huashan Restaurant could lead to greater deposits passing through her hands, possibly even elevating her status to the city level. Paper currency is inherently easier to count than coins, and with the previous counts already established and bundled in specific amounts, Yang Min swiftly counted the bills without error and promptly prepared a deposit slip for Chen Hao. Excluding the time spent counting, the actual processing took approximately 5 minutes, an impressive efficiency. If you need to deposit more money in the future, just let me know, and I will come to your establishment to assist you, Yang Min said as she escorted Chen Hao out of the savings office, her demeanor exceedingly cordial. With the deposit slip and household registration in hand, Chen Hao returned to the restaurant. In his spare time, he purchased another coal stove for the kitchen, setting it up with a large iron pot, allowing both Chen Dongsheng and Su Xinjian to each have their own stove. The speed of serving dishes increased significantly. With the enhanced efficiency, the restaurant was able to save considerable time throughout the day, resulting in a higher table turnover rate, which meant that each table was accommodating more customers daily. After 20 days, the daily revenue finally exceeded 200 yuan. As April arrived, coinciding with the Qingming festival, Chen Hao returned to his village early in the morning, armed with yellow paper, incense, and firecrackers, heading towards the graves of his parents. In the village, when someone passes away, it is customary to find an open space for burial, with kin often laid to rest together. Only when no space remains do they resort to alternative locations. Upon reaching the gravesite, Chen Hao encountered his uncle and third uncle, along with their families. His grandfather was also present. How good! I heard you are now the team leader? His cousin, Chun Chuanfu, greeted him with enthusiasm, even addressing Tong Qian as sister-in-law. However, others in the family, particularly the grandfather, displayed less enthusiasm, wearing a frown even when Tong Qian addressed him. And when Ni and Shao duo called out to their great-grandfather, he remained silent. Team leader, huh? Just a side job team leader, Chun Yin, his cousin, scoffed. In some areas, women are not permitted to visit graves, but Chen Hao's family does not adhere to such strict customs. If one wishes to go, they may do so without coercion. The production team selected you as the deputy team leader. The villagers' hard times are upon us. Third Uncle Chen Chenggu wore a look of anticipation for the unfolding drama. Chen Ziqiang is indecisive. He listened to your advice and invested in greenhouses, squandering agricultural resources and funds. No other production team operates in such a manner. Word has spread throughout the brigade. If agricultural production is hindered, your team will be made an example of and subjected to public criticism. Especially you and Chen Ziqiang. You will be required to make a self-criticism before the entire brigade. Chapter 58. Just keep being stubborn. Third Uncle Chen Chenggu is the team leader of another production team within the same brigade as Chen Hao. He attended the brigade's spring agricultural planting meeting as a key cadre. You missed the brigade meeting and are unaware of what transpired. As a fellow team leader, I attended. And Chen Ziqiang was criticized and even argued with the brigade's cadres. Chen Chenggu cast a sidelong glance at Chen Hao. The greenhouse initiative was your doing. Your name was mentioned during the meeting. How can you still find time to pay respects to your ancestors? You ought to consider how to explain this to the brigade and the villagers. He was relishing the prospect of Chen Hao's misfortune. Those unaware of the relationship might assume Chen Hao had no ties to him, yet they were indeed uncle and nephew. In today's society, the rural landscape remains rooted in tradition, with a stark urban-rural divide and limited interaction between the two realms. It is not uncommon for villagers to visit one another, particularly among relatives. However, Chen Chenggu showed no concern for Chen Hao's plight, instead taking delight in the anticipation of his downfall. Third uncle, Chen Hao is your nephew, a blood relative. You should defend my husband instead of reveling in his misfortune. Tong Qian could no longer hold her tongue. It was excessively cruel for a relative to take such glee in another's hardship. Even strangers would show more compassion. Don't try to claim kinship. When Chen Hao faces criticism, don't bring up blood relations. I have no such nephew, Chen Chenggu retorted. Last year, our family invited you for the New Year's dinner, and you had the audacity to decline. What? Do you expect to be carried in on a grand sedan chair for dinner? He was still irked by that incident. To invite me for a New Year's dinner and then expect me to bring a television? You're quite shameless, Chen Hao replied. To suggest I should bring a television just for a meal is truly brazen. Even if you were to give a television, it is only right, as a younger generation. What need is there for you to have a television? The future is long, and one ought to gift such things to the elders, to be filial. His cousin Chen Yin chimed in, a smirk gracing her lips as she observed Chen Hao. Now you're scared and want a third uncle to speak on your behalf. If only you had known this day would come, perhaps you would have acted differently. Who says I am scared? Chen Hao cast a fleeting glance at her. Aware that the leadership of the team had singled him out for criticism, Captain Chen Ziqiang had informed him of this matter. Was it not merely Wang Hongmei's relative? Wang Chuanda, seeking trouble? Greenhouse cultivation represents the future trajectory of agriculture, an excellent strategy for enhancing the production team's yields and boosting the commune's prosperity. This year, your failure to engage in greenhouse planting is a testament to your short-sightedness, not our folly. Thus, your youth has led you to overly simplistic conclusions. Agricultural cultivation is not solely an economic concern, but also a political one, intertwined with interpersonal dynamics. Chen Chenggu seemed to perceive the fundamental workings of the world, exuding a sense of self-satisfaction. Wang Chuanda, the deputy captain of the team, oversaw agricultural machinery, including the water pumps essential for irrigation. Without water, agricultural endeavors flounder. While individual plots may rely on manual labor for irrigation, how long can this remain sustainable? Eventually, if he withholds access to the team's water pumps, you will undoubtedly face diminished harvests. I wonder how you will manage then, as failing to meet grain procurement quotas will provide ample grounds for criticism. The production team is impoverished. While they possess carts, electrically powered agricultural equipment is scarce, and only the team has access to water pumps. During the rainy season, this may pose little issue, but once the heat sets in and rainfall dwindles, the reliance on water pumps from rivers or lakes becomes paramount. It is commonplace for production teams to bicker over priority access to these pumps. As the deputy captain, Wang Chuanda's power expands during hot weather. Absolute power breeds absolute corruption. The upper echelons of society may wield power with an understanding of strategy, knowing when to yield and how to maintain balance, even engaging in cooperation amidst conflict. Conversely, when those at the grassroots level gain authority, if those beneath them acquiesce, they may refrain from abusing their power. But upon encountering dissent, their authority can become capricious. This, however, is not a matter of great consequence. Chen Hao maintained an unflappable demeanor. Chen Chengdu was taken aback. He had anticipated that revealing such information would leave Chen Hao astonished, pleading for his intercession with the team. Yet, Chen Hao remained impassive. Is this still his nephew? He has changed considerably. You may remain obstinate, but do not come to me for favors later. I forewarn you, should your production team lack water pumps. Even if you beseech me to intercede on your behalf, I shall not oblige. Chen Qinggu stated, eager to witness whether Chen Hao could maintain his composure in the face of adversity. I echo your sentiments. If you wish for me to return to the ancestral home, you must seek my favor in return. Chen Hao remarked, imparting a piece of wisdom. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Unlike my father, who clings to brotherly affection, never contending for anything and bearing all grievances himself. What use is such a soft-hearted individual? His excessive self-sacrifice led to illness at a young age, causing my mother undue sorrow, ultimately resulting in her demise. As the only son, I too have suffered at the hands of my brothers, being cast out from our ancestral home. Chen Hao glanced at two small mounds beside him. Due to their poverty, his parents' graves lacked even a simple headstone. He surveyed the gathering of relatives, particularly the elders, and stated, mark my words, should you desire my assistance in the future, you must come to me in humility. You must bow 3 times before my parents' graves and apologize. Chen Hao burned joss paper for his parents, lit incense, and bowed thrice. Nearby, Tong Qian instructed her 2 children to kneel, and together they paid their respects to their grandparents. After visiting the graves, the family departed without looking back. Did you see that? I told you he is exceedingly arrogant. He bore a great deal of resentment last year, and now he appears even more haughty than before. Chun Yin spat at Chen Hao's retreating figure. And he expects us to beg him? How naive. I work at the Team S primary school. Do you think I could lose my job and be forced to plead with him? She believed that her position as a teacher would last a lifetime. Yin, S right. Asking us to beg him is pure delusion. There is only one water pump for the entire team, and when the heat sets in and water is needed, if that pump is unavailable, the crops will wither. I wonder if he can remain so defiant then, Chen Qinggu remarked. He glanced at Qin Chuanfu, who was still burning joss paper at the graves, and scolded. What are you doing with that paper? Uncle and aunt were kind to me as a child. I'm offering them some paper to use in the afterlife, Chen Chuanfu replied. After burning the joss paper, he inserted 3 sticks of incense and knelt to bow 3 times. Chapter 59. Add more meat, use fewer wood ear mushrooms. On the way back, Tong Qian felt a surge of anxiety. Was what the third uncle said truly the case? Was he merely trying to intimidate you? Or did the team truly plan to target you? The leaders of the production team and a larger team are not part of the cadre system. In the eyes of the commune and county officials, they hold little significance. Yet for the common folk, they wield direct influence over their daily lives. Villagers are generally reluctant to confront these leaders or offend them. Captain Chen Ziqiang has already alerted me to this matter. I am aware and have my own solutions. Chen Hao replied with a smile. Isn't it just a machine for drawing water? We can simply purchase one for the production team, and this issue will be easily resolved. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. In the past, Chen Hao might have worried, but now that he had funds at his disposal, this could no longer be considered a dilemma. Wang Xuanda's attempt to leverage this situation against him would only backfire. He looked at Tong Qian and remarked, There's a saying, a thief can only thrive for 1,000 days. There's no way to guard against him forever. We must take this opportunity to unseat Wang Xuanda from his position as deputy captain and resolve the issue once and for all. But he is the deputy captain of the team. How can you remove him? You'll need the votes of other production team leaders. And aside from our team's leadership, the others are unlikely to support you, Tong Qian replied. Puzzled by her husband's confidence in ousting Wang Hongmei from her position as accountant and now targeting Wang Xuanda, who managed agricultural machinery. Normally, leaders from various production teams would offer cigarettes and treats to Wang Xuanda, hoping to secure priority access to agricultural equipment during busy seasons. To her, Wang Xuanda's power seemed considerable. To vanquish him, one must first drive him to madness. The more he revels, the harder he will fall, Chen Hao asserted. Isn't it merely a matter of the water pump? We'll buy one for our production team. Water is crucial for agricultural cultivation. Wang Xuanda relies on this advantage. Once that leverage is gone, there's nothing to fear. As for the purchase of the water pump, you and I both know it. But let us keep it from others. If Wang Hongmei or anyone else tries to flaunt it before you, feign concern and don't disclose my plans, Chen Hao advised. In 2 or 3 months, as the heat rises and the farming season demands irrigation, Wang Xuanda will likely make his move. At that point, I can simply acquire the water pump, and he will be rendered a mere joke. His authority will wane, causing others to waver in their support. Without that backing, he will become a plucked phoenix, inferior to a mere chicken. Power derives from the people. Without their support, he is not. As long as you have a plan, that is sufficient. Tong Qian remarked, I shall heed your counsel. While others frolic before me and speak ill, I shall feign ignorance of your intentions, putting on an air of uncertainty. As April arrived, The fields burgeoned with an abundance of vegetables. In every household within the village, personal plots were adorned with large greenhouses, flourishing with crops that were quite common. Yet, due to their sheltered upbringing, these vegetables would reach the market ahead of their seasonal counterparts. Chen Hao was responsible for their harvest, offering prices more favorable than those available at the market. On this particular day, Chen Hao returned to the village, stealthily entering the mountainous woods behind the village at dawn to gather fresh mushrooms, which he then transported to a restaurant in the county. Spring and autumn are the ideal seasons for such mountain delicacies to thrive. He instructed Chen Dongsheng to prepare a stir-fry of shredded meat with mushrooms, emphasizing the need for a generous portion of meat and a modest amount of mushrooms, pricing the dish at 3 yuan per plate. Although a pound of meat costs merely 70 cents, a pound of fresh mushrooms could fetch 10 yuan. With the establishment of the restaurant, there is no longer a need to clandestinely sell mushrooms at makeshift stalls. It was far more fitting to prepare them as a dish within the restaurant. Even though a portion of the profits would be shared, Chen Hao discerned that, given the high market prices, he had not incurred any loss, instead saving time and effort. Is it truly worth that much? Can anyone be interested in such a trivial item? Chen Dongsheng expressed his bewilderment. Trivial? It is highly valuable. Often, one longs for it, but cannot find it. Su Jianxin interjected. In the county's restaurant, it was not uncommon for local leaders to dine, specifically requesting such mountain delicacies, which were quite costly. When these items were unavailable, one would have to seek them out far and wide to satisfy the leader's demands. Su Jianxin, being older and more experienced, had encountered various county officials and even leaders from the city during inspections. He understood that those with power or wealth possessed unique tastes, favoring rare delicacies, particularly those indigenous to the mountains. Stir-fried shredded meat with mushrooms should have only a few mushrooms, perhaps 1 or 2, Su Jianxin kindly suggested. With 1 pound equating to 10 taels, you could prepare a dish worth 30 yuan. Let us adhere to Master Su's advice and keep the mushrooms to a minimum. Chen Hao agreed, recognizing the rarity of these mountain treasures and wishing to allow more residents the opportunity to savor them. Chen Dongsheng observed Chen Hao and Su Jianxin, pondering the cunning of the two. Nonetheless, he found their ideas appealing. The business at Huashan restaurant had hit a plateau, with daily revenue stagnating around 200 yuan. Introducing more mountain delicacies would undoubtedly boost sales. That evening, as the restaurant closed, Su Jianxin and Tu Dandan returned home to rest, leaving behind only Chen Hao, Chen Dongsheng, and Chen Wei. The trio counted their earnings, 245.62 yuan. The introduction of the mushroom dish had significantly increased their revenue. Today's mushrooms were quite popular. Initially, I thought charging 3 yuan a plate, with only about 1 tael of mushrooms per dish, would deter many, yet we had quite a turnout, Chen Dongsheng remarked. He lamented that while farmers struggled to fill their stomachs, city dwellers were indulging in extravagant meals. Ordinary rice and vegetables no longer suffice for their appetites, requiring instead the allure of mountain delicacies. Not all city residents are affluent. Those who dine out generally lead comfortable lives, Chen Hao countered. Every era has its rich and poor. In a few decades, a common person will find satisfaction in spending hundreds on shrimp and dozens on noodles. Even the wealthiest may indulge in seafood costing over 1,000 or noodles priced above 100. In reality, true wealth involves spending over 3,000 on handmade noodles or 1,000 on braised rice, with a presidential suite costing upwards of 100,000 per night. Many streamers have uncovered a glimpse of this world. This situation is undoubtedly mirrored today, with items like mushrooms and bear paws fetching exorbitant prices, driven by market demand. It's merely that information dissemination is not as advanced, and many, particularly ordinary citizens, remain unaware. While he initially assumed that daily revenues of 200 yuan were difficult to surpass, Chen Dongsheng realized that focusing on mushrooms could yield further profits. Brother Hao, if you procure more mountain delicacies, the wealthy will surely crave them. So let us prepare more, he suggested. Chapter 60, A Relentless Pursuit. Do you think we could open another restaurant? Business is already thriving, and many patrons are turned away due to lack of space. A new establishment would surely prosper. Chen Wei proposed. Having tasted success, the duo contemplated expanding their enterprise. Indeed, we should continue our restaurant endeavors. However, the county is not the right place. We must venture into the city, Chen Hao asserted. He elaborated to his companions that Changfeng County was limited in scale, with a population of merely around 700,000, predominantly engaged in agriculture, while the county town housed just over 100,000 residents. Opening another restaurant would only lead to competition with themselves, which was not cost-effective. The city, with its larger population and numerous affluent entities, presented a more lucrative opportunity. Changfeng County would serve as a launching pad, Once capital and experience were amassed, Chen Hao intended to establish a restaurant in the city. At this rate, the restaurant's daily revenue might peak at 300 yuan, Chen Dongxing suggested, feeling somewhat disheartened. Is 300 yuan daily revenue not satisfactory to you? Chen Hao laughed, reminiscing about the early days when they barely made dozens a day. With 300 yuan in revenue and 60 in profit, that amounts to 180 yuan daily, totaling 400 yuan monthly. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei would each receive a 10% share. That translates to a monthly income of 540 yuan for each of you. As farmers, one would rarely earn even 20 or 30 yuan at year-end settlements. A month's earnings could equate to 10 or even 20 years of farming income. Who claims that capital is corrupt? To Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei is indeed fragrant. It is time to be content. We owe it all to Brother Hao. You are like a second father to us, Chen Wei exclaimed, eager to express his gratitude. For generations, poverty had plagued his family, yet under Chen Hao's guidance, hope glimmered, promising a change in their fate. Is being content with a daily revenue of 300 yuan truly sufficient? Chen Hao mused, pulling out a cigarette, placing one between his lips, and discarding the remaining pack to his companions. His words were laced with allure, suggesting that not continuing to open a restaurant in the county did not imply stagnation in revenue. As temperatures rose, there was ample space outside the restaurant. By acquiring a few more tables and chairs, perhaps 10 or 8, they could easily accommodate more patrons. With Huashan restaurant being just a single story, they could even consider expanding to 3 stories without issue. Were these not all strategies to enhance revenue? Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Hao, your ideas are truly remarkable, Chen Wei lauded. While immediate reconstruction posed challenges, adding tables and chairs outside could indeed sustain revenue growth. Chen Dongsheng eagerly rubbed his lips together, contemplating the most profitable strategies laid out before them. Having missed the opportunity to wield a firearm, the brief window preceding the reform and opening up still offered a chance to alter one's destiny, with significantly lesser risks involved. How go? I wish to purchase a bicycle, but I lack the necessary tickets. When will the county mall hold another promotion? Can I not sell bicycles without tickets? Chen Dongsheng suddenly interjected. With some money in hand, he felt hopeful about the days ahead and was eager to buy a bicycle. I too desire a bicycle. It would facilitate my return to the village. Chen Wei nodded in agreement. This is quite simple. There is no need to wait for a mall promotion. It could be arranged, Chen Hao replied. Isn't the head of the procurement department at Changfeng Mall someone who has dined at our restaurant before? The next time he visits, I shall casually mention it and inquire about the situation. Those who frequent Huashan restaurant typically hold respectable positions, many hailing from significant enterprises, and some even introduce themselves when placing orders. Such connections are invaluable. 3 days swiftly passed. On this particular midday, Director Wu Deidi from the procurement department at Changfeng Mall, accompanied by several colleagues, entered the establishment. Director Wu and esteemed colleagues, please have a seat. What dishes would you like? I will ensure the kitchen prepares them promptly. Chen Hao personally approached, guiding Wu Deidi and his companions to their seats, pulling out chairs with utmost respect. What dishes do you have available today? Wu Deidi inquired, having rushed in without glancing at the menu displayed outside. Director Wu, as a frequent patron of Huashan restaurant, today's meal will be on the house. I shall oversee the selection of dishes. Rest assured, it will not be lacking, Chen Hao assured him. To attain the position of a mall director, one must possess considerable social acumen, if not other capabilities. Wu Deidi glanced at Chen Hao and smiled. Very well, you may take charge of the dishes. Chen Hao promptly entered the kitchen, discussing several dishes with Chen Dongsheng and Su Jinxing. Meanwhile, at the table, Wu Deidi and his companions engaged in conversation. After approximately 20 minutes, the dishes began to arrive, abundant and sumptuous. Garlic sprouts stir-fried with cured meat, shredded pork with black fungus, radish stewed with lamb, braised pork intestines, and braised turtle. These were all hearty dishes. Typically, when Wu Deidi visited, he would not order such a plethora of meat dishes at once. This spread is impressive. Director Wu, your influence is substantial if this restaurant is serving such fine fare, remarked several of his companions, flattering him. During the meal, Chen Hao refrained from interrupting, only approaching once Wu Deidi and his guests had nearly finished. Director, how did you find the meal? It was quite delightful. My colleagues here have also expressed their satisfaction, particularly with the black fungus and turtle. These dishes are rare in most restaurants, Wu Deidi replied. Of course, I would not neglect the colleagues you brought along, Director Wu. Chen Hao remarked gracefully. Should your associates mention your name upon their next visit to Huashan restaurant, I would ensure an equally exquisite meal is prepared. Wu Deidi and his companions departed from Huashan restaurant. Chen Wei approached quietly. How go? You treated them to a meal, yet you did not bring up the matter of the bicycle. Isn't it premature to seek a return on a small favor so soon? Such actions may not foster gratitude, but rather give the impression of being overly opportunistic. It is best to wait for them to reciprocate, and if they do not, allow some time before mentioning the bicycle. He looked at Chen Wei. Purchasing gifts for female acquaintances and immediately expecting something in return is akin to transactional relationships. Instead, one should express a desire to socialize in a more subtle manner. While they conversed, Wu Deidi returned to Huashan restaurant alone, offering Chen Hao a cigarette. The banquet was quite costly. I appreciate your generosity. Those colleagues are friends from our cooperative unit, and it was my responsibility to host them. They were thoroughly pleased with the meal and expressed their intent to return to Huashan restaurant. You have elevated my standing. Wu Deidi's visit was a gesture of gratitude. Your understanding is commendable, Director Wu, Chen Hao replied. If you or your acquaintances wish to dine at Huashan restaurant in the future, simply inform me, and I shall ensure the dishes are prepared in advance. His demeanor remained humble, without revealing his ulterior motives. Wu Deidi scrutinized Chen Hao, recognizing the young man's composure. This young fellow is quite impressive. It's no wonder the production team entrusted you with running a restaurant in the county. Your social skills are exceptional. He regarded Chen Hao with admiration. This meal has brought me great honor. I do not wish to remain indebted. Speak freely. Let me know how I may assist you, without hesitation. Are you seeking to procure something, perhaps bypassing the ticket system? Wu Deidi, astute as ever, surmised Chen Hao's intentions. I had planned to wait a few days before discussing this with you, Director Wu, yet I did not expect you to return so swiftly to address the matter. Chen Hao responded. His words served as a veiled compliment to Wu Deidi, acknowledging his refusal to exploit the situation and his readiness to reciprocate kindness. Isn't this the essence of mutual respect in relationships? You treat me as a person of significance, and I shall honor that by facilitating your request. Wu Deidi understood this dynamic well. You grant me respect and comfort, and in return, I shall assist you. There are indeed matters for which I seek your help. Director Wu, Chen Dongsheng, Chen Wei, and I reside in the village but temporarily stay in the county. Our journeys back and forth are on foot, which is quite inconvenient. Therefore, we wish to purchase 3 bicycles for ease of travel, yet we lack the necessary tickets. I am uncertain if this is feasible, Chen Hao explained. Upon reflection, he deemed it wise to first acquire a bicycle. Initially, he had considered a motorcycle, but without distributing dividends to the villagers, purchasing one now would seem ostentatious. What inconvenience could there be in procuring 3 bicycles? What brand do you prefer? Once you decide, simply bring the money to the mall to collect them. Wu Deidi replied readily. The requirement for tickets primarily targeted the general populace. Those with influence or connections could easily circumvent such restrictions. Thank you, Director Wu. The Phoenix brand would suffice, Chen Hao said. Additionally, I would like to inquire if Chongfeng Mall has any diesel water pumps available. The Phoenix and Forever brands of bicycles are akin to Mercedes-Benz and BMW among automobiles decades later, representing esteemed choices in the bicycle market, with the Phoenix brand slightly superior. What do you require a diesel water pump for? The Chongfeng market primarily sells daily necessities, while diesel water pumps, being agricultural machinery, can only be purchased at the agricultural machinery station. Wu Deidi glanced at Chen Hao and remarked, You need not seek far. The commune also has an agricultural machinery station. Wouldn't it be more convenient to buy the diesel water pump there? At this moment, most water pumps were diesel-powered, considerably heavy and far less convenient than the electric pumps that would emerge decades later. The electric water pumps could be effortlessly lifted with one hand, allowing even women comrades to operate them, while the diesel pumps required several robust young men to manage. Nevertheless, such cumbersome equipment was in high demand during drought seasons, with only one pump available for the entire brigade, allowing Wang Chuanda to issue threats due to his control over the brigade's agricultural machinery. The county agricultural machinery station is larger than the communes, offering a greater selection of water pumps with superior quality. After all, a water pump is not inexpensive, Chen Hao remarked. He did not disclose his true thoughts. His desire to purchase a diesel water pump from the county rather than the commune stemmed from concerns that Wang Chuanda might meddle. Acquiring it from the county would place him beyond Wang's reach. You are indeed correct. The county undoubtedly offers a wider range of goods compared to the commune. Just like bicycles and televisions, where can you find them in the commune? One must go to the county, Wu Deidi added. There are no water pumps for sale at Chongfeng Market, but I'll inquire at the county agricultural machinery station. It should not pose much of a problem. However, water pumps are not like bicycles. While a bicycle costs over 100 yuan, a water pump will set you back at least 1,000, despite their weight. Diesel water pumps were quite expensive, reflective of the nation's underdeveloped industrial sector, particularly in light industry. No worries, it pertains to agricultural production, and regardless of the cost, it must be procured. Chen had already prepared himself for this. After reaching an agreement, Chen Hao took his money to Changfeng Market and returned with 3 brand-new Phoenix bicycles, gleaming with freshness. Thanks to his connection with Wu Deidi, he even had hoof locks installed free of charge. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei each received a model with a 28-inch frame, while Chen Hao chose a more manageable 26-inch model, better suited for female riders. The 3 bicycles placed at the entrance caught the attention of customers entering and exiting the restaurant. "The one on the left is mine, Dongsheng. Don't you dare touch it," Chen Wei warned as he selected the leftmost 28-inch model, cherishing it even more than he would a wife, despite not yet having one. Fearful that other men might dirty his prized possession. "Is it really necessary to be that cautious?" Chen Dongsheng inquired. Nevertheless, during cooking, whenever he found a moment's respite, Chen Dongsheng would sneak out to steal a glance at the bicycles. As time swiftly passed, May arrived, bringing with it warmer weather and an increase in agricultural tasks. The early rice seedlings required management, including weeding, fertilizing, and preparing for transplanting, while the ripened wheat demanded labor for harvesting and fruits and vegetables needed tending. This year, the production team had planted greenhouses, necessitating even more meticulous management. Rising at 5 or 6 in the morning, they would toil in the fields until 6 or 7 in the evening, with some tasks extending even later. On this particular day, several cadre members from the brigade arrived at the Hongqi production team, where Wang Chuanda was present. He was lean, with a pair of eyes that glinted ominously. The cadre members gathered for a meeting, and upon arriving at the production team, Wang Chuanda intercepted a villager, summoning the team as cadre members. Shortly thereafter, Chun Ziqiang and several other cadre members approached. "With all the farm work underway, can't we discuss matters once we've finished?" Chun Ziqiang protested, his calves caked in mud, as were those of the other cadre members who had just been laboring in the fields. "Are you expressing dissatisfaction with the brigade's arrangements?" Wang Chuanda asked sternly. Without proper emphasis on direction, correct mindset, or unified command, how can we expect to perform well in our agricultural tasks? He surveyed the group, inquiring if only these few cadre members were present. Wang Chuanda felt a surge of satisfaction. He had been waiting for this moment during the busy farming season for half a year. Wang Hongmei was his niece, and while he did not hold her in high regard due to her poor reputation, he felt that the loss of her record-keeping position was not merely an affront to her, but also a blow to his own dignity. The real culprit, he believed, was Chen Hao. "Everyone is here," Chen Ziqiang confirmed. "But your statement is incorrect. Where is Chen Hao? Isn't he the deputy team leader? Why is he absent?" Wang Chuanda inquired. "Indeed, Chen Hao is the deputy team leader, but he spends most of his time in the county," Chen Ziqiang replied. "You suddenly come here without any significant matters to discuss, and it's not necessary to notify him. If there is anything to relay, we can inform him when he returns to the village. As deputy team leader, his role in agricultural production isn't that critical. We have several cadre members overseeing it." Chen Ziqiang, though not highly educated, sensed that Wang Chuanda's visit harbored ulterior motives. He was insistent on convening the production team as cadre members and specifically questioning Chen Hao, which was clearly a deliberate targeting. How can his involvement not be significant? "I have heard that he does not engage in agricultural work yet earns 12 work points daily, while other villagers toil from dawn till dusk for merely 10 work points. How can we expect to maintain discipline in the team with such disparities?" Wang Chuanda exclaimed, raising his voice further to ensure everyone heard, with discontent brewing among the ranks. "How can agricultural production proceed? If we fail to complete agricultural tasks, we cannot fulfill the national grain procurement quotas, which will ultimately jeopardize the brigade." His portrayal of the situation was dire, implying severe consequences. Is it really that critical? The cadre members' work points are calculated at 12, and Chen Hao was elected as deputy team leader by a vote of all villagers. His trips to the county are for the benefit of the brigade as side business, not personal gain, Chen Ziqiang countered. The vegetables grown on the team's reserved land, as well as those from the collective, were harvested with Chen Hao's assistance, contributing significantly to the team's finances. This was beneficial for agricultural production and the team as a whole. He disagreed with Wang Chuanda's assertions, choosing instead to defend Chen Hao, binding himself to Chen Hao's cause from the moment he supported his candidacy for deputy team leader. They shared in each other's fortunes and misfortunes. Other cadre members echoed Chen Ziqiang's sentiments, standing in solidarity with Chen Hao. Chen Hao had even donated bicycles to the team, and they all felt a sense of camaraderie, having ridden the same bicycles together. While many production teams engaged in side businesses, none approached it as their team did by venturing to the county. "I merely criticized Chen Hao a little, and yet so many are here to defend him," Wang Chuanda fumed. The fact that Chen Ziqiang and the other cadre members had united in support of Chen Hao was unexpected for him. Wasn't he, it said, that Chen Hao had previously been idle and lacked a good reputation in the village? His trips to the county were indeed for side business. But they had disrupted agricultural work, which was true. He wasn't present, so someone else had to take his place at the meeting. Isn't he married? Summon his wife here. Chen Ziqiang frowned, responding, Wang, if you have matters to arrange or notify, you can communicate them to us. When Chen Hao returns, we can relay the information. There's no need to call his wife here. What are you so anxious about? With so many people around, what can I possibly do to his woman? Wang Chuanda remarked. At present, the agricultural production is at a critical juncture, and I have come to discuss the issues pertaining to it. He cast a sidelong glance at Wang Hongmei. Hongmei, please summon Chen Hao's wife, and also gather the villagers from the Hongqi production team. Wang Hongmei, who had been standing by, immediately scampered off to the fields upon hearing this, calling out as she went, a meeting is about to commence. Set aside your tasks and come over. Tong Qian, the team leader has arrived. Your husband is not here, so the leader requests your presence in his stead. Wang Chuanda took out a cigarette and began to smoke, biding his time until all the villagers had assembled before he spoke. After a little over 10 minutes, the villagers from the Hongqi production team had gathered. It was the peak of the farming season, and many grumbled under their breath, expressing their grievances of being called away from their work. The harvest directly impacts their sustenance and finances. Even the leaders from the commune would face ire if their presence disrupted agricultural production. I do not wish to impede your agricultural endeavors, but there is a matter I must bring to your attention, Wang Chuanda declared, choosing to ignore the murmurs of discontent. Noticing the crowd had mostly gathered, he continued, sharpening the axe does not delay the cutting of wood. Following directives is essential for smooth production and better yields. Who is Chen Hao's wife? Step forward. Tong Qian took a few steps forward. I am Chen Hao's wife, team leader Wang. What do you wish to convey? There are matters I intended to discuss with Chen Hao, but since he is in the county, you can relay them to him upon his return, Wang Chuanda replied. The greenhouse cultivation was initiated by Chen Hao, a practice I do not endorse, as it squanders resources and labor, potentially disrupting grain procurement plans. During the last team meeting, Chen Hao was absent. This time, he's again not present. Is he aware of the issues and deliberately avoiding responsibility? Wang Chuanda's visit to the Hongqi production team was not motivated by altruism, but rather to target Chen Hao. While it was unfortunate that Chen Hao was not present, Wang Chuanda was determined not to leave empty-handed. Thus, he aimed to confront Chen Hao's wife instead. This was not an act of revenge for Wang Hongmei's demotion, but rather a means to assert his authority. The chickens will flee if you strip them of their feathers, but if you scatter some rice near them, they will return to peck at it. The villagers are akin to those chickens. Wang Chuanda was unperturbed by the villagers' unrest after the initial uproar. Offering them some rice would suffice, but he feared they would not respect him. As the deputy team leader, he was present to assist in agricultural production. Tong Qian responded, it is premature to speculate on the impact of grain procurement, as it has not yet commenced. We are not avoiding you. She was aware of Wang Chuanda's ulterior motives. I have heard that Chen Hao is a ne'er-do-well and often strikes you, Wang Chuanda inquired. What couple does not quarrel? Tong Qian deftly sidestepped his insinuation, refusing to speak ill of her husband. Team leader Wang, while you are indeed a leader, you are also a man. Given your age, I ought to address you as uncle, as senior. Why are you so interested in the dynamics of my marriage? You should direct such inquiries to your daughter-in-law, not me. Laughter erupted among the villagers, many women chuckling uncontrollably. Team leader Wang, you oversee agricultural machinery, yet you are concerned with marital issues? At your age, you still find such matters intriguing? Ask Wang Hongmei. She possesses ample experience in this regard. Chapter 63. This is a water pump, Tong Qian declared, asserting that her affections were solely for her husband, with no opportunity for others. In the face of Wang Chuanda's provocations, she revealed no cracks in her composure. You have been given chances to amend your ways, but if you choose to remain unrepentant, do not blame me. Wang Chuanda retorted. The Team S water pump will not be allocated for your production team this year. Should you require water, you must find your own solutions. I am merely giving you fair warning. Do not come to me later demanding it, only to complain. He revealed his trump card. There was only one water pump for the entire team. During less busy times, its significance was minimal, but in summer, it would be crucial for the production team's grain and vegetable yield. In years of severe drought, not only would grain procurement be compromised, but even basic sustenance would be at risk. Wang Chuanda, your actions are excessive. The water pump is communal property, shared among all production teams, not your personal asset. You have no right to dictate its use. Chen Ziqiang exclaimed, initially skeptical of rumors regarding Wang Chuanda's misconduct with agricultural machinery, but now witnessing the reality of his malice. While it is not my personal property, It is under my jurisdiction, Wang Chuanda replied. Your production team has failed to heed my advice despite my repeated reminders. Now that I have come personally to persuade you, and with Chen Hao absent, his wife mocks me. This shows a blatant disregard for the leadership of the team. Given such circumstances, it is I who shall determine the allocation of agricultural machinery. He turned his gaze to Tong Qian, then to the assembled villagers. Do not hold me accountable. I am acting in service of the team and the production groups. However, with so many production teams, it is inevitable that some will receive preferential treatment. The team that obeys directives will receive priority in accessing the agricultural machinery. Blame Chen Hao for this. He continued, I'm not entirely inflexible. There is room for negotiation. If Chen Hao writes a letter of contrition, admits his errors, and promises to obey directives henceforth, the water pump may still be made available to your production team. Using the water pump's access as leverage, he aimed to pressure Chen Hao into submission, positioning him against the interests of the entire village. By manipulating the needs of the majority, he sought to control the minority. Wang Chuanda, though lacking formal education, was well-versed in the art of political maneuvering and knew precisely how to handle Chen Hao, having engaged in similar tactics numerous times before. You are utterly shameless. Using control over the water pump to coerce my husband into writing an apology when he has done nothing wrong. Tong Qian's face flushed with anger. Whether he is right or wrong is not for you to decide, nor is it for him. If everyone refuses to follow directives, how can we expect agricultural production to proceed? Wang Chuanda asserted. This is nothing but retaliation, nothing but manipulation, nothing but unreasonable demands. Not only Tong Qian understood this, Chen Ziqiang and the other villagers were also acutely aware of the situation, yet felt powerless to change it. As the heat intensified, water was essential for the fields, and without the water pump, grain yields would undoubtedly plummet. It is merely a matter of writing an apology, Tong Qian. When your husband returns, simply inform him, and let him write it, Wang Hongmei said nonchalantly, reveling in her triumph as she strategically positioned herself closer to Wang Chuanda. The role of the record keeper has vanished, compelling her to toil in the fields alongside others, exhausting herself thoroughly. Finally, her family has come to settle the accounts. She cast a glance at Wang Chuanda and said, Uncle, my position as record keeper has been usurped by Chen Hao, who has replaced me with a young girl. Seize this opportunity to advocate for the restoration of my role. Among the villagers, many wore expressions of concern. Some even echoed Wang Hongmei's sentiments, suggesting that writing a self-critique was a trivial matter. They were willing to overlook their mistakes, recognizing that utilizing the water pump would also benefit the production team, and they would remember Chen Hao's kindness. It had long been said that Wang Hongmei should not be disturbed, yet their warnings had gone unheeded, resulting in a predicament that affected the entire team's access to water. Those voicing these opinions were mostly close to Wang Hongmei or those of wavering conviction, blaming Chen Hao for their misfortunes. Wang Hongmei has consistently performed her duties well as record keeper. There have been no issues. It is indeed time for her to be reinstated, Wang Chuanda stated, emphasizing the importance of the record keeper's role and lamenting the inexperience of entrusting it to a mere girl. The power dynamics at play were palpable. By inciting discord among the villagers and shifting their grievances onto Chen Hao, Wang Chuanda felt a sense of satisfaction, maintaining his own detachment from the unfolding drama. Outside the village, the sound of a car horn echoed. The crowd turned their gaze towards the source. Tractors were commonplace, but automobiles were a rarity. A truck was approaching. Could it be that Chen Hao has returned? Someone wondered aloud. Nonsense, the brigade lacks vehicles. How could Chen Hao possess one? They questioned, their expressions a mixture of confusion and curiosity. The truck halted at a nearby open area, and the passenger door swung open, revealing Chen Hao as he leapt out. He called his wife, Dear, please go inside and fetch a pack of cigarettes for this comrade who has driven us here. He has worked hard. Oh, I'll do that right away, Tong Qian responded, her earlier worries dissipating as her husband's return invigorated her spirit, providing her with a sense of stability as she hurried into the house for the cigarettes. Chen Xiaoting, leading Nini and Xiaoduo, was not overly concerned. Captain Chen, summon a few people to assist with unloading the truck. The items are quite heavy. We need more hands, Chen Hao shouted again. This truck has brought Chen Hao back to the village. There seems to be something in the back. Chen Ziqiang and the other villagers finally regained their composure. What could possibly be in the back of the truck that required assistance for unloading? Curiosity piqued, Chen Ziqiang approached the truck, followed by several other officials and villagers. In the back of the truck lay a substantial object, painted green, cushioned with straw, and secured with ropes. Is that a water pump? Where did you acquire it? Didn't Wang Chuanda just say that the production team couldn't use the Brigade S water pump? A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Water pumps were of paramount importance to farmers. They were the lifeblood of agriculture. Look at how new it is. It's clearly never been used, Chen Ziqiang remarked, regaining his composure as he turned to Chen Hao. Did you purchase this? Indeed, I bought it, or rather, it was purchased by the production team. It belongs to our production team, Chen Hao affirmed. Receiving this confirmation, Chen Ziqiang's joy was palpable, invigorating him as if he had regained several years of youth. What are you all waiting for? This is our production team's water pump. Come, a few of you with strong backs, help lift it down, he commanded eagerly. Even more animated than Chen Hao, the water pump was essential. It symbolized their strength. With this addition, not only would the crops in the fields be assured a bountiful harvest, but as the captain of the production team, he could also walk with his head held high. During times of drought, they would no longer need to plead with the brigade for access to a pump. They could rely on their own resources. Several villagers hastened to lift the water pump down. Chen Ziqiang watched closely, anxious. Be careful. Don't let it get scratched. The paint is still fresh. Slow down. Don't damage it. Bring some straw to cushion the bottom. He directed the villagers as if they were handling his wife, ensuring the pump was treated with utmost care. Tong Qian returned with the cigarettes, which Chen Hao offered to the driver. This driver was an employee from the county's agricultural machinery station, and through Wu Dadi's connections, the pump had been procured for 1,050 yuan, with the county station even sending a truck to deliver it to the village. Otherwise, they would have had to devise their own means of transport. Once the water pump was unloaded, the driver turned the truck around and left the village. In that brief moment, several villagers recounted to Chen Hao what Wang Chuanda had recently said and done. Frowning, Chen Hao approached Wang Chuanda. You old scoundrel. Too cowardly to confront me directly, taking advantage of my absence to bully the women and create trouble for my wife. What do you think you are? He spoke without any semblance of courtesy, scolding him outright. Most of the village officials lacked political acumen. Wang Chuanda possessed a modicum, but it was insufficient. His limited wisdom was squandered on petty scheming, fixated on undermining others and establishing his own authority. He positioned himself in opposition to the production team and other villagers' interests, becoming an enemy to many, ultimately inviting condemnation, a truly malevolent mindset. How dare you speak to me this way? I'm a leader of the brigade. Even if you have acquired a water pump, you should not insult me, Wang Chuanda retorted, a mix of astonishment and anger washing over him. He was shocked that Chen Hao had managed to obtain a water pump and infuriated that he would openly berate him in front of others. Typically, even when conflicts arose, others refrained from insults, yet Chen Hao had the audacity to confront him directly. You old scoundrel, what kind of leader are you? You wield your authority over agricultural machinery to impose your will indiscriminately. Everyone in the brigade knows your true character. It is only due to the kindness of the leadership that the villagers have refrained from contesting your position. Otherwise, your age and pride would have led to your downfall. What if that caused you harm? One must exhibit humanity, even towards animals. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Hao's tongue was sharp, nearly equating Wang Chuanda to a beast. What fine scolding. His true colors were so ugly. I wanted nothing more than to give him a good thrashing. Now that we have a water pump, we need not fear him. Just like his niece Wang Hongmei. Neither is a good person. Her uncle is just as despicable. It is peculiar how, in the absence of a leader, people behave like sheep, too timid to stand up against bullying. Yet once someone takes the lead, they are instantly filled with courage. This water pump cannot be considered the production team's asset. It must be accounted for under the brigade, Wang Chuanda announced loudly, a hint of panic in his voice. He had believed he had a firm grasp on the situation, using the pump's usage rights as a trump card to rally one faction against another. But to his dismay, Chen Hao had effortlessly countered his scheme. This was purchased with the funds from the production team, not the brigade's. It is an asset of the production team. Do you truly think we are still in the era of equal distribution? Chen Hao looked pointedly at Wang Chuanda. You should approach the other leaders in the brigade and those in the commune. This pumping machine is indeed an asset of our production team. The term one flat, two adjustments refers to the upper echelons being able to requisition the land, funds, agricultural tools, products, and even the personal finances of the members of various collective economic organizations without compensation. The assets and labor force of the production team can also be borrowed without charge. Soon, even the daughters-in-law might be shared. This is erroneous and has already been repudiated. With this water pump, our production team's grain yield for this year is assured. We shall no longer need to depend on the whims of others, Chen Ziqiang remarked, his pride evident. Previously, he had had a heated argument with Wang Chuanda at a brigade meeting, and just moments ago, he had been insulted by Wang. However, everything had been resolved in the end, thanks to Chen Hao. Wang Chuanda, do you have any further instructions? If not, we shall take our leave. There is much work to be done in the fields, and we have no time for your grandstanding or schemes, Chen Ziqiang stated, casting a pointed look at Wang Chuanda. This implied that Wang Chuanda should find solace elsewhere, away from the production team, to avoid causing trouble. Wang Chuanda departed in disgrace, accompanied by a few other cadre who also appeared dejected. All right, let's return to our tasks. Agricultural work must be prioritized, lest we fall behind. Chen Ziqiang instructed the villagers. He remained, directing the others to carry the water pump into the storeroom of the production team. With this water pump, they would no longer be under Wang Chuanda's thumb. His arrogance would be curtailed. Chen Ziqiang felt a surge of happiness. He turned to Chen Hao and asked, "Was this water pump purchased from county?" Water pumps bought from the commune's agricultural machinery station would not arrive by truck. One would have to devise their own means. Indeed, it was purchased from the county. Chen Hao nodded. I was concerned about being at Wang Chuanda's mercy, so I didn't have time to consult you before acquiring the pump. Chen Hao produced a receipt from his pocket and handed it to Chen Ziqiang. This expense will be accounted for within the restaurant's 20 profit share for the production team. This is a boon for the production team, and there is no need to consult me on such matters. If everything requires discussion and meetings, nothing would ever get accomplished, Chen Ziqiang replied. A slight furrow creased his brow. Although this water pump was indeed an asset of our production team, if the brigade truly needed to borrow it, it would be difficult to refuse outright. After all, there were other matters to negotiate with the brigade, which is our superior organization. That is of no consequence. If the brigade wishes to borrow our water pump, let them send other leaders over, bypassing Wang Chuanda. Chen Hao's eyes narrowed. Is Wang Chuanda not relying on his control over agricultural machinery to bully others? Let us gradually diminish his influence. The essence of power lies in controlling limited resources. Once that control is lost, authority will naturally become a hollow shell. Chapter 65. How is business at the restaurant? This is indeed a clever strategy, Chen Ziqiang acknowledged. He harbored considerable grievances against Wang Chuanda, who had not hesitated to make things difficult during the busy farming season, especially when water and machinery were needed, demanding cigarettes, liquor, and flattery in return. As the demand for water in the fields increased, relying solely on rainfall was insufficient. A water pump was essential to resolve the issue. Henceforth, not only would the brigade possess a water pump, but our production team would also have one. The thought filled him with immense satisfaction. No longer would he be the one begging. Others would now seek his favor. Chen Ziqiang glanced around and quietly inquired, "Have you already settled the payment for the water pump?" "Yes, that has been taken care of. You need not worry." The funds were not drawn from the current cash reserves of the production team, as we do not possess such wealth. Chen Hao understood his insinuation. It will be accounted for in the restaurant's 20 profit share. Villagers are required to contribute 3 types of fees, among which the 3 contributions refer to the Public Reserve Fund, Public Welfare Fund, and management fees. These fees are intended to compensate village officials and to support the establishment of collective enterprises. While the idea is commendable, the actual funds are minimal. With only one water pump for the entire brigade and no single production team independently owning one, this fact alone underscores the dire situation. The villagers are impoverished. The production teams are destitute, and even the brigade is struggling to make ends meet. The Red Flag production team has very limited financial resources. How long will it take to recoup that 1,000 yuan? Chen Ziqiang asked, curiosity piqued. 1,000 yuan is not a trivial sum. Can the 20 profit share sustain it? Business at the restaurant is fair. It's neither particularly good nor excessively poor, Chen Hao responded. When you have the time, you might consider visiting the county. There's nothing to see. I'm far too busy. Chen Ziqiang waved his hand dismissively. He was acutely aware that while the restaurant is said to be the production team's enterprise, it was in reality solely Chen Hao's endeavor, with the team contributing not a single yuan. Receiving 20 of the profits was already a significant advantage. Losses were solely his burden, and gains were likewise his to enjoy. As for managing the restaurant, that was beyond his purview. Although he appeared to be shirking responsibility, he was, in essence, signaling to Chen Hao, the restaurant is yours. I understand my role. After conversing with Chen Ziqiang, Chen Hao strolled a short distance away, where Tong Qian and their 2 children awaited him. I feel like I've dragged you into this. Wang Chuanda primarily aimed at me, and seeing me absent, he targeted you instead, Chen Hao said, looking at his wife with a hint of guilt. We are a couple, a united front. Why should there be division between us? His targeting of you is no different from attacking me, Tong Qian replied. Fortunately, he did not succeed. He is a despicable man. The villagers elected him as the brigade's deputy leader to manage agricultural machinery, intending to facilitate better agricultural production, yet he exploited this role to undermine others. Those who rise from poverty can often be the most ruthless in wielding power against the vulnerable. He will not achieve much. Today's events mark a significant setback for him. Effectively castrating his influence, Chen Hao chuckled. He gave his wife a thumbs up, saying, I just heard someone commend your performance. I knew you could handle it. Some women, when faced with criticism, not only falter, but also blame their husbands for their troubles. I sincerely hope you can be my support. Tong Qian felt warmth at his praise, yet she added, if it truly comes to it, I can bear the burden too. We are partners. We should support one another. The family returned home. A hen clucked loudly, followed by another hen echoing the sound, as if they were competing. Daddy, the hen has laid eggs, and I exclaimed joyfully, scampering towards the makeshift chicken coop made of straw and broken clay tiles. Inside there lay 3 eggs. The chicks they had bought from the market last year had matured and begun to lay eggs. The 2 children found additional joy in checking the coop daily, listening intently to hear which hen had laid eggs and rushing to collect them. These eggs are mine, little Duo exclaimed, releasing Chen Hao's hand and hurrying after her sister. Fearing she would be too slow and miss out on the eggs, she added, there are 3. We can each have one, but we must leave one behind. If we take them all, the hen will stop laying here and might go elsewhere to lay eggs. Holding an egg in her hand, Nini handed one to her younger sister, not forgetting to remind her, hold it with both hands. You are small and might drop it. I'm 3 years old and strong enough not to drop it, Xiao Duo retorted, feeling slighted. Clutching the egg with both hands, she proudly approached Chen Hao, declaring, Daddy, this is for you to eat so you can grow tall. Daddy, I want you to eat this egg too. You can have 2. Chen Nier chimed in, presenting her egg to Chen Hao. The 2 little girls eagerly vied to offer their eggs to him. Clad in their cotton-padded jackets, they were snug and warm. Are you not going to the county today? Tong Qian inquired. I'll go tomorrow. The restaurant hired 2 people, so I don't need to supervise constantly. Chen Hao replied, please serve me some noodles. I'm a bit hungry. Tong Qian entered the kitchen, first stir-frying the cured meat with garlic shoots before cooking the noodles and adding 2 eggs. I want to eat too. If my sister eats, I want some as well. The 2 children clamored for noodles. Just a moment ago, I asked if you were hungry, and you both said no. Now that it's ready, you suddenly want to eat, Tong Qian remarked. She glanced at her husband. You just eat. Don't worry about them. There's more in the pot, and I'll serve them some. She dished out noodles for the 2 children and placed them on the small table. Chen Hao twirled a hefty portion of noodles with his chopsticks, blew on them lightly, and stuffed them into his mouth. After chewing a few bites, he glanced around, contemplating that this year he should finally demolish the earthen house and build a red brick one. The red brick house will indeed be much sturdier, Tong Qian agreed. And we should also renovate the pigsty. We still need to buy 2 piglets from the team or the market, raise them, and slaughter them for cured meat by the new year. Chen Hao continued, we can also make some sausages today. He picked up a portion of garlic shoots and cured meat and chewed happily. It's delicious, but isn't it too conspicuous for our family to build a red brick house when no one else in the village has? Tong Qian expressed her concern. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Policies will only become more relaxed. In a year or 2, household will definitely be allowed to manage their own fields. Chen Hao reassured her. He peeked into the kitchen. Are there still noodles in the pot? None left. Aren't you full? I can cook some more. Tong Qian stood up. That's not what I meant. I'm full. If there are no noodles, just wash the pot and boil some hot water. It's more convenient to bathe at home than in the county, Chen Hao clarified. Chapter 66. The dining table reached 16 seats. The business of Huashan restaurant was remarkably stable, with no other restaurant in Changfeng County being competitive. As May arrived, the fields began to yield more fruits and vegetables, and the variety of dishes at the restaurant increased from an initial 4 or 5 to 8. Catering to ordinary banquets was no longer an issue. One day, Chen Hao and Zhang Yongke were smoking and chatting in the open space outside Huashan restaurant. Zhang Yongke donned the armband of a public security volunteer. Periodically, he served as a public security volunteer, assisting the police in patrolling the area. This job was quite leisurely. Chen Hao handed him a cigarette. Remarking that business at Huashan restaurant was good, with customers arriving as early as 10 in the morning, many of whom came too late to find a seat. I'd like to utilize this open space in front and set up tables and chairs for customers to dine outside. Do you think that would be a problem? Would the industry and commerce or county health management departments intervene? Currently, there are no city management officials, and there are no uniform regulations regarding signs. Only the department responsible for managing urban sanitation is involved. The Industry and Commerce Department won't concern themselves with this, Zhang Yongke replied. However, Chen Hao still took the opportunity to ask Zhang Yongke, hoping he could help mediate if anyone caused trouble, while also showcasing Zhang Yongke's importance. It was akin to encouraging a child. Some children need affirmation of their value to become more proactive in future tasks. Who would manage that? No one will care. Zhang Yongke chuckled. But if you set up tables and chairs outside to accommodate more customers, will your current staff manage? Certainly not. I'll need to hire 2 more people, 1 chef and 1 helper, Chen Hao acknowledged. I would appreciate your assistance in this regard. Su Jinxin and Tu Dandan were excellent colleagues. Thanks to them, he could free up some time for other matters. Having Zhang Yonke serve as an introducer may seem cumbersome, but it was essentially a way to convey benefits to him. Working a Huashan restaurant was a great opportunity for extra income. Employees retained their personnel status from their original units, and here they could earn no less than their previous salaries. Many would eagerly seize such opportunities. Trust me, if you want me to help you recruit staff, I assure you I won't be vague, Zhang Yonke promised. I'll find you 2 more people, 1 chef and 1 office worker. He turned to glance at the bustling scene inside the restaurant and smiled at Chen Hao. To be candid, many know that Huashan restaurant pays over 30 yuan a month. A lot of people have approached me, not wanting to stay at their original jobs, but wishing to come here. Even if the salary at their original unit is slightly lower, as long as their personnel relations are retained, they're willing to work at Huashan restaurant. If Huashan restaurant expands further, the county's dining establishments might be emptied out. The chef's salary here is 10 yuan higher than at their original unit, and that extra 10 yuan can buy a lot of things, significantly improving their family's financial situation. Even the helper's wage is substantially higher. Huashan restaurant can't compare to the county's food service company. The nature of the units is different. Even if it grows larger, it still can't match the county food service company, Chen Hao remarked. One is a secure job, the other is collective economy. They're not the same. His words struck a chord with Zhang Yonke. Whether it was Zhang Yonke, Su Jinxin, or Tu Dandan, working at the county food service company and its subsidiaries, even if their salaries were not favorable and the operational status was lacking, they had to find ways to increase their income. Deep down, they still held a fondness for their original unit. Huashan restaurant was merely a temporary refuge. Even decades later, many discussions have circulated about the comparison between the iron rice bowl and the income of freelancers, suggesting the stable monthly salary of 3,000 yuan is preferable to a freelancer earning 30,000 yuan monthly. It seems that as long as one enters the system, there are opportunities to reap benefits. I'll go find someone for you now. How about having them come to the restaurant in the afternoon? Zhang Yonke said. Though he claimed to be helping Chen Hao, this favor ultimately benefited him. He was more than willing to assist Chen Hao, as it would grant him more influence at the county food service company and better personnel relations, allowing more people to owe him favors. Feel free to come by this afternoon to familiarize yourself with the environment, and you can start your official work tomorrow. The salary will count from today, Chen Hao stated, effectively adding an extra day's pay. Talking business with you is refreshing, Zhang Yonke replied with a smile. He also offered Chen Hao straightforward advice, suggesting that since there wasn't enough space for so many tables and chairs, they should set them up at the entrance. This vast empty area is just going to waste. Indeed, there are individuals who seek to trouble you, be it from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, the Health Administration, or other short-sighted individuals. Do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall assist you in resolving such matters. With more definitive information and assurances obtained from Zhang Yonke, subsequent affairs became considerably more manageable. After several days' efforts, Chen Hao procured 8 additional tables, along with matching chairs, placing them at the entrance. Consequently, the number of dining tables at Huashan restaurant has reached 16, including himself. The total number of employees stands at 7. In terms of the ratio of staff to tables, Huashan restaurant has become the most formidable establishment among several in the county. Not to mention the revenue. No one from the village has yet ventured to the county to observe Huashan restaurant. Were they to discover its current scale, being the largest in the county, they would surely be taken aback. In the evening, after closing the restaurant, Chen Dongsheng expressed his delight. With the addition of 8 tables and a significantly enriched menu, patrons have been arriving in droves, many seeking banquet services. Thus, Huashan restaurant has made a name for itself in the county. The most direct indicator of success is the revenue, which now exceeds 500 a day. Yet, many villagers continue to regard us as fools, hoping for our restaurant's downfall, remarked Chen Wei. They fail to consider that the restaurant provides them with a 20% dividend, calculated against their work points at year-end, without them having to spend a single cent. The fruits and vegetables we procure are priced higher than what they fetch at the market. Despite reaping the benefits, they persist in casting a pall over our endeavors, lacking any semblance of optimism. Although the majority of the time is spent at the county restaurant, particularly for Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei, family members remain in the village, often subject to idle gossip. When they return home, they hear feedback from relatives about the villager sentiments: envy of the poor, fear of the rich, resentment towards the fortunate, and mockery of the unfortunate. Such is the nature of most. Chen Hao possesses a profound understanding of human nature. By focusing on our own endeavors, it is ultimately ourselves who will reap the rewards. Not only villagers, but even among siblings and between parents and children, similar dynamics often manifest. The fear of a brother's suffering coupled with the jealousy of a brother's success is a sentiment that resonates widely in the digital age, a humorous observation, yet undeniably a reflection of the helplessness of human nature. Brother Hao, can the restaurant provide a banquet menu? Chen Wei inquired of Chen Hao, as several individuals have expressed interest in hosting banquets at our establishment, having asked numerous times. They mentioned that some large hotels in the city have fixed banquet fee standards of 10, 12, and 16 yuan. Could our restaurant not implement a similar system? While Huashan Restaurant has begun to accept banquet orders, the menu items remain flexible and informal. Chapter 67, A Trip to the City. We now have 16 tables. Although half of them are set outside, we can indeed formally accommodate banquets, stated Chen Hao. The ability to host banquets serves as a testament to the restaurant's credibility. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively declared, "Let us establish a banquet service. The menu will consist of 18 dishes, with pricing divided into 3 tiers, 10 yuan, 16 yuan, and 20 yuan. Isn't that pricing a bit steep?" Chen Wei remarked, questioning whether the minimum of 10 yuan and maximum of 20 yuan might deter customers. Setting the prices too low would be unwise. Patrons attending banquets tend to linger longer than regular diners, and with only 16 tables, an influx of banquet guests could disrupt the dining experience for our regular customers, ultimately affecting their return. Thus, we must set the prices a tad higher, replied Chen Hao. The capability to host banquets signifies an enhancement in the restaurant's operational capacity. However, it remains uncertain whether the profit margins from banquets would surpass those from regular customers. Setting prices too low could adversely impact the restaurant's revenue. 18 dishes may indeed be excessive, even with an ample supply of fruits and vegetables. Gathering such a variety requires considerable effort, noted Chen Dongshen. He had conversed with several individuals from the county's catering service. Establishments under the county catering service also host banquets, typically offering 10 dishes. Those that are more upscale might feature 16 dishes, which is already quite generous. 18 dishes are essential. The table must be filled to the brim, or else the pricing will surely invite criticism, Chen Hao asserted. As for the menu items, we can explore various options. Fruits could count as 1 dish, and pastries could also be included, without being overly stringent. The three engaged in their discussion for quite some time before retiring for the night. Chen Hao then dedicated several days to locating the county newspaper office, delivering a few cigarettes, and covering the printing costs to produce 25 menus. These menus were categorized according to signature dishes, specialty items, stir-fried dishes, soups, staples, desserts, cold dishes, and beverages, thereby discarding the previous method of writing dish names and prices on a small blackboard. Huashan Restaurant has transitioned from a mere hole-in-the-wall to a bona fide dining establishment. On a morning in early June, Chen Hao, carrying a cloth bag, made his way to the savings office, accompanied by Chen Wei. Both wielded sticks in hand. In these times, when public security is far from what it will be decades later, with no surveillance cameras in sight, should they attract unwanted attention, a sudden blow could not only result in the loss of their money, but also leave them without a means to identify the assailant. Each visit to deposit money at the savings office, Chen Hao ensured it was during daylight and would call someone to accompany him, even carrying a defensive item. He avoided secluded alleys, and if approached by strangers, would keep his distance, remaining vigilant and cautious. The impoverished and treacherous are often born from harsh conditions, a harsh truth, yet one grounded in experience. When one struggles to fill their stomach or keep warm, the likelihood of desperate measures increases. Upon reaching the savings office, Yang Min was present. She promptly greeted him, asking if he was there to deposit money, urging him to sit while she prepared to assist him. She then called upon 2 staff members beside her, instructing Xiao Li to brew tea for the gentleman and old Zhang to count the cash they had brought with utmost care, ensuring no errors occurred. She had now become the head of this savings office. Her promotion was a result of successfully securing Huashan Restaurant's savings business, which yielded notable results. In just a few months, you have risen to the position of head of this savings office. Soon, you may find yourself in the county people's bank office. And who knows, you might even advance to the city, Chen Hao remarked with a smile. I owe it all to you. Without your support, I would not have had this opportunity, Yang Min replied. She continued, expressing gratitude towards her superiors for entrusting her with the responsibility of the savings office. Yang Min was willing to converse more freely with Chen Hao, noting that her leadership used her as an example to encourage other colleagues to develop their business acumen and attract more deposits for the bank. Nearby, old Zhang counted the cash from the cloth bag in front of Chen Hao. In truth, Chen Hao and his companions had already tallied the cash at the restaurant, neatly bundling it with string, making the recount straightforward. Our bank has even issued a directive encouraging other staff to emulate my approach, emphasizing the need for patience with clients to ensure they feel secure in trusting their money to the bank, Yang Min stated proudly. Having grown familiar with Chen Hao, she was aware that his earlier challenges were intended to test her patience, ensuring she could be trusted with deposits. Once the bank's leadership learned of this, they specifically issued a directive using her situation as a model to inspire all staff to enhance their work ethic. Is it true that the city's banks have issued notices for staff to learn from you? Chen Hao inquired. Yes. It is a directive from the city leadership urging employees at all levels of the People's Bank to learn from me, Yang Min confirmed, a matter of considerable prestige. In ordinary times, one often immerses oneself in the study of leadership speeches and the essence of superior policies. However, the thought of becoming an object of study oneself and being documented in official files brings immense joy. Yet, Chen Hao's mind wandered to another concern. His mother-in-law worked at a savings bank under the Municipal People's Bank. He couldn't help but wonder whether any directives would be dispatched to her for review. As they chatted, the money was counted meticulously. After depositing it into the passbook, signing the necessary documents, and affixing the handler's seal, Chen Hao and Chen Wei finally departed. 3 days later, they arrived at the occasion of their elder brother-in-law's son's 10th birthday celebration. That morning, Chen Hao's family donned fresh attire and brought along 2 hens, their wings clipped and legs bound together. Chen Hao also carried a canvas bag on his back. At the county bus station, they encountered Tong Man. The station offered limited bus services to the city, only 2 trips a day. The distance from the county to the city was 50 kilometers, and the fare was standardized, charging 2 cents per kilometer without distinction of vehicle type or operation method. Thus, a single trip to the city cost 1 yuan, and a round trip amounted to 2 yuan. Nini and Xiaoduo did not require tickets. The fare for Chen Hao, Tong Qian, and Tong Man totaled 3 yuan. Upon boarding the bus, the trio found seats. Chen Hao, holding the 2 hens, sat on the outer side, while the 2 sisters, Tong Qian and Tong Man, settled on the inner side, with the 2 children, one perched on Tong Qian's lap and the other on Tong Man's. Please make way, watch out, don't poke, Chen Hao called out, ensuring the hens and eggs were safely stowed. Comrade, this bus is headed to the city, right? Please be careful with the eggs in the basket. With a limited bus service to the city, many passengers boarded, nearly all laden with goods, either carrying bamboo baskets or burdened with urea bags or wrapped in cloth packages. The distinction between people and cargo blurred. Anything that could fit aboard was allowed. After a short wait, the bus filled to capacity. Place the bag in front of you. It's crowded, Tong Qian advised. Chen Hao nodded, tugging at the canvas bag, but the straight-back seats and confined space made it difficult to maneuver. Let me help, Tong Man offered, reaching out to pull the bag towards Chen Hao's chest. After a brief pause, the bus finally started, making its way toward the city. Chapter 68. Because I wanted the road was treacherous, riddled with potholes, and the noise within the bus was cacophonous, yet the 2 children were filled with exuberance. Mommy, where are we going? Is Grandma's house far away? How does the bus drive itself without an ox pulling it? Their inquiries flowed endlessly, large and small, as they sought answers. After over an hour on the road, they arrived in the city and transferred to a public bus, finally reaching their mother-in-law's residence. Her husband worked at the municipal distillery, which provided them with an apartment in a tenement building on the 3rd floor. The city has changed significantly with numerous new buildings, yet the distillery remains the same, Tong Qian remarked, reflecting on her years away. Gazing at the tenement where she had spent her childhood evoked a complex mix of emotions. She had been merely a teenager, a middle school student, when sent to the countryside, and now, over 20 years had passed. She was a married woman and the mother of 2 children. Is this Xiao Qian and Xiao Man? My, how you've grown. I barely recognize you. Xiao Qian, I've heard you married. Where does your husband work? Are these 2 children yours? 2 daughters, how lovely. You're still young, you can have more. Neighbors, colleagues of her father-in-law from the distillery, gathered around, eager to gossip. This is my husband, Chen Hao, and these are our children. The elder one is Nini, and the younger is Xiaoduo, Tong Qian introduced them. Many faces were familiar to her, while others were mere strangers. In this workplace, it was akin to a small village, where not only colleague relationships existed, but also neighborly ties. It's been years since we last met. Those little girls have grown up, married, and had children, someone remarked. Nostalgia evident in their voice. Your husband must be quite capable. Where does he work? Why not share? A persistent individual fixated on Chen Hao's employment. His intentions clearly less than benevolent. Chen Hao observed the man closely, sensing his underlying motives. As a neighbor, he surely knew about Tong Qian's marriage. Yet his relentless questioning was an obvious attempt to flaunt his own superiority. In this era, securing a stable job and an urban residency was a matter of prestige, with many willing to spend thousands, even tens of thousands, to convert their agricultural household registration to non-agricultural status. This was a financial burden that drove families to the brink of ruin, even into debt. The urban-rural divide was not merely theoretical. It manifested in disparities in education, healthcare, and employment opportunities, often favoring those with non-agricultural registration. My husband holds an agricultural household registration and is the deputy team leader of the production team, Tong Qian replied. Deputy team leader? So, he's just a country bumpkin? The inquisitive man, having extracted the answer he sought, grinned with satisfaction. You all are dressed so well. I assumed your husband was a city dweller with a respectable job. ISNT had said that country folk live in hardship, barely able to eat or stay warm. With gaunt faces and tattered clothes? I see your family is clean and tidy. I thought you were different. It must have cost you dearly to come to the city, buying new clothes for this occasion. His words dripped with condescension and malice. Tong Qian furrowed her brow, recognizing the disdain cloaked within his comments. Though my husband and I reside in the village, we live comfortably, and this attire did not deplete our finances, she asserted. Not wishing to engage further, she suggested, let us head upstairs. My parents should be home. Just a thought. Why are you upset? Isn't your father quite capable? Perhaps he could assist you and your husband in finding work in the city, the man continued to prattle on. As Tong Qian turned away, he shifted his gaze back to Chen Hao. I speak plainly, without sugarcoating. Do not take offense. You all dressed up so well, surely fearing embarrassment? Fear not. We are neighbors. No one will mock you. Your father-in-law works at the distillery. Perhaps he can secure a position for you in the city. This malicious individual, Zhu Maolin, was a colleague of Chen Hao's father-in-law, and their relationship was fraught with tension. Encountering Chen Hao and Tong Qian provided him with an opportunity to harass them. Chen Hao refused to yield to his provocations. Pulling out a cigarette and placing it between his lips, he asked, Are you familiar with the Tao Te Ching? Zhu Maolin paused, momentarily taken aback. I know it. It was written by Laozi, correct? Ah, you possess some knowledge. You know it was penned by Laozi. But do you understand why Laozi wrote the Tao Te Ching? Chen Hao inquired with a smile. The onlookers, neighbors intrigued by the exchange, focused their attention on the two men, eager to see how the conversation would unfold. I do not know. Zhu Maolin shook his head. Because Laozi wished to. Chen Hao exhaled a cloud of smoke, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He held the hands of Xiao Duo and Nini, saying, Come on, let's head upstairs. Behind them, Zhu Maolin was momentarily stunned, still failing to grasp the implication of Chen Hao's words. Among the surrounding neighbors, some quick-witted individuals immediately burst into laughter. Xiao Qian's man is quite amusing. He is cursing, saying you're meddling in affairs that don't concern you. This fellow is impressive, hurling insults without a single curse word. Only after hearing others explain did Zhu Maolin comprehend, and he intended to confront Chen Hao, but the latter's family had already ascended the stairs. Infuriated, he muttered, Country folk are not just vain, but also vulgar. At home, there was only his mother-in-law, Huang Yufeng. Upon seeing Chen Hao's family in Tongman, she muttered, Is it really that difficult to get you all back here? Those two daughters are truly ungrateful. Next time you return, must it be after your father and I have passed? You don't want us back. When we do return, there's not even a place for us to stay. Tongman replied. She turned to Chen Hao, saying, Brother-in-law, please sit down. I'll pour you a glass of water. What water? Your elder brother and sister-in-law, as well as your father, have all gone to the restaurant. I've been waiting here for you. Don't bother with water. Let us hurry to the restaurant. Huang Yufeng insisted. Originally, we were to hold the banquet at home, but your sister-in-law insisted that since it's a 10-year celebration, it shouldn't be looked down upon. It must be held at a restaurant. We have 6 tables with relatives from both our side and your sister-in-law's. Are these chickens just to be left in the house? Chen Hao inquired, lifting the 2 old hens he was carrying. What else would they be for? They're going to the restaurant. At least you're not foolish enough to forget to bring 2 chickens, Huang Yufeng replied. 1 hen will be stewed for soup, and the other stir-fried. She glanced at Tong Qian. Your sister-in-law and Hang Hang have been clamoring for chicken. Don't underestimate Hang Hang's appetite. He has only 10, but could devour half a chicken in one sitting, and your sister-in-law has a hearty appetite as well. Mom, these 2 hens were raised at home. Brought over specifically for you and Dad, Tong Qian said. For Hang Hang, we prepared other dishes. Chapter 69, These 2 hens are not for you. What could possibly compare to these 2 hens? Huang Yufeng took the 2 chickens, urging, Let us go. It's almost time for the feast. We don't want to start eating without us. She looked at Nini and Xiao Duo. You must be hungry, right? Eating at the restaurant will be much better than in the village. Make sure to eat plenty of meat. Before they had even sat down for long, Huang Yufeng urged them out the door. At the bottom of the stairs, they encountered Zhu Maolin again, who had been lingering there. Is the son-in-law from the countryside here to visit? Why are you all leaving so soon? Why not let your son-in-law and daughters sit a bit longer? Zhu Maolin remarked. He was determined to vent his displeasure. None of your business, Huang Yufeng retorted, completely ignoring him as she ushered the two girls out of the courtyard toward the restaurant. While they were downstairs, he had been making snide remarks. "Mom, do we have a conflict with him at home?" Tong Qian asked. "Recently, there has been some personnel changes at the factory. Your father was competing for the position of section chief in the business department, and he didn't get it. So he asked, feeling disgruntled," Huang Yufeng explained. The restaurant was not far, and they arrived after a 10-minute walk. Yishan Restaurant. The city's restaurant was far more impressive than those in the county, larger in scale, with 2 stories and an imposing facade. Once we go in, be sure to sweeten your words. Call your sister-in-law. Nini, Xiaoduo, you both should be sweet too. Remember to greet your uncle and aunt, Huang Yufeng instructed. The banquet was on the 2nd floor. As they ascended, they found the tables already set, and many guests had arrived, including the father-in-law, Tong Yongchong, the elder brother-in-law Tong Jianhua, and Jianhua's wife Cheng Hui, along with various relatives and friends. Xiao Hui, Jianhua, Xiao Qian, and Xiao Man have come, Huang Yufeng announced, carrying the 2 chickens over. One will be stewed for soup, and the other stir-fried. Turning back, she urged Nini and Xiaoduo, call your uncle and aunt. Uncle, aunt. The 2 children obediently greeted. What are the chickens doing here? We're about to serve the dishes. Chicken feathers will spoil the good food, won't they? Tong Jianhua dismissed the 2 children, looking disdainfully at the hens. What else with these 2 chickens? Why bring them here to show off? As expected, the elder brother-in-law was still as arrogant as ever. They're tied up and their wings clipped. In my hands, they one team make a mess, Huang Yufeng stated. Home-raised chickens are far superior to those bought at the market. Xiao Hui, didn't you say you wanted chicken earlier? This is just perfect. No need to buy from the market. We can save some money. A chicken isn't cheap, over $1 a pound. Mom, I don't appreciate your comment. It sounds as if I'm greedy and our family is so poor that we can't even afford 2 chickens without needing someone to bring them from the countryside. Cheng vient d'ajouter. For Hang Hang's 10th birthday. The banquet at the restaurant with 6 tables cost over $70. I can't afford that. But can I buy 2 chickens? Huang Yufeng was assertive, but compared to her daughter-in-law Cheng Hui, she seemed somewhat lacking, left speechless by Cheng Hui's retort. Let us put the chickens in the corner. We can take them back after the meal, Tong Qian suggested, and she proactively took the 2 hens to the corner. Tong Jianhua and Cheng Hui didn't engage with Chen Hao, nor did they speak to Tong Qian, focusing their attention on other relatives and friends. It was infuriating. After bringing the chickens from so far, they were still disdainful and didn't even greet them, treating them worse than strangers, Tong Man fumed. It's fine. Once we finish this meal, we'll leave. We were only here for the banquet, Chen Hao remarked. He was well aware of what sort of person his brother-in-law was. Without any expectations, he wouldn't be disappointed. Mom, where should we sit? Tong Man looked around and asked. The tables were already occupied. Those few tables belong to your sister-in-law's relatives and friends. We want to sit with them. Let us squeeze in at these tables. There's still room. Huang Yufeng suggested. She found a table among their relatives and sat down. Many had brought their families, so space was indeed limited. Nini sat on Tong Qian's lap, while Xiaoduo sat on Tong Man's, much like they had on the bus. After sitting for over 10 minutes, dishes began to arrive one after another. Each table had 10 dishes, half of which were vegetarian. Chen Hao couldn't believe it could be just $12 a table. Get up. Let someone else have your seat. Chen Hao was eating when his brother-in-law Tong Jianhua approached. More people had come for the banquet, and there wasn't enough room. So he insisted Chen Hao vacate his seat. Brother, this is a bit excessive. Isn't it? You're asking Chen Hao to get up and give his seat to someone else? Where's he supposed to sit? Tong Qian retorted angrily. Excessive? I didn't invite you here. You came of your own accord. I'm not kicking you out, so consider yourself fortunate, Tong Jianhua replied. I'll have someone bring a few more chairs. Isn't there's space in the corner? You can sit there and eat. Chen Hao frowned, setting down his chopsticks as he assessed his brother-in-law. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still irked by this behavior. It was outright bullying. It was akin to a public humiliation. To be honest, we hadn't planned on attending. We came primarily to see my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Your banquet was merely a side visit, Chen Hao stated. He looked at his brother-in-law. I'm sitting down to eat not because the food is particularly delectable, but out of respect for my wife, for my mother-in-law, and for my father-in-law. You have been wearing a sour expression, and now you even insist that I move a chair to the corner to eat. Even a child deserves a table. Do you not think it excessive and quite oppressive to expect an adult to eat in such a manner? All eyes turned towards us. Dining should be a lively affair, filled with excitement. Tong Jianhua was taken aback. He had not anticipated Chen Hao would retort. The rural folk, with their modest incomes and lack of stable employment, do not require consideration of Chen Hao's opinions or sentiments. They arrange matters as it pleases them. What dissatisfaction could arise from moving a chair? Yet, Chen Hao publicly countered him. You specifically brought 2 hens and claim it was not to take advantage of this meal? Tong Jianhua glanced at the 2 hens in the corner, suspecting that Chen Hao desired more than just a meal. Perhaps he sought to exploit my generosity. After all these years, he had not visited his parents in the city, and now he appears out of the blue. Who would believe that? He scrutinized Chen Hao, scoffing. It is inconsequential to be poor or rural. Every family has tilled the land at some point. Yet because of this, my request for you to shift your position damages your pride? I see not only poverty in you, but also a lack of spirit. Tong Jianhua was quite articulate, adept at turning black into white. His mother-in-law had 2 daughters and a son, all of whom were quite eloquent, likely an inherited trait. These 2 hens were meant for my in-laws, not for you. Chen Hao corrected. Chapter 70. For every step you take, I shall advance a step further. Then you are even more shameless. You wish to come here to partake of a free meal. Chang Hui interjected. She turned to Huang Yufeng. Mother, how could you invite such a poor relative, who only knows how to exploit others? Why allow him to attend? He ruins the joyous occasion. I do not disdain the impoverished, but those who merely seek to take advantage do not deserve our attention. She held no fondness for Chen Hao or his 2 sisters-in-law. The in-laws' home was merely over 40 square meters, already cramped with 3 generations living there. How could it accommodate 2 more sisters-in-law? If they were to covet their parents' estate, it would be even more troublesome. A sister-in-law who does not return home is the better one, coming to partake in the banquet. One should simply enjoy the chicken and the festivities. Moving your seat is a minor request, given their financial struggles. What harm is there in saying a few words to you? Huang Yufeng reproached Chen Hao, blaming him for his excessive pride. Chen Hao opened his canvas bag, retrieving a pack of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor, placing them on the table. Is this Matai? Hong Shuangxi. The other guests gasped in astonishment upon seeing the cigarettes and liquor. Some recognized them as Mutai and Hong Shuangxi. Mutai is a nationally renowned liquor, topping the list of the 8 famous Chinese liquors, priced at 5 yuan per bottle at its origin and 8 yuan elsewhere. These 2 bottles of Mutai amounted to 16 yuan. Moreover, such liquor is generally inaccessible to the average person, reserved for those with connections. It is a mark of prestige for any host to have 1 or 2 bottles of Matai at a gathering or celebration. Hong Shuangxi cigarettes are also costly, priced at 5 yuan per pack, retailing at 90 cents per individual box. They are indeed fine products. In the city, few can afford such cigarettes and liquor. Those 2 hens were intended for my in-laws to bolster their health. The cigarettes and liquor were meant for my father-in-law, Chen Hao explained. He then produced a red envelope, originally intended for Hang Hang. Tong Jianhua was stunned. He had never expected Chen Hao's canvas bag to contain Matai and Hong Shuangxi, nor that he would have prepared a red envelope. Not just him, but even Chen Hao's father-in-law, Tong Yongchong, and mother-in-law, Huang Yufeng, were equally surprised, eyeing Chen Hao with curiosity about his newfound affluence, as even they could not procure such fine cigarettes and liquor. You claim it is Matai. It could just be a bottle filled with cheap liquor to create an illusion of grandeur, Chang Hui commented. Chen Hao smiled, deeming such a statement foolish. Such fine liquor, without the right connections, would simply be a bottle. Ordinary people would never see it, let alone drink it. He surveyed the guests. Who among you has ever tasted Matai? A couple of hands were raised. Out of 6 tables of guests, only a few had ever encountered Matai, underscoring its rarity. A few years ago, Matai prices had soared to 16 yuan per bottle, only recently lowering to 8 yuan, still a considerable sum, and many had yet to experience it. Let us invite those who have tasted Matai to sample it and verify whether my Matai is genuine or if I merely filled a bottle with inferior liquor. Chen Hao declared, opening a bottle of Matai. He personally poured drinks for those who had raised their hands. Observing the bubbles, it seemed authentic, akin to the Matai I had last enjoyed. The aroma was also correct. There are many ways to discern the authenticity of liquor, and the presence of bubbles and fragrance are among the most common. Although the few who had tasted Matai were not frequent drinkers, they knew how to distinguish genuine liquor. Without even tasting it, merely by sight and scent, they were already convinced it was authentic. A bottle of Matai costs 8 yuan. 2 bottles total 16 yuan. How could a mere farmer without a stable job possess such fine liquor? Sheng Yuhomen skeptikad. She could not fathom how Chen Hao could acquire Matai. Even she, working at the supply and marketing cooperative, could not procure it, only inferior liquor. Matai was only available at commercial establishments like malls and department stores, in limited quantities. How could Chen Hao possibly have it? The individuals who sampled the Matai took a sip from their glasses, providing their evaluations. It is genuine, there is no doubt about it. Just from the aroma, I knew it was authentic, and now having tasted it, the flavor is spot on. At 8 yuan a bottle, each sip costs a dime. This is not merely drinking. This is consuming wealth. The guests were mostly urban residents, non-agricultural households, with many possessing stable jobs, yet many could not afford mitai, nor had the opportunity to taste it. Having only heard of it, those who had the chance to savor mitai were thoroughly satisfied and cherished it, emptying their glasses. Without exception, they confirmed it was indeed authentic mitai. These individuals have declared it genuine. What else do you wish to say? Chen Hao asked Cheng Hui. How could you possess genuine mitai? Cheng Hui was perplexed. I work at the supply and marketing cooperative and lack the qualification to sell mitai. How could a farmer like you come by 2 bottles of the real deal? She no longer doubted the authenticity of the mitai, but began to question its source. I have the receipt, Chen Hao said, pulling out a piece of paper from his pocket. It was a receipt for mitai. He fixed his gaze on Cheng Hui. What more do you wish to see? Cheng Hui fell silent, realizing that for every step he took, he advanced further, leaving her without a retort. It is genuine. There is nothing to dispute. Let us all sit down. I will arrange for a smaller table to be brought over. Chen Hao, Xiao Qian, your family can sit separately. Tong Yongchan suggested. Chen Hao, refrain from speaking too much. There is no need for argument. You brought such fine cigarettes and liquor. You should have revealed them sooner. It is no wonder misunderstandings arose. This cannot solely be blamed on Xiao Hui. Huang Yufeng showed clear favoritism. Chen Hao, however, disregarded the words of the two, choosing instead to open the Hong Shuangxi cigarettes and distribute them among the guests, even taking one for himself. Dad, Mom, I initially refrained from saying much out of respect for Xiao Qian, but today's incident is truly outrageous, perpetrated by my brother-in-law and his wife, Chen Hao declared. He turned to Tong Jianhua, bluntly stating, you are utterly disgraceful. In your 30s, you fail as a son and also as an elder brother. You're simply a disgrace. You take advantage of the situation while feigning innocence. When it came time for the youth to be sent to the countryside, you remained in the city. Your 2 younger sisters, mere teenagers, and, moreover, young women, were sent away. Did they willingly go, or did you manipulate your parents, shedding tears and lamenting your desire to stay in the city, all the while knowing the truth? Tong Jianhua's face flushed crimson. According to the policy regarding rural placement, 1 child could remain in the city. He had indeed expressed to his parents his reluctance to go to the countryside, not wanting to become a farmer. If he refused, Tong Qian and Tong Man would have no choice but to go. A grown man, a brother, competing for the opportunity to stay in the city with 2 teenage sisters. And yet you remain unashamed, looking down upon your sisters who have settled in the countryside. Do you have any shame at all? Chen Hao exhaled a plume of smoke, staring intently at Tong Jianhua. Isn't it pathetic? I hold you in contempt. You possess agricultural status, yet show no ambition. To earn respect, one must first demonstrate capability. Tong Jianhua retorted. The guests continued to enjoy their meal and smoke the Hong Shuangxi, captivated by the unfolding drama. What constitutes ambition? Is having a non-agricultural status synonymous with being ambitious? Chen Hao scoffed. You may have a non-agricultural status, yet I fail to see any signs of your ambition. In your 30s, still living with your parents, even going so far as to placate your wife by acquiescing to her domineering ways. Your elderly parents, at their age, ceding their home to you and your wife, must still bend to your whims. As a son, as a man, is this not a disgrace? Tong Jianhua, now visibly embarrassed, found himself at a loss for words. Having only met Chen Hao a few times, he held a deep-seated disdain for this brother-in-law, viewing him as impoverished and inept. In his eyes, Chen Hao's demeanor and actions exuded a sense of destitution. He felt too ashamed to even admit to having a brother-in-law, as it seemed humiliating. Yet unexpectedly, Chen Hao was now berating him openly. You speak nonsense. My parents have a good relationship with my wife. Tong Jianhua countered. Good? Sacrificing your parents' dignity for the sake of pleasing your daughter-in-law at their age. Is that what you call a good relationship? Chen Hao coldly scoffed. When their 2 daughters returned home, they were reminded to bring gifts for their brother-in-law and sister-in-law, as they celebrated their son's 10th birthday. There were further reminders not to forget the presents. I brought 2 hens from my hometown for them, but my mother-in-law, fearing I only brought the hens without any other gifts, specifically brought the 2 hens back with her. What does this imply? Is it not simply a concern that the daughter-in-law might complain? He gazed at Tong Jianhua, asserting that he was taking advantage of his sister and exploiting his parents. Was it unfair to label him as pathetic? Tong Jianhua was rendered speechless by the rebuke. Meanwhile, Huang Yufeng was astonished. She had not anticipated that her son-in-law would defend her, standing up for her grievances. What your in-laws choose to do is none of your business, Cheng Hui interjected, glaring at Chen Hao. What do you mean by these words? Are you deliberately seeking trouble, perhaps coveting your in-laws' estate, even their home? You are a son-in-law, not a son. You have no right. Cheng Hui fancied she had discerned Chen Hao's intentions behind his agitation. I have no interest in your 40-square-meter home, nor would I contest it. Chen Hao replied. You need not worry. I'm an agricultural resident who occasionally visits the city merely to see relatives and my in-laws. I do not seek your assistance. The assets of my in-laws are theirs to distribute as they please. We will not contest it, so do not worry that we will try to take anything from you. Once the facade had been shattered, there was no need for them to remain at the banquet. Chen Hao turned to Tong Qian. Shall we go downstairs and order a table for ourselves? Sure, Tong Qian replied without hesitation. And I, Xiao Duo, come on, we're heading downstairs. Chen Hao took the hands of his two daughters and looked toward his father-in-law and mother-in-law, saying, Dad, Mom, as for the wine, cigarettes, and those two hens, I will not be taking them back. They were intended as gifts for you. I will not be giving a red envelope. He descended with his wife and daughters, finding a table and calling over a waiter to order several dishes. He had local grain tickets and food vouchers, which were valid in the county and city. Meanwhile, upstairs, the bickering ceased, and the guests returned to their seats, continuing to eat while quietly discussing the earlier events. Did Cheng Hui's eldest sister get married? I thought she remained single. I hadn't heard anything before. Perhaps she is reluctant to mention it since she married into the countryside, fearing her sister and brother-in-law might exploit her. But, judging by the circumstances, it seems they are living quite well, someone remarked. I must say, this situation was indeed handled poorly. When someone brings gifts to a banquet, it is outrageous to send them off to a corner to eat, especially given their close relationship. Isn't that a slap in the face? Much of the conversation was critical of Tong, Jianhua, and Cheng Hui. Hearing such discussions, Cheng Hui felt quite unsettled. To celebrate our son's 10th birthday, such a joyful occasion was disrupted. It seems deliberate, Cheng Hui lamented. She turned to Tong Jianhua. You are utterly useless. Being insulted without uttering a word? How can I not say anything? Tong Jianhua replied, equally displeased. Who would have imagined that an agricultural resident, a country bumpkin, could bring both Mao Tai and Hong Shuangxi? I'm still perplexed by how Chen Hao managed to acquire Mao Tai and the cigarettes. There's no way to obtain tickets in the village. Even if there were, it would be impossible to procure Mao Tai. He glanced at Tong Man. Do you stay in touch with Xiao Qian? Do you know where Chen Hao got the Mao Tai and the cigarettes? Why are you fixating on that? Do you plan to adjust your attitude toward him based on where he got the Mao Tai and cigarettes? Tong Man retorted sharply. What my brother-in-law said was entirely accurate. You are merely worried that my sister and I might contest our parents' estate. You truly are disappointing, she said, getting up to descend and find Chen Hao and Tong Qian. This is outrageous. Everyone has become so familiar, speaking to me so disrespectfully now that they have grown closer to Chen Hao. Tong Jianhua's frustration was palpable. Falsehoods cannot harm. The truth is the sharp blade. His disdain for Tong Qian and Tong Man was, in part, rooted in his fear that they might contest the family estate. Furthermore, if they resided in the city, it was likely they would stay at his home, which was already cramped with 2 additional people. As Tong Man descended, she spotted Chen Hao and sat beside Tong Qian, picking up Xiao Duo. Brother-in-law, sister, I'll eat with you. Did Mom and Dad say anything? Tong Qian inquired. What could they have said? They are biased, and what my brother-in-law said was not wrong. With so many guests present, even those from my sister's side hesitated to defend us. This situation was fundamentally wrong, created by my brother and sister-in-law, Tong Man replied. She turned to Chen Hao. Brother-in-law, your scolding was superb. I have long wanted to say the same, but lacked the courage. Everything you expressed today were thoughts I held. In life, aside from adhering to the law, there are certain ethical lines one must not cross, Chen Hao remarked. My brother-in-law has indeed forgotten his own family after marrying. Both the father-in-law and mother-in-law, solely focused on their son, worried about his challenges, consistently yielding and refraining from confronting their daughter-in-law, considering her feelings, even at the expense of their own daughter's dignity. Such unprincipled concessions will ultimately yield neither gratitude from the daughter-in-law nor preserve the emotional bonds with one's biological children. In this day and age, while virtuous wives and dutiful mothers like Tong Qian abound, there are equally many women like Tong Chenghui who are overly concerned about their own losses. When discussing family assets, the in-laws claim it as their own, yet when responsibilities arise, they deny any obligation, asserting that they never raised the individual in question. The dishes arrived shortly, featuring tomatoes, scrambled eggs, stir-fried green peppers with pork, and braised pork, 3 dishes sufficient for the gathering. As they dined, Tong Yongchong, the father-in-law, descended and approached, questioning the meager selection. Just 3 dishes? Let's add 2 more. I haven't settled the bill yet. I will take care of it shortly. That is not necessary. It hardly amounts to much. I can manage, Chen Hao replied, shaking his head. Tong Yongchong turned to Tong Qian, urging her to reason with Chen Hao, advising him to temper his anger and avoid impulsiveness. This isn't merely a matter of finances. Hosting a birthday celebration for Hang Hang at 10 years old, with so many guests from our side and your sister-in-law's side, it's quite a spectacle. That recent disturbance has left many laughing at us. In the end, it is our family's dignity that suffers. He wished for Tong Qian to communicate with Chen Hao, encouraging him to focus on the gathering and manage his temper. Our family does not lack funds. We can cover this meal ourselves to avoid being accused of taking advantage or dining for free, Tong Qian asserted, emphasizing that household matters were to be decided by her husband. The family Tong Yongchang referred to was his own, whereas Tong Qian's notion of family encompassed herself, Chen Hao, and Xiao Duo. The distinction was clear. Tong Yongchang grasped the underlying meaning and found himself momentarily dazed, staring at his eldest daughter. Years prior, she had returned home, but he had never truly observed her. Now, he noticed how she had transformed, exhibiting less vivacity and more maturity and poise. She was no longer the girl who revolved around her father, but had created a distance, growing estranged from him. He recalled Chen Hao's earlier remarks. Two teenage girls sent to the countryside endure countless hardships and difficulties. As an elder brother, Tong Jianhua was inadequate, and as a father to a daughter, he likely fell short of his responsibilities. There is no justification for you to pay for meals when returning to the city. Let us order 2 more dishes. I will cover this bill. There is no need for contention, Tong Yongchang insisted. He had the waiter bring 2 additional dishes and settled the bill in advance. However, as he conversed with the table, he felt out of place. Surrounded by 2 daughters and 2 granddaughters, he found little dialogue with them. He hurriedly retreated upstairs when called. Father is truly pitiable. Worrying over his son at such an age, unable to assert any authority at home, Tong Man remarked. This time, he surprisingly exhibited a flicker of conscience, voluntarily adding 2 dishes and covering the cost, something he had never dared to do before, fearing reproach from her brother or sister-in-law. She glanced at Chen Hao. You just spoke in a manner that didn't awaken my brother and sister-in-law, but I'm sure our parents took it to heart. Today, we claim 5 cities, tomorrow 10 cities. Then we shall rest easy for the night. But as I survey the surroundings, the Qin's soldiers approach again, Chen Hao mused, cutting the braised pork into smaller pieces for Xiao Duo. All societal issues fundamentally stem from economic concerns, including the dynamics between parents and children. It is certain that the father-in-law and mother-in-law exhibit bias. Such unprincipled favoritism and relentless compromise will neither earn gratitude from the brother-in-law and daughter-in-law, nor warm the daughter's heart. The relationships among relatives are, in truth, quite pragmatic. One must understand the art of negotiation, especially when external members enter the family fold. Relentless concession will only lead the other party to feel entitled, believing it is something owed to them, devoid of any psychological burden when making demands. Not only will they fail to express gratitude, but if their expectations are unmet, they will place the blame squarely on you, ultimately resulting in an unfavorable outcome. Retaining control over resources, such as money and other assets, is crucial. This will instill a sense of caution in others, preventing them from overstepping their bounds. He regarded Tong Qian, emphasizing that one cannot simply give in to demands without any resistance. That would render it meaningless. A certain tension must be maintained to create excitement and engagement. Would you agree? Initially, Tong Qian found merit in her husband's reasoning, but then Chen Hao suddenly concluded with 2 remarks that felt entirely out of place. She shot him a disapproving glance. Little man is still at the table, and the 2 children are present. Can you not be more discreet in your speech? You were making valid points, and then you veered off course. And Xiao Duo were too young to grasp the gravity of his words as they focused on their meals. Chen Hao took a bite of the stir-fried green peppers with pork and looked at Tong Man. Little man, you must be around 22 or 23 now, right? By the time your sister was your age, and I was already walking. The young wives in the village, even younger than you, who would blush at a few exchanged words before marriage, now joke around with vigor after tying the knot. What I'm saying is, my words are rather tame compared to what I used to express. Tong Man retorted, men are all the same, gazing at what lies within their reach while coveting what is not theirs. My brother-in-law once had the audacity of a thief. Whether he still possesses such intent, I cannot say, but he certainly lacks the courage now. She provocatively glanced at Chen Hao. It's merely a fleeting indulgence in words. Chen Hao lowered his head, continuing to eat. Though his sister-in-law's attitude towards him had shifted, her sharp tongue and fiery temperament remained intact. She was quite adept at verbal sparring. However, he found some of his comments to possess a ring of truth. Our parents are far too indulgent towards my elder brother. If this continues, it's likely that they will attempt to oust us from our home, seizing our space. As the meal neared its conclusion, Tong Qian's mother, Huang Yufeng, descended. Clutching a piece of old newspaper, she discreetly approached the table, unveiling a vibrant plastic basket cake. And Xiao Duo, do you want some cake? This is a secret from Grandma, so don't let anyone see it. Huang Yufeng handed the basket cake to Ni, adding if your sister-in-law asks about the cake. Just say, I took a few bites and didn't tea like it, so I gave it to the two little ones. The basket cake had been surreptitiously acquired by her. You two Shu and Tea return today, rest in the city for the night, and head back tomorrow, Huang Yufeng suggested. Where we stay if we don't go back? The guest house requires a referral letter, which we Haven Tea obtained. Our elder brother and sister-in-law, along with you and Dad, occupy the house, so where we fit in? Tong Man countered. Their S still work in the fields. We came today to see you and Dad. We had intended to visit when the weather warmed. And since it coincides with Hang Hang's 10th birthday, it worked out, Tong Chin added. The two daughters were reluctant to linger. You didn't Tea come back during the new year, and now that you're here, you want to even stay for a night? What will the neighbors say? Huang Yufeng pressed. There's no room at home. However, there are vacant dormitories at the winery for visiting staff. You can stay there for the night without any issues, she suggested. Tong Qian remained silent, turning her gaze towards Chen Hao. Returning to one's maternal home for a night, yet requiring the consent of your husband? Huang Yufeng observed the elder daughter's actions just moments ago when your father ascended. He remarked to me that the two girls had grown up and no longer heed his words. Once married, does a maternal home cease to be a home? Chapter 73. Living in the village is rather pleasant. Are you and your father-in-law unaware that a daughter's home is indeed her parents' home? Chen Hao interjected. You two elders dread that the daughters returning to their maternal home would displease your son and daughter-in-law, only daring to suggest such visits during festive occasions. Inviting the girls back for a meal. You even specifically reminded them to bring gifts for their brother and sister-in-law, needing to appease and cater to them. If they were to heed your advice, Wu and Ti, it means serving their brother and sister-in-law like you do. It is evident that you have erred by showing excessive favoritism. Yet you still wear a victim-esque expression, as if your seniority and age grant you the right to be unreasonable. He looked at Huang Yufeng. The modest 40-square-meter home was a portion from the father-in-law's distillery. You are the true matriarch. It is your prerogative to decide who resides there, what meals are prepared, and how the household is arranged. Ultimately, you must consider the moods of your son and daughter-in-law. Even when the daughters return home, they must tread carefully, striving to avoid offending your son and daughter-in-law. Does this not render your life rather stifling? Do not attempt to sow discord. Xiao Wei is my daughter-in-law, and I treat her as my own daughter, Huang Yufeng hastily retorted. As she spoke, she glanced back upstairs, anxious that her daughter-in-law, Chang Hui, might suddenly appear and overhear Chen Hao's words, her demeanor tense. You truly lead a pitiable existence. Chen Hao shook his head. Such parents as your mother-in-law and father-in-law are not uncommon. They exist not only in cities, but also in rural areas. This is especially true for families with sons, who toil endlessly for their sons and daughters-in-law, yet remain unappreciated. How can you claim your life is so miserable? I hold an urban residency, working at a reputable savings institution under the People's Bank, earning a decent monthly salary, with housing, food rations, and access to agricultural produce. Why would you pity me? Huang Yufeng could not bear Chen Hao's words. Her pride was wounded. Each of his remarks pierced her heart. She glanced at Chen Hao and then at Tong Qian, stating, Your father just informed me that he is contemplating arranging a job for you at the distillery, bringing you to the city to spare you from rural hardships. I must tell you, if you miss this opportunity, it may never come again. Your father has never proposed this before. He only just broached the subject today. He is now the head of the business department at the distillery, a position of some authority, and may very well be able to facilitate this. In that case, you could work at the distillery, earning 30 to 40 yuan a month, far superior to farming in the village. Wouldn't it? The children could accompany you to the city for schooling and later find urban employment, enjoying access to better food. The children's residency would follow their mother. If she establishes her household in the city, they could join her. However, this does not extend to the husband. Huang Yufeng painted a vision of a brighter future. The construction of new residential buildings behind the distillery could even entitle you to a flat. Upon hearing this from his mother-in-law, Chen Hao chuckled softly. It was mere wishful thinking. The spirits produced by the city distillery pale in comparison to renowned brands like Mutai and Wulianye, possessing only a modest local reputation, shielded by regional protections. Their products face little competition. Even when they do, the competitiveness is low and the distillery's performance is currently stable. But this is only temporary. In a few years, with the onset of reform and opening up, many regions will liberalize transportation and goods circulation, leading to a dramatic decline in the distillery's performance once it loses local protective advantages. Not only would it fail to compete with Mutai and Wulianye, but it would also struggle against products like Songjiang Daku and Xiangfan Teku. Then what of Chen Hao? Is there any chance your father could arrange a position for him at the distillery? Tong Qian inquired. Your father's willingness to arrange a job for you at the distillery and facilitate your residency in the city is already a significant feat. Do not expect him to extend the same courtesy to Chen Hao, Huang Yufeng replied. Even if he wished to, he would not be able to. Your father is merely the head of the business department, and having only recently assumed this role, the hiring quotas at the distillery are limited, with many eyes upon them. She sat beside Tong Qian and cautioned, your brother and sister-in-law are still unaware of this. Do not mention it to them. Anxious that her son and daughter-in-law might find out. Then I shall not come to the city. Tong Qian shook her head. I find life in the village quite agreeable. You do not wish to seek work in the city, nor do you desire an urban residency? Have you not endured enough of the village's hardships? Huang Yufeng was taken aback by her elder daughter's rejection, caught off guard by her lack of contemplation. Life in the village is not as harsh as it once was. Our conditions have improved, and life is rather pleasant, even more so than in the city. Tong Qian asserted. If Chen Hao were to come to the city, I might reconsider, but without him, what would it mean for me and the 2 children to relocate? The chickens must be fed, piglets need tending, and hay must be gathered. There is much work to be done. In truth, she did not desire a life of separation. She wished to remain with Chen Hao and did not want the children to be apart from him. She had grown accustomed to the nightly embrace of her husband. I believe you may have lost your senses, Huang Yufeng remarked. Are you attempting to pressure me into arranging a job for Chen Hao? I lack such influence. I am merely a regular employee at the savings institution, not a leader, and my words hold little weight. She cast a glance at Chen Hao, who had brought 2 chickens, 2 bottles of mitai, and a pack of Hong Shuangxi, all of which he had just displayed with pride upstairs. If you truly possess talent and wealth, you would deposit your money into the bank, allowing my performance to improve through your contributions, thus earning commendation and promotion, potentially securing you a job. She continued, the county has a young woman who works at the People's Bank. She is only in her 20s and recently promoted to the head of a savings institution due to handling a substantial deposit. The entire municipal People's Bank system praised her, urging other employees to learn from her. If I had such connections and large deposits passing through my hands, I too could be promoted. Chen Hao's eyelids flickered. His mother-in-law referred to Yang Min. She had seen the internal documents regarding her, though it appeared those documents did not specify her business dealings with Huashan Hotel. Nor did they mention his name. His mother-in-law was aware of the situation, but lacked further details. There is still an opportunity, Chen Hao replied calmly. Once the hotel opens in the city, it would indeed allow for monthly profits to be deposited through his mother-in-law, thereby enhancing her performance metrics. Chapter 74. Foolishness. You truly wish for me to arrange a job for you at the bank? Huang Yufeng huffed disdainfully. My son has never thought of such things as you, my son-in-law. She held little faith in Chen Hao's financial capacity. Any sum he could provide would be insignificant, rendering it inconsequential. We will stay at the distillery tonight and leave tomorrow, Huang Yufeng said, glancing at Tong Qian. I will heed my husband's wishes, Tong Qian replied decisively. In the future, there may be opportunities to stay, but for today, we shall not. My purpose here was merely to visit you both, and since I have done so, we shall depart after our meal. Chen Hao remarked, noting that there are only 2 buses daily between the county and the city, and we must be swift. Otherwise, we risk being stranded without a means to return. Missing the county city bus would force us to either walk back or spend the night in the city. The inconvenience of transportation is particularly burdensome for farmers. Without an introduction letter, one risks detention, facing fines, or even harsher consequences, including beatings and re-education. Stubborn as you are, your father intends to secure you a position at the distillery. Such a wonderful opportunity, and you fail to appreciate it, Huang Yufeng retorted angrily. She glared at her eldest daughter. Listen to your husband, and you shall remain a fixture in the countryside for life, devoid of ambition. I am content with that. Tong Qian raised her gaze to Huang Yufeng. Mother, although you are my elder, you must not speak of my husband in such a manner. He may have been lacking in the past, but he has since proven himself. He is the pillar of our family, my husband, and the father of Ni and Xiao Duo. Your disrespect towards him is a disrespect towards our entire family. Huang Yufeng was momentarily taken aback. You dare not speak of your own son, yet you speak of your son-in-law. He owes you nothing, and it is your son and daughter-in-law who benefit from your kindness. Tong Man chimed in. You are quick to criticize, yet if my sister and brother-in-law had indeed received your kindness, would you not remind us of it daily? If you have grievances, direct them towards your son and daughter-in-law. Both daughters stood firmly against her. Huang Yufeng's chest heaved with indignation. I am your mother. Who will you learn this behavior from? Are you intent on driving me to my grave? At home, she bore the brunt of her daughter-in-law's displeasure and dared not offend Cheng Hui. Now, even her 2 daughters defied her. Huang Yufeng felt a profound sense of frustration. Let us depart. We must reach the bus station early, for there is but 1 bus returning to the county. Chen Hao stated. Indeed, we should leave promptly. Tong Qian and Tong Man agreed, preparing to rise. Mother, we are leaving now. If you have time, do visit the countryside. This year, we plan to renovate the house. And there will certainly be a place for you to stay. Chen Hao said, bidding farewell to his mother-in-law as he picked up Xiao Duo and exited the restaurant. Tong Qian grasped Ni's hand, and together with Tong Man, they followed suit. Such a waste. Those two girls truly are a waste of upbringing. Huang Yufeng muttered as she turned to ascend the stairs. Upstairs, at her grandson's 10th birthday banquet, the guests were nearly finished dining. Where is Xiao Qian? Have they not finished? Tong Yongchang inquired. They have all left, Huang Yufeng replied. All of them? Did you not mention to them that I intended to leverage my connections at the distillery to secure her a job? Tong Yongchang asked in a hushed tone. I did mention it. She seemed interested, but upon learning that a position in the city could not be arranged for Chen Hao, she became disinclined. She even claimed that life in the village is rather pleasant, Huang Yufeng explained. She refuses a city job? This is quite astonishing, Tong Yongchang replied, surprised. The city distillery may not be the most prestigious establishment, but it certainly offers stability, a reliable job with guaranteed income, access to commodity grain, and the potential for housing. Countless individuals strive to gain entry into the distillery, with many leaders seeking to arrange positions for their friends and family, often requiring favors and hospitality. Now, I am prepared to make my move. Yet my eldest daughter is ungrateful. Frustration welled up within Tong Yongchang. Did she truly believe the distillery was a family-owned enterprise? She was dissatisfied with the job offer, yet expected one for Chen Hao as well. If rural life were so idyllic, why would so many people strive to move to the city, begging for opportunities? He shared Huang Yufeng's sentiment, believing that Tong Qian's words were mere expressions of frustration, aiming to compel Chen Hao to secure a position in the city. Huang Yufeng, Chen Hao even suggested I visit the countryside, claiming they plan to build a house this year, providing a place for me to stay. She added, what is so appealing about rural housing? It lacks essentials and convenience. Unlike the city, Tong Yongchang shook his head. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, perhaps we should delay for now. I have just assumed the role of section chief, and cannot afford to be absent. Once things settle down, and I have organized my tasks, we will visit Xiao Qian. Do not reside there. Rural areas offer scant resources and limited comforts. We should address this to avoid accusations of favoritism. When Chen Hao's family arrived in the county, it was still early, just past 5 o'clock. Shall we check out a restaurant? Chen Hao proposed as they exited the bus station. Tong Qian had never been to Huashan restaurant. Yes, let's go see, she agreed, eager to discern the restaurant's performance firsthand. Shall we take Xiao Man with us? Chen Hao glanced at his sister-in-law. Yes, Tong Man nodded. With the increased agricultural work, many students have been organized to assist at the commune, lightening their academic burdens. Most students who graduated from elementary and junior high school have been sent to the countryside, while those still in school had their studies disrupted, with institutions frequently mobilizing students to aid agricultural production. The educational order across the nation had suffered tremendous disruption in recent years. While it may seem that schools had proliferated within the communes and urban districts, the quality of education was severely lacking. This situation is bound to change, Chen Hao asserted. You must maintain a clear understanding of this matter. Students must prioritize their studies. The current agricultural production is merely temporary. It will not be long before the educational order is restored, and students will return to classrooms and textbooks. Likewise, teachers' roles will revert to imparting academic knowledge, and there will be expectations regarding teachers' educational and cultural standards. He paused, looking at his sister-in-law. If the leadership at your school shares this perspective, you may wish to subtly convey similar sentiments. If not, it is prudent to keep such thoughts to yourself while preparing mentally. Each transformation may represent a calamity for some, yet an opportunity for others. Principal who had expressed concerns to me regarding the present educational circumstances, and she seems to align with my brother-in-law's views, believing that students should prioritize learning, Tong Man noted. However, I worry that discussing this may touch upon political issues, potentially leading to trouble, so I refrain from engaging further. Merely listening. The common folk typically wish to avoid politics, yet many issues in recent years have been politically charged. Numerous individuals have suffered in this regard and are particularly cautious. She might be probing your educational philosophy, Chen Hao suggested. Next time, principal who broaches this topic, you may consider aligning your comments with hers. It is wise to maintain alignment in both stance and ideology. In meetings, if someone presents a differing educational philosophy, and you have the chance to speak, you can clearly express your support for her educational vision. Students should focus on learning, and the overall standards for teachers must be elevated, with a restoration of the educational order. He regarded Tong Man, if you adhere to my advice, your chances of being transferred to the city will significantly increase. Chapter 75. I shall only support you, not harm you. Brother-in-law, are you certain? Tong Man inquired. Though this may seem merely an educational matter, if someone were to twist the narrative, it could escalate into a political issue. The political issues have escalated, and there is a possibility of job loss. In contemporary education, the emphasis is not on quality, but rather on political ideology and quantity. Many have expressed skepticism, yet their voices fail to resonate as mainstream, and some even find themselves in hot water. Discovering a foreign book on political economy at home could lead to severe repercussions. Tong Man is exceedingly cautious in this regard. Rest assured, such chaos will not endure for long. It will surely be rectified, Chen Hao asserted. He observed Tong Man, acknowledging her prudence, yet remarked that to attain that which is not easily obtained, one must inevitably take some risks. Additionally, he stated 2 points. First, he would only support her, never harm her. Second, his foresight would always surpass hers. His confidence was palpable, and he indeed possessed the foundation for such assurance. All right, I trust you. Your ability to establish a restaurant lends substantial credibility to your words, Tong Man conceded, persuaded. She resolved to seize the next opportunity to align herself with Principal Hu and fully support him. As they conversed, the group arrived at Huashan Restaurant, which was bustling with activity. Tong Qian quickly spotted the establishment. The entrance was lively, adorned with tables and chairs, and it was peak dining time, filled to capacity with patrons. How does this business seem to surpass that of the city's restaurants? She inquired. The exterior was brimming with customers, and the interior was equally crowded, with inquiries about available seating. The rice and vegetables are sourced directly from the production team. No tickets required, thus the business flourishes. Chen Hao explained as he guided Tong Qian through the establishment. The place was teeming with people, and with no time to dine, Tong Man returned to school, while Chen rode his bicycle, carrying his wife and 2 children home. He utilized Chen Dongsheng's reliable 28-bar bicycle instead of the 26 style he purchased, as it proved more dependable with a larger group. Nini sat atop the crossbeam. Tong Qian occupied the rear seat, with Xiao Duo positioned in front of her. Thus, the family journeyed back to their village. The southern region is abundant in rainfall, with numerous rivers and lakes, and the Yangtze River flows through Chongfeng County. Theoretically, water should not be scarce. Yet, this remains merely theoretical. Having water is one matter. Transporting it to the fields is another. Similar to calculating income levels, the official statistics often diverge significantly from reality. For over 10 consecutive days, the sun blazed fiercely, showing no signs of impending rain. In the county seat, residents complained about the heat, yearning for rain to alleviate the sweltering discomfort, while in the countryside, farmers wore furrowed brows, deeply troubled. Let's not be idle. We must rise early these days to harvest the wheat while it is still cool, transporting it to the rice drying yard. The women must also be industrious, as the wheat needs threshing. The cattle must be well fed. If the sun is too harsh, we'll lead them to soak in water. The little ones should not be idle either. They must collect the grains from the wheat fields. In the evening, after each household had dined, they gathered at the rice drying yard, where Chun Ziqiang organized the tasks. Although the peak season had not yet arrived, there is already considerable work to be done in the fields, harvesting wheat, collecting rapeseed, managing early rice, and tending to fruits and vegetables. The tasks were plentiful. Starting tomorrow, do not return home for lunch. The women will prepare meals to bring to the fields. The dishes should be simple to save time, yet ample enough to satisfy, with a bit more oil. After a brief pause, Chen Ziqiang continued to issue instructions. The months of June, July, and August are the busiest of the year. After over 20 minutes of thorough planning, he finally dismissed the villagers, who remained occupied with their field work. Chen Ziqiang stepped aside, took a few hearty gulps of cool tea from a green metal thermos, and lit a cigarette. Chen Hao offered him a smoke. It hasn't rained for over 10 days. Given today, as circumstances, there seems to be no indication of rain in the coming days. The captain of one of the production teams has already approached me, seeking to borrow our water pump, Chen Ziqiang remarked. It's either drought or flood. Timely rains aligned with the growth requirements of crops are indeed rare. The brigade possesses water pumps. They should coordinate with the brigade. Chen Hao responded. Our production team's water pump must be prioritized for our own use. If we lend it to one team, what about the others? Not lending could offend them, but lending to one means we must lend to all. And what about our own needs? Starving ourselves while donating grain to others to curry favor is folly. The same principle applies to the water pump. It must prioritize our production team. This is the duty of a leader and a cadre of the production team. If they cannot borrow from us, they will certainly approach the brigade for assistance, Chen Ziqiang stated. The water pump is an asset of our production team. If brigade officials wish to use it, they will owe us a favor. Chen Hao elaborated. Lending it privately could lead to shallow relationships and may offend other production teams. If brigade officials coordinate the borrowing, not only will we avoid offending them, but we will also gain their goodwill. Such coordination is a testament to their capabilities and enhances their standing. There are indeed many intricacies involved, Chen Ziqiang reflected. Chen Hao, having clarified the situation, grasped the implications. The coordination would not only avoid offending brigade officials, but would also delight them. Captain, there is something I need to inform you about in advance. Chen Hao said. What is it? Chen Ziqiang inquired, his gaze fixed on him. The earthen house at home was built in haste, leaving it drafty and leaky during rainy days. The biting winter winds last year were relentless. And this year I plan to demolish the earthen house and build a red brick one, Chen Hao explained. The situation was not as dire as portrayed, but it was prudent to err on the side of caution. Building a new house is a good endeavor. However, you must reserve the red bricks with the brick kiln in advance, as they are in high demand. If you don't act soon, they may run out. Chen Ziqiang advised. Here, in the village, we will likely have to wait until after the busy season before we can assist with your construction. Building houses is a communal effort. When one family builds, those with free time lend a hand, provided the building materials are ready. However, constructing a red brick house is more complex than an earthen one. Professional masons are required. We have some in the village who may work for free, but if you hire from other production teams, you will need to pay them. Local laborers can suffice, as they don't require payment. The primary materials for construction include red bricks, cement, tiles, wooden beams, and cement trusses. The cost of red bricks is a significant expense. Each brick costs 3 cents. And 3 rooms require over 10,000 bricks, while 5 rooms may demand between 15 to 20,000 bricks. We must wait until after the busy season. I will need you to speak with the brick kiln to reserve 20,000 bricks for me, Chen Hao stated. Chapter 76. The stove will inevitably collapse under your hands. All right, no problem. I will remember this and inform the brick kiln to reserve 20,000 bricks. Chen Ziqiang nodded, taking this matter to heart. Red bricks, cement, tiles, along with cement trusses, are all available from the brick kiln and prefabrication yard. We have several masons in our team. If we lack manpower, we can recruit from other teams and simply pay them for their labor. However, obtaining quality wood for the beams can be challenging. Ordinary wood will not suffice. We need durable materials. Keep an eye out for quality. The beams from your earthen house certainly will not do. Constructing a single-story abode with red bricks necessitates the incorporation of wooden beams atop, subsequently adorned with tiles. Predominantly, pine and cedar are employed, while the presence of elm wood signifies a family of considerable wealth. A roof crafted from chinkapin wood, coupled with jujube wood posts and elm beams, constitutes a fine dwelling. Ascending the hierarchy, one finds the use of cedar and sandalwood, materials typically reserved for emperors and dignitaries, prevalent within palatial tombs, each piece robust and of significant value. Primarily sourced from premium golden silk cedar and golden silk sandalwood, while ordinary folk may occasionally find elm utilized in their beams or furnishings. The fortunate heir who stumbles upon such a treasure may experience a windfall. I shall devise a plan for the beams, Chen Hao proclaimed. Basic timber can be procured from the commune, yet the beams for the roof must be acquired from the villagers, particularly those with ancestral homes. After negotiating with Chen Ziqiang, Chen Hao lent a hand in the fields. The labor was arduous. By around 8 in the evening, they concluded their toil, and the weary villagers trudged homeward. Chen Hao and his family of 4 also made their way indoors. The moonlight was ample, and the stars numerous. Despite the hour, the path remained visible. Have a drink, Tong Qian offered, passing the gourd, which hung from her waist, to her husband. This gourd, crafted from calabash, served to hold water during their labor in the fields, providing a refreshing respite from the heat. The household utensils, including a ladle, were fashioned similarly, split in half for practicality. I wish to drink as well. Nini chimed in, feeling parched. Chen Hao took the gourd, allowing I to sip a few mouthfuls before offering some to Xiao Duo, and then indulged himself in several generous gulps. I have spoken to the team leader, requesting that he inform the brick kiln to reserve 20,000 red bricks for us. Once the busy farming season subsides and the weather cools, we shall demolish our current dwelling and construct a red brick house, Chen Hao explained. Is 20,000 bricks not excessive? Tong Qian inquired, her face still flushed from her work with rapeseed, beads of sweat clinging to her skin, clad in a short blouse. She had transformed from a novice upon her arrival in the countryside to a proficient laborer. What are you staring at? Noticing her husband's silence as he gazed at her, Tong Qian touched her face and glanced down, questioning if anything was amiss. Nothing. I merely admire your capability. Reflecting upon your earlier awkwardness when you first arrived in the countryside, it is remarkable how swiftly time has passed, Chen Hao replied. 20,000 bricks are just about right. We need to build 5 rooms, 1 for the kitchen, 1 for the living area, 1 for storage, and 2 for sleeping. This quantity of bricks will suffice. and any surplus can be utilized for constructing a pigsty. Chen Hao had already devised a plan for the usage of the bricks. Do you have an estimate of the costs? Tong Qian asked. I have calculated it. A little over 1,000 yuan will suffice. The majority of the expense pertains to materials, while labor will involve hiring masons and carpenters from other production teams, which entails additional costs. Furthermore, we must allocate funds for hospitality, including provisions for meals and refreshments such as tobacco and tea. We can prepare the meals at Xiao Ting's house with prior notice. Chen Hao detailed. For Chen Hao, 1,000 yuan was not a significant sum, yet for the average villager, it posed a considerable challenge. In the 1960s and 70s, very few villagers had the means to erect red brick homes. Many still resided in thatched cottages. It was not until the onset of reform and the division of land that the rise of individual enterprises facilitated an increase in red brick constructions. We require beams as well, Tong Qian remarked. As they conversed, the family arrived at their doorstep. The two children, like wild stallions freed from restraint, dashed towards the chicken coop, searching for eggs, startling several dozing hens into clucking. Tong Qian removed the key hanging from a string around her neck and unlocked the door, illuminating the interior. Traditionally, the key would be left in a nook by the door or hung on a nail behind it. But as their fortunes improved, she had become more cautious, ensuring the door was always locked when leaving. The key now accompanied her at all times. Purchasing beams from the timber commune is challenging. We must devise our own means. Chen Hao nodded. Isn't there a substantial amount of timber at the old house? Not sufficient. We will need to buy more from other villagers, Tong Qian replied. After my in-laws passed, we were forced out, and my uncles worry about us dividing the homestead and inheritance. They are reluctant to part with even the simplest items, be it a gourd, a coarse porcelain bowl, or a pair of chopsticks, fearing we might take them away. Do you really intend to retrieve beams from the old house? She doubted the feasibility of Chen Hao's plan. As the family grew and their circumstances remained dire, even the bonds between siblings, let alone between parents and children, could devolve into primal instincts, prioritizing survival above all else. Illness was endured. Death was met with burial. Times have changed. Given the current situation, it appears much of the land may suffer from drought. Our production team lacks a water pump, and the one available to the brigade will certainly not suffice for all the production teams, Chen Hao asserted. My third uncle is the team leader, and whether for his own benefit or that of the team, he is bound to seek my assistance with the pump. I am a compassionate person. With a few flattering words, he will likely agree to lend me the beams while I allow him to borrow the pump. Dampening a towel, Chen Hao wiped his face and arms. What scheme are you concocting now? Tong Qian was skeptical. During the new year, when Chuanfu and Chen Yin invited you for dinner, you didn't even go. She found it hard to believe her husband would lend the water pump out of kindness. You doubt my benevolence? Chen Hao retorted. Benevolence, indeed. After all these years together, I know your true intentions. Tong Qian shot him a look, aware of his vindictive nature. Your disposition has never changed, even before we married. You were jealous. When I conversed with other men, you dragged me into the woods and smothered me with kisses until I could hardly breathe. Your grip was so strong that when I returned home and checked, I found bruises. You did it on purpose. Chen Hao was momentarily at a loss for words. He remembered the incident, but had not realized Tong Qian had also retained the memory and understood the reasoning behind it. Even now, you exhibit the same behavior. Tong Qian continued, fetching a basin of clean water. If I disagree, you will only become more forceful the next time you succeed. Our bed has collapsed several times. Do you not know how it happened? If this continues, the kitchen stove will eventually succumb as well. She called out to the children, and I, Xiao Duo, come wash your faces and clean your arms. Chapter 77. Your vengeful spirit is quite pronounced. After calling several times, it was ultimately Chen Hao who stepped outside, one in each arm, bringing the two children inside. I do not wish to sleep. I want to check the chicken coop, and I protested, flailing her arms and legs. Still reveling in her play, her head adorned with a few chicken feathers. The younger child was similarly messy, clothes speckled with chicken droppings. I am flying. I am a rooster, Chen Hao exclaimed, holding the two children, while Tong Qian wrung out the towel and cleaned their faces and arms. Have you tricked your sister into the chicken coop again? How dirty are you? Tong Qian gently swatted ni nist bottom. After a brief wash, the children resumed their playful antics, while Tong Qian prepared hot water for the family's bath. The beams from the old house were of excellent quality, with a few pieces being rare cedar. Although I have no interest in the foundation or inheritance, I must acquire those cedar beams, Chen Hao whispered. The family's old home had stood for many years, particularly the beams that had endured through time. The wood was substantial, yet within lay a few cedars that remained unknown to others. In a previous life during the 1990s, an outsider, a merchant, wandered into the village with intentions to purchase timber. He set his sights on several beams from an old residence, but his true motives were soon revealed. attracting the attention of the local police. The discovery of such valuable materials within the dilapidated home was unexpected. The reason for his exposure was quite straightforward. The mere presence of an outsider in the village drew curiosity. His claim of seeking timber raised eyebrows, particularly since he only desired the few precious Nama beams, despite the fact that other types of wood appeared quite appealing. This unusual preference ignited suspicion, prompting a report to the authorities. Namu? What sort of wood is that? From your tone, it sounds rather exquisite, inquired Tongman. It is indeed superior to ordinary timber. The term imperial wood refers to Nanmu, specifically a rare variety within that classification. Chen Hao explained. While the beams from the old house may not be of the highest caliber, with the right craftsmanship, they could be fashioned into heirloom furniture without issue. The rarity of Nanmu lies not in its essence, but in the maturity of the wood. The older it is, the larger its diameter, making it increasingly precious. Can it truly be passed down through generations? That must be brought here, Tong Qian remarked, recalling the hardships endured by her in-laws. They did not fare well, and when they departed, my husband and I were forced to leave as well. It seems only fair to claim those valuable beams, but acquiring such treasures will require subtlety. If my uncle and third uncle recognize their worth, they will certainly not relinquish them easily. You accuse me of harboring vengeful sentiments, yet yours are not insignificant either. Chen Hao chuckled. This venture must be conducted discreetly. Any public revelation would not only invite scrutiny from my uncles, but also attract trouble from the authorities. As the sun blazed fiercely, 5 days slipped by. The villagers, engaged in their routine agricultural tasks, had to allocate some of their labor force to fetch water. The demand for labor was pressing. Not only the men were hauling water from the river, but even some women were tasked with this laborious duty. The water pumps had become a coveted asset, an essential tool for production. The village water pumps were in constant operation, and various production teams vied for priority access. Their competition becoming increasingly heated. Wang Xuanda nearly faced violence from several teams discontented with his management. He had set the queue for the pump usage, extending it into August, a delay that could jeopardize the crops. Under the shade of a tree outside the production team office, Chen Ziqiang smoked a cigarette, recounting the events of the recent village meeting. Excessive behavior is certainly unacceptable, but slight bending of the rules is permissible, Chen Hao remarked. As the deputy leader of the production team, he occasionally returned to participate in meetings, and even when there were none, he would engage in casual conversations with Chen Ziqiang and other team leaders. However, if Wang Xuanda continues on this path, he will surely incite conflict, Chen Ziqiang warned. Many production teams required water for their fields and had no choice but to rely on manual labor while waiting for the pumps, as crops could not afford to wait. Numerous teams have approached me, requesting to borrow our water pump, including your own third uncle, Chen Qinggu, he added, emphasizing the growing urgency for water. The significance of the water pump could not be overstated. Normally, the team leaders could afford to relax, calculating work points and leveraging their authority for personal gain. Yet, this was a critical moment. Any team unable to secure a pump would face dire consequences. Just then, a group rushed towards them, led by Chen Qinggu, accompanied by a few robust young men. Chen Ziqiang, regarding the borrowing of your production team's water pump, what have you decided? Chen Qinggu shouted from a distance. Unable to contain his impatience, he had come to inquire about the outcome of his earlier request made at the village meeting. The crops could not wait. Relying solely on human effort was laborious and inefficient. You should have asked at the meeting. It was clearly stated that each production team would take turns using the pump. Chen Ziqiang replied. Turn? What good is that? With so many teams and only one pump, by the time it reaches the crops, a significant yield will be lost. Chen Qinggu retorted. Stop with the formalities and give me a straight answer. When will you lend me the pump? He cast an uneasy glance at Chen Hao, feeling a sense of discomfort. He had not anticipated that his nephew would prove so capable, purchasing a water pump for the production team. The entire village boasted only 2 pumps. One was a communal asset, while Chen Hao's team had acquired one for exclusive use. Our team desperately needs the pump as well. We cannot lend it out lightly, as it would impact our grain yield, Chen Ziqiang stated firmly. He effectively closed off his side of the argument while transferring authority to Chen Hao, who had purchased the pump and thus held the power to decide its use. Though they shared the same surname and hailed from the same village, they had been divided into 2 production teams for operational efficiency. Chen Ziqiang was well aware of Chen Hao's circumstances and passed Chen Qinggu on to him. The water pump directly affects the yield of our crops and the villager sustenance. If you have grievances against me, it is unjust to take it out on this matter. Such actions could lead to dire consequences. If villagers go hungry and we cannot fulfill our grain procurement obligations, the responsibility would be substantial. Chen Qinggu glared at Chen Hao. The implication was harsh. as if any reduction in grain yield due to drought were solely Chen Hao's fault. The responsibility is indeed considerable. That is precisely why I procured the water pump. To ensure our production team's fields receive adequate water, Chen Hao affirmed, maintaining his stance. Uncle, you are correct. The pump cannot be carelessly lent out, as any drop in yield is a serious matter for a team leader, he added, acknowledging Chen Qinggu's concerns. I am speaking of my production team, not yours. If the pump is not lent to mine, our grain yield will suffer, and the villagers will struggle to survive. The state's grain procurement tasks will falter as well, Chen Qinggu argued. If deaths from starvation occur, your culpability will be grave, he continued, his rhetoric shameless. Such audacity elicited laughter from Chen Hao. It was no wonder his parents had sacrificed so much. His uncles seemed to harbor no gratitude, feeling entitled while attempting to cast him out. With such reasoning, this thievery of logic was hardly surprising. Your argument lacks any merit. I am not an officer of your production team, and the pump was purchased with our own funds. We owe our responsibility solely to our villagers, Chen Hao replied, unwavering. If your team's yield diminishes and the villagers cannot survive, it is a failure of your team's leadership. Especially you, as the team captain, bear the primary responsibility. He continued, refusing to be intimidated. Do not attempt to entangle me in your convoluted reasoning or to threaten me. Your words will not frighten me, as they did when I was a naive youth. When the time comes to deliver the public grain and the villagers face shortages, we shall see if the higher-ups hold you accountable as the team leader or if they shift blame onto others, he asserted, confident in his position. Many matters once perceived as monumental fade into insignificance with the passage of time. Chen Hao was not so easily deceived, nor was he easily intimidated. I did not mean it that way, nor was I trying to scare you. I merely wanted to remind you. As we are from the same village and share such a close bond as uncle and nephew, can you bear to see your uncle criticized or even face repercussions? Chen Qinggu softened his tone, realizing that intimidation would not work. He began to play the familial card. After all, it was this very thickness of skin that allowed him to become the leader of the production team. Ordinary honest individuals could hardly manage such village responsibilities. Bear it? Chen Hao replied with a crisp determination. He looked at Chen Qinggu, recalling how they had forced him out of the ancestral home, not allowing him to take even a pair of chopsticks or a bowl. Now, he was coming with a shameless request to borrow a water pump while invoking their familial ties. Are you implying that I should remove the Buddha from the temple for you to sit? He retorted. If I were to agree to lend you the pump, it would sit uneasily in my heart. Chen Hao's true intention was to acquire the wooden beams from the ancestral home, particularly the precious Nama wood. He deliberately left an opening for Chen Qinggu to exploit. Are you suggesting that as long as you breathe a word of consent, you would agree to lend me the water pump? Chen Qinggu, astute as ever, inquired immediately. That is indeed the case. Did I not state during the Qingming festival that you would surely come to me? If you're willing to bow 3 times, the water pump can be yours to use, Chen Hao replied. He did not mention the beams outright, but instead proposed an even more outrageous request, one that Chen Qinggu could never agree to. How could that possibly be? If I were to bow to you, where would my dignity go? How could I show my face in the village after that? I would lose all respect. Chen Qinggu shook his head vehemently. I am the elder, and you are the younger. If I bow to you, wouldn't that be courting disaster? I fear no such thing. Chen Hao countered. Good people do not live long. Calamity lingers for a millennium. My parents were exceptionally kind, hardworking, and modest, yet they received the least and departed this world early, without even a whisper of gratitude. Chen Hao's demands and words were entirely reasonable, perfectly reflecting the grievances he had endured. Bowing is out of the question. Perhaps you could offer me some pots and pans instead? Chen Qinggu suggested, finding himself cornered, as he had no choice but to approach Chen Hao. If the production team's grain yield truly diminished, the villagers would struggle with their rations, and Chen Qinggu, as the team leader, would certainly face criticism and potentially lose his position. Indeed, Chen Hao, let us consider another request, suggested a few companions who had accompanied Chen Qinggu. They were the type who usually aligned with him, offering empty platitudes. You cannot solve problems by dwelling on the past. One must be magnanimous. My household lacks pots and pans, Chen Hao replied resolutely. Here is my proposition. I'm planning to build a house and require beams. The ancestral home has numerous beams. If you provide me with them, I will lend you the water pump for your production team. Give you the beams from the ancestral home? Without a roof, how can anyone live there? Chen Qinggu was reluctant, surprised by Chen Hao's mention of building a house. Was he referring to a mud brick structure or a red brick one? Isn't that mud brick house sufficient? It's adequate for the family. Why would you want to tear it down and rebuild? He questioned. The double harvest season is approaching, and everyone is busy. Who has the manpower for such endeavors? It's better to leave things as they are than to stir up trouble. Chen Hao's capabilities had been steadily rising. That mud brick house was a temporary structure. Had you and my uncle not driven me out, would I have needed to build so urgently? Chen Hao replied unceremoniously. I plan to construct a red brick house after the busy season. Materials must be prepared in advance. And aside from everything else, I am short on beams. The assets of the ancestral home rightfully belong to me, and now that you wish to borrow the water pump, it is only fair that you offer something in exchange. He fixed his gaze on Chen Qinggu. I have laid out my terms. If you agree, the water pump is yours to borrow. If not, you must find another solution. He left the dilemma in Chen Qinggu's hands. Just a moment ago, you were so concerned about the villagers facing hunger and the national grain procurement tasks remaining unfulfilled. Now, if you simply remove the roof of the ancestral home and provide me with the beams, all problems could be resolved. Chen Hao looked at him. The villagers' rations and the national grain procurement tasks rest entirely upon your shoulders. As he turned the moral argument back on Chen Qinggu, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Chen Qinggu did not respond immediately, but turned back home, intending to discuss the matter thoroughly with his family. This is revenge. He wants to tear off our roof. Chen Yin fumed. With the increased workload in the fields, she had also been called back to the village to assist with agricultural tasks. The elementary school established by the production team was more a response to policy than a formal institution. During busy seasons, not only students, but teachers too would return to the production team to help. It was half work, half study. You are absolutely correct. Chen Hao means exactly that. His initial demands were even more outrageous, insisting that I bow to him. Chen Qinggu cursed. He seethed. Fortune has smiled upon him. He has purchased a television, become the vice captain, and now intends to build a red brick house, all while coveting the beams from the ancestral home. Clearly, this is an opportunity for him to vent his frustrations, tearing off our roof to discomfort us. Chapter 79. 3 beams are made of Nama wood. Would he truly dare to tear off the roof and give him the beams? Chen Hao's uncle was unwilling. He was furious that Chen Hao's life had turned for the better. He should be grateful to them, were it not for their driving him out. Would he have found such fortune? With a television and plans for a red brick house, who in the surrounding villages could afford such luxuries? Chen Hao should be expressing gratitude, not seeking revenge. Indeed, had we not given him a push, would he have had the courage to take such risks? Others chimed in, affirming that Chen Hao's good fortune was largely due to their pressure. If he wants it, let him have it. Let the whole village witness his true colors as he tears off the roof of the ancestral home, showing disrespect to his elders, Chen Qinggu concluded. Though he felt uncomfortable and oppressed, he dared not refuse. The crops could not be delayed any further. They needed immediate watering, and any reduction in yield would greatly impact him. Without waiting for the next day, fearing Chen Hao might go to the county and become unavailable, Chen Qinggu swiftly sought out Chen Hao. When do you need the beams? He asked. Right now, Chen Hao replied, eager to avoid any delays. Very well. You can call people to fetch them, Chen Qinggu said. I have no one to assist, as everyone is busy with farm work. If you want the beams, you must gather your own people. But the water pump must be used by our production team. As the situation drew near, he still hoped to create difficulties for Chen Hao, believing he would struggle to find anyone to transport the beams. Once the roof is removed and the beams are moved over, I will inform the team leader to allocate some time for you to use the water pump, Chen Hao stated. Without delay, he grabbed a few packs of cigarettes, greeted Chen Ziqiang, and then called over a dozen strong young men, carrying 2 long ladders as they made their way to the ancestral home. The 2 production teams were adjacent, and within 10 minutes, Chen Hao and his crew arrived at the ancestral home. The roof was torn off, and the beams were brought down. Chen Hao handed out cigarettes and began organizing the work. Uncle, third uncle, both families, and even grandpa and grandma are all here, he noted, as some curious villagers gathered to watch. What a calamity. They really came to tear down the house. Many murmured, reflecting on how they should not have acted so ruthlessly. Chen Hao's wife was pregnant, and they had forced him out. Perhaps it was time for the wheel of fortune to turn. Grandfather and grandmother lamented nearby, their tears streaming as they watched the roof being gradually torn away, the beams being dismantled. They voiced their grievances against Chen Hao, recounting their own hardships. Aunt and third aunt, alongside other villagers drawn to the spectacle, berated Chen Hao, seeking sympathy. Chen Hao remained impassive. After more than an hour, the old house's roof was almost entirely stripped away. Tiles were laid down, beams stacked up, and then Chen Hao instructed others to help carry them back to his home. Chen Hao, you are truly ruthless, leaving no room for negotiation. Aren't you afraid that one day, when our family thrives, you might find yourself needing our assistance? Chen Yin exclaimed in anger. Rest assured, it shall be you who will seek my favor, not the other way around, Chen Hao replied. He glanced at Chen Qinggu, his third uncle, and remarked, you can borrow the water pump. With that, He turned and departed, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The beams were all piled at the entrance, some 3 meters long, others 5, with diameters exceeding 20 centimeters, and a few particularly thick ones measuring 30 to 40 centimeters. Did you go to the old house? Tong Qian returned with 2 children, having just worked in the fields. Yes, I tore off the roof. Chen Hao nodded. I have enough beams for the new house. It's just a matter of minor adjustments. Doing this might offend people. Tong Qian expressed her concern. Don't worry. I merely removed the roof and took the beams. With the weather as it is, it won't rain anytime soon. I can find more beams later. Chen Hao reassured her. He regarded Tong Qian, aware of his third uncle's cunning nature. Chen Qinggu might seize this opportunity to run for a village position. By claiming to assist agricultural production, having people tear off their roofs. What a flagrant violation of spirit. What high-mindedness. Once the busy season is over. While other production teams suffer a drop in grain yield, his team would remain largely unaffected, earning him the villagers' gratitude and the chance to claim credit with the village leadership. Old men are crafty, old donkeys are slippery, and old rabbits are hard to catch. Honest individuals become more straightforward with age, while the cunning grow ever more sly. Chen Hao knew his third uncle well. With all those beams removed, they merely complained, offering no resistance or request to keep a few. It was evident they were harboring ulterior motives, hoping to gain favor with the village leadership. Over the years, political movements had come and gone, and even in the village, those with a modicum of cleverness had accumulated some experience, understanding how to maximize their benefits. Your third uncle is indeed astute. I was surprised you managed to bring back so many beams. When did uncle and the third uncle become so accommodating? Your analysis has clarified everything for me. Tong Qian remarked. She looked at the pile of beams and lowered her voice. Are there really good woods among these? Certainly. Wait until nightfall. When it's dark and the children are asleep, then we can inspect them closely, Chen Hao replied. Villagers occasionally passed by, and he refrained from making distinctions until later when he could assess them properly. In the evening, after dinner and a shower, and having watched some television, the villagers dispersed, and the 2 children went to bed. Chen Hao took an axe and squatted among the pile of wood for half an hour. He carefully chopped a few pieces, creating some wood shavings. He then entered the house, grabbed a handful of dirt, and smeared it over the cut edges to conceal the marks left by his chopping. With so many beams, even his third uncle and uncle failed to notice the peculiarities, assuming they were merely good timber for roofing, as did the villagers, who never considered the possibility of them being valuable materials. Perception shapes understanding. Understanding shapes thought. Thought shapes behavior, and behavior shapes outcomes. Nonetheless, Chen Hao remained vigilant. Among the beams, 3 were camphor wood, each with a diameter of 30 to 40 centimeters. Entering the house, he quietly spoke to his wife. I've cut some wood. He handed the pieces to Tong Qian. They don't seem particularly special, just have a nice grain and a pleasant scent. It's not gold or silver. What's so rare about it? Tong Qian replied. They're all just wood, right? Yet, observing her husband's delight, she sensed their significance. It's akin to women. They all have 2 eyes, 1 nose, and both hips and breasts, yet there are differences within, Chen Hao likened. Some are unremarkable, indistinguishable from front to back, while others bear fruitful branches. Though they can all bear children, the experience they offer is distinct. You do have a point. There's a saying, in chaotic times, gold shines. In prosperous times, antiques do. This wood is somewhat akin to that. Its value is high in the eyes of those who appreciate it, Tong Qian reflected. She glanced at her husband. Your analogy is rather irreverent. You always twist good words into something else. Should we hide these fine pieces of wood? Not all sticks can be concealed, Chen Hao responded. These beams are several meters long and so thick. Hiding them would create too much noise, and if someone sees them, it will be difficult to explain. Some can be hidden, even kept on one's person, but others cannot. Then should we just leave them here until we build a red brick house and use them as beams? Tong Qian inquired softly. Yes, just leave them. They're heavy, requiring several people to lift them. We'll use them for the beams when we build the house. That's safer. Chen Hao nodded. There's no rush. These camphor woods are likely wild, of good quality. We'll keep them for making furniture later on. There is a significant difference in value between wild and cultivated camphor wood. Wild wood takes longer to mature and is pricier, while cultivated wood matures quickly and is cheaper. The camphor wood available now is mostly wild, with decent appearance and quality. Chen Hao stood up and tossed the camphor wood shavings into the stove. The couple then retired to bed. In a few months, I would start school. Should we send her to the village school or the commune's elementary school? Tong Qian asked. The village school is privately run, while the commune school is public. Let her attend the commune school. The teachers there are better, which will help her build a strong foundation for future studies, Chen Hao replied without hesitation. Years later, the private schools, influenced by capitalism, would charge high tuition, attracting wealthy families who preferred sending their children there. However, at this moment, the private schools were of poor quality. Should she attend preschool or go straight to first grade? Tong Qian further inquired. Straight to first grade. And I is quite clever and has learned a lot at home. What she'll learn in preschool won't match what you've taught her, Chen Hao concluded. After finishing preschool, children typically start first grade at 8, which is rather late. Starting elementary school earlier provides an advantage for university later on. The poor and the rich share a common asset, time. The couple chatted under the covers about Ni's schooling and discussed the house, what style to build, its size, and so forth. Finally, they engaged in some intimate moments before drifting into a deep sleep. Physical activity is a natural sleep aid. In the county, the business at Huashan Hotel remained robust, with a steady influx of customers. From time to time, there were banquets for various occasions, some for enlistment, some to celebrate promotions, and others for weddings and funerals, all held at Huashan Hotel. Daily revenue stabilized around 600 yuan, with a profit margin of 60. The gross profit each day was approximately 360 yuan, and with Chen Hao holding a 60 share in the dividends, he earned over 200 yuan daily. Time flew by, and July arrived. The early rice was harvested, and the late rice was transplanted. The whole village, young and old, men and women, busied themselves. Even Chen Hao returned to the village to lend hand. Hasten to remove the rice from the ridges. Do not dawdle, for it hampers our progress. Several individuals should tend to the weeds in the sweet potato fields. Today is the day to uproot the seedlings. Gather a few people to fetch the seedling horses from storeroom. The busyness surpasses that of the wheat harvest. The early rice must be harvested, dried, threshed, and then dried again, while the harvested rice fields require immediate draining and plowing in preparation for transplanting the late rice seedlings. The village's older children have all ventured into the fields to assist in carrying the rice and collecting the grains. Once the rice paddies are ready and the seedlings uprooted, they must then be transplanted. From July through early August, the labor continues until the late rice is fully transplanted, signaling the conclusion of the double harvest. The most hectic season has passed. In the evening, after completing their tasks, the villagers gathered at the rice drying area. Some, whose evening meals were prepared early, brought their rice bowls to eat while convening a meeting. This period has been arduous for everyone, yet at last, they have completed their duties. The early rice has been harvested and the late rice has been transplanted. Chen Ziqiang, with a cigarette clenched between his lips, spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. The rice is nearly dried, and the leaders from the brigade have issued instructions. Tomorrow, our brigade is to deliver the grains to the granary. The granary, located at the commune, requires that after the early rice is harvested, the grain must be submitted as public grain. This is not done haphazardly. It is organized by brigade, designating specific brigades to deliver on certain days, necessitating a collective trip to the granary. Tomorrow, everyone must rise early, do not sleep in, for an early arrival at the granary ensures a position at the front of the line, allowing for a swifter submission of public grain, thereby resolving a significant task. Chen Ziqiang advised, prepare the carts at home, secure the grains, and cover them with straw at the door to prevent dew from dampening them, lest they be rejected at the granary for minor issues. With the rice threshed, the storeroom is insufficient to accommodate it all. Much of it has been distributed among households for safekeeping. When it comes time to deliver the public grain, it will all be transported to the granary. Upon arrival, the quantity is not merely dictated by the production team. It must be weighed and inspected with strict requirements for moisture content and fullness. If standards are not met, the grain may be returned, creating considerable hassle. That is all for this matter. Everyone should return home early to rest and rise promptly in the morning to avoid delays. Chen Ziqiang concluded simply, allowing the villagers to disperse. Yet, he remained troubled. This year has seen a drier climate, but fortunately, with the water pumps, the yield has not diminished. There is some solace in that. Chen Hao approached, offering him a cigarette and engaging in conversation. Whenever he returns to the village, he seeks opportunities to converse with the village leaders to strengthen their rapport. Otherwise, prolonged absence at the county level results in infrequent communication, and relationships may grow distant. It is akin to the dynamics within a marriage. Prolonged separation without communication inevitably leads to relational challenges. Despite this understanding, he remained anxious about the grain not reaching the granary, which would prevent signatures and acknowledgement, causing him restless nights, Chen Ziqiang confessed. The period of delivering public grain is always the most stressful for him, fearing potential issues that might arise. This year's public grain delivery should be slightly less than last year, shouldn't it? Chen Hao inquired. Many production teams have suffered from drought, resulting in reduced yields. Yet our team has fared reasonably well and may even receive commendation. However, to earn praise, delivering public grain is insufficient. one must also contribute more to the centrally purchased grain. This situation is akin to childbirth without an exit. Increasing the centrally purchased grain means extracting it from the villagers' own rations. They must sell their sustenance and seed grain to the commune, Chen Ziqiang remarked. Indeed, this year's quotas for public grain and centrally purchased grain have been slightly lowered, yet the burden remains substantial. The yield from the fields barely suffice to fill bellies. The farmers bear a heavy load. Out of every 100 jin of grain, 20 jin is allocated as public grain, while the remainder, after deducting for personal consumption and seed grain among other necessities, sees 70% of the surplus designated as centrally purchased grain to be sold at a low price to the granary. Some officials, in pursuit of accolades, may sell excess centrally purchased grain, ultimately leading to insufficient rations for villagers and hunger, while they themselves receive commendation. Will you accompany us to deliver the public grain tomorrow? Chen Ziqiang asked. Yes, I will go along. Chen Hao nodded. If he does not attend, his wife must go, along with their 2 children, which may prove challenging. Furthermore, attending the grain station for the public grain delivery allows for interaction with some brigade leaders, offering a valuable opportunity to make a favorable impression.